An ordinary young man, Su Jingyan, suddenly found himself engulfed in a deep, mysterious fog. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the world around him shifted abruptly, leaving only a flickering campfire to illuminate the surroundings. A red panel appeared in front of him, glowing with a message. Welcome to the abyss of beast tamers. From now on, the rest of your life will be spent here. Moments earlier, Su Jingyan had been lying on his bed, scrolling through videos. Now, he was utterly stunned. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began examining his surroundings. What lay before him was a desolate land shrouded in corrosive, deathly mist. The only source of light was the campfire nearby, which barely dispelled the darkness within a 5-meter radius. The system panel indicated the remaining firewood was 14.3 units, with a consumption rate of 5 units per hour, leaving an estimated burn time of only 2.8 hours. Just then, Su Jingyan caught a glimpse of sharp claws reaching out from the black fog, only to retreat under the glow of the firelight. His heart raced as he realized the fire must not be allowed to go out. Dressed in nothing but thin, dark blue pajamas, Su Jingyan opened the system panel and discovered 4 main functions: campfire, chat, trade, and beast companion. The chat channel was bustling with messages popping up like bubblesome, asking why they had been transported here, others seeking help, and a few urging everyone to quickly claim their initial beast companion. Without hesitation, Su Jingyan opened the beast companion panel. The system broadcast was flooded with announcements of others contracting royal grade and lord grade beasts. Taking a deep breath, he clicked to draw his own. A golden beam of light descended from the sky. However, within the radiant glow stood a Chinese pangolin. Its attribute panel displayed gold grade, juvenile, and its first-tier skill burrowing. As Su Jingyan grappled with the thought of whether this pangolin could possibly fend off the monsters lurking in the mist, he gently touched its forehead. In that moment, he awakened his beast-taming talent fatigue synchronization. This talent linked his fatigue level with that of his beast companion. The remarkable part? As long as he rested for just 1 second, the beast could recover tenfold in energy. Meanwhile, the nearby chat channel buzzed with others awakening their own talent. Some could sense emotions, while others lamented their seemingly useless abilities. Su Jingyan pondered his own talent, which felt like a double-edged sword. Though it could keep his beast companion perpetually energized, he couldn't see how it could help with the immediate threat of the dying campfire. After all, the pangolin's specialty was digging. Surely, he couldn't just have it dig underground, could he? Digging underground might be an option, Su Jingyan pondered, his mind racing through various possibilities. If luck is on my side, I might stumble upon some coal, or even wooden coffin boards that can be burned. That would solve the current fuel crisis. However, he quickly dismissed the thought relying on luck was clearly not a wise plan. He decided to take a more practical approach, venturing through the mist to search for firewood. From the campfire at his home, he pulled out a partially burned log to use as a torch. The firelight could dispel the deadly mist and illuminate a 2-meter radius around him. This choice, however, drastically reduced the campfire's burning time by a third, leaving less than 2 hours of fuel. Su Jingyan glanced at the small pangolin beside him, then turned his gaze to the abyss-like mist. Though he wished he could see through the dangers hidden within, it was beyond his ability. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to scout ahead alone, choosing not to risk bringing the pangolin along. Carefully, he approached the edge of the campfire's light and raised his torch. The mist recoiled under the glow, revealing a small space about 2 meters ahead. Bracing himself, Su Jingyan took a decisive step forward. He had barely taken a few steps when a heavy, raspy breathing suddenly came from nearby. Danger! Instinctively, he leapt backward with all his might, retreating just inside the campfire's safety zone. At that moment, a pitch-black, elongated claw shot out from the mist, stopping mere centimeters from his face. The firelight seared its surface, causing white smoke to rise as the claw quickly retracted into the fog. Drenched in cold sweat, Su Jingyan gasped for air, his body trembling uncontrollably as adrenaline coursed through him. He immediately opened the nearby chat function and sent out a plea for help. There's a super strong beast outside. I can't get out. Has anyone else encountered something like this? Responses came quickly. My pet and I went out and came back. Found some wood not far from the campfire. Looks like you're being camped by a beast? I scouted my there's nothing in the mist. You're doomed. Just wait to die. Reading these replies, Su Jingyan grasped how dire his situation truly was. It seemed he was the only one with such a dangerous creature lurking near his campfire. The sheer speed and ferocity of that attack made it clear that his small pangolin, with its limited combat abilities, stood no chance. After all, it was just a little digger, likely weaker in battle than himself. And his beast-taming talent, which could restore his pet's stamina, felt utterly useless in this situation. The current predicament, offering no aid in the battle, left Su Jingyan in a dilemma. Exhausted, hungry, and thirsty, He knew venturing into the mist to gather firewood was far from a wise choice. Carefully, he placed the firewood back by the campfire, meticulously controlling the flames to burn on just one side, hoping to stretch the remaining 2.5 hours of fire. As he racked his brain for a solution, the little pangolin unexpectedly began digging into the ground, seemingly finding a new source of amusement. This unforeseen action sparked an idea in Su Jingyan's mind. If there happened to be a coffin plank underground, that would be ideal. If not, perhaps they could unearth something valuable, which might be traded for firewood. He quickly opened the trading panel, and what he saw brought a glimmer of hope. The panel displayed multiple trade offers, including one from someone trading wood for supplies. Wood 5, picked up from the death mist, can be used as firewood. My pet beast can breathe fire, so I don't need wood to fuel the fire. Trading for water. Although Su Jingyan didn't have the water they sought, many other listings indicated that anyone with fire elemental pet beasts was selling wood. This discovery reignited Su Jingyan's hope. While his pangolin was of little help in combat and the mist was fraught with danger, its greatest strength lay in its digging ability. If they could unearth something valuable from the ground and trade it for firewood or other resources through the system, their predicament might be resolved. Closing his eyes, Su Jingyan visualized the digging process in his mind and issued 2 simple commands to the pangolin: dig down, bring up anything but rocks. Although the bond between them was still faint, the little creature seemed to understand his intent. The pangolin glanced at him briefly before raising its sharp claws and effortlessly tearing into the soil. Its claws sliced into the rock as if it were soft tofu. Pebbles and debris flew in all directions as it dug with astonishing speed. Its extraordinary ability leaving Su Jingyan in awe. The creature worked with relentless focus, moving like a miniature excavator and fully demonstrating its prowess as a supernatural pet beast. However, as the hole reached about a meter deep, fatigue began to take its toll. The pangolin's movements slowed noticeably, its breathing heavy and labored, accompanied by faint grunts. Due to the synchronized fatigue effect of their bond, Su Jingyan felt equally drained, collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath. At that moment, a panel appeared before his eyes, indicating that he had entered a resting state. Su Jingyan felt his energy recovering at a rate of 0.7 per second, while his pet experienced a tenfold effect, regaining 7 energy per second. He glanced at the pangolin that was diligently digging. Above its head, green 7 numbers continuously flickered. The little creature was visibly fatigued, its claws losing some strength, yet it persisted in carrying out the command. Ever since Su Jingyan sat down to rest, the pangolin's body had begun to undergo a peculiar Chanhea warm current course through it, like a soothing massage that gradually erased its exhaustion. This comforting sensation became addictive, and its movements grew increasingly vigorous. As time passed, Su Jingyan stood guard beside the dark pit filled with rubble. The campfire illuminated a 5-meter radius, but the remaining 2.4 units of firewood would only last for 29 more minutes. What was even more unsettling was the lingering, beast-lurking debuff, indicating that the clawed creature was still hiding just beyond the reach of the firelight, watching intently. Once the fire burned out, it would surely pounce, tearing everything apart with its razor-sharp claws. After another 2 minutes, a sound came from the pit. The little pangolin climbed out and approached Su Jingyan, holding a glowing crystal in its claws. Su Jingyan's eyes widened in amazement as he quickly took the treasure and examined it closely. The crystal was warm to the touch, resembling a fiery ruby. It was a rare fire crystal ore. This fire attribute crystal, typically found in fire crystal veins, couldn't be ignited like firewood but contained abundant fire energy, making it an excellent resource for leveling up fire-type pets. Is this a crystal? Su Jingyan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he gazed at the faintly glowing gem in his hand. His gamble had finally paid off. His little pangolin hadn't unearthed coal or a coffin plank, but had instead discovered a precious fire crystal, a truly extraordinary treasure. What was even more exhilarating was that, judging by the direction of the mineral vein, there might be an entire deposit of fire crystals hidden underground. Su Jingyan couldn't contain his excitement as he urged the pangolin, "Amazing, little guy. Keep digging and gather all of these for me." The pangolin nodded in agreement and immediately burrowed back into the dark pit to continue its work. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan held the warm fire crystal in his hand and quickly opened the trade interface. Instead of opting for a private trade, he decided to follow the example of others and listed the item directly. Fire Crystal 1, Extraordinary Treasure. A crystal that can enhance the level of fire-type pet beasts. Seeking a large amount of firewood in exchange. With a swirl of mysterious mist, the fire crystal vanished from his fingertips and was officially listed on the trading platform. At this point, the campfire in his base was nearing its critical limit, with less than 20 minutes of burn time remaining. Yet Su Jingyan remained confident using a treasure capable of leveling up fire-type pet beasts to trade for firewood was sure to spark a frenzy. Trade requests soon flooded in like a tidal wave. Wood 10, Big shot, this is all I have. We're desperate for the fire crystal to heal injuries. Fuel 5. Stolen from the factory and the mist burns hotter and longer than regular wood. Phoenix wood planks 3. Thick and wide. Burns forever please, trade with me. The comment section was also in an uproar. This is insane. I nearly died trying to get a beast's claw. And you found this treasure? It can actually level up fire-type pet beasts? And you're only trading it for firewood? Definitely a fellow countryman so powerful yet prioritizing settling down. This is way too relatable. Clearly, just a few hours after everyone had descended into this eerie land, obtaining an extraordinary resource like a fire crystal was a rarity. Even those who managed to defeat the beasts in the mist could only acquire basic materials, incomparable to a treasure that could directly enhance the level of pet beasts. Everyone believed Su Jingyan was a top-tier powerhouse, and his mighty pet beast must have long conquered the deadly mist. Yet in reality, he was trapped at home by a beast, not daring to step even half a foot into the fog. As he waited, a familiar sound came from the pit again. This time, the pangolin acted swiftly, climbing out in no time, its tiny claws holding 2 glimmering red fire crystals. Fire crystals. Su Jingyan's eyes lit up. These crystals, rich in fire energy, were incredibly rare in current times. And his little pangolin had managed to find 3 of them in just a few hours, an absolute stroke of luck. Little guy, I truly love you, Su Jingyan said, taking the fire crystals and gently stroking the pangolin's head. Though he was trapped at home by the beasts and couldn't move an inch, the underground mineral veins had become his lifeline. The pangolin reveled in the warmth brought by its digging efforts. The harder it worked, the more comfortable it felt. It quickly cleared the surrounding rubble from the pit and burrowed back into the ground to continue its task. Su Jingyan waited patiently until the campfire had only 10 minutes left to burn. The flames had dwindled to a flicker, so weak that a single gust of wind could extinguish them. Through the dim light, he clearly saw a hunched, clawed humanoid creature lurking in the mist. Checking the trade panel, Su Jingyan eventually selected the most lucrative trade offer. 100 massive tree trunks, each nearly a meter long and half a meter thick enough to fuel the fire for an entire month. As soon as the deal was completed, a large amount of wood appeared from the pitch-black mist. Su Jingyan quickly converted it into firewood and threw it into the campfire. With a loud roar, the flames surged, dispelling the cold and illuminating a 5-meter radius. The estimated burn time jumped to an impressive 2,649 hours. Su Jingyan decided to expand the campfire's range. As the diameter grew from 5 meters to 10, the flames roared to life once more, pushing back the surrounding mist. The unknown beast was finally exposed in the firelight, letting out a piercing screech as the flames scorched its body. It writhed frantically on the ground, emitting black smoke as its flesh burned. At that moment, the pangolin leapt out of the burrow once more. Little guy, Su Jingyan called out, waving his hand. Go get him. Su Jingyan's thunderous roar echoed all around. A pangolin, just emerging from the tunnel, raised its head in confusion, holding a smooth, glowing fire crystal in its claws. Following its master's pointed direction, it turned to look ahead. The moment it saw the target, its eyes widened in shock, and its scaly body began to tremble slightly. Before it stood a clawed beast, its body reddened and smoking from the flames of a campfire, thrashing wildly as it drove its sharp claws into the ground. The little pangolin glanced at Su Jingyan, its eyes filled with grievance. Facing such an opponent was like an impossible dream. Little one, I believe in you. Su Jingyan nodded solemnly. Having witnessed the pangolin's ability to break through solid rock, he was confident in his companion's strength. Besides, the clawed beast was already in agony from the fire, nearly incapacitated and unable to focus on the fight. The pangolin let out a sigh. As a contracted beast, it had no choice but to obey its master's command. Carefully placing the fire crystal on the ground, it summoned its courage and waddled forward with its short legs to confront the enemy. Su Jingyan was just about to praise it when the words caught in his throat. His companion had reached the clawed beast only to curl itself into a ball. What? Su Jingyan was dumbfounded. This defensive stance was even worse than doing nothing. The clawed beast howled in pain, flailing its claws wildly. One of its strikes landed squarely on the curled-up pangolin, sending it flying several meters. Little one, Su Jingyan shouted, rushing toward it. The pangolin hit the ground, bounced twice, and finally came to a stop at the edge of the mist. Fortunately, Su Jingyan had expanded the campfire's illumination range to 10 meters earlier. Otherwise, it would have been flung into the deadly fog. Though slightly injured, its tough scales had provided excellent protection. However, the frightened pangolin remained curled up defensively, needing time to calm down. Meanwhile, the clawed beast, still in its claw-embedded stance, moved no more. It had finally succumbed to the relentless flames, burned alive by the campfire. At that moment, A system broadcast echoed in the ears of everyone within the deadly fog. Still struggling to survive? Keep pushing, because Su Jingyan has just become the first beast tamer to defeat an extraordinary level beast. As the frontrunner, he will receive a second awakening of his beast taming talent. Don't be jealous, earned it. The announcement sent the chat panel into an uproar. What the heck? What's an extraordinary level beast? Never encountered one. Any experts care to explain? To the person asking, from what I can guess, everyone's initial contracted beasts are at juvenile level. Once they fully mature, they become extraordinary level beasts. Su Jingyan defeated a second-level beast across tiers. This news caused a stir in the chat panel. No way, even defeating a cub-level beast is impressive enough, and he managed to leap a whole tier? He's only been here a few hours. He must have encountered a heavily injured beast. Talk about luck. Could he have had a second awakening of his talent? The chatter buzzed non-stop, but Su Jingyan paid no attention to the discussions on the chat panel. In truth, nobody knew what was really happening on his end. Of course, if anyone had been keeping an eye on the marketplace earlier, they might have recognized him as the one who sold the fire crystal. Then, no one would suspect he was simply getting lucky. At this moment, Su Jingyan was completely drawn in by the tempting aroma of roasted meat. The scent came from the clawed beast that had been burned to death by the campfire. It made him swallow involuntarily as his stomach churned with hunger. Although the beast's humanoid appearance made him slightly uneasy, the growing hunger was becoming harder to resist. The issue of campfire illumination had been resolved. Even with the range reduced to 10 meters, the fire could burn continuously for over 1,300 hours. Just as Su Jingyan was contemplating his food situation, he noticed a decompose prompt appear over the clawed beast's charred corpse. As the decomposition process began, the beast's body trembled violently. Sharp claws detached from its blackened arms, and, to his surprise, a glowing crystal shot out from its chest, a core even more valuable than the fire crystal. What remained after decomposition was charred, yet extraordinary clawed beast meat. Though the surface was burnt to a crisp, the panel indicated that the internal parts were still tender and flavorful. Su Jingyan immediately realized this was a golden opportunity. As the first and only extraordinary beast hunted by humans in the Misty World, its rarity was unmatched. Without hesitation, he opened the trading panel and listed the charred clawed beast meat, writing, "Charred extraordinary clawed beast meat, the first and only edible extraordinary resource obtained by humans. First trade looking for large quantities of food in exchange. Don't bother if you don't have enough." After placing the charred meat of the extraordinary claw beast onto the trading panel, Su Jingyan carefully collected the extracted extraordinary crystal core and sharp claws, arranging them neatly by the campfire. He then turned toward the pangolin, which was still in a defensive posture. The little creature remained curled up into a tense, armored ball, even with the enemy long defeated. Watching it, Su Jingyan was reminded of the second awakening opportunity for his talent that he had just obtained. Leaning down, he gently touched the pangolin's scales. Instantly, a booming voice echoed in his mind. Beast Mastery Talent, Second Awakening, Sensory Synchronization. Achieve a highly synchronized state with your pet beast and share its 5 senses. Eager to try his new ability, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, the pangolin's perspective flooded into his mind. Its dim view revealed only a pale pink belly. So this is what it feels like to be curled up, warm but a little stifling. He opened his eyes and poked the pangolin's armor again, marveling at the strange sensation, as if he were touching his own body. Don't be scared, little one. The enemy is gone, he reassured softly. Hearing its master's voice, the pangolin finally relaxed, uncurled, and stood up, proudly puffing out its chest like a miniature Trex. Su Jingyan experimented with using both his own vision and the pangolin's senses simultaneously. He could see the little creature in front of him, while also observing his own face from its perspective. He tried walking forward with his eyes closed, but the dual vision quickly made him dizzy and nauseous. Ugh, that's too much. Can't play around like this, he muttered, dry heaving and grateful his stomach was already empty. It reminded him that he had been so engrossed in reading novels before being transported here that he hadn't eaten in over 10 hours. The dry sensation in his throat prompted him to open the trading panel. Thanks to the earlier global broadcast, his claw beast meat quickly attracted an overwhelming number of trade requests. 10 yellow-skinned apples and a cake with a lipstick mark on it. The apples are freshly picked. 1 toad carcass plus a bucket of water. Juvenile grade, premium meat quality. 15 bottles of Nongfu spring water and a whole feral boar. Begging for a trade. The requests kept pouring in, soon surpassing 999. Such was the power of a global broadcast in a massive human population. Even a small percentage of interest could generate substantial demand. Su Jingyan meticulously examined the trade information for a long time and eventually arrived at an obvious conclusion. The current survivors were all living in poverty. Even with his possession of the only extraordinary beast meat available to humanity, it was difficult to exchange for substantial resources. This made sense, though those who could trade with him were already among the relatively better off. Most people were either struggling to gather firewood, or simply thankful to have enough to eat. Extraordinary beast meat? For the majority, it was nothing more than an unattainable luxury. The thought sent a chill down Su Jingyan's spine. If it weren't for him and the pangolin discovering the mine, they would have likely been torn to shreds by that clawed beast, unable even to keep their campfire burning. He kept revisiting the initial trade request from a farmer, exchanging a wild boar and drinking water for some charred extraordinary beast meat. This deal seemed the most reasonable, offering both food and water, and it happened to be pork, his favorite. As for the bottled water, it could be consumed directly without filtering, saving him a lot of trouble. The idea of trading a piece of charred meat for such valuable supplies felt worthwhile to Su Jingyan. After all, the truly valuable sharp claws and crystal core were safely kept. A piece of burnt extraordinary beast meat was nothing more than a superficial label. The trade was completed swiftly. Just like when he traded for firewood before, a dark mist less dense than the death fog emerged by the campfire. When the mist dispersed, there lay a muscular, black-haired wild boar on the ground, along with 15 neatly arranged 1.5-liter bottles of Nongfu spring mineral water, their familiar red packaging intact. Looking at these bottles, clear remnants of modern civilization, Su Jingyan couldn't help but wonder, where exactly was this place shrouded in the death fog? But for now, filling his stomach was the priority. He eagerly grabbed a bottle of water, confirmed it was unopened with a recent production date, and immediately twisted the cap off, downing a third of it in one go. He didn't forget his little companion, either. He instructed the pangolin to dig out a simple stone bowl and poured some water into it. The little creature, seemingly parched, lit up with excitement and began drinking noisily. Next came the matter of dealing with the wild boar. Although his disassembly skill could extract key resources, Su Jingyan had to handle the rest himself. Using the sharp claw head salvaged from the clawed beast as a makeshift knife, he quickly skinned the wild boar in one piece. The hunger pangs grew stronger. He cut off one of the boar's hind legs, sliced it into 3 strips, and skewered them on the sharp claw to roast over the fire. While waiting, he had the pangolin dig out a larger stone basin. He considered making a stone slab for a table, but the little guy wasn't strong enough, so he had to give up on that idea. Su Jingyan continued working, cutting the entire boar into strips. He set aside some innards for the pangolin and placed the rest of the meat near the campfire for slow roasting. At this point, he regretted not saving some wood earlier. It would have been useful for crafting simple tools. When the first batch of meat was ready, its aroma filled the air, and the sizzling sound of hot oil was tantalizing. Ignoring the heat, Su Jingyan devoured an entire hind leg, leaving nothing behind. Fully satisfied, he let out a contented burp. With his hunger and thirst satisfied, drowsiness began to set in. However, before sleeping, he decided to have the pangolin continue digging in the mine. Meanwhile, he planned to use sensory synchronization to follow the little creature's vision, hoping to uncover the secrets behind the mining process. After activating sensory synchronization, Su Jingyan sat by the campfire with his eyes closed, resting. Through the mental connection, he could clearly perceive everything the pangolin was seeing and feeling. The little creature had just indulged in an unusually large meal, a slice of pork liver and 2 pork kidneys, and was now feeling a bit unwell due to indigestion. Following Su Jingyan's instructions, the pangolin burrowed underground to begin its work, using the act of mining to aid digestion. As the creature ventured deeper, Su Jingyan observed through shared vision that the downward-sloping tunnel was far longer than he had anticipated. Dozens of meters below the surface, the pangolin had already carved out a sizable space and even managed to uncover 4 fire crystals. The mining process was incredibly tedious. The pangolin stood before the rock wall, its sharp claws digging into the hard rock, breaking it into manageable chunks. However, the most exhausting part wasn't the digging itself, but the repeated trips to transport the debris to the surface. It had to carry the broken rocks up the steep slope, dump them on the ground above, and then return underground to continue digging. Watching this repetitive effort alone was enough to make Su Jingyan feel fatigued. A ridiculous thought crossed Su Jingyan's mind. How convenient it would be if the pangolin could simply eat the excavated rocks, eliminating the hassle of transportation while saving on food supplies. Naturally, he dismissed the idea with a self-deprecating laugh. It was far too inhumane. Tired of watching the monotonous mining scene, Su Jingyan severed the sensory synchronization. He opened his eyes and let out a yawn so big that tears welled up in his eyes, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Lying on the cold ground, he couldn't help but think about how nice it would be to have a bed. With this thought in mind, he opened the trading interface and began browsing casually. The first listing that caught his eye was for a stone axe, with the seller stating, "I'm so hungry, I need food." A debate about the practicality of the stone axe quickly unfolded in the comments section. Some mocked it as nothing more than a Minecraft prop, while the seller boasted about proving its effectiveness with their pet. As Su Jingyan chuckled at the absurd argument, a listing labeled homemade wooden bed frame grabbed his attention. The seller claimed to have found a Simmons mattress in the mist and had crafted a wooden bed frame for it, but now wanted to trade it for water due to unbearable thirst. What surprised Su Jingyan was that the listing had no responses. It was understandable, though after all, in such a harsh environment, with a campfire for warmth, sleeping comfortably wasn't a survival priority, whereas water was an essential lifeline. But without water, one could truly die of thirst. Su Jingyan's gaze fell on the 14.5 1.5L bottles of mineral water not far away, and he began calculating in his mind. He quickly took stock of his resources. 3 fire crystals, a pair of sharp claws, 1 dark element crystal core, these extraordinary items, as well as a wild boar hide, a whole boar already prepared for roasting, and the 14.5 bottles of mineral water. Although he didn't have to worry about food or drink for now, and the extraordinary resources could be exchanged for regular supplies at any time, having a proper bed was still very important to him. He decided to trade 1 bottle of water for a wooden bed with a spring mattress. The negotiation didn't go smoothly. Despite the other party's dire need for water, they insisted that 1 bottle wasn't enough. After a round of heated bargaining, Su Jingyan emphasized that the bed lacked blankets while the mineral water was ready to drink. This argument eventually convinced the other party to agree to the deal. After the transaction was completed, a finely crafted wooden bed emerged from the mist. Su Jingyan carefully examined the bed, which was clearly made by a tamed beast. Its structure was sturdy, and the mattress was soft and springy. Satisfied, he moved the bed next to the campfire, turned over the strips of pork roasting on the fire, and then comfortably lay down on it. Although he had traded away 1 bottle of water, the remaining 13.5 bottles were still more than sufficient. More importantly, the bed insulated him from the cold ground, reducing the risk of catching a fever, falling ill, or even freezing to death. As Su Jingyan enjoyed the warmth and comfort of his rest, a sudden, loud broadcast echoed through the mist. Though the surroundings were shrouded in fog, blurring the distinction between day and night, in 1 month the mist would surge, driving panicked beasts to attack their shelters. The broadcast specifically emphasized that the safety provided by campfires was not absolute. Defensive structures must be built. The chat panel immediately exploded in chaos, with pessimistic messages flooding the screen. Some lamented that they couldn't even get a good night's sleep. Others despaired that they wouldn't survive the month, and some, in utter hopelessness, had already leapt into the campfire with their bewildered tamed beasts to end it all. Although affected by the wave of negativity, Su Jingyan's resolve remained firm. In his view, as long as he could develop quickly within the next month, it would be him hunting the beasts rather than being hunted by them. Su Jingyan woke up 4 or 5 times in a daze during his sleep. Each time, he would mechanically turn over the pieces of pork near the campfire, which were about to turn into jerky, and then collapse back onto his makeshift bed. In the misty world, it was unclear whether night had fallen, but the cold was becoming more intense. The campfire alone was no longer enough to dispel the bone-chilling frost. Every time he opened his eyes, he could see the impenetrable black mist looming just a few meters away, like an endless wall of darkness. The fear of the unknown seeped into his dream. She dreamt of ferocious beasts suddenly leaping out of the mist, leaving him powerless to fight back. This dream brought a harsh realization. He needed to build a proper shelter. Depending solely on the campfire was far from sufficient. As the global broadcast had warned, while the campfire could provide some protection, it could not guarantee absolute safety. With only a month left before the mist began to surge, he had to transform this crude campsite into an impenetrable fortress. This thought jolted him awake. He rolled out of bed and patted the mattress beneath him. The springy support felt satisfactory, far better than sleeping directly on the ground, though he lamented the lack of blankets and sheets. The first task after getting up was to address a basic need. He temporarily expanded the campfire's illumination radius to 20 meters, walked out to a more distant spot to relieve himself, and then reduced the radius back to 10 meters. Although he had enough resources to maintain a larger radius, there was no need to waste them. When he returned to the fire, he was pleasantly surprised to find the number of fire crystals had increased. Fire crystal 7. This was clearly the result of his little companion's hard work while he slept. Su Jingyan closed his eyes and activated sensory synchronization. Through the pangolin's vision, he saw the little creature skillfully digging into the rocks with its sharp claws, working with practiced efficiency. Since forming their contract, the little pangolin had been diligently laboring in the underground tunnels, only pausing briefly to eat. Its tireless efforts allowed Su Jingyan to maintain an advantage even while he slept. Of course, he felt he deserved some credit too. His rest was for the sake of enabling his pet to work better. It certainly wasn't because he wanted to sleep more. He took a swig from his water bottle, instantly feeling refreshed. As for whether it was morning or not, in this misty world devoid of day and night, did it really matter? Su Jingyan opened the chat panel and quickly skimmed through the messages he had missed while sleeping. The panel was alive with conversations flashing back and forth. I'm so tired. I've been here for more than 10 hours, and I just got off the night shift before this. Then go to sleep. I can't sleep. Have you ever tried sleeping with a snail-like pet beast? I can't sleep either. The ground here is so hard and cold. I wish my pet beast was fluffy. Suddenly, a striking message popped up. I'm Li Kuangkuang. Li Kuangkuang is awesome. The chat quickly shifted to a discussion about equipment. Anyone got blueprints? I've got a pet beast short sword blueprint, but my pet is a cuckoo snake. A snake can't use a short sword. You should put the blueprint on the trading market. Get lost. Trying to pull a dagger out of thin air. Huh? Su Jingyan watched the chaotic chatter unfold, and it reminded him of the internet era. This time, though, the participants were survivors from all over the world. From the cautious phrasing of some messages, he could easily identify foreign players. Their tone was noticeably less aggressive. Without a dedicated regional server, Su Jingyan had no interest in joining meaningless arguments. However, the blueprint discussion reminded him of something. The sharp claws he had dismantled from the extraordinary claw beast could likely be forged into pet equipment. But such a forge station would probably require a special blueprint to construct. He immediately opened the trading panel to check, and the first message he saw made him pause. Trade iron chest plate or not? Trade your mom. Su Jingyan had no interest in this petty squabble, but the extraordinary resource tag caught his attention. It seemed that during his sleep, some powerful beast masters had already begun to stand out. Carefully browsing through the trading market, he noticed that the variety of tradable items had indeed expanded significantly, no longer limited to tools and basic resources. However, fire crystals still remained his exclusive possession. As he was pondering this, a noise came from behind. Su Jingyan turned around cautiously, only to find his pangolin pushing a pile of rubble out of the mine tunnel and expertly stacking it along the edge of the mist. These stones were currently his most abundant resource, useful for building walls or stone houses. This time, the pangolin had not only brought back stones but had also found a fire crystal. Su Jingyan took stock and realized he now had 8 fire crystals. He poured some water for his hardworking companion and rewarded it with some fresh pig innards he had saved from the night before. Once the pangolin had eaten its fill, it happily burrowed back into the mine. Su Jingyan returned to his mattress and resumed browsing the trading panel. Although he still hadn't found any forge station blueprints, it wasn't surprising. Such critical items, if obtained, would hardly be offered for trade. At this stage, it would be difficult to find anything of equivalent value. As he idly scrolled through the listings, a particular message suddenly caught his eye. Silver chest 1. A rare treasure chest from the mist. More valuable than bronze, it can yield any resource, even blueprints. I'm not a gambler, so I'm looking to trade directly for extraordinary resources. The person preparing to trade the silver treasure chest indeed has a cautious and steady personality, forming a stark contrast to Su Jingyan, a gambler through and through. If it weren't for that risky decision to have the pangolin dig underground, Su Jingyan wouldn't have achieved his success today. At this moment, he was fixated on the silver treasure chest in the trading market, determined to get his hands on it. Su Jingyan sorted through his extraordinary resources, taking out one of the 8 fire crystals he possessed to make a tentative offer. To his surprise, the other party quickly responded. I know who you are, big shot. But no, I can't trade it. My pet beast isn't fire type, so the crystal is useless to me. This reply caught Su Jingyan off guard. It was surprising that someone casually chatting in the trading market would recognize him. Even though the other party claimed not to need the fire crystal, he decided to push further. How about I add another fire crystal? Even if you can't use it, you could always sell it to a beast master with a fire type pet. It's a rare commodity. Sorry, big shot, the other party replied. Even though I'd love to be friends with you, I only want extraordinary resources that are actually useful for my pet beast right now. Unwilling to give up, Su Jingyan pressed on. What's your pet beast's attribute? It's the opposite of fire, it's dark type. So fire crystals are really useless to me. Dark type? Su Jingyan muttered under his breath. What a coincidence he happened to have an extraordinary resource that could benefit dark type pet beasts, a crystal core from a clawed beast. However, this item wasn't just valuable for enhancing pet beasts. It could also be used to upgrade his bonfire, making it even more precious than the fire crystals. He opened the bonfire panel to check the specific details. Home bonfire illumination range adjustable to a 10-meter diameter, consuming 10 units of firewood per hour. Remaining firewood, 13,149 units, capable of burning for 1,314 hours. Currently at level 1, with no special effects. Upgrade requirement, 100 extraordinary crystal cores of any attribute. Seeing that a total of 100 crystal cores were needed, Su Jingyan's eyes widened. The single crystal core in his possession was far from enough to upgrade the bonfire. It was like a drop in the ocean. It would be more practical to use it to trade for the treasure chest. I happen to have a crystal core that can help enhance a dark-type pet beast level, Su Jingyan replied. But one silver treasure chest alone won't cut it. Really? That's amazing, the other party responded. But my pet beast and I were seriously injured trying to get this chest, so I'm afraid I can't meet any additional demands. Hearing about their injuries, Su Jingyan paused to think before offering a way out for the other party. How about you just throw in some supplies? Otherwise, I'd feel bad about the trade. After a brief silence, the other party updated the trade offer. One silver treasure chest and one banana. Is this okay, Big Shot? I really don't have much else to offer. Seeing that the other person was truly at their wits' end, Su Jingyan didn't press further. He simply clicked to confirm the trade. As the mist cleared, a shimmering silver treasure chest and a golden banana appeared before Su Jingyan. He examined the items, exchanged from the claw beast's crystal core, and silently calculated in his mind. Trading in used resources for something currently needed seemed worthwhile, though that judgment would depend on what was inside the chest. This silver treasure chest was truly extraordinary. Made entirely of pure silver, its surface was adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns that glowed softly under the faint light. Su Jingyan carefully placed the banana on the wooden bed before stepping solemnly in front of the chest. Just then, a small pangolin emerged from the cave entrance, pushing a pile of rubble. Its hard work had paid off once Agranit had uncovered another fire crystal. Holding the ninth warm fire crystal in his hand, Su Jingyan almost felt like kneeling in gratitude to the diligent little creature. You are turning this into a case of a lazy beast master relying on a hard-working pet to support him, Su Jingyan exclaimed. Come on, little guy. You've always had good luck. Why don't you help me open this chest? Following Su Jingyan's guidance, the curious pangolin tilted its head and approached the chest, carefully inserting its sharp claws into the crevice. Bang! A system notification immediately popped up. Silver chest opened. Reward, Workbench Blueprint X1. Ha ha ha. Su Jingyan burst out laughing, scooping up the stunned pangolin and planting a big kiss on its head. You really are my lucky star. Startled, the pangolin scrambled back to the ground and hurriedly retreated into its burrow to continue its mining endeavors. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan turned his attention to the glowing blueprint retrieved from the chest, studying it intently. Workbench Blueprint. Essential for survival. Can craft basic equipment and facilities. Can consume energy to produce random blueprints. Construction requirements. Iron X10, Wood X10, Iron Axe X1, Iron Pickaxe X1, Iron Shovel X1. This was even more valuable than the forge blueprint he had initially hoped for. With a workbench that could generate random blueprints, it opened up endless possibilities. Even better, the required materials were all basic resources, readily available in the trading market, ensuring no bottlenecks in construction. Watching the little pangolin's retreating figure, Su Jingyan couldn't help but marvel once more. This small creature was undoubtedly his greatest fortune. Blueprints for the workbench can be pre-configured. Once placed on the ground, they project a holographic model, allowing you to directly add the required materials. Upon completion, the blueprint will automatically disappear. Su Jingyan retrieved a blueprint from the silver treasure chest and spread it out on the empty ground opposite the campfire. A blue glow appeared instantly, projecting a futuristic holographic model of the workbench. The pre-configured construction list showed Iron 10, Wood 10, Iron Axe 1, Iron Pickaxe 1, Iron Shovel 1. Scanning his surroundings, Su Jingyan realized he had none of the required materials. These items would have to be traded for at the marketplace. He turned back to the silver treasure chest, carefully examining the heavy, solid silver box. He then stored the 9 fire crystals and other extraordinary materials inside, leaving only the sharp claw outside to avoid damaging the crystals and triggering an explosion. Meanwhile, the roasted meat had completely dried into jerky, though it carried a strong fishy smell and tasted bland. It was a stark contrast to the ravenous appetite he'd had the night before. Now, just the smell of it made him feel queasy. Su Jingyan simply sat on the bed and began browsing the trade market. Before long, he exchanged 1 fire crystal for a large amount of iron tools and wood. These items had been scavenged from abandoned factories in the mist. While their quality was average, the quantity far exceeded what was needed for construction. After all, aside from fire element beast tamers, everyone needed wood to keep their campfires burning. As the trade completed, the mist cleared, revealing iron barrels, iron plates, and iron hoops, along with a pile of wood on the ground. Su Jingyan picked up an iron barrel and brought it to the blueprint, attempting to add the first piece of iron. The system notified him, Iron 1, successfully added. Excited, he immediately started moving the remaining materials. However, after just a few trips, he was already gasping for breath. That's when he remembered he was still synchronized with the pangolin, sharing its fatigue. The little creature was still mining underground, doubling his energy consumption. Stop digging, little guy! Su Jingyan exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. dizzy and exhausted. A moment later, the pangolin emerged from its burrow, its big, watery eyes looking curiously at its owner, who was sprawled out on the ground. Quick, Huff! Help me move all this iron and wood onto the blueprint, Su Jingyan said between heavy breaths. The pangolin nodded and immediately began assisting with the material transport. The little pangolin skillfully worked at the crafting table, its nimble claws precisely placing 10 iron blocks and 10 pieces of wood into the designated blueprint slots. On the table, 3 tools were queued for crafting: a steel axe, a steel pickaxe, and a steel shovel. Su Jingyan leaned against a nearby wall to rest and regain his strength. Once the little creature completed the task assigned by its master, it immediately headed toward the mine. Before entering the cave, it turned back to glance at Su Jingyan with a concerned look in its eyes, as if asking, "Master, are you okay? Hurry up and get down there to mine." Su Jingyan urged impatiently. A hint of innocence flickered in the pangolin's intelligent eyes before it darted into the cave to resume its mining endeavors. Su Jingyan let out a breath, opened the trading interface, and began browsing carefully. In this vast marketplace, ordinary steel shovels and pickaxes were relatively easy to trade. After comparing several offers, he managed to exchange them for just 8 strips of jerky. Although this deal consumed a third of his wild boar meat supply, it was still a worthwhile trade. However, obtaining a steel axe proved more challenging. While there were many people trading axes, their utility for chopping would make them far more valuable than the other tools. A small amount of jerky was far from enough, as everyone understood that meat was perishable, whereas a durable axe could last much longer. Su Jingyan was reluctant to use his fire crystals lightly. Though he still had 8 left after spending one in the earlier trade, he felt it would be a waste to exchange one for an axe. Just as he was searching for alternatives, the little pangolin dug up another fire crystal, replenishing his stock to 9. Eventually, he found a suitable trading partner: a beastmaster with a contracted fire-type pet. Although the beastmaster didn't particularly need an axe, its rarity made him hesitant to part with it. Su Jingyan offered 1 fire crystal and successfully traded it for a piece of dark night bat skin and a steel axe, leveraging the fire crystal's allure to fire-type creatures. As the mist cleared, a piece of bat skin, roughly the size of a human chest, lay on the ground next to a rusty steel axe. Su Jingyan stored the bat skin in his silver chest and picked up the steel axe, heading back to the crafting table. Once the final material was placed, the crafting table began to operate. All the components were swept up by an invisible force, spinning and merging in midair. When the process concluded, a brand new crafting table stood before him. The crafting table displayed Level 1, Energy 0, capable of being charged with any elemental energy crystals. It featured functions for crafting equipment and constructing facilities, but currently had no blueprints. It could consume 100 energy points every 24 hours to learn a random blueprint. Su Jingyan stood in front of the workbench, feeling somewhat at a loss. He had assumed that crafting a workbench would significantly advance the development of his home base. However, he hadn't expected that blueprints were also required to create equipment and facilities. Fortunately, the workbench had a function he found highly satisfying: it could learn random blueprints by consuming energy. Looking at the 8 fire crystals left in his backpack, and thinking about the little pangolin still mining underground, Su Jingyan decisively took 1 fire crystal from the silver chest and placed it into the workbench. Workbench successfully charged. Current energy, 10 points. 1 fire crystal is only worth 10 energy points? Su Jingyan winced with heartache. These fire crystals were valuable treasures that could directly boost his strength. Yet now the workbench had devoured one. What frustrated him even more was that the remaining 7 crystals weren't enough to gather 100 energy points needed to draw a blueprint. He couldn't help but feel swindled. "You better give me a forging station," Su Jingyan muttered angrily, kicking the workbench. Though he didn't use much force, the cold, hard edge of the metal casing still made his toes ache. Returning to his wooden bed, Su Jingyan thought about how the addition of the workbench and the bed should have increased the base's overall bonuses. He opened the talent panel to check, but the information before him left him stunned. Resting state activated. Energy recovery per second, 0.8. Beast companion energy recovery, 8. Beastly presence detected. The previous empty and desolate status had indeed disappeared. But why was there now a negative effect labeled beastly presence detected? Su Jingyan's body tensed as he listened carefully to the sounds coming from the mist. Only then did he notice faint, intermittent footsteps. "There really is a beast outside," Su Jingyan shouted, leaping off the bed and standing cautiously by the campfire. He could feel a massive creature was lurking beyond the mist, locked in a silent standoff with him. Quickly, Su Jingyan opened the campfire panel and adjusted the illumination range to 20 meters. With a loud roar, the campfire flared up, its intense light piercing through the deathly fog and revealing the colossal creature hidden within. It was a beast larger than a bus. It stood on all fours, its massive deer-like head towering above. Though its body glowed red as the firelight scorched its skin, it continued to roar furiously. Drool spilled from its gaping maw in streams, so large they would require buckets to collect. Su Jingyan immediately ducked to the far side of the campfire, fully aware that this gigantic beast could easily charge through the flames and tear him apart. Fortunately, after the tensest 10 seconds of his life, the beast turned around and lumbered away, its heavy footsteps fading into the mist. Collapsing to the ground, Su Jingyan waited for his racing heart to calm. The pangolin was still mining underground, and the accompanying fatigue made him feel even more drained. He resolved never to reduce the campfire's illumination range back to 10 meters again any less, and the beast might stick its head straight into his camp and snatch him up in a single bite. On the first day, Su Jingyan encountered a mistclaw beast blocking his door. After sleeping through the night, the next day brought an even more terrifying giant beast. It made him grit his teeth in frustration. This misty world was truly a wonderful place. At that moment, a small head cautiously poked out of a hole in the ground, glancing around nervously. It was his pet beast, a little pangolin, who had rushed back upon hearing the giant beast's roar to protect its master. Though it lacked combat strength, its loyalty was touching. It couldn't win a fight, but was willing to face life and death alongside its master. Seeing the little creature calmed Su Jingyan's nerves a bit. He checked the pet beast's attribute panel. Chinese pangolin. Level, gold rank, juvenile stage 25. Skill, digging. Specialty, none. Suddenly, Su Jingyan noticed the pet's level had increased. He quickly called it over for a closer look and, after some thought, speculated that eating meat might have caused the improvement. At the same time, the little pangolin was getting hungry. Its constant mining consumed a lot of energy, and its hunger level dropped quickly. It needed to eat every hour or two, and would only resume working after eating its fill. Su Jingyan realized that in a short time, the wild boar's internal organs were nearly devoured. Feeling hungry himself, Su Jingyan grabbed a piece of dried boar meat and gnawed on it. However, it was tasteless and hard to swallow, so he washed it down with bottled water. Meanwhile, the pangolin was happily munching on the remaining pig intestines in a stone bowl, savoring each bite as fresh juices dribbled out. The sight made Su Jingyan quickly look away, thinking to himself that this pet might be more trouble than it's worth. After the meal, Su Jingyan took out some bananas he had acquired through a trade and shared them with the little creature. Compared to the bland dried meat, the fruit's flavor was a welcome change. Once the pangolin finished its half of the banana, Su Jingyan checked its attribute panel again and found that its level had increased to juvenile stage 30. This discovery gave Su Jingyan a glimmer of hope. At this rate, the little pangolin might reach the threshold for transcending its current rank by the time the mist surge occurred in a month. However, given the current situation, the creature's low starting point meant that its improvements in the juvenile stage were likely limited to physical enhancements. What Su Jingyan wanted most now was to quickly set up a forge, so he could use the Mistclaw beast's sharp claws to craft an extraordinary piece of equipment for the pangolin. That would at least boost its combat abilities a little. Living in constant fear like this was unbearable. After the little pangolin went back to mining, Su Jingyan sat by the fire, flipping through the trading market. Considering the pangolin's alarming appetite, he decided to list the newly acquired Dark Knight bat hide for trade, hoping to exchange it for more food supplies. After all, the wild boar meat would only last a few more days, and having enough food at home was the only way to ease his anxiety. The world shrouded in mist was perpetually dark and foreboding. On this perilous land, the looming shadows of terrifying beasts constantly weighed on the hearts of the survivors. Su Jingyan sat alone by the campfire, staring into the flickering flames. His pet beast had gone down to the mines once again, leaving only the crackling fire to keep him company. In such a monotonous existence, time seemed to lose all meaning. Fortunately, his recent trades had gone relatively well. The shadow bat hide he listed in the market quickly found a buyer, earning him a box of tempting meat floss buns, a mysterious plant seed, and a large bag of bone-strengthening dog food. Looking at his haul, Su Jingyan couldn't help but feel that things were finally starting to improve. As time went on, the overall living conditions of the survivors had gradually improved, and resources were becoming more abundant. Of course, not everyone had made it this far. Those who couldn't progress likely had already drunk Meng Po's soup and been reincarnated by now. Su Jingyan had no idea about the vastness of this misty world or how many survivors remained. He only knew one thing. The progress of others couldn't outpace his own too quickly, nor could they fall too far behind. The ideal scenario was for everyone to stay at a level just below his. When the mist cleared, a sealed cardboard box bound tightly with tape appeared beside the campfire, along with a bag of dog food nearly as tall as his knees. I wonder if pangolins can eat dog food, Su Jingyan muttered. The dog food was something he'd bartered for during his negotiations, and he was determined not to let it go to waste. Picking up the mysterious plant seed, Su Jingyan decided to plant it. It wasn't just to test its value, but also to add a bit of anticipation to his dull life. Carefully, He buried the seed in the soil far from the campfire. A panel immediately popped up in front of him. Z plant seed growth progress, 0. Current status, growth stalled. Unsuitable soil conditions. Transplant to nutrient-rich soil to resolve. After pondering for a moment, Su Jingyan fetched the last bit of pig intestines left by his little companion. Overcoming his disgust, he used an unused sharp claw to open the intestines and poured the juices around the seed in the soil. However, the panel still showed no change. Maybe it needs time for the nutrients to seep in? Su Jingyan wasn't in a rush. After all, he'd heard during the trade that this seed was incredibly resilient and unlikely to die. Later, he lay down on his bed and drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, he sensed something was off. There was an unusual discomfort in his throat when he swallowed. Trying again, he noticed a faint pain and a feeling of blockage in his throat. Damn it, am I catching a cold? Opening the chat panel, Su Jingyan realized he wasn't the only one experiencing these symptoms. The chat was already in an uproar. Help, I barely survived with my pet, and now I've got a fever. I feel like I'm done for. Same here, my throat feels awful. Pretty sure it's a cold. But there's no cold medicine on the trade market. If your throat's uncomfortable, it means you're already sick. At this point, taking medicine won't help. You're in for it. Anyone who can, I suggest expanding your campfire range. This misty world is way too cold. The chat panel was flooded with complaints about cold symptoms, signaling that this illness was about to sweep across the entire misty world. At first, everything seemed fine, but after a nap in this unfamiliar environment, things took a turn for the worse. Those who had to make do with sleeping on the hard ground almost invariably fell ill. Even though Su Jingyan had a bed, he couldn't escape the grip of a cold. He opened the trading market and carefully searched for remedies. As expected, there was no information about cold medicine available. It made sense ordinary resources were worthless in exchange, and if he used extraordinary resources, the other party would undoubtedly take advantage and demand an exorbitant price. Unwilling to suffer such a loss, Su Jingyan decided to tough it out. It's just a little cold, he muttered, wrapping himself tightly in his clothes and curling up by the fire for warmth. Before long, the little pangolin emerged from its burrow, holding a freshly unearthed fire crystal in its claws. Well done, little guy, Su Jingyan said with delight. Taking the fire crystal, he was about to place it in his silver chest when he froze. The number of fire crystals in the chest far exceeded his expectations. Including this one, he had amassed a total of 14. He glanced at the campfire panel and saw the following data displayed. Home campfire illumination range, 20-meter diameter adjustable. Hourly wood consumption, 50 units. Remaining wood, 12,966 units. Estimated burn time, 259 hours. Current level, level 1. No special effects. It dawned on Su Jingyan that he had been asleep for over 3 hours. No wonder the number of fire crystals had surged during this time. The little pangolin had been diligently mining. Feeling touched, Su Jingyan prepared a hearty reward meal, a piece of jerky in a stone bowl, topped with dog food and fresh spring water. The little guy clearly enjoyed the feast, eating with more enthusiasm than when it had devoured the pig intestines before. Good, glad you like dog food. After all, we're both single dogs, Su Jingyan joked with a self-deprecating smile. The little pangolin looked up at him with its bright, expressive eyes, as if to protest that it was still just a baby. After it finished eating, Su Jingyan checked the pet panel again. Pet, Chinese pangolin. True name, unnamed. Attribute, metal. Level, infant stage. Tier 1, 57. Skills, none. Specialty, digging. The nutritious dog food meal seemed to be far more effective than pig intestines, as its growth rate had significantly increased. The little pangolin went back to digging, while Su Jingyan, filled with excitement, took 9 fire crystals to the workbench. Consume 9 fire crystals. Workbench successfully charged. Current energy, 100 points. Without hesitation, he clicked the highly anticipated button on the workbench panel. The iron-reinforced wooden workbench emitted a ring of blue light, and a rapidly spinning energy sphere formed on the surface, eventually transforming into a blue blueprint. Consume 100 energy points. Blueprint successfully learned. Su Jingyan leaned in to examine the hard-earned blueprint. Thermal imaging drone blueprint. A nimble, small drone equipped with thermal imaging capabilities. Maximum operational range, 1,000 meters. Can be crafted repeatedly at the workbench. Required materials, iron 5, alloy 1, plastic 5. A thermal imaging drone? Su Jingyan exclaimed in surprise, staring at the blueprint. Then he looked beyond the illuminated area of the campfire into the surrounding mist. Finally, he could explore the mysterious terrain around him. After studying the drone blueprint, Su Jingyan took inventory of his materials. Only 5 fire crystals remained. Though his supply of iron was sufficient, the leftover amount from making the workbench was enough to produce 5 drones. However, both the alloy and plastic needed to be restocked. prompting him to consider heading to the market for trading. He rummaged through his storage space and found that, aside from the sharp claws of clawed beasts, the only item worth trading was the fire crystal. This rare and extraordinary resource never seemed to last long. Fortunately, the materials required for the two blueprints he currently possessed were relatively common, making them easier to trade for. Su Jingyan understood well that acquiring rare materials would come at a much higher cost, just like his own blueprints, which were far too valuable to trade. When he opened the trading market, he noticed the interface had undergone a complete makeover. Each stall was now labeled with a unique title, such as King of Twin Wolves, Lin Yo, and Pig Rider Girl, replacing the previous straightforward listing of goods. This change even inspired him to come up with a title for himself. After some thought, he settled on or merchant. The updated trading market also featured a more convenient search function. Su Jingyan specifically looked for stalls with the title General Goods Trader and quickly found the alloy and plastic he needed. One stall, named Foggy General Goods Trader, caught his attention. It offered a wide variety of items, though they were all ordinary supplies without any extraordinary resources. One fire crystal, and I'll take all of your goods, Su Jingyan said bluntly. Fire crystals are valuable, but I have quite a lot of goods. The Foggy General Goods Trader hesitated. Seeing the hesitation, Su Jingyan was already considering moving on to another trader. However, the merchant quickly changed his tune, saying, "Deal, but could you add a trade lock?" A trade lock? Su Jingyan asked. Since the market update, everyone gets 10 lock slots to make future trades more convenient, the trader explained. After a brief moment of thought, Su Jingyan agreed. After all, he often had fire crystals to trade, and the merchant's wide variety of goods might come in handy in the future. The deal was completed, leaving Su Jingyan with 4 fire crystals in his inventory. As the mist around the campfire cleared, Su Jingyan was stunned by the sight of the pile of goods that had appeared in his homestead. A kettle, a tennis racket, a figurine of an evil deity, a mechanical keyboard, and even a refrigerator. These familiar modern items left him deeply perplexed. If everyone had been transported to another world, how could so many objects from modern society exist here? This question lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. Su Jingyan no longer dwelled on the things he couldn't figure out. He bent down, picked up the kettle from the ground, and placed it on the workbench over the drone blueprint. The system immediately displayed, Plastic 2 Alloy 1, successfully added. Next, he laid out the iron tools he had previously collected onto the workbench one by one. Iron 5, successfully added. Now, he was still short of Plastic 3. Glancing around at the scattered junk, his eyes landed on a few cheaply made figurines of evil gods. Though their designs were abstract, their material was exactly the plastic he needed. Placing the 3 figurines on the workbench, the system prompted, Plastic 3, successfully added. With all materials ready, the workbench began its operation. A low humming sound filled the air as a circle of blue light rose from the surface. The materials spun and fused together as if inside a tumbling washing machine. Moments later, a sleek, black miniature drone lay neatly on the workbench. Truly mystical craftsmanship, Su Jingyan murmured as he picked up the drone to examine it. After locating the power button, a panel displaying the drone's perspective immediately appeared before him. With just a thought, the drone's rotors began to spin, lifting gracefully into the air. It hovered and dove like an agile bird, maneuvering effortlessly in the space above. The extraordinary control experience brought a spark of excitement to Su Jingyan's eyes. He quickly directed his attention toward the dense fog outside, and the drone whirred as it plunged into the thick, deathly mist. Observing through the panel, he noticed that the thermal sensing drone's detection range was limited to only 20 or 30 meters due to the effects of the deathly fog. He first guided the drone to patrol around the campfire's perimeter. Soon, at the edge of the mist, he spotted a massive heat source. It was the terrifying giant beast from earlier. It remained motionless outside the campfire's reach. Though the mist obscured it from direct view, the thermal imaging clearly revealed its presence. Am I some sort of immortal being? Why do these beasts always seem to favor me? Su Jingyan thought wryly. This was already the second time a beast had blocked his shelter. Of course, he also understood that this might simply be survivor's bias. Those who encountered such situations but failed to notice in time were likely long devoured. Continuing to pilot the drone deeper into the mist, Su Jingyan aimed to survey the surrounding terrain. During his exploration, he discovered that he was situated on an extremely flat plain. However, what shocked him even more was that after flying just a few hundred meters, he encountered another colossal beast, so massive that it exceeded the drone's thermal detection range. His heartbeat quickened as he swiftly redirected the drone to explore the opposite direction. But the situation only worsened. There, too, lay another enormous creature in wait. Staring at the thermal imaging display filled with massive heat signatures that extended beyond detection limits, Su Jingyan was utterly stunned. Where exactly is my campfire located? How am I surrounded by so many giant beasts? A chill ran down his spine. If the mist goes berserk in a month and all these beasts charge at my shelter, wouldn't it be flattened in an instant? Su Jingyan carefully controlled a thermal sensing drone to scout within a 1 kilometer radius around the campfire in his home base. Eventually, he discovered 5 massive beasts. To his surprise, the one blocking the campfire was actually the smallest, less than a third the size of the others. The drones can also identify several objects resembling treasure chests scattered on the ground. Although the thermal imaging couldn't determine the chest's quality, the presence of so many colossal beasts nearby suggested their value was likely significant. Too bad I can only look but not take, Su Jingyan sighed. Until his pet beast grew stronger, he was confined to this small safe zone. To venture into the mist and explore, he first needed to deal with the nearest giant beast. After safely recalling the drone, Su Jingyan decided to improve his living space while he still had some energy. Using sharp claws, he carved a few wooden sticks and built a simple shelf, finally sparing his food from resting on the bacteria-laden ground. However, even such a basic task left him exhausted, as his pangolin-like traits doubled his energy consumption. Helping my pet beast rest seems easy, but it's just as draining, Su Jingyan thought helplessly. Thankfully, his efforts were not in vain. While Su Jingyan was resting on his bed, the little pangolin emerged from its underground burrow, pushing a heap of stones and excitedly handing him 3 fire crystals. Well done, Su Jingyan said with a tired but warm smile, accepting the fire crystals and placing them into the silver treasure chest. With 7 fire crystals now accumulated, things were indeed improving. Despite his fatigue, Su Jingyan forced himself to prepare food for the hungry little creature. With the underground tunnels expanding, the pangolin now had more space to move around. It would dig for a while, haul up stones, and only stop to rest when hunger struck. He poured out some dog kibble, paired it with a piece of pork jerky and bottled water. Noticing how quickly supplies were depleting, half a wild boar's worth of meat gone in just 2 days. With only 10 bottles of water left, Su Jingyan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. After the pangolin finished eating, Su Jingyan opened the pet beast interface to check its status. Pet beast, Chinese pangolin unnamed. Level, gold grade, juvenile stage 1, 77. Skills, none. Specialty, digging. Seeing the data nearing an upgrade, Su Jingyan wasn't surprised. His pet beast could eat 7 or 8 meals a day, each time consuming an enormous amount of food. This astonishing appetite, combined with its remarkable growth rate, was likely a hidden benefit of the fatigue synchronization ability granted by his beast taming talent. Once the pet beast had eaten its fill and completed its mining tasks, Su Jingyan reclined on a soft memory foam mattress, basking in the warm glow of the campfire as he checked the chat interface. He noticed that, in addition to the original, all, and nearby categories, new features for friends and groups had been added. The chat channel was bustling with activity, filled with recruitment messages from various organizations. The Wolf Alliance has been established. We warmly invite all brothers and sisters with wolf-type contract beasts to join us. Someone scoffed. Lone wolves are way cooler, aren't they? Only to be met with immediate rebuttal. Get lost. Pack wolves are the real deal. A single chopstick is easily broken, but a bundle of them is unbreakable. My mighty bull can knock you all flying with just 1 horn. Yeah, right, knock yourself out. Oh woo. The Akatsuki organization was also recruiting. Experts only. No rookies allowed. Think carefully before joining. Can your pet conquer the misty world? Can my 9-tailed fox join? Of course, Naruto brother. I'm a girl. Sorry, Naruto sister. Others promoted a more cooperative approach. The Beast Taming Alliance is recruiting with 0 entry barriers. Resource sharing and mutual aid. United we stand. What are you waiting for, brothers? Su Jingyan read through the lively recruitment messages, contemplating whether to join a group or create his own. However, given his current strength, joining a group might only make him a burden, unless he wanted to be treated as a charity case. While he did have a heart for helping others, that would have to wait until he became invincible. In his view, it was a question of efficiency. When weak, one could only save a single person with great effort. But if he could quickly grow to an invincible state, he could save thousands effortlessly. Believing in his pet beast's potential to carry him to greater heights, he chose the latter approach. Still, after some thought, he decided to create a group called the House of Oregon. Although he couldn't venture into the misty world for exploration, he could use the group to promote fire crystals and cultivate a base of regular customers. After all, every trip to the trading market required tedious searching, akin to paying with a $100 bill at a $5 store and having to deal with the hassle of getting change. Su Jingyan's goal was simple: to peacefully become a mining tycoon and build his fortune selling ore. I'm a mineral merchant. For anyone in need of fire crystals, feel free to join the Mineral Home Group. This is currently the only channel to learn about fire crystals. Su Jingyan repeatedly posted this message in the nearby chat and the global chat channels. As the only person in the Mist world to have been mentioned in an all-server broadcast, Su Jingyan's fame was widely recognized. However, very few people knew that the mineral merchant was Su Jingyan himself. Not many people reached out to him in private messages, and only about a dozen individuals had joined the group so far. Su Jingyan wasn't in a rush, though. He knew well that fire crystals couldn't possibly be the only type of mineral underground. Crystals with other elemental properties, like water crystals, earth crystals, and wood crystals, were bound to exist. Once he mined a wider variety of minerals, beast tamers specializing in other elements would naturally come to him. Besides, with the innate digging talent of his pangolin companion and the ample rest time he provided, his mining speed was guaranteed to surpass that of other tamers' pets. People in the group had already started asking questions. Boss, can fire crystals really help pets level up? Someone with the username Super Xiaoyun asked. Of course. You can think of fire crystals as the spiritual stones in cultivation world. Your pets leveling up is like them cultivating, Su Jingyan replied. Does it really work? Super Xiaoyun hesitated. Su Jingyan immediately began to enthusiastically promote the crystals, even though he wasn't completely certain about their actual effects on fire elemental pets. He guessed they might only provide a boost equivalent to a few good meals. After all, these crystals grew in large clusters underground. Even though only he could mine them for now, they probably weren't all that rare in essence. Boss, how much do fire crystals really help fire elemental pets? Someone named Terminator asked. Another user, Wang Ming, followed up with a similar question. Yeah, how much can one crystal improve a pet's level? After thinking for a moment, Su Jingyan decided to be partially honest. The specific effects vary depending on the pet, but it may not be as significant as you imagine. This ambiguous response highlighted a potential downside while leaving room for imagination. As expected, the group members expressed understanding and were eager to try the crystals for themselves. Boss, when will you start selling? I want to give it a shot, Terminator asked. I'll prioritize asking the group when I need other resources, Su Jingyan replied. Got it, got it, got it. Only 3 people responded. Su Jingyan glanced at the group member list. There were 12 members in total, but it seemed most of them were lurking silently. Su Jingyan decided to stop putting effort into managing the exchange of supplies and planned to simply ask about others' needs in the group chat when the time came. He believed that as long as someone had the resources, they would naturally step forward. If that didn't work, heading to the market later would still be an option. For now, he only needed to ensure he held the initiative. Lying on the bed, he activated sensory synchronization to observe the little pangolin's mining process through its perspective. The underground space was no longer just a simple tunnel. It had expanded into a cavernous mining area comparable to an underground chamber. This spacious environment allowed the pangolin to temporarily pile up the excavated rubble on one side, clearing it out in batches once the quantity accumulated. Bang! The pangolin's sharp claws plunged deep into the rock, and with a swift, precise motion, the stone was split into several pieces. Just then, Su Jingyan saw something exhilarating, a dazzling gemstone embedded in the rock wall. Unlike the red ones he had found before, this one radiated a brilliant golden light, standing out vividly in the pitch-black cavern. The sudden burst of intense light forced the pangolin to shut its eyes for a moment. After some time, it cautiously glanced at the golden gemstone with the corner of its eye. Little guy, dig it out quickly, Su Jingyan urged excitedly. Through the pangolin's perspective, he couldn't see the item's detailed information panel and had to suppress his overwhelming curiosity for the moment. Before long, the once dark tunnel was illuminated by the gemstone's bright glow as the little pangolin poked its scaled head out of the hole. Chirp! It carefully climbed out and handed the golden gemstone to Su Jingyan. The system identified it as a radiant energy activation gemstone, containing a massive amount of activating energy. It could push a pet beast into an energy surge state and even provide a chance to awaken new skills. Wow, a golden drop for real! Su Jingyan shouted in excitement, startling the little pangolin at his feet, which jumped in surprise. This gemstone was far superior to the fire crystals he had found before and was a godsend for the pangolin, which currently had no skills at all. Given the gemstone's immense value, Su Jingyan decided to save it for when the pangolin leveled up. At that point, its energy would be at its peak, maximizing the chance of skill awakening. All right, little guy, time to feast. Su Jingyan generously poured a full bowl of pet food into a stone dish, adding jerky and bottled water to the mix. Although the little pangolin hesitated at first, it soon couldn't resist the temptation of the feast and dove in like a miniature Trex, devouring the meal with gusto. Su Jingyan opened the pet beast interface and watched as the growth progress bar climbed quickly. The first stage of the juvenile level jumped from 79 to 83. Keep eating, he thought eagerly. When you level up and use the radiant gemstone, you'd better give me an incredible transformation. The pangolin buried its head in the stone bowl, devouring all the dog food and jerky in sight. Its tiny claws worked tirelessly, grabbing food without wasting a single morsel. However, to Su Jingyan's surprise, despite eating so much, its growth progress remained stuck at 91 of the first stage as a juvenile. Seeing it was just a small step away from leveling up, Su Jingyan bent down, ready to add more dog food to the stone bowl. But the little pangolin stretched out its paw to stop him. Its round belly was already stretched to the limit, clearly unable to handle another bite. After all, its body size was limited no matter how much it could eat. It couldn't surpass its physical capacity. All right then, time to let it digest, Su Jingyan said, temporarily storing the radiant gem in a silver chest. He then sat on the bed and activated sensory synchronization, preparing to observe the pangolin as it worked on mining. The little creature was impressively diligent, first hauling piles of rubble to the surface trip by trip and neatly stacking them at the edge of the firelight's range. These mounds of mining debris had already formed several small hills. Su Jingyan thought to himself that he'd need to find time to build a wall around the firelight's edge, not that it would stop any giant beasts, but at least it would offer some peace of mind from the eerie feeling of being watched by something lurking in the mist while he slept. 2 hours later, the hard-working pangolin emerged from the burrow with 3 newly mined fire crystals. The total number of fire crystals had now hit double digits, reaching 10. However, Su Jingyan was more concerned at the moment with the pangolin's progress in leveling up. He quickly refilled the stone bowl with dog food, adding pork and mineral water, a feast even more lavish than what he ate himself. The hungry pangolin eagerly dug in, its progress bar rising rapidly. 92, 93, 94, 95. When the progress was about to reach 99, Su Jingyan stopped it. He retrieved the radiant gem from the silver chest, hesitating over how to use it. Letting the pangolin swallow such a large gem directly seemed far too risky. To be safe, he decided to ask in the Miners Haven group chat, "Has anyone here used fire crystals before? They're like crystals, so how do you get a pet beast to absorb them?" It wasn't long before someone responded to his message. "My name is Wang Ming." A message popped up in the group chat. "Boss, you're selling fire crystals, and you don't even know how to use them?" Su Jingyan, a seasoned or merchant, was prepared for such questions. "Of course, I don't know. My pet beast isn't fire elemental and can't absorb fire energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be trading them." Wang Ming immediately showed interest. "How about this, boss? Give me a fire crystal, and I'll help you figure out how to use it on a pet beast." "Sure, but what will you offer in exchange?" Su Jingyan countered. "Wait, you're charging me? I'm offering to test it for free." "Boss, that's just too greedy," Wang Ming protested. At that moment, another group member, Terminator, chimed in. "Boss, I'll trade you 10 fire crystals for a blueprint." "Deal?" The offer caught Su Jingyan off guard. 10 fire crystals were enough to power a workbench and learn a random blueprint. Trading with Terminator would mean no profit, essentially a loss. "Tell me what blueprint it is first, then I'll consider," Su Jingyan replied cautiously. Private chat. Terminator kept it brief. But before Su Jingyan could respond, Super Xiao Yun jumped in enthusiastically. "Come on, just say it here in the group. Consider it as me owing you a favor for the intel." After a moment of silence, Terminator relented. "Fine. It's a campfire furnace blueprint. You can build it next to a campfire, use the campfire as fuel, and it can smelt ores and remove impurities from materials." Hearing the words campfire furnace, Su Jingyan immediately perked up. This was exactly what he had been looking for. "All right," he agreed, "but I don't have that many fire crystals right now. You'll have to wait until tomorrow." In reality, Su Jingyan had exactly 10 fire crystals on hand. He was just testing the waters. "So, you're saying you have a stable supply of fire crystals?" Terminator quickly caught on. Su Jingyan didn't hesitate to admit it. "Yes, and let's consider this a piece of intel to repay the favor you just did." Wang Ming chuckled. "Haha, I just scored 2 free pieces of intel. Now I know about the furnace and your fire crystal supply." "Thanks." "Just saying thanks won't cut it. How about something tangible?" Super Xiao Yun teased. "All right, I'll share some top-tier intel for free. Me name is Wang Ming." "Wang Ming is an idiot." Super Xiao Yun fired back. "Agreed," Terminator added. The light-hearted banter reminded Su Jingyan that he still had unfinished business. "So, none of you have actually used my fire crystals yet?" he asked urgently. After receiving a unanimous no from the group, Su Jingyan turned to Terminator. "How about I give you 5 fire crystals now to test, and I'll send the other 5 tomorrow?" Surprisingly, Terminator agreed without hesitation. Su Jingyan was puzzled, but decided not to overthink it. He retrieved all 10 fire crystals from his silver chest. Pulling Terminator into the trade market, he initiated the exchange. "Fire crystals x10. Don't tell the group this is everything I have. Just hand over the campfire furnace blueprint." Terminator responded, "Campfire furnace blueprint x1. Got it, boss. Don't worry, I understand it's all about keeping a low profile, right?" The trade was completed. The mist around the campfire cleared, revealing a blue blueprint. Su Jingyan confirmed its authenticity and noticed his little pet hesitating over the last bit of food in its stone bowl. He quickly returned to the group chat and urged, "Terminator, Hurry up and figure out how to get a pet beast to absorb fire crystals. I'm waiting for your update, it's urgent. Yeah, and remember to share it here. Everyone will owe you a favor for the intel, Super Xiaoyun added. Got it. Terminator replied enthusiastically. Before long, a new message appeared in the group chat of House of Ores. Boss, I just had my pet beast try it. This fire crystal melts in the mouth and can be directly absorbed. Terminator was the first to speak. Got it? I'll give it a try too, Su Jingyan quickly replied. Boss, what are you trying it for? Isn't your pet beast non-fire type? Can it even use fire crystals? Super Xiaoyun asked curiously. Su Jingyan ignored the discussion in the group chat and had already closed the panel. Holding the shimmering energy activation gem, he approached the little pangolin and gently said, It's all good now. Go ahead and eat. The little pangolin immediately lowered its head and focused on eating its kibble. Just as it was about to finish the last bite, Su Jingyan noticed that its progress bar on the panel had already reached maximum level. Hatchling Tier 100. Suddenly, the little pangolin lifted its head, its eyes shining with an incredulous glow as if it could feel the surging power within. Jia! It let out a cry toward the ceiling. Su Jingyan seized the moment and quickly pushed the strawberry-sized shimmering gem into its mouth. The little creature turned to look at its owner, its expression one of innocent bewilderment. In the next instant, a radiant light burst forth from its mouth, illuminating the entire space. The light quickly merged into its body, triggering a series of transformations. Jia! The little pangolin cried again, this time with a voice full of power. It felt a rush of heat coursing through its body, as though it was brimming with immense energy. Damn, this is getting intense. Could it be evolving? Su Jingyan activated sensory synchronization, carefully observing every detail. Moments later, the energy fluctuations began to subside. Some of the energy lingered in the pangolin's mouth, while the rest gathered slightly above its abdomen. Su Jingyan couldn't wait to check the pet beast panel. Pet beast, Chinese pangolin. True name, unnamed. Status, energy activated, fully energized. 24 hours remaining. Attribute, metal. Level, hatchling tier 20. Skill, copper teeth, iron stomach. Specialty, digging. A real awakened skill? Su Jingyan exclaimed in delight. Amazing! If I'd met it before coming to this hellhole, I would have taken it to buy a lottery ticket. Copper teeth, iron stomach passive skill. Teeth of copper, bite through heaven and earth. A stomach of iron, capable of digesting anything. The little pangolin's teeth underwent a shocking transformation, changing from its previously toothless state to 2 rows of razor-sharp serrated teeth glinting coldly, as terrifying as a shark's. If those teeth bit into someone's hand, it would likely leave a clean, smooth cross-section. The little creature tilted its head to look at its owner, seemingly still unsure of what had happened, though it felt an overwhelming surge of strength throughout its body. Kaka! It tested its new teeth by snapping at the air. Su Jingyan pointed to the stone bowl on the ground, which still held some leftover kibble and dried pork. The little pangolin immediately lowered its head and resumed eating. This time, it put its newly grown steel teeth to work, effortlessly crunching through the dried pork. In its enthusiasm, it accidentally took a bite out of the stone bowl's edge, leaving a noticeable chip. The pangolin hadn't yet realized it had bitten off part of the bowl. Amid the crisp crunching sounds, it swallowed the fragments of stone along with the dried pork. Su Jingyan watched this scene with a hint of delight. With the newly acquired steel teeth and iron stomach passive skill, this little creature was now truly capable of eating almost anything. After finishing the dried pork, the pangolin took a few sips of water and then looked up at Su Jingyan with an expression that seemed to say it wanted to continue mining. Keep eating, you're not done yet. Su Jingyan crouched down and held the stone bowl in front of the pangolin, deliberately showing the bitten-off edge. Look, you already ate this piece of rock. Here's some good news now, you can eat anything, even stones. The pangolin looked confused, blinking as it inspected the bowl. It could eat stones? And it had just unknowingly eaten a small piece? The genuine emotions conveyed through their bond gradually convinced it that its master was telling the truth. After a moment of hesitation, the pangolin bit into the stone bowl again. Crunch! Another neat chunk was bitten off. The stone made a crisp, cracking sound in its mouth before it was quickly swallowed. The pangolin could feel a warm sensation in its stomach as the food was rapidly digested. Seeing the pangolin's bewildered expression, Su Jingyan couldn't help teasing it. Haha, if you eat stones, you'll get constipated and block yourself up? QAQ. The pangolin instantly panicked. Just kidding. Su Jingyan quickly reassured it. You can digest anything now, and even extract nutrients from it. He glanced at the panel, which displayed level, juvenile stage 2, 13. Most of the progress came from the last bite of dried pork, but Su Jingyan was certain that even eating stones alone would allow the pangolin to grow slowly. Thinking about how powerful this little creature had become, he couldn't help but marvel. More importantly, this ability would greatly boost mining efficiency. Previously, the pangolin had to spend a lot of time carrying away debris. Now, it could eat the stones as it dug mining while nourishing itself. It was a perfect win-win. Go ahead, little one. From now on, just eat the stones you dig up, Su Jingyan said, waving as the pangolin prepared to burrow into the ground. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things. The path to invincibility now rested on this industrious, stone-eating little creature. After upgrading his pet beast and replacing the blueprint for the bonfire furnace, Su Jingyan looked at the empty silver chest and couldn't help but sigh. Although these were necessary expenses, he still hoped the little pangolin would return from the mine with a bountiful haul. Over the past few hours, his cold symptoms had worsened, evolving from a slight throat pain to a heavy-headed, dizzy feeling. Before going to sleep, Su Jingyan quickly filled his stomach a few pieces of dried pork and 2 small meat floss bread rolls, washed down with a large amount of water. As he lay back on the bed, he silently prayed that his condition wouldn't worsen by the time he woke up. About 4 hours later, Su Jingyan woke up groggily. Without a blanket, he didn't dare fall into a deep sleep. His nose was completely blocked, although not life-threatening. It was intensely uncomfortable. He tried inhaling deeply, but only made his congestion worse. I really need to get a blanket, Su Jingyan thought to himself. Otherwise, this cold might drag on for a long time. He took a big gulp of bottled water, which was something of a luxury in this misty world. But he couldn't afford to care about that now. Staying hydrated was crucial for recovery. Eager to check on the little creature's progress, Su Jingyan opened the silver chest beside his bed, only to find it completely empty. Through his synced perception, his view shifted to the pangolin, busy in the underground cavern. He saw it deftly digging its claws into the rock, pulling out a chunk of stone, and promptly swallowing it with a crisp crunch. Where's the haul from the past few hours? Su Jingyan asked through their mental connection. Hearing this, the little pangolin paused and turned to look behind itself. In the pitch-black cavern, a small pile of fire crystals radiated a warm orange glow, illuminating the surrounding space. Su Jingyan roughly counted there were at least 20 of them. Little guy, you're amazing, he couldn't help but exclaim, a joyful smile spreading across his face. No wonder the chest was empty. It turned out the pangolin had been working non-stop underground, digesting the rocks on the spot to maintain its productivity. All right, stop for now. Bring all those crystals up here, Su Jingyan instructed. The pangolin nodded in agreement and, due to the sheer quantity, had to make 2 trips to transport all the fire crystals to the surface. Looking at the fire crystal box half filled with silver, Su Jingyan burst into hearty laughter. This was the largest reserve of fire crystals he had ever amassed, doubling his previous record. Even more astonishing was the fact that all of this had appeared while he was sound asleep. Truly a tireless companion. Su Jingyan marveled silently, then opened the pet beast panel for his pangolin to check its details. Pet beast, Chinese pangolin. Status, unnamed, energy activated, full of vitality. Remaining time, 20 hours. Level, gold tier hatchling, stage 2, 37. Skill, iron stomach, copper teeth. Specialty, digging, only 37? Su Jingyan muttered, slightly disappointed. It seemed that simply feeding it dirt wasn't enough to spur significant growth. Although he'd once fantasized about letting the little guy feast on rocks to save costs, that idea clearly wasn't humane. If anyone asks me if I'm a good beast tamer, Su Jingyan declared confidently, I can proudly say I am. He even took it upon himself to handle the dull and tedious task of resting, so his little companion could keep digging uninterrupted. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Since this little guy can eat anything, fire crystals shouldn't be an exception, right? At present, the most nutrient-rich resource he had was undoubtedly fire crystals. These were typically reserved for trading, as they suited fire-type beasts. But now, perhaps his metallic pangolin could give it a try. Without hesitation, Su Jingyan took out a fire crystal and placed it into the stone bowl, which already bore 2 bite marks. Here you go, little one. Try something exciting. The pangolin tilted its head in confusion. Its owner was acting strange today, first making it eat rocks, and now asking it to try this warm, glowing crystal. Though still young, its bloodline memory told it that pangolins weren't meant to survive on rocks. Come on, give it a try. I bet it's tastier than the rocks, Su Jingyan encouraged. Ja. The little pangolin seemed to grumble. Why doesn't the master try it himself? Eventually, the tiny pangolin picked up the fire crystal. After a moment of hesitation, it took a gentle bite. Crunch. The bite released a rich fiery aroma, and molten-like energy slid down its throat, igniting a burning sensation throughout its body. The little pangolin let out a surprised cry, feeling a fiery heat coursing through it, but its eyes sparkled with delight. Su Jingyan quickly noticed the changes on the pet beast panel. The growth progress began to skyrocket. 42, 55, 67. It finally stopped at 82, with signs it could easily surpass 90. My goodness, Just one fire crystal can boost growth this much. Su Jingyan exclaimed with excitement. Without delay, he pulled out another fire crystal and placed it in the bowl. Hurry up and eat while it's still warm, it won't taste as good cold. Su Jingyan checked the status of his pet beast. Chinese pangolin, juvenile stage 3, 22, energy activation in progress, full of vitality. Remaining time, 20 hours. The little pangolin had just finished eating its second fire crystal, its round belly slightly bulging. It gently patted its stomach with its tiny claws and stuck out its tongue, clearly too full to eat any more. However, the abundant energy inside made it restless, looking eager to head into the mines and start digging for more crystals. Got the digging itch, huh? Su Jingyan chuckled and waved his hand. Go on, bring back plenty of fire crystals. Like I said, they'll handle your rest. The little pangolin cheerfully waved its claws, turned around, and burrowed into the ground. With a swish of its tail, it disappeared into the darkness. Su Jingyan returned to his bed and entered resting mode, all the while opening the chat panel of the Miner's Hub. Has anyone's pet beast leveled up? If so, let me know if the improvement is significant. Su Jingyan sent a message. He felt that his pangolin's progression to stage 3 hadn't brought any noticeable changes. Boss, is your pet about to level up? Super Xiaoyun was the first to reply. Pretty much. Just asking around in advance. Ha, boss, are you flexing on us? Wang Ming chimed in. My pet's only at juvenile stage 1, 32, and yours is already leveling up? Wang Ming, can you really compare yourself to the mining boss? Super Xiaoyun teased. Hilarious. Ever think it might just be that you're too slow? And how far along is your pet? Faster than mine? 33. I don't believe it. You're claiming to be just one ahead of me? Wanna bet on it? Alright, enough. I'm here to gather intel. If you two keep bickering, I'll kick you out. Su Jingyan interrupted their squabble with a sigh. These two always managed to derail the conversation. The silent lurkers in the chat were probably more reliable than these two. Just then, the dependable Terminator replied, Boss, you've come to the right person. Trust me, you won't get real intel in the global chat. Only your buddy here can give you the truth. Su Jingyan nodded in agreement. In the misty world, the global chat was a chaotic mix of truth and lies, impossible to sort out. Since no one could see each other face to face, there were no consequences for lying, making most of the conversations unreliable. Nearby chat was slightly better, but still lacked a foundation of trust. Alright, my good buddy, spill your intel. I'll share some of mine in return, Su Jingyan replied. A flurry of group chat messages scrolled quickly past. Didn't you swap me for fire crystals? I've already had my pet beast absorb 3 of them, and its level has jumped straight to Tier 4 Juvenile. Terminator announced in the group. Tier 4 Juvenile? Are the mine owner's fire crystals really that powerful? Wang Ming asked incredulously. Of course. From now on, I'm the owner's loyal customer. Terminator replied confidently. Boss, I want to trade too. Super Xiaoyun immediately chimed in. The ore merchant frowned and said, You two keep changing the subject and delaying my intel gathering. And you still expect to buy fire crystals? The two quickly apologized. Super Xiaoyun promised, huh? I was just following Wang Ming's lead. I swear I'll never change the subject again. Come on, he'll never interrupt the boss again. And being good now, please let it go, Wang Ming said, softening his tone. Only then did Terminator continue. Boss, after my pet beast reached Tier 4, its combat power nearly doubled. Tell me more, the ore merchant said, intrigued. I observed closely. With each upgrade, the flames my pet spits out grow stronger. At first, it was just a puff of fire, then a stream. And now it can even breathe out a wall of flames. Su Jingyan read through the messages, feeling a little disheartened. His little pangolin, despite its powerful abilities like steel teeth and an iron stomach, only had those strengths thanks to the energy-boosting gems that awakened its potential. Its vitality was a result of those positive effects as well. Pure level-ups didn't seem to make much of a difference. Maybe it's because my pet is just an ordinary creature? Su Jingyan pondered. The starting line is so different. They're driving sports cars while I'm pedaling a bicycle. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. Right now, their sports cars were still in the early stages and running low on fuel, while his bicycle could rely on his beast-taming talent to keep his pet fighting continuously. If he pushed himself to pedal hard, who could outrun him? Shaking off that twinge of envy, Su Jingyan got up and walked to his workstation, picking up a blueprint to inspect it closely. The blueprint for the bonfire furnace read. A furnace fueled by bonfire flames, used for smelting equipment and refining ores. Required materials, iron X10, fire spirit core X1. The fewer materials needed, the harder it is to build, Su Jingyan mused. A fire spirit core is an extraordinary resource, and it's probably impossible to obtain at this stage, even through trade. Given that he was currently ahead of the pack, many resources he owned were unique to him. While this was an advantage, it was also a drawback. With others lagging behind in development, trading for high-level resources from them was nearly impossible. If the fire spirit core is out of reach for now, they'll just trade for iron instead. Su Jingyan opened the or house group chat, ready to seek help. Terminator, I want to trade for some iron. They'll use a fire crystal in exchange. They'll give you one to hold on to first. How about it? He asked in the group. Boss, I get it. Leave this small task to your loyal customer. Terminator immediately replied. Boss, I'm also one of your loyal customers. You can't play favorites, let me handle it. Super Xiaoyun jumped in. Me too. Me too. Wang Ming said, joining the fray. Get lost. Super Xiaoyun snapped back without hesitation. These two were at it again. Su Jingyan glanced at the chat between Super Xiaoyun and my name is Wang Ming in the group, and a wave of irritation surged within him. He initially wanted to lash out, but on second thought, it wasn't wise to put all his eggs in the Terminator's basket. Observing the three most active members in the group, apart from the simple-minded Terminator, the other two didn't seem particularly sharp either. Since the Terminator was likely busy leveling up his pet beast, Su Jingyan figured he might as well try working with someone else. Pick me. My name is Wang Ming. Choose me. Wang Ming eagerly shouted. Su Jingyan looked at these two clowns' responses, a subtle, meaningful smile tugging at the corner of his lips. But let's make it clear first, I'll only deposit one fire crystal with you. The amount of resources I get in return will be up to me to decide. What the heck? Boss, are you some kind of swindler? Super Xiaoyun immediately protested. Yeah, everyone knows that unfair terms like that are legally invalid. Wang Ming chimed in. Su Jingyan was surprised they even knew about the law. He had assumed they were as gullible as the Terminator. However, in this world, laws were meaningless, and the upper hand was always his. If persuasion didn't work, he could always resort to more forceful measures. Fine, then he'll just ask the Terminator for help. Consider it me owing him a favor, Su Jingyan said indifferently. Wait, not so fast, Swinlu, boss. Let me think for 2 seconds. Super Xiaoyun quickly corrected himself. What's there to think about? I'm the one giving you the fire crystal first. You could even just run off with it. If anything, I should be the one worried. That actually makes sense. Super Xiaoyun suddenly realized. Su Jingyan had hoped to build some trustworthy relationships even if he lost a fire crystal. It would be worth it to understand someone's character. Yet, unexpectedly, these two seemed more concerned about him. Wang Ming, feeling it wasn't a fair deal, had gone completely silent. Clearly, he wasn't one to be easily duped either. Hey, race the deal. If you're in, they'll deposit one fire crystal with you. In return, you'll use your own resources to trade for 10 units of iron for me, Su Jingyan proposed. Deal. I trust you. Boss, you're definitely not a swindler. I'll go get you 10 units of iron right now. Super Xiaoyun agreed without hesitation. A while later, Super Xiaoyun followed up with another question. Boss, what exactly do you mean by 10 units of iron? Iron balls, iron blocks, or iron ingots? Anything works, as long as it's something with a high iron content, Su Jingyan replied casually. That's such a loose requirement? Got it. Mission accepted. Lying on his bed, Su Jingyan activated his sensory link to observe his little pangolin digging for minerals. The thought of spending the rest of his life in this misty world with his pet beast crossed his mind. Aside from the occasional life-or-death crisis, most of the time felt monotonously dull. While he took care to ensure his pet got enough rest, he himself could only idly watch the little pangolin dig away. Clink-clink pangolin persistently repeated its digging motions, its claws dancing across the hard rock as if savoring a delicious snack. Su Jingyan watched the scene, a sense of pride welling up in his chest. Although he had initially thought the pangolin was weak and fragile, he had now fully embraced all of its unique traits. To him, being a beast tamer meant helping his companion grow stronger and more capable. He had already devised a plan for the mist uprising set to happen in a month, to excavate a large underground safe house. No matter how ferocious a beast might be, it couldn't burrow underground, right? However, the plan wasn't without its risks. If the bonfire marking their surface home was destroyed and the mist claimed the area, they could be permanently trapped underground. As he mulled over the details, a notification popped up in the Miners Haven group chat. Boss, the 10 pieces of iron are ready. Hurry up and trade. I need the fire crystal, wrote Super Xiaoyun. Su Jingyan quickly initiated the trade, exchanging 10 iron sides for a single fire crystal. Boss, don't say stuff like that. My mom always said only scammers make empty promises, Super Xiaoyun replied, clearly skeptical about Su Jingyan's promise of granting second-tier loyal customers priority access to rare ores. Su Jingyan didn't respond, merely stood by the bonfire, waiting for the trade to finalize. White mist flashed and dissipated, and 10 iron scythes materialized on the workstation. The system notification confirmed. Iron X10, successfully added. Now, the only thing missing for the bonfire furnace was the hardest to obtain item, the fire spirit core. Su Jingyan wasn't in a rush, though. For now, his little pangolin could only dig up fire crystals and shining energy gems. She wouldn't need the furnace just yet. Fortunately, with its newfound copper teeth and iron stomach ability, it no longer had to waste time hauling rubble and could dig much deeper. Just as Su Jingyan was about to take a break, a global broadcast echoed in his mind. The game world had been running for 3 days, and the number of survivors had dropped to less than a third of the starting count. The system then announced the launch of the Pet Beast leaderboard, promising rewards based on rankings. The global chat instantly erupted with activity. Where can we see the rankings? God, please let my pet be at the top. My pet's ranked in the top 10,000. The rest of you are trash. Su Jingyan glanced at the flurry of messages, curiosity stirring within him. He wondered where his little third-tier pangolin would rank among all the others. Su Jingyan stared at the system panel, feeling a bit puzzled. The Pet Beast level leaderboard had been added as a new category alongside the initial categories of bonfire, chat, market, and pet beast. It was prominently displayed, yet people still kept asking about it in the global chat. When he opened the leaderboard, his eyes were immediately drawn to the data of the top 3. First, Yunming Eagle, hatchling tier 7. Second, Crimson Flame Blood Dragon, hatchling tier 7. Third, Ghost Thief, hatchling tier 6. This can't be real. Su Jingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. It was only the 4th day, and someone had already raised their pet beast to hatchling tier 7. The progress was simply astonishing. Instinctively, he glanced at his own ranking. Chinese Pangolin, hatchling tier 3, rank 137. While he could still earn a golden treasure chest as a reward, the gap between him and the top 3 was massive. Feeling a mix of unease, Su Jingyan opened the House of Minerals group chat. Inside, the 3 most active members were chatting enthusiastically. Have you seen the leaderboard? I'm ranked beyond 10 billion. Wang Ming's tone was filled with frustration. Haha, I'm ranked within 1 billion. I've outperformed 97 of people. Xiaoyan boasted proudly. What about you, Terminator? Wang Ming asked urgently. You're definitely not ranked higher than me, right? The Terminator hesitated. Well, I'm afraid it might discourage you if I say it. Unless you're willing to owe me a piece of intel. Su Jingyan's interest was piqued. Xiaoyun, Wang Ming, why don't you first share your ranking rewards? That could count as a fair trade of information. We'll get a bronze treasure chest, Xiaoyun quickly replied. Wang Ming responded only with an ellipsis, which made Su Jingyan a bit annoyed. Just as he was about to warn against this one-sided behavior, Xiaoyun suddenly reminded him, Boss, actually, only those ranked within 1 billion can get rewards. I really can't say anything. Wang Ming hurriedly explained. Beyond 10 billion, there's not even air as a reward. It was then that Su Jingyan realized his oversight. While he hadn't expected his pangolin to rank first, he hadn't anticipated the rankings to have such a massive disparity, nor had he paid attention to details like the reward thresholds. Terminator, I already shared my ranking reward. Now it's your turn, Xiaoyan pressed. My name is Wang Ming. A voice suddenly rang out in the group chat, quickly adding, Ah yes, I remember now. We're not even on the same level. Your pet beast is only a tier 4 juvenile. The Terminator responded calmly. That's right. My pet beast is indeed a tier 4 juvenile, ranked 14th, and the reward is a platinum treasure chest. 14th place. Super Little Yun exclaimed in shock. Wang Ming sounded a bit excited. No way, man. A platinum treasure chest? I've never even heard of that. Once the rewards are distributed, you're going to take off, aren't you? The ore merchant chimed in with congratulations. Congrats, congrats. The 14th ranked player among all humanity is actually in our group chat. Su Jingyan quietly reflected on all of this. The current level gaps were indeed small. His little pangolin was only a tier 3 juvenile, ranked in the hundreds. Meanwhile, the Terminator's pet beast was just one small tier higher, yet it had climbed all the way to 14th place. This revealed that among the top 100 ranked beasts, likely half of them were still tier 3 juveniles, only ranked higher because they had leveled up earlier. This realization gave Su Jingyan a sense of relief. A few small level gaps only meant others had a head start. Now that his little guy could eat, or catching up was just a matter of time. He thought about how his pangolin had shown no progress for the first 2 days, only to suddenly break through to tier 3 on the 3rd day. And with its new Copper Fong Iron Stomach ability, capable of digesting fire crystals, it might even reach max tier in a week and claim the top spot on the leaderboard. The Terminator suddenly asked, Boss, when the leaderboard resets in a week, if I don't want to open the platinum treasure chest, could you trade me fire crystals for it? The ore merchant quickly agreed, of course. Su Jingyan was taken aback. This guy didn't even want the platinum treasure chest? Was the allure of fire crystals really that strong? Although he was suspicious, as a shrewd businessman, he wouldn't let any doubt show. Are you serious, man? Have you quit some kind of addiction? Wang Ming asked incredulously. You're giving up a platinum treasure chest for fire crystals? Super Little Yun also tried to persuade him. Yeah, I mean, fire crystals are great, but levels are fixed, while the treasure chest is full of possibilities. The Terminator, however, remained resolute. It's fine. I can't take full advantage of the platinum treasure chest. There's no guarantee it'll be worth more than just the chest itself. Besides, without fire crystals, my pet beast wouldn't have reached this level and I wouldn't have gotten the chest in the first place. Honestly, I owe the boss my thanks. This statement left Su Jingyan feeling a bit guilty. The Terminator's sincerity was striking, was genuinely grateful just for the chance to trade resources. Su Jingyan couldn't help but wonder how he'd react if he were faced with a cunning merchant like himself. Thanks, Terminator. I'm truly touched. Don't worry, I'll make sure you come out ahead in this deal. Su Jingyan responded warmly on the surface, while secretly calculating. Still, I won't lose out either. The Terminator continued. All right, let me think about how many fire crystals the platinum treasure chest is worth. I'll give you a number later, boss. Sure, fire crystals are no problem. Su Jingyan was already convinced that the Terminator, with his straightforward nature and love for fire crystals, was a customer worth cultivating. Trading a platinum treasure chest for fire crystals such a wild decision. Anyone else would have kept the chest for themselves. For the first time, Su Jingyan truly appreciated the tangible benefits of creating the Or House group chat. He closed his eyes and activated sensory synchronization, observing through his pangolin's perspective. Ever since its upgrade, the little guy had been tirelessly digging underground. As if it didn't know the meaning of exhaustion, it had already uncovered 5 or 6 fire crystals, neatly piled in the cavern, their faint glow reflecting off the rocky walls and casting a silhouette of its diligent work. Crunch, crunch. The little pangolin continued devouring rocks with gusto. Watching this, Su Jingyan nodded with satisfaction. With this little guy, fire crystals would never be in short supply. Upon waking up, Su Jingyan immediately checked the campfire panel. It displayed detailed information. The diameter of the campfire's illumination range was 20 meters adjustable, currently consuming 50 units of firewood per hour, with 12,412 units remaining, estimated to burn for another 248 hours. The campfire was at level 1, with no special effects yet. Ahem. Su Jingyan cleared his throat. Judging by his sleep duration, he estimated he had only slept for about 6 hours. Without the warmth of a proper blanket, it was impossible to enjoy the luxury of a 12-hour sleep like before. Each time he woke up, his cold symptoms seemed to worsen. It was the second day of his illness, currently in the early mid-stage. After another sleep, he would likely enter the most severe mid-stage, where all the negative effects would hit him hard. He activated his sensory ability to check on the little pangolin's progress. Through their mental connection, he saw the small creature tirelessly mining, occasionally nibbling on rocks. While the nutrients from the rocks weren't particularly beneficial for its growth, they were just enough to sustain its hunger and allow it to keep working. Good morning, little guy. How many ores have you dug up? Su Jingyan greeted it through their mental link. Hearing its master's voice, the previously bored little pangolin immediately perked up. It turned around and pointed behind it, revealing a large pile of fire crystals on the ground in astonishing quantity. Incredible. There must be at least 50 or 60 pieces here. Su Jingyan exclaimed in amazement. The little pangolin responded with an enthusiastic chirp, though it didn't know how to count, it only knew how to dig and eat rocks. Just as Su Jingyan was about to instruct it to bring the fire crystals up, the little pangolin gestured for him to follow it to see something. It maneuvered around a rock wall and entered a narrow tunnel. After crawling for several meters, the path opened up into a vast natural cave. The cave was about 10 meters high, filled with bizarre stalactites, and echoed with eerie sounds. This space was several times larger than the underground chamber the pangolin had previously excavated. Upon inquiry, Su Jingyan learned that after discovering this cave, the cautious little creature had refrained from venturing further in. Instead, it retreated and continued mining elsewhere, waiting for its master's instructions. With the pangolin's keen hearing, Su Jingyan picked up on the unusual noises within the cave, dripping water, strange breathing sounds, and even faint, scuttling footsteps. Clearly, some unknown creatures were lurking in this place. Get back immediately and bring the fire crystals up first. This cave isn't safe. Su Jingyan ordered without hesitation. The little pangolin obeyed and made 3 trips, transporting all the fire crystals to the illuminated area near the campfire on the surface. All the fire crystals were stored in the silver treasure chest, which was now filled with 74 pieces, with even a dozen or so left unable to fit. Su Jingyan gazed at the chest, the orange glow of the fire crystals reflecting in his pupils. Though their warmth was not as intense as a campfire, they filled him with an incomparable sense of comfort. My pet beast level may not be the highest yet, but when it comes to resources, I'm definitely the richest human alive. Su Jingyan exclaimed to himself, his face glowing with delight. All of this was thanks to his beloved pet, the little pangolin. Without hesitation, Su Jingyan took out 10 fire crystals from the chest and placed them in a specially prepared stone basin with a notch. Here, eat up. The little pangolin immediately perked up, grabbing a fire crystal with its claws and munching on it like a nut. Watching it enjoy its meal, Su Jingyan suddenly realized something: this little creature still didn't have a name. As someone notoriously bad at naming, he'd been unable to come up with a fitting one. But at this moment, inspiration struck. Little guy, since you keep mining and bringing me wealth, how about I call you Yuan Bao? He suggested. The little pangolin looked up at its owner while chewing, letting out a cheerful chirp to show its approval before continuing its feast. It devoured 3 fire crystals in one sitting. Su Jingyan noticed that as its level increased, its appetite was steadily growing as well. He opened the Pet Beast interface. Pet Beast, Chinese pangolin. True name, Yuan Bao. Attribute, metal. Level, juvenile, tier 4, 77. Skill, copper teeth and iron stomach. Specialty, digging. Not bad. A single meal brought it from tier 3 to tier 4. At this rate, it might reach tier 5 after its next meal. Su Jingyan thought, feeling very satisfied. He believed the skill, copper teeth and iron stomach was practically tailor-made for Yuan Bao. Need to clear away debris while mining. It could just eat everything. Although as a metal-type pet, its improvement from consuming fire crystals was not as effective as it would be for a fire-type pet. The sheer quantity of fire crystals it mined more than made up for this inefficiency. After eating its fill, Yuan Bao patted its now round belly, radiating a warm and contented aura. Feeling energized, it prepared to resume mining. Go ahead, I'll keep an eye on things, Su Jingyan said with a nod of approval. Watching Yuan Bao burrow back into the ground, he began to consider a new idea since he had discovered an unknown underground cave. Could Yuan Bao's current abilities be strong enough to explore it further? Truth be told, apart from a few tentative steps beyond the campfire's range, Su Jingyan had never truly ventured into the outside world. He was both curious and apprehensive. The biggest concern was a lack of firepower, and from Yuan Bao's defensive behavior during its previous battle with a clawed beast curling up into a ball, it was clear that its timid nature was another issue. Suddenly, Su Jingyan smacked his forehead. Wait a minute, didn't I already come up with a solution for this? His gaze shifted to the thermal sensing drone parked not far from the campfire. Although the drone could only transmit basic heat-differentiated visuals, it should be sufficient for preliminary terrain exploration and scouting potential threats. Buzz, 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 the sound echoed as Su Jingyan maneuvered his little pangolin, Yuan Bao, to guide the drone underground. In the dimly lit cavern, he remotely activated the device and switched on the thermal imaging function. However, the low-temperature environment severely impacted the imaging quality, leaving the screen blurry and only faint colors vaguely visible. The drone had barely flown a short distance forward when the footage suddenly jolted, followed by a faint thud before the screen froze entirely. Su Jingyan scratched his head in thought. It seemed this thermal drone wasn't suited for such a complex underground environment, and upgrade or modification would likely be necessary. Yuan Bao, go fetch the drone. It probably hit a wall, he instructed the little pangolin. Yuan Bao scurried into the tunnel but quickly encountered a dilemma: fork in the path with 2 pitch-black passages ahead. Su Jingyan paused to recall the drone's trajectory and concluded, it should have gone left. Move forward and check it out, but be cautious. If something feels off, retreat immediately. If it's too risky, just abandon the drone. The little pangolin cautiously examined its surroundings before choosing the left passage. After advancing about 10 meters, it spotted the drone lying belly up. Strangely, it wasn't near the rock wall but instead right in the middle of the passage. Something's wrong. Retreat now. Forget the drone. Su Jingyan immediately sensed danger. Though Yuan Bao seemed puzzled, it quickly turned and bolted. Just then, a sharp whoosh sound came from behind, followed by a sudden, searing pain in Yuan Bao's back. Due to their synced sensations, Su Jingyan felt the same jolt of pain, like being struck by lightning, accompanied by a numbness spreading from the impact site. A sinister laugh echoed from behind, followed by another long-range attack. Whoosh! This strike sent Yuan Bao tumbling to the ground, completely losing its balance. Don't be afraid, little one. Get up. The exit is just ahead, Su Jingyan urged anxiously. But Yuan Bao lay motionless, staring at the tunnel exit just a few meters away. Overwhelmed by fear, its body was paralyzed, unable to muster any strength. A panicked and helpless cry from Yuan Bao echoed in Su Jingyan's mind. Thinking quickly, he commanded, little one, if you can't get up, don't force it. Curl into a ball and roll straight into the tunnel. Though terrified, Yuan Bao's survival instincts kicked in, and it immediately obeyed its master's instructions. It tucked its head into its warm belly, spread its scales, and curled into a tough, armored ball. It attempted to roll, producing a series of rumbling sounds. At that moment, another attack came, accompanied by a sharp whooshing noise. The strike not only failed to harm Yuan Bao, but also sent its spherical form spinning like a top. The little pangolin became dizzy from the rapid rotation, seeing stars as it completely lost its sense of direction. The escape tunnel was mere inches away, yet it now seemed impossibly far. You've got to be kidding me. Su Jingyan angrily pounded his mattress. Watching his pet teeter on the brink of danger, he could only shout words of encouragement. Little one, if you can't escape, then fight with everything you've got. Hearing its master's voice, Yuan Bao gathered a bit of resolve, but was still unable to fully overcome its fear. Sensing this, Su Jingyan resorted to his signature motivational tactic. Think about it: if you give up now, you'll never taste fire crystals again, let alone those even tastier minerals. And most importantly, you haven't tried termites yet. They're the #1 delicacy for pangolins, and your long tongue was made for eating them. Chirp. At the mention of termites, something primal in Yuan Bao's pangolin instincts awakened. Although it had no idea what termites were, it firmly believed that a pangolin's life would be incomplete without tasting them at least once. The little creature finally mustered its courage, planting its claws firmly on the ground as it stood up. Like a miniature Trex, it puffed out its chest. Encouraged by Su Jingyan, it slowly turned around to face its pursuer Hedon for the first time. On the dimly lit rocky surface stood a bizarre, ice-like creature only about 50 centimeters tall. Its limbs were as thin as icicles, and it was currently forming an incomplete ice spike with its tiny hands. Seriously? This little thing chased us all this way? Su Jingyan couldn't help but laugh. The icy creature was even smaller than Yuan Bao. The ice creature opened its toothless mouth and let out an eerie chuckle. With the mystery unraveled, Yuan Bao's fear evaporated, and its courage surged to the surface. Letting out a fierce roar, it charged at its opponent with its claws raised. The ice creature managed to form and hurl 2 ice spikes, but this time Yuan Bao was ready. It deflected the projectiles with its armored scales and pounced on the ice creature, attacking with the ferocity of a starving beast. When the ice creature tried to block with its icy hands, Bao bit them off. When it kicked with its icy feet, those were bitten off too. Even as it was being dismantled, the ice creature continued its eerie laughter. Frustrated, Yuan Bao decided to bite off its mouth as well. To its surprise, the icy creature tasted surprisingly good, so Yuan Bao went ahead and devoured the entire thing. In the pitch-black cavern, the sound of teeth-gritting chewing lingered for a moment before fading into silence. Little one, this time you first fled in panic, but then easily defeated your opponent. What did you learn from this? Su Jingyan summarized. Yuan Bao exhaled a cold breath and made a jia sound. Expressing its thoughts, it seemed to imply that the taste of ice was not bad. What? All you think is that ice tastes good? You're such a foodie, Su Jingyan said, slightly taken aback. Then, he offered some advice. This teaches us that there's no need to fear any situation. Sometimes, what you face might just be a paper tiger. Yuan Bao let out another jia, as if to say, when you told me to run earlier, you were clearly scared too. Everyone gets scared. Was I scared? Su Jingyan said helplessly. I was just worried about you. Never mind. He thought to himself. At least Yuan Bao had mustered the courage to face its opponent this time. Although its timid nature wouldn't change overnight, this was still progress. Let's retrieve the drone first. I'll also check if eating that ice chunk has caused any changes in you. Moments later, a small head popped out of the cave. Yuan Bao jumped out, clutching the drone, and placed it on the ground. Su Jingyan opened the pet beast interface and noticed that Yuan Bao had leveled up directly, with its growth progress reaching juvenile stage, Tier 5, 81. Reaching Tier 5 marked the midpoint of its juvenile phase. Upon closer examination, he observed that Yuan Bao's scales appeared shinier, and its defense capabilities had clearly improved compared to when it was at Tier 1. Eating enemies to grow at rapid progress. With this level-up speed, there's no doubt it'll claim the top spot in next week's rankings, Su Jingyan said with a smirk. Afterward, Yuan Bao continued mining. While Su Jingyan temporarily gave up on using the drone to explore the cave, it was too difficult to control due to blurry imaging, and even a beast attack could be mistaken for a crash. He opened the chat panel in the Miner's Haven app and posted a message. Good news, I now have an abundant supply of fire crystals. Stop lurking, everyone. If you need to trade, hit me up. Currently, his fire crystal stockpile exceeded the capacity of a silver treasure chest, and with Yuan Bao's consumption rate, the reserves were far more than necessary. Su Jingyan reasoned that hoarding them without use would be a low-sin time. As everyone progressed, fire crystals would inevitably depreciate. Although they wouldn't lose all value, they wouldn't remain as precious as they were now. After all, other people's pet beasts could mine too, albeit less efficiently than his. A moment later, a user named Black Scale replied, Boss, what are you looking for? No specific requirements. Basic resources or extraordinary ones. I'll take anything useful. Su Jingyan responded. How about 10 cans of luncheon meat for 1 fire crystal? Su Jingyan pondered for a moment. Luncheon meat was indeed nice, but sticking to his merchant instincts, he decided to haggle a bit. Not bad, but not very tempting. Add a little more and we've got a deal. Hey Lin, swap it for a frying pan. No more than that. Su Jingyan was haggling with his trade partner. Soon, he struck a deal with the ore vendor. 10 cans of luncheon meat for 1 frying pan. For someone who had been surviving on dried pork jerky and meat floss bread every day, this was a welcome change. It meant he could finally switch up his meals. Carefully, he stored away the canned meat delivered through the mist and placed the frying pan by the campfire. If he could trade for some oil next, he thought, he might even be able to stir-fry dishes in the future. Not long after, a stranger named Lin Lin sent him a message. Hey boss, I've got an extraordinary telescope that can detect the energy levels of beasts. It's worth at least 20 fire crystals. Interested? Su Jingyan's curiosity was piqued. He had been wondering about the level of the giant beast lurking outside his shelter. However, he deliberately asked, what does detecting energy levels mean? Be specific. Lin Lin explained. This thing is incredible. For example, if your pet beast is at level 1 as a cub, the telescope will display that directly. It works the same for extraordinary or even higher level creatures. Su Jingyan, always sharp, sensed there might be a flaw in this item. He probed further. If it's so great, why are you trading it? Is there some kind of issue? Hee, you're sharp boss, Lin Lin admitted. There is a slight flaw. It only works on creatures you can see directly in a straight line. If they're obscured by the mist, it's useless. This flaw was indeed critical in the mist-filled world. Only when a beast was practically within arm's reach could the telescope reveal its level. By then, it would probably be too late. However, this was precisely what Su Jingyan needed. He figured he could simply expand the campfire's illumination range to identify the beast lurking at his doorstep. After an intense round of bargaining, Su Jingyan managed to negotiate the price down from 20 fire crystals to just 4. He initiated the trade immediately, worried that Lin Lin might back out. Once the deal was complete, he eagerly tested the telescope. As expected, it was completely ineffective when aimed at the mist, no better than the naked eye. He then deployed his drone for reconnaissance and quickly spotted the giant beast crouching at the edge of the campfire's illumination range through the thermal imaging feed. Retrieving the drone, Su Jingyan stared into the pitch-black mist. He opened the campfire settings and adjusted the illumination range to 30 meters. Boom! As the campfire surged higher, the flames suddenly roared upward, dramatically expanding the illuminated area. The surrounding mist began to rapidly recede. Under the glow of the firelight, a massive beast that had been lurking at the edge now revealed its full form. As the light touched its body, wisps of white smoke rose from its surface, accompanied by a sizzling sound. The beast clearly couldn't withstand the searing heat and let out an earth-shaking roar before retreating into the mist. Don't run. Let me see what you're made of first. Su Jingyan quickly raised his extraordinary telescope, aiming it at the retreating beast. The telescope immediately activated, displaying the message, living entity detected, energy level analysis complete. While Su Jingyan was still puzzling over the results, the beast had completely disappeared into the mist. However, the telescope revealed information about 3 levels, indicating that the beast was at the exceptional stage, between extraordinary and lord. This discovery provided Su Jingyan with crucial intelligence. Juvenile, extraordinary, exceptional, lord. At least the first 4 levels were now confirmed. Looking at this hierarchy, Su Jingyan couldn't help but smile wryly. His pet, Yuan Bao, was only at the mid-stage of the first level, while the beast guarding his doorstep was already at the 3rd stage. The gap was undeniably daunting. Determined to enhance his strength as quickly as possible, Su Jingyan immediately lay back on his bed, fully focused on assisting his pet in resting. 3 hours later, he had Yuan Bao halt its mining work. The little creature returned to the surface carrying a fresh haul of 22 fire crystals, piling them next to an already full silver treasure chest. The total number of fire crystals had now reached 81. While Yuan Bao could sustain itself by consuming rocks, it still needed to periodically come up to replenish its hydration. Moreover, every 3 hours, it would completely digest the energy from the fire crystals, causing its growth to stagnate. Crack, crunch. Yuan Bao was busy eating, but it could only consume 3 fire crystals at a time. Watching the growing pile of fire crystals, Su Jingyan couldn't help but feel anxious. How he wished Yuan Bao could quickly advance to the Lord stage, so it could easily handle that exceptional level beast. However, knowing that Yuan Bao wasn't a natural combat genius and struggled with stability even in battles of the same level, Su Jingyan decided to proceed cautiously. He would rather wait than take unnecessary risks. Once Yuan Bao finished its 3 fire crystals, Su Jingyan reopened the pet status panel. In truth, Yuan Bao's level had already broken through to the 6th stage during its mining efforts. Now, after this meal, it leveled up again. Level, Cub, Tier 7, 25. Su Jingyan's eyes were fixed on the status panel, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In less than a day, Yuan Bao had already caught up with the progress of the top-ranked pet on the leaderboard. In his mind, he was already envisioning the scene a week from now. Not only would they claim the top spot, but they would also leave all competitors far behind with an overwhelming advantage. After sending Yuan Bao back to the mines, Su Jingyan finally noticed his own hunger. Grabbing a few meat floss buns and a piece of luncheon meat, He mechanically stuffed them into his mouth. The cold he was battling dulled the flavors of the food. He took a sip from a mug of mineral water he had boiled in a frying pan, then quickly tallied the remaining water supply 9 bottles left. Due to the fatigue synchronization effect, both he and Yuan Bao required large amounts of water daily. Especially with his cold, the warm water was essential to ease his symptoms. Opening the Miners' Haven group chat, Su Jingyan quickly sent out a message, urgently seeking to trade for a blanket. It wasn't long before Terminator responded, "Boss, I don't have a blanket, but I've got a sleeping bag. Interested?" "A sleeping bag will do," Su Jingyan replied without hesitation, immediately offering 5 fire crystals to initiate the trade. Having already tested Terminator's reliability, he had no reservations. Soon, a blue, long sleeping bag was transported to him through the mist. Just as Su Jingyan happily spread the sleeping bag onto his bed, Super Xiaoyan complained in the group, "Boss, wasn't sourcing supplies my job? Why'd you give it to Terminator?" To appease her, Su Jingyan took out another 5 fire crystals. "You can help me procure some daily necessities too," he said. Super Xiaoyan responded instantly, "Boss, you're so generous." She quickly completed a trade for a hammer shortly after. Although he had spent 10 fire crystals, the remaining 71 still gave Su Jingyan a sense of security. Crawling into the warm sleeping bag, he soon succumbed to sleep. When he woke again, his cold had worsened, leaving his forehead burning hot. Yuan Bao returned from the mines with over a dozen freshly dug fire crystals, looking at its owner with concern. "I'm fine. Go ahead and eat your fire crystals," Su Jingyan said, waving dismissively. With its level now higher, Yuan Bao could consume 4 fire crystals in one sitting. After Yuan Bao returned to mining, Su Jingyan forced himself to eat a little before crawling back into the sleeping bag. He lay there in a daze, his mind growing hazy, unable to tell whether he was asleep or slipping into unconsciousness. Su Jingyan lay in a daze, his body burning with an unbearable fever. His condition had deteriorated to a critical point, leaving him almost completely incapacitated. During brief moments of clarity, he would drag his frail body to the ore house and the marketplace, hoping to trade for some medicine. But each attempt ended in failure. Reality was harsh. It wasn't just the scarcity of medicine, everyone was struggling equally. In fact, most people were in even worse situations, lacking even a simple wooden bed to rest on. Except for a handful of particularly robust individuals, most were gravely ill. For Su Jingyan, being sick at least allowed him to rest while his pet beast continued working. But for others, things were far more complicated. Survival meant venturing into the mist to search for resources, taking risks despite their frail health. When the owner fell ill, the pet beast would also have to stop working. Traversing the mist while sick only made matters worse, turning medicine into a life-saving commodity that no one was willing to trade. When Su Jingyan woke up from another bout of fevered sleep, he stubbornly decided to try again. He opened the group chat in the ore house and found everyone discussing the same topic. "Wangming, this cold is killing me. Now I finally understand why the boss was so eager to get new sleeping bags." "Same here," chimed in Super Xiaoyan. "Hot one minute, cold the next. I just wish I had a decent bed." Su Jingyan mustered what little energy he had and sent a message. "Fire crystals for fever medicine, this is urgent." "Repeat. Fever medicine for fire crystals." "Not happening, boss," replied Terminator. "But I heard someone selling healing medicine produced by pet beasts." Apparently, it was body fluid from healing-type pet beasts, rumored to cure illnesses. But Su Jingyan quickly dismissed the idea most pet beasts were still in their infancy at this stage, and only rare, highly gifted breeds could produce such a substance. Right now, it was even more valuable than fire crystals. Just then, a lurker in the chat named Black Scale suddenly spoke up, "Boss, I can get you healing fluid. Only 50 fire crystals." The outrageous price jolted Su Jingyan into sharper focus. If anyone ever called him a profiteer again, he'd have a solid rebuttal. This was the real extortion. "That's way too expensive. You'd better keep it for yourself," Su Jingyan politely declined. He didn't even have the strength to haggle. At that moment, a noise came from the burrow near the campfire. Yuan Bao emerged, carrying a pile of fire crystals. Seeing its owner awake, it beamed with joy. Over the past day, Su Jingyan's intermittent unconsciousness had left it deeply worried. Though his face still looked pale, Yuan Bao instinctively felt that he would pull through. It placed the fire crystals beside the silver box, then grabbed a few and dropped them into a stone bowl to enjoy as a snack. Watching this scene, Su Jingyan couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, Su Jingyan never believed that illness would claim his life, so he naturally wouldn't trade 50 precious fire crystals for the so-called healing fluid. More importantly, as Yuan Bao's strength grew, Su Jingyan, as its beastmaster, could clearly feel a faint but undeniable feedback force. Although this feedback was minimal due to Yuan Bao still being in its infancy, it did slightly alleviate his physical condition. When He Lin quoted the exorbitant price of 50 fire crystals, Su Jingyan didn't even bother negotiating. Rare items like these rarely offered any room for bargaining. Trading fire crystals for healing fluid was a losing deal, and Su Jingyan had never been one to accept losses, so he chose to endure the illness instead. After consuming 4 fire crystals, Yuan Bao's bright, sparkling eyes looked up at Su Jingyan, its little belly contentedly letting out a satisfied burp. Su Jingyan opened the pet beast panel. Level: Infant 9th Stage 99. Status: on the verge of breakthrough. Energy has reached the maximum level for the infant stage. Further advancement requires energy supplementation to break through physical limits. Yuan Bao has finally reached the peak of the infant stage, Su Jingyan murmured to himself, temporarily setting aside his discomfort to focus entirely on the breakthrough issue. In this field, he was confident that he was ahead of everyone else and could only rely on his own exploration. What does supplementing energy mean? Su Jingyan asked. Little one, do you know how to break through? Yuan Bao tilted its head, its expression seemingly saying, you're the beast master, and you're asking me? Isn't this kind of thing supposed to be ingrained in your species' instincts? Su Jingyan let out a helpless sigh and turned to ponder the most basic question. Since it requires energy supplementation, that must mean eating. Can you still eat? Yuan Bao shook its head, indicating it couldn't eat anymore. Then go mine and digest for a while. Come back once you feel ready, Su Jingyan said, suppressing his curiosity. While Yuan Bao went off to mine, Su Jingyan prepared himself a hearty meal. He boiled water in a pan, added dried meat and luncheon meat, and finally threw in shredded pork bread, creating a steaming pot of meaty porridge. The satisfying meal left him feeling energized. He walked over to the silver treasure chest, and the sight before him lifted his spirits. Besides the chest being filled with fire crystals, 2 small piles had formed on the ground. The total number of fire crystals had reached 138. This marked the first time his stockpile had entered triple digits, and the joy of this newfound wealth almost made him forget about his illness. After taking a short rest, Yuan Bao gently nudged Su Jingyan with its paw to wake him. It had only mined 10 fire crystals before hurrying back to digest. Under Su Jingyan's watchful gaze, Yuan Bao swallowed another 4 fire crystals, but the effort only filled its belly without any signs of a breakthrough. No effect? Su Jingyan looked puzzled. Logically, advancing from the infant stage to the extraordinary stage shouldn't require a special evolution path. Simply replenishing energy ought to suffice. Yet, the current situation was clearly more complex. With no other options, Su Jingyan brought out some dried meat and dog food for Yuan Bao to eat. Despite its already round and bloated belly, the little creature forced itself to pack the food in. It's working! Su Jingyan exclaimed in delight. A progress bar had appeared on the pet beast panel. Advancement progress 7. Eat, keep eating. Su Jingyan strode over, lugging a hefty bag of dog food, its weight pulling down on his arm. With a purposeful motion, he dropped it heavily in front of Yuan Bao and tore the bag open, revealing the golden, glinting pellets within. Yuan Bao lifted his round, furry head, his mouth slightly ajar as if trying to protest. One of his front paws rested gently on his already bulging belly, his eyes brimming with pleading desperation. Too full already? Come on, little guy. Think about it. If you skip this meal, you'll never grow stronger. For the sake of glorious evolution, give it one more push. Su Jingyan crouched down, his tone both persuasive and encouraging, though there was a tinge of urgency in his voice. In the mist-shrouded world around them, countless humans and their companion beasts were enduring the relentless gnaw of hunger. Yet here was Yuan Bao, his belly already stretched taut, being forced to eat more. The stark contrast struck a chord in Su Jingyan, leaving his emotions in a tangled knot. Chirp! Yuan Bao let out a pitiful whimper, his small frame trembling slightly as he reluctantly buried his head into the open bag of food. Once, he had thought eating was one of life's greatest joys. Whether it was meat, fire crystals, or even stones, everything had been a treat to savor. But now, the oppressive fullness in his stomach turned every bite into torment, replacing joy with a mask of misery. As the pellets disappeared into Yuan Bao's reluctant maw, his progression bar surged forward with astonishing speed. 47, 77. Su Jingyan's eyes lit up as he watched the numbers climb, a satisfied smile breaking across his face. He knew full well that without Yuan Bao's unique, iron stomach ability, forcing this kind of overeating would have been disastrous. But thanks to this rare talent, every ounce of food was being converted into pure energy. Yuan Bao, this is all for our future. You're doing great, Su Jingyan murmured, his earlier exhaustion and fever seemingly swept away by the exhilarating sight before him. He hadn't imagined that watching his companion beast devour food could fill him with such fervent hope, as if they were tackling an immense challenge together. When the bag was finally emptied, Yuan Bao collapsed onto the ground like a limp, defeated fish. His tiny chest heaved as his body tried to process the monumental feast. Yet the progress bar stubbornly halted at 96, just shy of completion. Su Jingyan wasted no time. pulling out a can of luncheon meat from his pack. "Here, a little treat to cap off the meal," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with mock cheerfulness. He knelt beside Yuan Bao, slicing off a piece of the soft, savory meat and holding it near the creature's sharp, glinting teeth. Yuan Bao lay sprawled on his back, his limbs splayed in utter exhaustion. His mouth barely opened as he stared blankly into the swirling black fog above, his spirit completely drained. He had entered a state of resigned numbness. In the end, Su Jingyan had to resort to manually helping Yuan Bao chew that final morsel of luncheon meat. Despite being treated like royalty, Yuan Bao's expression was one of utter despair, his glassy eyes silently crying out against the cruel ordeal. Promotion progress 100. Yuan Bao's juvenile stage has finally reached perfection, and its internal nutrient reserves have met the standard for advancement. Gazing at the pet beast before him, resembling a miniature Tyrannosaurus Rex, Su Jingyan couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Advance! My partner!" At his master's call, Yuan Bao straightened its posture and looked up at the dark mist overhead. A surge of overwhelming power began to rise from its core, flowing continuously like a fountain. This power did not burst out immediately but gradually fused into its flesh and blood, supported by its immense nutrient reserves, becoming its foundational ability. At this moment, Yuan Bao officially embarked on the path to becoming a transcendent creature. "Haha, we're taking off." Su Jingyan stood with his hands on his hips, laughing triumphantly. "Now this is what you call a truly resource-built extraordinary pet beast." Right then, an impassioned system announcement echoed in the minds of everyone in the misty world. "What are you all doing?" That man named Su Jingyan has once again become the first to advance his pet beast to the transcendent level. As the leader, he will receive a chance to awaken a skill for his pet beast. The chat channel erupted instantly. Su Jingyan again? His luck is insane. Luck? He raised a pet beast to the transcendent level. If you're so good, why don't you try it too? Isn't he the owner of that 7th tier Cloud Dream Eagle on the leaderboard? Could also be the 2nd place Crimson Flame Blood Dragon. Either way, it's 7th tier. That reward is incredible. If only it were mine. Being too high profile isn't always a good thing. He might end up dying in the mist sooner or later. Su Jingyan paid no attention to the chatter. If he had seen someone predicting his demise in the mist, he would have chuckled. Was always cautious, never stepping into the mist recklessly. Unless his bonfire base was breached, how could he possibly encounter danger? Of course, before the mist surge in over 20 days, he was determined to become even stronger with Yuan Bao and fortify his bonfire home to be impenetrable. At this moment, Su Jingyan was focused on examining Yuan Bao's changes. He carefully measured its height, tapped on its scales, and listened to the crisp, steel-like sound they produced. When Yuan Bao raised its small claw, he was dazzled by the sharp, gleaming talons. "Impressive!" he exclaimed with genuine admiration. Yuan Bao's physique had indeed undergone noticeable changes. It had grown a few centimeters taller, its scales had become more robust, and the sharpness of its claws had significantly improved. Su Jingyan carefully observed his pet beast, noting that while these changes weren't dramatic, they clearly demonstrated the enhancements brought about by its advancement. "Yuan Bao looks much more imposing now," Su Jingyan said with a satisfied nod. "It's no longer just adorable, it now carries an air of majestic power." "Yuan Bao, how do you feel after advancing to the transcendent level?" "Chirp." Yuan Bao immediately raised its sharp claws, its gaze becoming unusually piercing. Through its actions, it conveyed the immense strength it now possessed, indicating that its power had multiplied several times over. It was now capable of easily shattering rocks. Mining, which used to be a laborious task, was no longer a challenge. Its sharp claws, combined with enhanced strength, could now cut through stone as easily as slicing through mud. Su Jingyan nodded in approval and then opened Yuan Bao's Pet Beast panel to examine its updated stats. Pet Beast, Chinese Pangolin. True name, Yuan Bao. Attributes, Metal, Fire. Level, Transcendent Level 11. Skills, Copper Teeth Iron Stomach, Flame Surge. Specialty, Burrowing. Su Jingyan was stunned as he read the information. It turned out that neither he nor Yuan Bao had accurately perceived the changes. Yuan Bao had unexpectedly gained a fire attribute. This completely overturned his understanding of pet beast attributes, as he had always believed they were as innately fixed as a cultivator's spiritual roots. Could this be the result of eating fire crystals? Su Jingyan mused, stroking his chin. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that feeding Yuan Bao other attribute-related minerals might allow it to develop into an all-attribute pet beast? After all, if fire crystals exist, then water crystals, earth crystals, and wood crystals should also be out there. This discovery filled Su Jingyan with excitement. Even more surprising was that Yuan Bao had awakened a new fire attribute skill, Flame Surge. According to the skill description, Yuan Bao could concentrate its internal energy and release it in the form of flames through pores on its body. This is a true offensive skill. Su Jingyan exclaimed. brimming with enthusiasm. Yuan Bao, do you realize you can use this skill? Show me what you can do. Yuan Bao tilted its head, clearly unfamiliar with this newfound ability. After listening to Su Jingyan's explanation, it closed its eyes and began to focus on the energy within its body. Through synchronized perception, Su Jingyan could distinctly sense two entirely different energies within Yuanbian. Was a cold, silvery white metal energy, while the other was a fiery, crimson red energy. He could actually sense the condition inside Yuan Bao's body. Su Jingyan closed his eyes, carefully focusing and gently guided. Try to activate the red energy. Yuan Bao nodded with its eyes closed. Soon, the fire element energy within it began to stir, like countless tiny flames coursing through every corner of its body. Good, just like that. Seeing that Yuan Bao had grasped the concept well, Su Jingyan continued to guide. All right, now try to gather them together. Yuan Bao nodded again. The lively fire element energy started to swirl, gradually forming an energy vortex in its abdomen. Great, now it's time to release it. Su Jingyan opened his eyes, marveling at the incredible usefulness of the synchronized sensing. It was perfect for teaching a pet beast. However, when it came to the final step, Yuan Bao looked puzzled. It had no idea how to release the energy. Oh no, of course it's through breathing fire. Su Jingyan reminded. Yuan Bao began probing within its body, trying to locate the path to its mouth, but it couldn't find it. As time passed, the gathered fire element energy grew increasingly unstable. If it wasn't released soon, it might explode inside. Seriously? Is a living pangolin really going to be suffocated by its own energy? Su Jingyan panicked and quickly reactivated the synchronized sensing. Come on, little one. Are you night blind or something? Isn't that an outlet right there? Without overthinking, Yuan Bao focused on the spot Su Jingyan indicated and unleashed all the energy. Su Jingyan opened his eyes, and his face instantly froze in horror. Boom! A crimson pillar of fire erupted from Yuan Bao's tail, propelling it off the ground like a small rocket. Yuan Bao shot straight up into the deadly mist hovering above. Su Jingyan watched helplessly as Yuan Bao ascended 20 meters into the air, heading toward the mist. He jumped in desperation, trying to catch it, but it was out of reach. Fortunately, Yuan Bao had just recently advanced to the extraordinary level, and its energy was limited. It ran out of energy 2 or 3 meters below the mist and began to fall. This time, Su Jingyan managed to catch Yuan Bao securely in his arms, finally breathing a sigh of relief. What was supposed to be a lesson in fire breathing had turned into rocket propulsion, nearly causing a disaster. The skill is impressive, but you'll need to be extra cautious when using it in the future, Su Jingyan said, comforting the trembling Yuan Bao in his arms. It's okay. If anything, this proves how versatile this skill is. Not only can it be used in combat, but it could also be a great way to escape. Su Jingyan gently placed Yuan Bao on the ground, raising his hand to gaze at his palm. He subconsciously clenched the air, feeling the surging power coursing through his body. This unprecedented sense of strength filled him with exhilaration, clearly a result of Yuan Bao's advancement to an extraordinary level. As he walked, he felt as though the wind was beneath his feet. Every step was springy, mirroring the state Yuan Bao had demonstrated earlier, his body brimming with an overwhelming, primal force. Not only that, but the cold that had plagued him for days had miraculously disappeared without him even realizing it. Excitedly, Su Jingyan rolled up his sleeves. His previously thin, bony arms now boasted noticeably larger biceps and triceps. He touched his abdomen and found well-defined abs replacing the once protruding ribs, while his chest had become firm and robust. This lean yet powerful physique was exactly what he desired, muscles soft when relaxed but as hard as steel when tensed. Good thing I didn't trade for that healing fluid, he thought with relief. At that moment, Yuan Bao let out a sharp jia sound, signaling its eagerness to dive into the cave and start mining. Its body was already brimming with uncontrollable energy. Wait, Su Jingyan called out, stopping it. Didn't you say earlier I could help my pet awaken a skill? He bent down and lightly tapped Yuan Bao's forehead with his finger. Instantly, a golden light radiated from Yuan Bao's body. Jia? Yuan Bao's glowing eyes widened in surprise. Moments later, the golden light fully absorbed into its body. The system notified them that Yuan Bao had successfully awakened the energy storage skill, allowing it to store excess energy that it couldn't immediately process for future use. Initially, Su Jingyan felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped for a powerful offensive skill. But he quickly realized the importance of this ability. Yuan Bao, when you start mining, eat the first fire crystal you find. Jia. Yuan Bao tilted its head in confusion but obediently nodded before diving into the underground tunnel. Watching Yuan Bao's retreating figure, Su Jingyan continued to ponder. With this energy storage skill, Yuan Bao could now accumulate the small amounts of energy that couldn't be absorbed immediately while mining. Over time, this would lead to significant improvements. It was far superior to the inefficient mining methods they had relied on before. Su Jingyan carefully contemplated the applications of energy storage. Not only could it provide a large amount of energy at once with high cost efficiency, but it could also serve as a power reserve for the flame torrent skill. His eyes suddenly lit up. Energy storage combined with flame torrent's the perfect combo. This could enable a continuous, berserk stream of fire. Thinking about Yuan Bao's usual lack of combat strength and courage, Su Jingyan became even more convinced of the strategy's feasibility. In battle, all Yuan Bao had to do was unleash a relentless barrage of firepower, incinerating fear itself. By the time the flames died down and fear belatedly crept in, the enemy would already be reduced to ashes. This method of combat seemed tailor-made for Yuan Bao. Su Jingyan had made up his mind. Once Yuan Bao advanced to the transcendent level, he would use this tactic to deal with the giant beast lurking beyond the campfire. He had had enough of the faint, ever-present feeling of being watched. With the strategy planned out, Yuan Bao continued mining, while Su Jingyan approached the silver chest brimming with fire crystals. Staring at the 148 fire crystals inside, he couldn't help but marvel. This felt like achieving a billion-dollar goal in an era when everyone else was still striving to become millionaires. He took out 10 fire crystals and walked over to the workbench. While the 24-hour cooldown for learning random blueprints had long expired, he had previously been delayed by a severe cold. However, given the current situation, there was no need to fret over such minor timing issues. After all, everyone in the Misty World was progressing at a slow pace, and the acquisition of other resources besides fire crystals was also tied to the overall progression. Sigh. All of humanity is holding me back, Su Jingyan muttered sarcastically as he placed the 10 fire crystals on the workbench and activated the charging button. When the system prompted, fire crystals 10 consumed, energy charged, 100 points, he immediately chose to learn a random blueprint. Moments later, the system announced, Blueprint successfully acquired pet habitat blueprint. It was a design for a pet dwelling with adjustable size. A house? No, this is basically a doghouse, Su Jingyan exclaimed, torn between amusement and frustration. Seeing the word pet in the description, he had hoped for something extraordinary, only to be met with this outcome. The irony was not lost on him. Himself didn't even have a place to live, yet Yuan Bao now had a home. However, upon further thought, since Yuan Bao didn't actually need rest, perhaps the house could benefit him instead. Noticing the blueprint's note about adjustable size, Su Jingyan suddenly entertained the idea that it might not be so bad for the master to move into the pet habitat. The blueprint for the pet beast home can be preset for construction. By placing the blueprint on the ground, a holographic model will appear. Su Jingyan stood cautiously by the campfire, carefully observing his surroundings. 5 meters away was his wooden bed, next to which rested a heavy silver chest filled with fire crystals. Considering the pet beast home was a wooden structure, he deliberately kept a 5-meter distance from the burning campfire. However, earlier, when he used the extraordinary telescope to observe the level of the giant beast outside, he had already adjusted the campfire's range to 30 meters. Now, even being slightly closer to the fire wouldn't pose a safety risk after all. The mist was still far away. He gently placed the blueprint on the ground, and instantly, a holographic model unfolded before his eyes. It was an extremely simple structure with a slanted roof on both sides, straight walls, and a front almost entirely occupied by a massive single door, essentially the standard design of a doghouse. Pet Beast Home Construction Preset. Please set your pet beast size. It is recommended to enlarge it slightly. While this will increase material consumption, it provides room for your pet's growth. The system notification sounded. Su Jingyan chuckled to himself. This wasn't really for any pet beast. It was clearly for his own use. He silently calculated the dimensions and decided to build a house twice his height. Pet size set, 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, 2 meters high. Confirm? Of course, Su Jingyan carefully reviewed the data on the panel. The system quickly listed the required materials. Iron 50, wood 50, stone 100. Although the materials were substantial, they were all basic. He decided to evaluate the house only after moving in. Next, he opened the house group chat, ready to instruct his subordinates to trade for the materials. The conversation in the group quickly kicked off. Terminator, Xiao Yun, go trade 50 units of iron and 50 units of wood for me. Su Jingyan ordered directly. Boss, big project in the works? Just building a house for the pet beast at home. Boss, how many fire crystals for 50 iron? Xiao Yun asked. Iron and wood together, 2 fire crystals. Boss, you're too stingy. Xiao Yun complained. It's always been this price. I once traded 1 fire crystal for 100 units of wood. Terminator quickly responded. Boss, I've already traded for the wood. I'll handle the iron too. No need to trouble Yunjia. That's why Terminator is the best. Su Jingyan nodded in satisfaction. This was the kind of subordinate he appreciated the most. Xiao Yun, you can focus on your own tasks. Let Terminator deal with the iron. When the Terminator left to exchange for iron, the atmosphere in the house became even livelier. Boss, You're so wealthy that you can even build a luxury kennel for your pet beast. Your pet must be incredibly powerful, right? Wang Ming asked eagerly. Exactly, exactly, Xiao Yun chimed in immediately. Boss, just tell Use your pet beast must be one of the top 10 on the leaderboard, right? Although they hadn't yet connected the ore seller's identity with Su Jingyan, the two-time leaderboard leader, the mining boss's strength alone was already astonishing. After all, the Terminator, ranked 14th, only achieved his position thanks to the fire crystals he exchanged from him. With the boss's fire crystal support, I guarantee I'll make it into the top 1000 next time. Xiao Yun said confidently. Wang Ming got excited too. Boss, could it be that you're actually the #1 big shot on the leaderboard? By the way, the second-ranked Crimson Flame Blood Dragon sounds like a fire attribute beast. Did it also use your fire crystals, boss? Xiao Yun added. The ore seller shook his head and denied it. No, that's not the case. My pet beast isn't ranked higher than the Terminator, and I have nothing to do with that Crimson Flame Blood Dragon. Really? Xiao Yun clearly didn't believe him. That dragon is obviously a fire attribute beast. Boss, do you have other customers outside this group? Come on, boss. Wang Ming teased, pretending to be upset. I can't even get a chance to trade with you, and now I find out you have buyers outside the group. I always tell the truth. I really have nothing to do with it, Su Jingyan explained helplessly. He had to admit these young people had vivid imaginations. While he had indeed sold a few fire crystals here and there on the market, the quantities were small and sporadic. There was no way the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon could have climbed to second place with just those. But no matter how much Su Jingyan tried to explain, no one believed him. To them, if even the Terminator could use fire crystals to break into the top 20, how could the boss's pet rank any lower? At this moment, the Terminator reappeared, breaking the stalemate. Did you all forget about Su Jingyan? He's the man who led the leaderboard twice in a row. The #1 spot has to be him. Oh, right, Wang Ming suddenly realized. The boss is indeed wealthy, but he's never been publicly announced to everyone on the leaderboard. Xiao Yun, however, remained insistent. Even if Su Jingyan holds the top spot, the boss must be ranked somewhere between 3rd and 10th. She was about to say that the second-ranked Crimson Flame Blood Dragon might be the boss's pet, but then reconsidered. If it were a fire attribute beast, why would he sell fire crystals? By this time, the Terminator had returned with 50 units of iron and 50 units of wood. Su Jingyan completed the exchange through the air, and a pile of worn-out iron tools and wood neatly appeared by the campfire. This time, Su Jingyan had learned his lesson and didn't handle it personally. Instead, he called over Yuan Bao. Little guy, move all this scrap iron and wood over to the blueprint area. We're about to have a house. Yuan Bao deftly picked up the scattered scrap metal, showcasing strength far beyond what it had displayed before. The small pangolin could now easily lift objects dozens of times its own weight, making its efficiency in carrying tasks astonishing. Su Jingyan sat on the edge of the bed, watching Yuan Bao shuttle back and forth, quickly stacking wood and scrap metal in the designated spots. A system notification popped up. Added iron 50, wood 50. Yuan Bao, bring over the rubble from that corner too, Su Jingyan instructed, pointing to a pile in the corner. Once that's done, we can start building the house. The rubble was a byproduct from Yuan Bao's previous mining efforts, now unexpectedly serving as the primary construction material for the pet shelter. In the current environment, wood was the most versatile and widely used resource. Even beast tamers who had contracted fire elemental pets would stockpile firewood in case their pets were injured and unable to start a fire. Iron tools and materials were also abundant, as most survivors collected various discarded metal items. However, stone was less commonly gathered unless specifically mined. Fortunately, Yuan Bao had accumulated a good amount of it while mining. As Yuan Bao delivered the final batch of rubble, the system notification sounded again. Added stone 100. All materials required for the pet shelter have been gathered. Construction in progress. Yuan Bao, come here. Su Jingyan called the pet back to his side to watch the construction process together. A blue light shot out from the workbench, illuminating the blueprint as all the materials floated into the air, swirling together like a vortex. Moments later, a small house materialized and settled firmly onto the ground. Su Jingyan stood up to inspect the newly built pet shelter. Beneath the slanted wooden roof were stone walls reinforced with steel bars, giving the structure an exceptionally sturdy appearance. The house had no windows, only a slightly weathered iron door on the left side, facing the campfire. The building measured 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width, covering a total area of 15 square meters. Though it resembled an oversized matchbox, it was at least a place to call home. Looking at the modest dwelling, Su Jingyan let out a wry smile. Compared to having nothing, at least now he could say he had a roof over his head, however bare it might be. For Yuan Bao, the little pangolin who's only half a meter tall, this doghouse is practically a luxury villa. Su Jingyan gazed at the pet sanctuary in front of him and said to Yuan Bao with a serious expression, "This house was originally built for you, but you're still young and need to explore the world more. I'll hold on to it for now, and when you're older, I'll return it to you. Yuan Bao's pure eyes sparkled with gratitude, and it nodded earnestly. This gesture of care filled it with warmth. Su Jingyan examined the specific details of the pet sanctuary. The current space could accommodate a pet up to 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 2 meters high. The size of the space was adjustable. However, excess materials wouldn't be refunded, and any missing materials would need to be supplied. The defense level was currently at level 1, bare bones, which was simple but at least provided basic protection. To upgrade to level 2, cozy iron shelter, 500 units of iron, or in 100 units of spirit patterned stone were required. Not bad, very user-friendly, Su Jingyan commented, satisfied with the current size. The compact space actually gave him a greater sense of security. However, the materials needed for the upgrade were quite substantial. 500 units of iron or alone seemed daunting. Not to mention the mysterious spirit patterned stones he'd never even heard of. Curious, he decided to test out the final feature, activating the open air mode. Following his command, the wooden roof split down the middle and folded to the sides, while the 4 stone walls rumbled as they sank into the ground. In the end, all that remained was a raised stone foundation standing alone on the spot. This feature is really practical, Su Jingyan nodded to himself. Closing the open air mode at night could ensure safety while sleeping, and opening it during the day would allow him to enjoy a campfire, truly the best of both worlds. Yuan Bao, move my bed and the silver treasure chest onto the foundation. Tonight, I shall sleep in my new home, Su Jingyan ordered. The little pangolin sprang into action, enthusiastically hoisting the wooden bed. Su Jingyan quickly stepped forward to help, not because he doubted Yuan Bao's strength, but because he was worried the bed might break. Together, they carefully placed the bed on the foundation and moved the silver treasure chest to the bedside to serve as a nightstand. Standing at the center of the foundation, Su Jingyan cautiously closed the open air mode. The stone walls and iron door rose with a heavy rumble, and the roof sealed shut. Although darkness enveloped the space, the sturdy walls kept out the ominous, deathly mist outside, giving him an unprecedented sense of security. A golden nest or a silver nest can't compare to a doghouse. Yuan Bao, I'm very pleased with this house, Su Jingyan exclaimed as he lay down on the bed. Yuan Bao chirped happily in response. Its owner's approval was more exhilarating than digging for or all day. All right, Su Jingyan said with a yawn. I'll help you rest for now. You go dig for some or... After sending Yuan Bao to the mines, Su Jingyan eagerly shut the heavy iron gate of the pet beast house, listening to the crisp click of the metal lock. Finally, he could enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. A mix of drowsiness and excitement filled him as he leapt onto the bed like a playful child and quickly slipped into his sleeping bag. Ah, the beauty of youth fell asleep almost instantly upon lying down. But while he slept soundly, the 4th day of the Beast Abyss survival ordeal quietly came to an end for everyone. At this very moment, every survivor who had narrowly escaped death was silently thinking the same thing. Thank goodness, I made it through another day. When the clock struck midnight, a system announcement echoed in everyone's mind simultaneously. Congratulations, it is now the 5th day. However, there's some unfortunate news currently. The number of survivors has dropped below 1 billion. Most of the deceased fell while exploring the mist. We suggest that, if you have sufficient resources, you focus on building your home. Surviving longer is the ultimate goal. Now, the Home Comfort Leaderboard has been activated. The rules are the same. Make it into the top 100 million to earn rewards. The higher your rank, the better the rewards. This is far more meaningful than venturing into the mist. Su Jingyan jolted awake from his dream, sitting upright in his sleeping bag with a start. What was that? He muttered, rubbing his bleary eyes. His mind was still foggy, but he vaguely recalled something about a home leaderboard and rewards in the announcement. Curious, he quickly opened the chat panel to see how others were reacting. The screen was flooded with messages. Seriously, guys, why does a new leaderboard pop up every other day? A home comfort leaderboard? Are they joking? Come on, who wouldn't want a comfy home? The problem is we're broke. To build a home, you need resources. But without resources, you have to go into the mist, which is way too dangerous. Isn't this just a vicious cycle? It's only the 5th day, and both my beast and I are so weak. I'd love to see what those pros can do with their homes. The mention of pros brought a subtle grin to Su Jingyan's face. This time, he was confident. Unlike the pet beast level leaderboard, where he hadn't even cracked the top 100 until Yuan Bao awakened its copper tooth and iron stomach ability and started devouring ores to grow stronger, Su Jingyan was certain he'd dominate this new leaderboard. Switching to the leaderboard panel, he immediately noticed a new option next to the pet beast leaderboard. The data that greeted him was truly astonishing. First place, Su Jingyan, home comfort score 1900. Second place, Wang Linlin, home comfort score 600. Third place, Lin Yu, home comfort score 350. It was a crushing victory. The combined scores of the 2nd through 5th places didn't even come close to his. When he saw the reward listed as a shimmering diamond chest X1, Su Jingyan felt a mix of excitement and mild regret. After all, the highest reward head known of before this was the platinum chest promised to him by the Terminator for ranking on the Pet Beast leaderboard. The top prize for the home comfort rankings was truly enviable, a dazzling version of the diamond chest. Su Jingyan looked at the reward, feeling a tinge of regret. Missing out on the top spot in the pet rankings and the first week's premium prize felt like a tangible loss to him. He opened the or house group chat and started checking the rankings of his loyal customers. The group was buzzing with discussion. Terminator, what rank did you get in the home comfort rankings this time? Wang Ming asked. Without the boss fire crystal, I'm ranked way beyond the billion mark, Terminator replied, sounding a little downcast. I did alright, ranked in the 20 million range. Xiaoyun chimed in. Thanks to my pet that can breathe fire, it gave a great boost to my campfire score. Lucky you, Wang Ming said. My pet's fire attribute doesn't include fire breathing, so I'm stuck beyond the 700 million mark. Su Jingyan quietly observed the group chat. His customers' performance this time was indeed underwhelming. None of them achieved a decent rank. Fire-type pets clearly have the upper hand. They can start fires without wood, saving so much time, Dai Budong remarked with a sigh. What about the boss? Xiaoyun asked. He's loaded and even traded sleeping bags and built dens for his pets. He should have taken first place, right? First place went to Su Jingyan again, Wang Ming replied. The boss is probably in second place? Oh, and the second place is someone named Wang Linlin. Sounds like a girl's name. Could the boss be a woman? As the conversation veered into guessing his gender, Su Jingyan, who had planned to stay silent, decided to clarify when he saw them imagining him as a woman. Stop overthinking. How could I possibly be a girl? That sounded a bit tsundere, Wang Ming teased. Plus, buying sleeping bags and building pet dens, those are such girly things to do. Terminator joined in the banter. I'd never bother with that. As the topic spiraled further off track, Terminator thankfully shifted the conversation back. Enough joking. If we're going to speculate, I'd say the boss might actually be Su Jingyan himself. Su Jingyan couldn't help but reply. Is it possible that the thing you're imagining is actually the truth? Speaking of Su Jingyan, Xiaoyun said wistfully, he's just incredible. He's been featured in the broadcast twice in a row and won first place in the home comfort rankings. Totally, Wang Ming agreed. But I still think the boss couldn't be him. Exactly, Xiaoyun added. A top-tier player like that couldn't possibly be someone we know. Su Jingyan watched as they speculated back and forth, only to dismiss the truth in the end. He couldn't help but smile. While he hadn't deliberately hidden his identity, he understood their perspective. Who would believe that the small convenience store owner they interacted with daily could also be the richest person in the world? Su Jingyan quietly observed the group chat, thinking to himself, if I were to say now, it's me, back when I was still skinny, they probably still wouldn't believe it. The home comfort ranking was merely a delightful surprise in Su Jingyan's dream. Although he was certain to receive the dazzling diamond treasure chest, it didn't keep him tossing and turning at night. After all, this opportunity was entirely the result of his and Yuan Bao's hard work. The rewards were a well-deserved outcome of ensuring his pet beast had proper rest. In his well-equipped shelter, Su Jingyan slept especially soundly. With the addition of a sleeping bag, wooden bed, and a memory foam mattress, the quality of his sleep far surpassed that of an open-air environment. 8 hours later, Su Jingyan stretched lazily as he woke up, letting out a satisfied yawn. The first thing he did was activate sensory synchronization to check on Yuan Bao. As expected, the little guy was still tirelessly excavating the fire crystal vein. Through Yuan Bao's perspective, Su Jingyan saw that 7 fire crystals had been unearthed in the past 2 hours. Meanwhile, next to his bed, a mountain of fire crystals was piled up beside a silver treasure chest, an astonishing sight. Adding in the new discoveries underground, the total number of fire crystals had reached 228, an impressive amount. These fire crystals were enough to elevate Yuan Bao to the exceptional level, but Su Jingyan wasn't in a rush to use them all for an upgrade. He speculated that pet beast advancements in this world might not solely rely on accumulating energy. There could be special promotion methods or evolutionary paths required later on. Fortunately, the fire crystal vein had abundant reserves, so there was no immediate concern about depleting it. Yuan Bao had already advanced to the extraordinary level, mastering a combination of skills, flame burst, and energy storage that made it quite powerful. Instead of hoarding more fire crystals, it seemed more worthwhile to send Yuan Bao to explore the underground cave they had discovered earlier. The last time they visited that cave, they had only encountered a weak little ice creature. While wild beasts might attack each other, the fact that even a juvenile ice creature could survive there suggested the danger level was relatively low. Given Yuan Bao's current strength, it should be capable of handling a bit of exploration without much trouble. There was certainly some risk involved, but Su Jingyan understood that he couldn't rely on depleting the fire crystal vein indefinitely. Waiting until the resource was exhausted to consider alternatives would be too late. He promptly recalled Yuan Bao and carefully inspected the pet beast's stats. Pet beast, Chinese pangolin. True name, Yuan Bao. Attributes, metal, fire. Level, extraordinary. level 166. Skills: Iron Jaw, Flame Burst, Energy Storage. Specialty: Digging. It was worth noting that after evolving to the extraordinary level, Yuan Bao's consumption of fire crystals per meal had increased significantly. Yuan Bao's energy storage capacity had indeed increased several times. When Su Jingyan woke up, he found that Yuan Bao was still at extraordinary level 1, but its progress bar had made significant gains. Chirp! Yuan Bao complained pitifully, explaining that because Su Jingyan had been sleeping, it could only eat 3 fire crystals per meal, which was far from enough to satisfy its hunger. Why didn't you wake me up? You must be starving, Su Jingyan said hastily, grabbing 5 fire crystals and placing them in Yuan Bao's stone bowl. Eat as much as you need. Yuan Bao's eyes sparkled with pure light as it held a fire crystal in its tiny claws and started gnawing on it. It quickly devoured all the crystals in the bowl and licked its lips, still wanting more. Su Jingyan fetched another 5 fire crystals. This time, Yuan Bao ate with even more delight, finally patting its now round belly in satisfaction. 10 fire crystals in one meal? That's a bit scary, Su Jingyan exclaimed in amazement. At this moment, the fire crystals in Yuan Bao's iron stomach were rapidly being converted into fire attribute energy. Since it was in a state of hunger, its level quickly advanced to extraordinary level 2 at 11. Although it had only leveled up once, the changes in Yuan Bao were far more significant than when it had jumped 2 or 3 levels as a hatchling. It wasn't just about quantity, there was a qualitative leap as well. Its energy had become more potent, and its body had grown stronger. To put it simply, Yuan Bao at extraordinary level 2 could easily take on 10 hatchlings of the 9th tier. Of course, this comparison applied only to Yuan Bao. Other powerful companion beasts might not show such stark differences between levels. Su Jingyan did some calculations. To maintain this growth rate, Yuan Bao would need 6 meals a day, with 10 fire crystals per meal totaling 60 fire crystals daily. With just over 200 fire crystals in his current stock, they wouldn't last more than a few days. But not feeding you is out of the question. Yuan Bao, don't worry. I can cut back on other expenses, but I will never let you go without, Su Jingyan said firmly, looking at Yuan Bao with determination. Though losing the sense of security provided by his fire crystal stockpile pained him, he knew it was a worthy trade-off for Yuan Bao's growth. He deliberately avoided dwelling on it too much, knowing it would only make him feel worse. Chirp! Yuan Bao, now replenished with energy, signaled that it wanted to go mining. But Su Jingyan shook his head. Not now. We've got enough reserves to last a few days. Remembering the mysterious underground cave he had discovered earlier, he felt a surge of excitement. Let's go explore the cave. He was eager to see what new discoveries might await an actual vein of minerals, unknown ores, or perhaps even wild beasts. It would also be the perfect opportunity to test Yuan Bao's strength at the extraordinary level. After all, not only had its level increased, but it could now breathe fire. It shouldn't be weak anymore, right? Jia Yuan Bao's voice echoed cautiously through the pitch-black cavern. It stood at the fork where 2 unknown paths diverged, fear creeping into its heart. Thankfully, its master, Su Jingyan, was connected to it through sensory synchronization, ensuring it wasn't entirely alone. Yuan Bao, listen to me. Su Jingyan's voice resonated in its mind. Last time we went left and encountered those weak ice creatures, so the left side should be relatively safer. Yuan Bao turned its head from side to side, carefully observing the seemingly bottomless tunnels. Its ears perked up as it absorbed its master's analysis. It didn't think too much, simply responding, understood. Take the left path, Su Jingyan commanded firmly. Jia, Yuan Bao replied, immediately setting off on its short legs, imitating the gait of a Trex as it raised its front claws to march forward. Despite its small size and lack of agility, its movements were exceptionally light, producing almost no sound. This brought Su Jingyan some relief in this unknown cavern. Footsteps not only revealed one's position but also heightened the eerie sensation of being followed. Through sensory synchronization, Su Jingyan also shared Yuan Bao's fear. Closing his eyes, he could vividly sense everything within the cavern. The strange, faint noises coming from all directions, the inexplicable chill in the air, and the peculiar fears unique to modern people, those born from horror movies and novels. Jia, Yuan Bao suddenly called out, startling Su Jingyan. It turned out Yuan Bao was merely checking to ensure its master was still connected. Yuan Bao, let me teach you 2 ways to not be afraid, Su Jingyan quickly said. The first is to believe in science. If Newton's coffin lid is welded shut, there's nothing to fear. Jia, Yuan Bao tilted its head in confusion, unable to understand how science related to its survival. Fear comes from a lack of firepower, Su Jingyan explained. Think about modern weapons. An assault rifle with infinite ammo could wipe out any evil force. Yuan Bao was curious about the concepts of nuclear strikes and rifles, but Su Jingyan didn't elaborate. Instead, he proposed the second method. The other way is to let your logical mind take control. Think about a female pangolin, about its overlapping scales and soft underbelly. There was an odd excitement in Su Jingyan's tone, which even he found a bit unsettling. Yuan Bao, however, remained composed. What? You're female? Su Jingyan finally realized he had been wrong about his pet's gender all along. Jia. Yuan Bao spread its front claws, as if to say, of course. Although neither of Su Jingyan's methods to ease Yuan Bao's fear worked, having his master by his side, talking constantly, gradually calmed the little creature down. As they continued forward, Su Jingyan noticed that this underground cavern was unexpectedly spacious. They proceeded along a nearly straight tunnel, with only slight curves that could hardly be considered real bends. After walking several hundred meters, they still found nothing in the long tunnel. Suddenly, Su Jingyan's voice broke the silence. Wait, Yuan Bao, look at the rock wall up on the left. There seems to be something there. Yuan Bao immediately became alert, but Su Jingyan quickly reassured him. Don't worry, it's embedded in the rock surface. It shouldn't be a living thing. With his master's guidance, Yuan Bao carefully observed the area and indeed noticed a faint glimmer reflecting from a corner of the rock wall in the darkness. He cautiously scanned the surroundings for any danger and, after confirming it was safe, rolled over to the edge of the wall and stealthily approached it. Standing beneath the rock wall and looking up, he could clearly see small, black fragments of mineral embedded in the surface. Su Jingyan became instantly excited. Was this exactly the reason he had sent Yuan Bao to explore the mine? Yuan Bao, be careful and dig out those black minerals, Su Jingyan instructed. While Yuan Bao worked on extracting the minerals, Su Jingyan began speculating about their nature. He could think of only two types of black minerals, obsidian and coal. If it was the former, he only had knowledge from games. But he understood that this hard material could likely be valuable for trade. If it was coal, then with their abundant supply of fire crystals, coal as a fuel source would be more or less redundant. Of course, in this mysterious world called the Abyss of Beastmasters, these minerals might also be some kind of extraordinary resource. After half an hour, Yuan Bao, with his skilled mining techniques, successfully extracted several pieces of black minerals of varying sizes. Even with his excellent night vision, it was difficult to discern specific details in the darkness. Let's just take these for now. We can't carry too much, Su Jingyan said. Whether we continue mining depends on the value of these minerals. After all, the safety conditions here are far worse than at our fire crystal mine. When Yuan Bao returned carrying a few larger pieces of the mineral, Su Jingyan first poured some water for him. Then, he checked the information panel and discovered that this was a basic mineral called black iron ore. Commonly found underground, it could be smelted at high temperatures to produce black iron. Additional information revealed that black iron possessed high strength and hardness, making it an essential material for crafting steel products. Su Jingyan picked up a chunk of black iron ore, larger than his fist, and examined it carefully under the flickering light of the campfire. The texture of the ore's surface was unlike anything he was familiar with, not the smooth sheen of obsidian, nor the dusty black of coal. Instead, it had a distinctive mix of iron and gritty stone. So this is black iron ore, he murmured, glancing at the description on his interface and suddenly understanding. This material could be used for crafting steel products, with properties comparable to ordinary iron ore. While it wasn't exactly a rare resource, it was exactly what he needed to upgrade the pet house. To upgrade the house into an iron kennel, he needed 500 units of iron. Mining it himself would clearly be more cost-effective than trading for resources. Yuan Bao, however, showed little enthusiasm for the discovery. Earlier, it had tried nibbling on a small piece of the black iron ore. While it could barely manage to bite into it, the effort was hard on its teeth. Worse yet, once swallowed, the ore felt no different from ordinary rocks in its stomach. It provided no energy whatsoever. What's wrong? Not to your taste? Su Jingyan asked with a chuckle. Chirp. Yuan Bao nodded decisively. To it, shiny gemstones were far more appetizing, especially fire crystals. The spicy flavor combined with the abundant fire attribute energy that its body could absorb made them irresistible. If its owner could eat rocks, Yuan Bao would definitely recommend Su Jingyan try fire crystal ore. It was second on its list of must-eat items, only surpassed by its ultimate, yet oberialized dream termites. You little glutton, Su Jingyan said with a laugh, shaking his head. Then, turning serious, he added, liking fire crystals is fine, but we still need to dig up this black iron ore properly. Yuan Bao nodded repeatedly in agreement. Even if it didn't enjoy eating the ore, it would diligently complete the task entrusted to it by its owner. Su Jingyan crouched down and gently patted Yuan Bao's little head. This affectionate gesture always strengthened the bond between them. All right, let's keep exploring deeper. One black iron ore vein isn't nearly enough. We haven't even built the campfire smelter yet. It'd be great if we could find a vein of extraordinary ore too. That way, we'd have the peace of mind to fully mine the fire crystal deposits. Just as Yuan Bao was about to move, Su Jingyan stopped it again. He had realized a problem. While Yuan Bao was excellent at mining, its small claws weren't suited for carrying the ore, and its smooth, scaly body wasn't much help either. Without delay, he contacted Xiaoyun and Terminator through the Or House group chat. Before long, they sent him a tan, zipperless backpack. As the mist near the campfire cleared, Su Jingyan bent down to pick up the bag and examined it carefully. Su Jingyan carefully inspected the taupe-colored backpack. The design was simple and practical, with no complicated zippers, just a drawstring resembling a belt to adjust the opening. Here, Yuan Bao, I got you some mining gear. Try it on. Su Jingyan skillfully adjusted the shoulder straps for Yuan Bao. However, the backpack was clearly too large, with its bottom dragging on the ground. He quickly folded the bottom inward and secured it again, making it fit perfectly for Yuan Bao's size. Yuan Bao stood up, looking puzzled. It raised a paw, trying to examine the new gear on its back. As it turned its head to look behind, the backpack shifted along with it, causing Yuan Bao to spin in circles on the spot like a clumsy little top. Su Jingyan couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, you look like a pangolin version of Santa Claus. Don't worry, this won't affect your movement. Once you dig up some ores, you can store them in there. To help Yuan Bao get used to the backpack, Su Jingyan handed it a piece of black iron ore. Here, try putting this inside. Though a bit clumsy, Yuan Bao managed to toss the ore over its shoulder, landing it perfectly in the bag. Wow, nice shot from behind. And without even looking. Little one, you're a natural. Although the adjusted backpack fit snugly, Yuan Bao still seemed a bit unaccustomed to it. But that didn't hinder its agility in the slightest. It darted effortlessly through the tunnel it had dug, returning to the fork in the underground cavern. Through their synchronized senses, Su Jingyan suggested, let's stick to the left path. We've already explored that way, and it's familiar. The right path is still unknown. We can save that for when we're stronger. Yuan Bao agreed with the suggestion. Being a cautious little creature, it wasn't about to recklessly charge into danger like those protagonists in horror movies who make poor decisions for the sake of the plot. It felt quite proud of its sensible choice. As they advanced down the left corridor, Yuan Bao stayed alert, moving with light, deliberate steps. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan took the opportunity to carefully examine the nearby rock walls, determined not to miss any potential mineral deposits. Little one, check to the left. Now look to the right. Su Jingyan gave frequent instructions, but they turned out to be false alarms each time. Before long, they arrived at the spot where they had previously mined black iron ore. The rock wall had a hollowed-out section, with some remnants of or still visible. Clever as ever, Yuan Bao had even built a rudimentary staircase out of stones to reach the higher deposits. While there were still resources to extract here, their goal for this trip was no longer black iron ore. As they pressed on, the terrain became increasingly complex. The tunnel's height varied more significantly, and there were more twists and turns, though the overall direction remained consistent. The path ahead did not leave them disoriented. After proceeding for a few hundred meters, Su Jingyan's sharp senses were suddenly drawn to an unusual feature on the rock wall to their right. Yuan Bao, look over there, he said, pointing to a section of the rock wall that stood out from its surroundings. The color there seems different. Following his gaze, Yuan Bao saw an oval-shaped area of the rock wall that appeared distinctly black, with a texture soft and sandy. This anomaly immediately caught their attention. Yuan Bao moved closer to the black section of the wall, scrutinizing the area that seemed to be a hidden doorway. While Su Jingyan was contemplating whether to tap on it for further investigation, Yuan Bao raised a paw, silently asking for permission to dig. Upon receiving Su Jingyan's nod of approval, it promptly plunged its paw into the soft black rock wall. Unexpectedly, the entire black wall began to collapse with Yuan Bao's action, crumbling into a pile of black sand on the ground. Even more startling, behind the fallen black wall emerged a group of peculiar insects. These creatures stood about 30 to 40 centimeters tall, their bare bodies engaged in some eerie dance. Neatly arranged at their feet were pieces of exoskeleton armor. The sudden collapse of the black wall disrupted the insects' ritual. As they all turned simultaneously to face the intruders, Yuan Bao's innocent little head peeked out from the mound of black sand. The insect swarm let out sharp, shriek-up cries, while Yuan Bao froze in place, startled by the unexpected scene. Su Jingyan remained calm, silently observing the bizarre encounter. However, the insects quickly recovered from their initial panic, hastily donning the exoskeleton armor on the ground. Fully equipped, their eyes glowed with a menacing red light as they charged toward Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao attempted to flee but found its feet trapped by some mysterious white adhesive substance, rendering it immobile. This was clearly a preset trap. As the armored insects closed in, Su Jingyan's steady and composed voice echoed in Yuan Bao's mind. Don't panic. Remember, you have abilities. Gather your energy and use fire to block them. The words acted like a calming anchor, and Yuan Bao quickly regained its composure. It immediately began channeling its internal fire energy. Despite the dire situation, it executed the task flawlessly. Soon, a powerful vortex of fire energy was building up within Yuan Bao, ready to be unleashed. With a swift whoosh, a beetle charged forward at lightning speed, its spiked carapace glinting coldly, poised to shatter Yuan Bao into pieces. Yuan Bao, release. Su Jingyan urgently shouted in his mind. In an instant, the fire energy within Yuan Bao erupted, forming a massive energy vortex inside its body, rushing straight to its throat. The next moment, it opened its bronze jaws, a crimson glow of fire brewing in its gullet, as if the gates of hell had been flung wide open. Boom! A blazing dragon of fire roared out, and the raging flames engulfed everything ahead in an instant. Whoosh! Crackle! The beetles screeched madly within the inferno but didn't immediately collapse. Instead, they seemed to go berserk, collectively slamming their carapaces against the ground with relentless thuds. Su Jingyan, though no longer panicked by Yuan Bao's overwhelming firepower, was puzzled by the beetles' strange behavior. Were they trying to cause an earthquake? Sure enough, with a deafening crash, the ground began to shake violently. Yuan Bao, freed from the sticky white substance binding it, lost its footing and fell, tumbling along with chunks of debris into a deeper underground space. Fortunately, its extraordinary physique left it unharmed. Yuan Bao looked up in confusion and found itself in a massive underground cavern. Surrounding it were the charred remains of a few beetles, but there were also hundreds more, alive and glaring menacingly, encircling it. Whoosh! Crackle! Whoosh! Their deafening roars echoed throughout the cavern. Good heavens! Did we just stir up a nest of them? Su Jingyan wondered, but his attention was soon drawn to something in the distance. Beyond the swarm of beetles, atop a towering platform of bones, sat a golden treasure chest gleaming conspicuously in the darkness. Despite the dire situation, Su Jingyan remained calm. Yuan Bao's earlier display of power filled him with confidence. Yuan Bao, observe carefully first, he advised cautiously. The beetles surrounding them were armored with tough shells. Some wielded bone spikes, while others were bare-handed, yet all seemed wary of the entity capable of incinerating their kind. They advanced slowly, hesitant to attack outright. Yuan Bao trembled at the intimidating sight, its legs weak beneath it. Su Jingyan quickly reassured it. Even though we're outnumbered, you have powerful area attacks. As long as you can keep breathing fire steadily, there's nothing to fear. Chirp! Yuan Bao nodded. Though still somewhat skeptical of its master's words, it managed to calm down a little, at least enough to begin gathering energy again. Yuan Bao, that last fire attack used up a quarter of your fire energy. Chirp! Yuan Bao confirmed with another nod. Before using its stored energy, Yuan Bao could still unleash 3 bursts of flame. Su Jingyan quickly calculated that after releasing the stored energy, it should be able to breathe fire a total of 7 times. Suddenly, a beetle with a clearly higher rank led a charge with a dozen companions toward Yuan Bao. Seeing the oncoming swarm, Yuan Bao panicked and almost started spewing fire randomly. Just in time, Su Jingyan called out a reminder. Aim for the one at the front on the right. Make sure to spread the flames wide. Boom! With a deafening roar, a crimson dragon of fire erupted forth, instantly illuminating the dim cavern. Yuan Bao executed Su Jingyan's instructions flawlessly, first suppressing the charging group with a focused burst of flame, then sweeping across to cover more ground. Dozens of beetles let out blood-curdling screeches as their bodies were consumed by the inferno, leaving behind only charred, blackened shells. What Su Jingyan hadn't expected was how this single attack completely disrupted the entire swarm. Originally numbering over 100, the swarm lost a third of its members in one strike. Even more devastating, their queen perished in the fiery assault. Without their leader, the beetles descended into chaos, emitting shrill cries as they scattered in all directions. Yuan Bao, you're incredible. You're like a god. Su Jingyan couldn't help but exclaim. He had thought that even if Yuan Bao managed to defeat the swarm, it would take at least 6 bursts of fire. But to his astonishment, one single attack had completely broken their ranks. Was this really the same timid Yuan Bao from just 2 days ago? If Yuan Bao could talk, it might have replied, "Yup, that's me. Back then, I was still scrawny. Sure, I was timid. But if you wipe out all your enemies, there's nothing left to be afraid of." That's when it dawned on Su Jingyan Yuan Bao had a hidden tyrannical streak. It might appear timid on the surface, but in reality, it was fierce and ruthless. Yuan Bao, do you see that golden treasure chest on the bone platform? Bring it back. Yuan Bao was still a bit dazed, finding it hard to believe that such a large swarm of beetles had been scared off. Hearing Su Jingyan's command, it looked up toward the treasure chest perched on the high platform. Now that the guardians had been defeated, the treasure rightfully belonged to the victor. Cautiously, Yuan Bao approached the platform. Even though the swarm had long since fled, it remained vigilant. Reaching the base of the mound of bones, it looked up at the golden chest precariously balanced at the top. After ensuring the surroundings were safe, it began climbing the heap of bones. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan examined the skeletal remains. These weren't human bones, nor did they belong to pangolins. Though strange and eerie in appearance, at least they weren't human remains, which gave him some relief. Still, the sheer number of bones was unsettling, their presence alone enough to intimidate any wild creature. Be extra careful, Yuan Bao, Su Jingyan warned, ever the pessimist. Unless these bones were scavenged, this swarm of beetles might be far more dangerous than we thought. Yuan Bao climbed the towering platform of bones, calculating the potential threat posed by those beetles. Although the ones it had encountered earlier were weak, it couldn't rule out the existence of stronger ones. Perhaps it was just luck that they were out when it arrived. Still, even if reinforcements of extraordinary power were to appear, Yuan Bao felt confident. After all, it had only used a single burst of fire, and its energy reserves remained plentiful. The platform, built entirely out of bones, stood about 10 meters high, a daunting climb for Yuan Bao, who was only half a meter tall. Carefully, it scaled upward, benefiting from the tenfold energy recovery boost provided by Su Jingyan's extended rest in bed, making fatigue a non-issue. At last, Yuan Bao reached the top. Before it stood a golden, gleaming treasure chest, but it faced a dilemma. While the chest was only slightly larger than itself, how could it possibly transport it? Sorry, I didn't expect there to be a treasure chest underground. Your backpack can only hold ores, Su Jingyan said, sounding a bit regretful. Looks like you'll need to get you a better bag. Something like a storage pouch or a storage ring would be ideal. Yuan Bao gestured that it wasn't a big deal and quickly came up with a brute force solution. Steadying its stance, it gripped the sides of the chest with its claws and, with an almost comically awkward posture, managed to lift the chest off the ground. Incredible! Su Jingyan exclaimed in genuine admiration, delighting Yuan Bao. However, transporting it down the platform posed another challenge. Yuan Bao hesitated and tentatively suggested tossing the chest gently down the slope. At that moment, Su Jingyan suddenly had a realization. Wait a second, we don't need to move it at all. Why not just open it here? Didn't you do that last time? Yuan Bao set the chest down and, just as it had done before, used its sharp claws to pry open the gap. With a loud bang, the chest sprang open. A system notification appeared. Golden treasure chest opened. You've obtained Beast Compendium 1. The golden glow illuminated Yuan Bao's small face. Peering inside, it saw a book with a black leather cover. The title, Beast Compendium, was boldly written on it. Fantastic, it's a compendium, Su Jingyan said excitedly. Quick, open it up for me to take a look. But be careful, don't let your claws, sharp enough to cut through stone, damage the pages. Yuan Bao nodded in agreement. Thanks to its extensive experience mining, it had become adept at controlling the strength of its claws. With meticulous care, it extended a claw and gently flipped open the Beast Compendium. The first page detailed the information of the Chinese pangolin in the bestiary. As an extraordinary creature not native to the Misty Realm, this animal, covered in scales and equipped with sharp claws capable of easily breaking through rocks, is naturally timid. When faced with danger, it curls into a ball for self-defense, boasting impressive defensive and digging abilities. The bestiary also noted an unknown evolutionary path that could only be unlocked by recording 10 different spirit beasts. This is Yuan Bao's species entry in the bestiary. Su Jingyan had a sudden realization. This bestiary automatically records the spirit beasts I've encountered. He immediately grasped a key piece of information. Yuan Bao's level cap truly could only reach the extraordinary realm, confirming its innate limitations. However, the mention of an evolutionary path in the bestiary intrigued him. Turning to the second page, he found the detailed entry of the first wild beast he encountered after forming a contract with Yuan Bao's claw beast. The third page revealed the true identity of the icy creature they had encountered, a being known as the Ice Sprite. The fourth page recorded the current guardian by the campfire, an exceptional giant beast called the Bullhorn Colossus. When Su Jingyan reached the fifth page, he saw the entry on the shellbugs that Yuan Bao had just defeated. The bestiary revealed an important detail. These were merely the juvenile forms of the shellbugs. Once they matured, they would leave the colony, but the colony always maintained a singular extraordinary bug king to oversee it. As I suspected, they have a true leader. Su Jingyan had just arrived at this conclusion when a deep, resonating insect cry suddenly echoed through the cave. Shakaya. Yuan Bao quickly stashed the bestiary into its pack. At the far end of the cave, a massive shellbug nearly 2 meters tall stood wielding a giant bone axe. Behind it, the scattered shellbugs from earlier were regrouping, pointing at Yuan Bao atop the bone pile. Yuan Bao, prepare for battle, Su Jingyan commanded in a low voice. Shraka. The feral roar of the extraordinary beetle king echoed through the cave, immediately followed by the synchronized Shraka cries of the young beetle swarm behind it. Yuan Bao stood atop the bone platform, gripping the strap of the hemp backpack tightly, throat constricting with tension. This wasn't a show of bravado, it was pure, unfiltered fear. Stay right there, kid, came Su Jingyan's voice. Attacking from higher ground is the best strategy. This bone platform is your ideal battlefield. Got it. Yuan Bao responded briefly, Su Jingyan's words rekindling a flicker of confidence. Though appearing motionless, Yuan Bao was already channeling a vortex of fire energy deep within. The Beetle King brandished its massive bone axe, exuding an overwhelming presence. Standing a towering 2 meters tall, it resembled nothing like an insect but rather a terrifying behemoth. If Su Jingyan represented the combat strength of an average adult human, this Beetle King could easily match 1,000 of him. After all, no creature in the natural world could contend with an insect scaled up to such monstrous proportions. Thud, thud. Its heavy footsteps drew closer, and Yuan Bao could no longer distinguish whether the sound was the Beetle King's approach or the pounding of their own heart. The battle was imminent. The Beetle King charged to the base of the bone pile and leaped ferociously. With a single bound, it soared 10 meters into the air. Yuan Bao looked up, catching sight of the bone axe glinting with a cold light as it sliced downward like a bolt of lightning. Fire now! Su Jingyan's urgent command echoed in Yuan Bao's mind. The sheer force of the Beetle King's descending strike was akin to a devastating thunder crescent slash straight out of a video game. Got it! Yuan Bao opened its copper jaws, unleashing a fiery red dragon of flames. Boom! The blaze illuminated the entire cave, stirring the young beetles in the distance into a frenzy. They believed that while the flames might harm them, there was no way it could defeat their mighty king. Dodge left now, Su Jingyan warned. Though both were extraordinary beings, Yuan Bao lacked the same raw power but had the advantage of agility. Meanwhile, the Beetle King, midair, had no way to alter its trajectory. Yuan Bao rolled hard to the left. While its combat instincts were lacking, its ability to follow orders was impeccable. The fiery Beetle King, still wielding its blazing bone axe, crashed down with immense force only to strike the bone platform instead. Crash! The bone platform shattered on impact, merging with the crimson flames in a spectacular explosion. Burning shards of bone scattered like fireworks, their glow reflecting off the cave walls, creating a scene both dazzling and terrifying. The king of beetles let out an enraged roar, but its entire body was engulfed in fierce flames, unable to break free. The fire not only scorched its carapace, but also left it almost completely blinded. It swung its massive bone axe aimlessly, unable to lock onto its target. The explosive force sent Yuan Bao flying, tumbling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. The fall from nearly 10 meters left it with some minor injuries, but it was otherwise unharmed. That fiery breath had drained all of its energy, but thanks to its energy storage system, the depleted reserves were quickly being replenished. Yuan Bao, you're incredible, Su Jingyan exclaimed in awe. He had never expected Yuan Bao to possess such immense power. That single burst of flames was enough to claim the life of the equally extraordinary king of beetles. The fire not only inflicted area damage, but also caused burning and blinding effects, making it a top-tier skill. Of course, the skill had its limitations. It consumed an extreme amount of energy. Without the energy storage system, Yuan Bao might not even have been able to handle the nearby beetle larvae. Nevertheless, the skill's flexibility was remarkable, as the intensity of the flames could be fully controlled. At this moment, the flames on the king of beetles were gradually dying down, revealing its charred shell. It collapsed to the ground, still clutching the bone axe tightly, but it was beyond saving. Yuan Bao steadied itself, advancing step by step with the dignified posture of a little tyrannosaurus. It finally stopped beside the king of beetles. The defeated king glared at Yuan Bao in fury, but lacked the strength to lift its axe. Without hesitation, Yuan Bao opened its jaws, and another stream of crimson flames erupted forth. The fire raged wildly across the ground, completely consuming the king of beetles. Moments later, the insect king was reduced to a tumtor-long piece of charcoal. Su Jingyan couldn't help but laugh. Yuan Bao's caution had certainly been well placed. Fearing that the enemy might revive, it immediately delivered a final, lethal blow as soon as its energy was replenished. In the distance, the beetle swarm let out mournful cries, pointing at Yuan Bao but not daring to approach. Yuan Bao, who had been inspecting the charred remains to ensure the enemy was truly dead, instantly turned its head upon hearing the commotion, glaring ferociously at the swarm. The insects scattered like frightened birds. By the way, Yuan Bao, Su Jingyan suddenly remembered, this king of beetles was also extraordinary, just like the claw beast. Why don't you check if it has a transcendent crystal core? The moment Yuan Bao heard the word crystal, its spirits lifted. It quickly began digging with its claws. Before long, a bright, pristine crystal was unearthed from the charred remains. Sure enough, there it was. Although Su Jingyan couldn't see the interface, the extraordinary crystal core before him was far more stunning than the dark element crystal core he had obtained earlier. It resembled a flawless diamond, radiating a pure and pristine brilliance. Not bad. Even though this was an unexpected gain, it was definitely worth it, Su Jingyan thought to himself with a sense of relief. While the pressing issue of dwindling resources remained unresolved, this trip had undoubtedly been rewarding. Come back, little one, he called out. Chirp. Yuan Bao responded immediately. The fighting spirit it had felt earlier, triggered by the Shell Bug King's devastating leap attack, had long dissipated, replaced by fear. Moreover, its energy was nearly depleted, leaving it in no shape to face another battle. However, getting back posed a challenge. While the tunnel left by the Shell Bug King's entrance was a potential route, it led to an unknown area. Yuan Bao had ended up here purely because it had fallen through the shattered ground after being struck by the shell bug. Then just fly back up, Su Jingyan suggested. Don't forget your glorious first flight. Chirp. Yuan Bao's expression turned awkward, clearly regarding that particular incident as an embarrassing memory. Come on, I don't even mind it. So why are you so self-conscious? Su Jingyan said, half amused, half exasperated. He hadn't expected his pet to be so bashful. Rocketing into the air with flames, how cool is that? Yuan Bao spread its claws in resignation, clearly thinking that only its master could find such an awkward feat impressive. It sighed, tucked the crystal core into the Mima backpack, and began gathering the last remnants of its fire element energy. Wait, Su Jingyan added, that bone great axe is a solid weapon too. It didn't even discolor after going through flames. If you can carry it, take it with you. Yuan Bao nodded in agreement. The massive great axe, over 2 meters in length, was indeed impressive. Though it seemed comically oversized for Yuan Bao, which stood only half a meter tall, it lifted the weapon with ease thanks to its strength. Gripping the great axe tightly, Yuan Bao raised its tail slightly and began searching for the optimal release point for its fire energy. Having learned from its first attempt, it knew it needed to maintain a steady output and ascend gradually, rather than unleashing an uncontrollable burst of flames. Yuan Bao rocket is ready for launch, Su Jingyan suddenly announced with playful enthusiasm. 3, 2, 1 ignition. With a deafening roar, a pillar of crimson flames erupted downward, scorching the ground beneath it. Yuan Bao steadied itself, clutching the bone great axe vertically while carefully increasing its firepower to achieve a delicate balance. Boom. Yuan Bao rocket has successfully launched. The pet is in good condition and has entered its planned trajectory. We are witnessing history, Su Jingyan exclaimed with mock commentary. Propelled by the fiery thrust, Yuan Bao successfully reached a solid rock platform far beyond the black sand mound it had fallen from. When the flames finally extinguished, it stood on the rock, gripping the great axe tightly with a mix of pride and nervousness. Truth be told, it felt a little embarrassed about the whole ordeal. Su Jingyan couldn't help but smile as he watched Yuan Bao's timid demeanor. This pangolin, who had previously fallen from a great height without a scratch, was now acting as if it were terrified of dying. Yuan Bao shook its head and looked at its master with a serious expression. Master, you're wrong. If I land head first, it could be fatal. All right, I admit I didn't think it through, Su Jingyan said with a smile and a nod. In truth, he admired Yuan Bao's caution. In this world shrouded in unknown dangers, being careful was indeed a rare and valuable trait. Hearing his master's agreement, Yuan Bao perked up immediately. As expected of my master, always so wise. All right, come back quickly. This underground cave isn't safe either. If by any chance, Su Jingyan stopped mid-sentence, deciding not to speak ill-fated words. Yuan Bao glanced warily around its surroundings, then quickly ran back, carrying the giant bone axe and a straw backpack. With Su Jingyan's aid, it felt no fatigue at all. Even with the doubled energy consumption from battles, it remained full of vigor, capable of performing the most physically demanding movements over long distances. The journey back was uneventful. However, as their speed increased, the pitch-black environment created an eerie sense of being chased. Yuan Bao glanced back several times but saw nothing. Su Jingyan reassured it, saying it was just a psychological effect. With his ability to sense their surroundings, he assured Yuan Bao that he would detect anything approaching. When they reached the fork in the path, Yuan Bao stopped at the tunnel entrance. The giant bone axe was much larger than the passage it had previously dug, so the tunnel had to be widened. As it chewed on some rocks, it slowly regained a bit of energy. After breaking through to the forked cave, it moved on to the fire crystal mine area, but the tunnel leading to the surface also required expansion. At this point, Su Jingyan no longer synchronized his senses with Yuan Bao. Instead, he stepped out of the pet shelter and stood by the campfire to enjoy his meal. His gaze pierced through the mist, as if he could see the massive bull-like beast blocking the exit. Yuan Bao had grown strong enough to unleash a single fiery attack that could instantly kill extraordinary creatures of the same level. Su Jingyan's eyes no longer showed fear, but rather a burning desire for conquest. When my Yuan Bao ascends to the exceptional realm, the first thing I'll do is take you down, Su Jingyan declared boldly, biting into a fluffy bread roll and washing it down with a swig of mineral water, wiping the corners of his mouth with satisfaction. But soon, another thought crossed his mind. Yuan Bao, as a Chinese pangolin, was an ordinary pet beast. Its species' maximum potential was the extraordinary realm. To break through to the exceptional realm, it would require a path to ascension or a species evolution. Fortunately, once they recorded 10 spirit beasts in the Beast Codex, they would receive the answer. They had already completed 5 pages, leaving only 5 more to go. Still, there's no rush. Everything is progressing steadily, Su Jingyan thought with a calm mindset. He was more excited about the upcoming rewards. It was the 5th day, and the weekly ranking settlement for the Pet Beast leaderboard was just around the corner. Not only would he be able to exchange for a platinum treasure chest from the Terminator, but Yuan Bao's ranking reward would also include a golden treasure chest. Recalling the excellent items he had obtained from the previous golden chest, Su Jingyan couldn't help but feel a gambler's thrill bubbling up inside him. He eagerly awaited time to pass faster. Sounds continued to echo from the hole. Moments later, Su Jingyan saw Yuan Bao extend a tiny claw out of the hole, its movements stiff as it tapped against the edge of the stone opening. With a slight effort, it easily pried off a large chunk of rock, then retreated back into the hole, followed by the crisp sound of chewing. Su Jingyan couldn't help but laugh. Holding a frying pan filled with cooked pork jerky and luncheon meat, he approached the entrance of the hole. Inside, Yuan Bao had stabilized itself against the rock wall with its 2 stubby legs and scaly tail, forming a firm triangular stance. In one hand, it wielded a massive bone axe, while the other hand clutched a chunk of stone, munching on it as if it were an apple. The beige backpack on its back hung loosely, its straps having come undone during its prolonged activity. Chirp! Yuan Bao called out excitedly upon spotting Su Jingyan, as though it had narrowly escaped a disaster. Little one, do you want something to eat? Su Jingyan asked, picking up a piece of pork jerky with chopsticks carved from sharp claws and holding it out toward the hole. Yuan Bao immediately nodded in response, and Su Jingyan expertly tossed the jerky into its tiny mouth, clearly enjoying the act of feeding it. After savoring the jerky, the ravenous Yuan Bao quickened its pace in widening the hole. Soon, it leapt out, axe in hand. Su Jingyan glanced down at the hole, marveling. This hole is so deep. It's actually making me feel a bit dizzy just looking at it. The thought of accidentally falling and sent a shiver down his spine, triggering a bout of claustrophobia. But the presence of Yuan Bao gave him a sense of reassurance. Yuan Bao had already tossed its massive bone axe carelessly onto the ground and was eagerly waiting for fire crystals. Despite its lack of formal training, it always waited for Su Jingyan's permission before taking the crystalsa level of understanding that made Su Jingyan's heart ache with affection. All right, I'll get them for you. Back-to-back battles have really worn out our little Yuan Bao. Su Jingyan, neglecting his own meal, quickly retrieved 10 fire crystals from the pet beast home and filled Yuan Bao's stone bowl, which now had 2 bite marks on it. Without hesitation, Yuan Bao picked up a crystal and began devouring it. Taking the opportunity, Su Jingyan removed its backpack and pulled out a transcendent crystal core to examine its properties. To his surprise, it turned out to be a non-attribute core, which was far more versatile than any attributed core. Delighted, Su Jingyan also realized why the Shellbug King had seemed so unimpressive apart from its brute strength. It turned out to be a non-attribute spirit beast. These attributeless spirit beasts are indeed at the very bottom of the food chain. Not only are they weak, but even their crystal cores have become sought-after supplements for other attribute-based pet beasts. It sounds like a tragic species setting, but Su Jingyan's business-savvy mind immediately spotted the opportunity. The market potential for attributeless crystal cores is bound to be vast. Unfortunately, extraordinary crystal cores are nothing like ordinary fire crystals that can be mined from veins. To obtain them in bulk, one would need the strength to domesticate and harvest from a group of attributeless beasts in the future, but that would be far too cruel. For now, he decided to be practical, carefully placing this hard-earned extraordinary crystal core on top of the silver treasure chest brimming with fire crystals. Looking at the mountain of fire crystals almost spilling out of the chest, Su Jingyan felt a wave of frustration. One treasure chest was far from enough to store all these resources, leaving a large number of fire crystals scattered on the ground. This not only bothered him aesthetically, but also made him worry about tripping over them if he got up in the middle of the night. But moving the fire crystals farther away? That was out of the question. Couldn't bear not being able to see this wealth. It made him restless and unable to sleep properly. Fortunately, the pet beast ranking leaderboard was about to settle, and 2 ordinary treasure chests were within reach. A smile tugged at Su Jingyan's lips as he thought about the dazzling diamond treasure chest from the comfort rankings, which should be more than sufficient to store resources. By then, his next concern would likely be building a dedicated warehouse to house these treasure chests. Carefully storing away the extraordinary crystal core, Su Jingyan pulled out the beast encyclopedia from his backpack. He had little interest in the clawed beast and ice sprite he had already defeated. What concerned him most now was the giant bull titan blocking the entrance. He set a goal for himself before the mist surge in 25 days. He must find a way to elevate Yuan Bao to the excellent tier and completely eliminate this looming threat. The information displayed in the encyclopedia was quite detailed. This bull-like creature, imbued with a trace of Titan bloodline, wasn't particularly massive but moved sluggishly and often disguised itself as a boulder to ambush prey. It also possessed a racial skill called Bull Titan Ground Slam, and unlocking its evolution path required the encyclopedia to document 10 kinds of spirit beasts. Reading this, Su Jingyan couldn't help but feel injustice on behalf of Yuan Bao. Both were contract pet beasts, starting on the same footing with the potential to awaken beastmaster talents. He could accept that luck was part of strength. Yet Yuan Bao was born with low aptitude, no racial skills, mediocre attributes, and could only dig tunnels and feed on ants. In contrast, the Bull Titan, with just its Titan bloodline, could easily crush Yuan Bao. The disparity was simply too great. However, it was precisely Yuan Bao's relentless effort, combined with the unexpectedly compatible fatigue synchronization talent they shared, that led to their achievements today. Su Jingyan felt proud of this. They had earned their success through sheer hard work. Yuan Bao diligently mined, while Su Jingyan focused on resting. Su Jingyan carefully studied the bestiary and finally gained a clear understanding of the extraordinary level beast guarding his doorstep. This beast, a fusion of Titan bloodline and a bull-like creature known as the Nyotan Colossus, had a reputation as fierce as its name, earth-shaking Nyotan. In his mind, Su Jingyan played out possible battle scenarios. The beast would likely stomp its hooves on the ground, causing seismic tremors. This posed a grave danger to Yuan Bei if an earthquake caused it to lose balance and fall. Being trampled by a creature of such size would be catastrophic. However, the bestiary also noted the Nyotan Colossus's weakness: slow reactions and sluggish movements. This trait, typical of large creatures, gave him an idea for a counter-strategy guerrilla warfare. Placing the bestiary on his bed, Su Jingyan walked over to Yuan Bao. At the moment, Yuan Bao had just finished munching on 10 fire crystals and was sipping mineral water from a stone bowl. Su Jingyan glanced at Yuan Bao's stats panel. Pet beast, Chinese pangolin. True name, Yuan Bao. Attributes, metal, fire. Level, extraordinary tier 2, 57. Skills, copper teeth iron stomach, flame torrent, energy storage. Specialty, digging. Ever since advancing to the extraordinary realm, Yuan Bao's energy capacity per level had significantly increased, making leveling up much harder. However, its intense daily mining routine, which consumed a great deal of energy, meant it got hungry every 4 hours, requiring 6 meals a day. This high-intensity lifestyle allowed it to maintain an astonishing growth rate of 2 levels per day. Su Jingyan felt a sense of pride. When other Beastmaster's pets eventually reached the extraordinary realm, their progress would likely slow down due to increased energy demands. But Yuan Bao could continue its incredible growth pace, widening the gap between them even further. Yuan Bao, we may have started from the bottom, but we'll rise to the top. We'll dominate the pet beast level rankings and the home comfort rankings. Su Jingyan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Yuan Bao, keep holding on to that number 1 spot. We're going to secure the shining treasure chest and leave no chances for others. Chirp. Yuan Bao looked up, seemingly puzzled. It felt like it was already giving its all. Su Jingyan realized that perhaps he was the one who needed to adjust, had to learn to relax, and not always look for something to do. Alright, let's just maintain the status quo. Chirp. Yuan Bao responded in agreement. Afterward, Su Jingyan helped it reattach its beige backpack. Yuan Bao then carefully approached the tunnel entrance, gripping the rock wall with its claws and feet, and slid back into the underground tunnel to resume its mining work. And so, another peaceful 7 days passed. Yuan Bao had always led a monotonous life, mining, eating fire crystals, and repeating the cycle. Su Jingyan's days weren't much better, revolving around nothing more than eating and drinking. He stared at the remaining 5.5 bottles of mineral water and glanced at the dwindling food supplies. Half a box of pork floss bread, a few pieces of dried pork, and the luncheon meat was nearly gone. In just 6 days, the man and the beast had devoured an entire roasted pig. While the roasting process had shrunk the meat considerably, their consumption rate was still astonishing. Due to their synchronized fatigue, both of their nutritional needs had significantly increased. Yuan Bao was relatively easier to manage, having switched to eating fire crystals and only requiring water. However, Su Jingyan still needed to eat meat, and the current stock of fire crystals couldn't keep up with Yuan Bao's growing appetite. The fire crystal reserves had plummeted from over 200 to just 188 and were continuing to decline. Although Yuan Bao managed to mine quite a few each day, the consumption far outpaced the supply, creating a serious imbalance. While the situation was still manageable for now, Su Jingyan couldn't help but worry about the future. Once the mine was depleted, Yuan Bao's eating habits would quickly exhaust the remaining stockpile. The consequences of losing the fire crystal supply were unimaginable. With Yuan Bao's current strength, it might be able to survive in the mist using torches, but that would inevitably mean losing the top spot on the leaderboard and forfeiting the rewards from the premium treasure chests. This was a price Su Jingyan couldn't afford to pay. We must find a new mine as soon as possible. Su Jingyan was anxious. Although the current mine could sustain them for a while longer, the insecurity of relying on a single resource point left him restless. However, it was the 7th day since their descent, and tomorrow the leaderboard would reset, and treasure chests would be distributed. Su Jingyan decided to let Yuan Bao maintain the status quo for now and postponed searching for a new cave until after the treasure chests were opened. Just as he was thinking, Yuan Bao returned, this time carrying only 7 fire crystals, a clear sign that the yield was decreasing. You're back, buddy. Hungry? I've got something ready for you. Su Jingyan pointed to a stone bowl filled with 10 fire crystals. Yuan Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement as it dashed forward and devoured the crystals eagerly. After finishing, Su Jingyan opened the pet panel and found that Yuan Bao's level had increased to extraordinary level 5 at 3. This leveling speed was truly unrivaled. With its belly full, Yuan Bao affectionately rubbed its head against its master's pant leg. Su Jingyan crouched down to pat its head, and after a brief moment of bonding, Yuan Bao turned and disappeared into the tunnel, resuming its mining duties. Su Jingyan lay on the bed, eager for the leaderboard reset and treasure chest distribution tomorrow. To make time pass faster, he decided to take a nap. Even in his dreams, he was planning the order in which he would open the chests. Start with the golden chest, then the platinum chest, and finally the dazzling diamond chest. Su Jingyan woke up from a long sleep. The 7th day hadn't ended yet, so he immediately activated Sensory Sync to check the situation. Yuan Bao was still diligently mining. Calculating the time, he realized he had been asleep for almost 9 hours. Although he had woken up half-dreaming a few times, he forced himself to go back to sleep each time. I can't do it anymore. I just can't sleep. Su Jingyan opened his eyes, curled up in his sleeping bag, and stared at the slanted rooftop above him, still closed. With 5 or 6 hours left until the 7th day concluded, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Who would have thought that, in this dangerous and unpredictable world of fog, his biggest problem would be insomnia? Bored out of his mind, he opened the global chat interface. With the dwindling number of participants, even the global messages had become sparse. By contrast, the nearby region chat was much livelier, with a sense of real interaction. I'm so excited. I'm about to get a bronze treasure chest. Me too. It's my first time. I heard you can get blueprints from it? Just a bronze chest. Is it worth getting so hyped up over? Of course, it's exciting if you've never opened one before. I'm getting a silver chest. Am I bragging? Yeah, you sure are bragging. Talking back? Haven't you heard of the Hungry Wolf Gang? Careful, or you'll be sent flying. Come on, bring it. Our Beast Alliance isn't afraid of some Hungry Wolf Gang. Reading these pretentious yet playful exchanges, Su Jingyan couldn't help but laugh. He decided to stir the pot a little. Silver chest? That's worth bragging about? I'm about to get a shining diamond chest and honestly, I'm not even excited. While the last part wasn't true, the thrill of showing off was undeniably addictive. His message was like a bomb, instantly igniting the chat room. A shining diamond chest? What kind of god-ear level is that? What rank do you need for that? Top 1000? 1000? No way, it's gotta be top 10. Bluffing without even trying to make it convincing. Hilarious. Just as everyone was questioning him, a prominent figure claiming to be in the top 100 and well-known in the Beast Alliance jumped in, declaring they'd exposed the truth behind Su Jingyan's claim. Watching the situation unfold, Su Jingyan found it all highly entertaining. Is the shining diamond chest real? This question sparked a heated debate in the regional chat. Fake, scoffed a player claiming to be a top-tier alliance leader. My pet ranks in the top 100, and the best reward I've ever gotten is a golden chest. Where would a shining diamond chest even come from? Others chimed in, agreeing with the statement. One person even joked, I can make stuff up too. How about a super radiant invincible supreme chest? Ironically, the last laugh came from Su Jingyan, who was actually telling the truth. Yet, people were more inclined to believe the so-called alliance leader who had fabricated his credentials. This brought to Su Jingyan's mind the fact that the 14th ranked Terminator received a platinum chest, while the self-proclaimed top 100 player dared to claim only a golden chest. When you truly possess wealth, speaking the truth often sounds like boasting, Su Jingyan mused. Meanwhile, being low-key tends to earn you more credibility. Realizing that the people in the regional chat weren't worth engaging with, Su Jingyan didn't bother. After all, he did own the shining diamond chest. He decisively left the chat and turned his attention to the Or House group, where he interacted with 3 goofy but genuine clients. Time passed, and the 7th day finally arrived. The familiar system announcement echoed in everyone's minds, declaring the weekly leaderboard results. Su Jingyan immediately switched his pet house to open-air mode. The roof unfolded, and the rocky walls and iron doors slowly receded into the ground. By the bonfire, a dazzling beam of light pierced through the pale mist. As the fog cleared, a shining diamond chest with a surface glowing in radiant rainbow hues appeared alongside a luxuriously engraved golden chest. Su Jingyan didn't rush to open the chests. For one, Yuan Bao wasn't present. For another, he was still waiting for the platinum chest from the Terminator trade. He quickly reached out in the Or House group chat. The leaderboard results are out. Where are you? The Terminator responded promptly, checking out the platinum chest. Let me assess its value. Get on with it. How many fire crystals do you want? Just name your price. Su Jingyan urged impatiently. How about 50 fire crystals? 50? 30? Su Jingyan countered decisively. The Terminator was stunned upon hearing the price. He had initially planned to negotiate a higher price, seeing the miner's urgency, but unexpectedly, the tables were turned on him. No worries, it's fine, the ore merchant said with a grin, adjusting the price. Occupational habit. So, 29 fire crystals, deal or no deal? What? Only 29? The Terminator quickly waved his hands. Let's make it 30. All right, 30 it is. The ore merchant agreed readily. Su Jingyan observed the exchange closely. If the haggling continued, the Terminator might have been able to get the platinum treasure chest for as little as 20 fire crystals. But Su Jingyan chose not to intervene. 30 fire crystals were already a steal for a platinum chest, which was typically worth only a golden treasure chest. Besides, he didn't want to overly exploit the Terminator. Reliable long-term clients like him were hard to come by. If the Terminator ended up dying due to lack of resources, it would be a loss for both parties. All right then, 30 fire crystals for the platinum treasure chest, Su Jingyan said as he pulled out 40 fire crystals. The extra 10 are for you to hold on to. Help me trade them for some good food and water. Boss, you're too generous. The Terminator accepted the fire crystals, his eyes glistening with gratitude. I swear, they'll get you the best food at the lowest price possible. As the Terminator walked away, Su Jingyan sighed softly, watching his retreating figure. Food is indeed running low. I hope he can bring back something tasty. I'm no longer just trying to survive, I want to enjoy my meals. If Yuan Bao can discover a new resource deposit beyond just fire crystals, we might truly transition from mere survival to a life of comfort. Moments later, a faint white mist appeared near the campfire. As it dissipated, a smooth, Heich-looking platinum treasure chest materialized on the ground. The warm glow of the firelight and the chest's multicolored sheen reflected on Su Jingyan's face, illuminating the three neatly arranged treasure chests in front of him. On the left was a golden treasure chest forged from pure gold, known for its rich rewards with no low-tier items, primarily offering blueprints. On the right was the platinum treasure chest, resembling a secure safe, with a high probability of containing tangible tools or items. In the middle stood the radiant diamond treasure chest, an enhanced version of the regular diamond chest, offering the same base rewards but with the added chance of containing a pet egg. Let's call Yuan Bao back first, Su Jingyan decided. We'll open the golden one, and it can open the other two. Not long after, Yuan Bao, who had been diligently mining, crawled out of a tunnel. It curiously approached Su Jingyan, gently nudging his pant leg with its head. Yuan Bao claimed it wasn't hungry and couldn't understand why they had to return now. Su Jingyan crouched down, gently patting its neatly arranged, cultivate scales with a smile. It's treasure chest time. I've calculated it, you're a lucky star incarnate. How could you possibly miss out? Yuan Bao shook its head to dodge his touch, striding over to the three treasure chests. It turned back and shot Su Jingyan a questioning look. Let's start with the platinum chest on the left. You've got this, I trust your luck. Su Jingyan pointed at the target. Yuan Bao nodded in response, skillfully extending its claw to wedge into the gap of the chest. But this time, it didn't open as easily as usual. Wait, this one's like a safe. You need to turn the dial in the middle, Su Jingyan reminded. As he approached, he noticed a numerical keypad on the dial. Just as he was about to remark on how it might need a password, Yuan Bao had already run out of patience. With a sharp glint in its eyes, it struck the chest with full force, tearing a gash right through the platinum surface. The chest door popped open with a loud snap, and the system notification sounded. Platinum chest successfully opened. Reward, Bone Ash Conversion Fertilizer Box X1. Su Jingyan retrieved a greenish wooden box from inside. It wasn't very large but was sturdily crafted. There was a small 5 cm diameter hole on the top and a pull-out drawer on the side, which was currently empty. The system explained that this was a magical item capable of converting bone ash into extraordinary fertilizer, ideal for improving soil quality and cultivating spiritual plants. Su Jingyan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. The seed he had planted earlier had been unable to grow due to poor soil conditions. But now, with this, the problem might finally be solved. Well done. He praised Yuan Bao enthusiastically, setting the box aside and gearing up to try his own luck. With Yuan Bao cheering him on, Su Jingyan approached the golden chest and confidently kicked it. The result? Not only did his foot throb in pain, but all he got was a blueprint for a beast companion assist glove. Su Jingyan was a bit disappointed. Something that required materials to craft wasn't nearly as practical as an actual item. Looks like my luck isn't great after all, he admitted, turning to Yuan Bao. The last diamond chest is all yours. Let's see if you can pull out a second little buddy for us. Go for it, Yuan Bao. Su Jingyan commanded as he fixated on the dazzling diamond treasure chest in front of him. The little cat, Yuan Bao, adopted a serious demeanor, its paws slightly lowered and its lively eyes filled with determination. It understood the immense significance of this shimmering, special effects-laden diamond chest to its owner and was resolute in not betraying that trust. Standing nearby, Su Jingyan could barely contain his excitement. Despite his gambler's itch to open the chest himself, reason won out. All right, little one. Whether we feast like kings next week or not depends entirely on your divine strike. Yuan Bao nodded solemnly, sharpening its claws before decisively striking. Its claws slid precisely into the crevice of the treasure chest. Boom! With a dramatic burst, the chest sprang open, its lid flipping back as a brilliant emerald beam shot skyward, piercing through the oppressive black mist above. What is this? Su Jingyan quickly stepped closer, only to have his vision overwhelmed by the intense green glow. Having been duped before by Yuan Bao's flashy golden effects during an earlier treasure opening, he remained cautious and resolved not to get carried away until he saw the actual contents. Yuan Bao nervously eyed its owner's restrained expression, worried that pulling out a worthless item would disappoint him. The special effects lingered unusually long, and Su Jingyan finally couldn't hold back. He bent down, reaching into the emerald radiance with his hand. It's cool to the touch, like wood, but also smooth, he murmured as he felt around. Just then, a broadcast resonated simultaneously in the minds of everyone within the misty realm. Su Jingyan has become the first beastmaster to obtain a pet beast egg. He has unlocked the mental slot to contract a second pet beast. As the emerald glow dissipated at last, the treasure inside was revealed, a smooth wooden sphere resembling fresh tree bark, adorned with tiny green leaves. A system notification promptly appeared. Wood type exceptional pet beast egg. Maximum species level, exceptional realm. Hatching progress, 0. In this mist-shrouded world where acquiring a new pet beast was extraordinarily rare, this was undoubtedly one of the most coveted rewards. Gazing at the unique wooden pet egg, Su Jingyan couldn't help but exclaim, This is what you'd call a stroke of pure luck. The first chance to draw a pet beast is often the only opportunity in most people's lives to obtain the highest level reward. Su Jingyan carefully picked up the wooden egg encased in a bark-like shell, and quickly realized that the wooden exterior was so resilient that it might even bounce if dropped, without breaking. Still, he dared not test it after all. The pet beast embryo inside was far too fragile for such experiments. Yuan Bao. Su Jingyan turned to the trembling little creature beside him. Yes? Yuan Bao replied hesitantly, his body slightly shaking as he observed his master's calm expression. He couldn't figure out what his master was thinking. Su Jingyan didn't seem particularly thrilled, not even showing any excitement over the bone ash fertilizer box. Could it be that he had drawn something worthless and was about to scold him? Suddenly, Su Jingyan burst into laughter while holding the egg. Haha, Yuan Bao, you're such a lucky charm. I knew your luck was extraordinary. He hadn't expected to draw a pet beast egg, and not just any egg, it was the very first one in the entire population. This immediately unlocked a second mental slot for contracting another pet beast for him. Even compared to a radiant diamond treasure chest, he couldn't imagine a reward better than this. Seeing his master finally excited, Yuan Bao sighed in relief and felt proud of his contribution. Su Jingyan lifted the wooden egg and tried to communicate with it. Hello? Can you hear me? Naturally, there was no response. The wood element pet beast egg was enormous, larger than an ostrich egg, and Su Jingyan could barely hold it with both hands. A wood element pet beast egg. Once it hatches, the pet's potential cap will be at the exceptional level, which should be a bit higher than Yuan Bao's starting point, he murmured to himself. Yuan Bao finally caught on and began to worry. If the new pet beast hatched, wouldn't it mean sharing his food? No matter how hard he worked at mining, he couldn't possibly gather enough fire crystals to feed 2 pet beasts. Su Jingyan noticed his concern and reassured him, Little guy, don't worry. The pet beast that hatches from this wooden egg won't eat fire crystals. And even if I get other fire crystal consuming pets in the future, you'll always be my number one. Even if I have to go hungry, I'll make sure you're well fed. That will never change. With his master's promise, Yuan Bao perked up again. Su Jingyan then began pondering how to hatch the wood element pet beast egg. Since it was made of wood, maybe it needed to be planted in the soil like a seed? While unconventional, it seemed like a logical approach for a wood element pet beast. They went to the Z plant cultivation area, where Yuan Bao dug a large hole, and Su Jingyan carefully placed the pet beast egg inside. Instantly, a status panel appeared before them. Wood element exceptional pet beast egg hatching progress, 0. Current status, hatching stopped. Soil nutrients insufficient to meet growth requirements. Life force, 99.9 malnourished. Well, the good news is that it can hatch, but this barren soil is clearly lacking in nutrients, Su Jingyan said, rubbing his chin in thought. Looks like I'll need to head to the shell bug caverns to collect some bones and used the fertilizer box to process them. Yuanbao, let's go. Su Jingyan waved his hand, signaling the small creature. Yuanbao immediately darted into a burrow. Returning to his bed, Su activated sensory synchronization, observing the surroundings through his pet beast's perspective. Before long, Yuanbao arrived at a familiar fork in the tunnels. We'll take the left path again, head to the beetle's den, and gather some bones to grind into bone ash, Su instructed in his mind. Yuanbao gave a nod of understanding and trotted down the familiar route on its short legs. Though it wanted to move faster, its small body limited its speed, and even with its agile hops, progress was slower than ideal. As Yuanbao moved through the pitch-black tunnels, Su Jingyan kept talking to soothe the little creature's nerves. Even though Yuanbao mostly remained silent, it didn't deter Su from chattering on enthusiastically. Little one, you're the one I trust most. Let me share a secret I've never told anyone else, Su suddenly said. Seeing Yuanbao tilt its head in confusion, he explained, every intelligent being has experiences they can't share with anyone as they grow. Those are their secrets. Noticing Yuanbao's puzzled expression, Su hesitated briefly before continuing. There used to be a kids' TV show called Garden Babies. One of the characters, shaped like a sunflower, was called Wuxitixi. He paused for a moment. I wronged her once. After saying this, Su awkwardly ran his fingers through his hair. Although Yuanbao didn't fully understand, it listened carefully. Amid this casual chatter, the little creature finally reached its destination, a ledge overlooking an underground cliff. Below lay the beetle's den where a previous battle had taken place, and across the chasm stretched a deep, uncharted tunnel. Su Jingyan took stock of their options. The Beetle King's tunnel entrance below, the seemingly bottomless passage across the gap that would require a leap to reach, and the unexplored right-hand tunnel. Let's head down first. We need those bones. Without fertilizer, the wooden egg keeps losing health, Su declared. He had been reluctant to convert the newly acquired giant bone axe into fertilizer, but suddenly, he smacked his forehead. Wait a second, that's not right. The inspiration for the bone giant axe suddenly struck Su Jingyan's mind. Since the axe was made of bone, theoretically, pig bones could also be turned into bone powder. He immediately got out of bed and walked briskly toward the garbage pile behind the campfire. Sure enough, in this makeshift open-air toilet area, he found the bones of the wild boar that had been stripped of its meat and casually discarded earlier. Su Jingyan silently thanked his luck for not missing this opportunity. Although Yuanbao had already reached the beetle lair, this discovery was too important. He quickly selected a few smaller pig bones and placed them on the edge of the campfire to roast. While waiting for the bones to dry out from the fire, he lay back on his bed and activated his sensory synchronization with Yuanbao. The scene shifted to the beetle lair, where Yuanbao had landed smoothly. It seemed that after the previous rocket launch experience, it had become increasingly adept at using its fire propulsion technique. Jia, Yuanbao asked in a curious tone. Since you're already there, bring back some bones, Su Jingyan instructed. Pick ones that aren't too large or too fragile. Yuanbao nodded in agreement and began carefully searching the ground for suitable bone fragments, diligently placing them into its small backpack. While Yuanbao busied itself, Su Jingyan mentally mapped out the process of making bone powder. First, burn the bones in intense flames, then boil them in water, and finally roast them thoroughly over residual fire. Only by making the bones brittle enough could they be crushed and ground into powder. Without proper tools, this process was undoubtedly tedious, so gathering too many bones at once would be impractical. Yuanbao, since you're already here, why not explore the tunnel where the Beetle King emerged? Su Jingyan suggested. Though slightly hesitant, Yuanbao mustered its courage, carefully observing the pitch-black surroundings of the cave as it moved toward the designated direction. At that moment, the system's leaderboard announcement resounded. It was the weekly ranking update, which would remain fixed for the next 7 days once finalized. Su Jingyan took a moment to glance at the leaderboard. Home comfort rankings. 1. Su Jingyan, 1800 decreased. 2. Wang Linlin, 700 increased. 3. Lin Yu, 650 increased. Although his comfort score had dropped, likely due to insufficient food reserves, he was still far ahead of the others. This meant he would once again receive the shining diamond treasure chest as a reward. Even more exciting was Yuanbao's extraordinary level in the pet rankings, which would undoubtedly secure the top spot and bring in substantial rewards. The pet rankings have finally been updated. Topping the list is none other than the Chinese Pangolin Extraordinary Level 5, followed by the Yumeng Eagle Juvenile Tier 9, and in third place, the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon Juvenile Tier 9. This outcome was within Su Jingyan's expectations, but for others, it was undoubtedly a massive shock. A seemingly unremarkable creature like the Chinese pangolin had claimed the top spot with its astonishing Level 5 extraordinary power. The chat channels were likely in an uproar at this very moment. However, Su Jingyan had little interest in fame. What mattered to him were the actual rewards. As the top ranker, the system indicated he would receive a Beast Combat Power Chest 1, This made him frown slightly, unlike the shining diamond chest awarded to the top of the home rankings. This was a completely new type of chest. Beast combat power? Su Jingyan murmured the name to himself. After a moment of thought, he speculated that it was likely a chest specifically designed to provide equipment for pets. While it was a different type, as long as it could enhance combat power, it was good enough for him. After all, the shining diamond chest he opened last time yielded an incredible item. He could only hope this beast combat power chest wouldn't disappoint either. After confirming his dual top-ranking positions, Su Jingyan couldn't help but recall his school days, when he used to fantasize about having the power to travel through time. Skipping from class to dismissal, from work to clocking out, from rankings being finalized to rewards being distributed, or even from birth to the end of life. But he quickly snapped out of these unrealistic musings. For now, what mattered most was monitoring Yuan Bao's exploration progress. Reactivating sensory synchronization, the dark, cavernous scenery immediately filled his mind. Yuan Bao was currently hiding in a corner of the rocky wall, clearly frightened by the brief disconnection from his master. Yuan Bao? Su Jingyan called softly. Squeak. Yuan Bao responded right away, its voice full of grievance. Although the sensory synchronization had been disconnected for less than 2 minutes, for the timid creature, it had felt like an agonizing eternity. It's okay, I'm back. Su Jingyan reassured, watching as Yuan Bao perked up again. Let's go. I'll keep helping you observe the surroundings. Chirp. Yuan Bao regained its confidence and stood up from the corner. After enduring over a minute of terror, hearing its master's voice felt like a lifeline. Under Su Jingyan's command, Yuan Bao stepped forward, lifting its front claws and striking a pose like a miniature Tyrannosaurus, cautiously advancing through the pitch-black tunnel. Su Jingyan focused intently on observing the surroundings, determined not to miss even the slightest anomaly. After only a few steps, Yuan Bao came to a halt. Emerging from the entrance of the beetle's burrow, this area, which Su Jingyan provisionally referred to as the second underground level, was vastly different from the branching tunnels above. Instead of straightforward passages, it was a labyrinth of interconnected tunnels of varying sizes. At this moment, 3 potential paths lay before Yuan Bao. 2 tunnels on the left and right, and directly ahead, a narrow rock crevice about a meter high perfectly suited for a pangolin size. The choice of direction left Su Jingyan in a dilemma. One wrong turn in this intricate underground maze could mean becoming hopelessly lost, with dire consequences. Yuan Bao, let's go left, Su Jingyan finally decided after careful deliberation, reasoning that this route seemed less likely to lead to confusion. Yuan Bao nodded in agreement and headed toward the left tunnel. Fortunately, this area still appeared to be within the beetle's territory, as they encountered no other dangerous creatures along the way. To reassure Yuan Bao, Su Jingyan kept communicating with it mentally, even resorting to simple exclamations when he ran out of words, just to maintain his presence. Yuan Bao listened intently to every syllable from its master. Although Su Jingyan felt that this childlike creature was not yet ready to handle things independently, he was comforted to see that, with his support, Yuan Bao had grown noticeably braver after their previous battles. Thus, they made their way through 3 turns, consistently moving forward to the left. Along the way, they discovered several deposits of black iron ore, though there was still no sign of extraordinary resources. Just as Su Jingyan was about to instruct Yuan Bao to turn back at the next intersection, a sudden flash of vivid red light caught his eye in the depths of the dark tunnel. What's that up ahead? Su Jingyan suddenly sat up straight, his eyes instantly sharp. Yuan Bao had also noticed something unusual. It cautiously stretched its neck, trying to get a clearer view, but in the darkness, all it could make out was a faint, hazy red glow. In this deep, shadowy cavern, any anomaly was not to be ignored. The sight triggered a strong sense of déjà vu in Su Jingyan. His mind raced through possibilities. Could it be glowing red crystals? Some kind of eerie red fungus? But most likely of all, it resembled the searing crimson of molten lava, almost as if he could hear the bubbling sounds rising from it. Let's move, Yuan Bao, Su Jingyan whispered as he gave a low warning. Tread carefully. If anything feels off, retreat immediately. The last time they had accidentally stumbled into a swarm of shell bugs, the lesson had been unforgettable. If not for their superior strength, Yuan Bao could have suffered a serious setback. But they could never assume their adversaries would always be weaker than them. Yuan Bao gave a slight nod. Such caution was second nature to it. Su Jingyan didn't even need to say much. Yuan Bao was a survivalist to its core. It would never reveal itself if it could avoid it, never hesitate to strike a fatal blow, and always ensure to finish off an enemy completely. Su Jingyan nodded to himself in approval. Such a cautious personality was actually a boon for Yuan Bao. It was even more careful than its master, practically born to be a survival expert. Yuan Bao pressed close to the rock wall as it moved forward, each step as light as a whisper. Before long, it had drawn near the source of the red glow. The bubbling sound grew clearer, and it did indeed seem to be the sound of boiling lava. As Yuan Bao reached a bend in the path, Its backpack accidentally scraped against the rock, causing the bones inside to make a faint clinking noise. It froze instantly, its whole body stiff with tension. It's fine. The sound was very faint, and the bubbling noises covering it. Su Jingyan quickly reassured it. Yuan Bao steadied itself, perking up its ears to listen intently. After confirming that there were no additional movements aside from the bubbling, it cautiously peeked its head out. Sure enough, it was lava. Beyond the bend lay an uneven terrain of molten rock, with several small lava pools bubbling like scalding hot springs, emitting a fiery red glow. Yuan Bao had never encountered lava before and hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, Su Jingyan's startled voice rang out in its mind. What the heck is that? Hearing the exclamation, Yuan Bao instinctively pulled its head back and began to retreat silently. However, Su Jingyan quickly added, Wait, I didn't mean for you to run. I was just Serper said there's a dragon in that lava pool. A dragon? Yuan Bao paused, puzzled. I'm not entirely sure, but it might be a Western dragon. Take another look, it seems to be asleep. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yuan Bao turned back. This time, it was extra careful not to make any noise with its backpack. Slowly and cautiously, it peeked its head out again to observe. In the lava pool ahead, an enormous lizard-like creature was reclining in the largest pool of molten rock. Its thick claws rested on the edge of the stone, its eyelids shut, and its breathing steady. What stood out the most was its green-scaled skin, resembling the Shangzhu in form, though its body was shorter and stockier. That's definitely a dragon. Su Jingyan's heart skipped a beat as he quickly opened the bestiary at his side. Sure enough, the 6th page had been updated with information about this creature. Lava Earth Dragon. Race limit, Lord. Characteristics, wingless and subterranean, with faint traces of dragon blood, destined to devolve into a cave lizard. Traits, thick-skinned, heat-resistant, capable of moving freely in lava. Racial skills, Dragon Roar Domain, Lava Scorching Ground exclusive Lord-level domain skill. Evolution path. Unknown, each set of 10 spirit beasts recorded unlocks a path of evolution. This discovery left Su Jingyan deeply astonished. Although the Earth Dragon retained only a faint trace of dragon blood, it was still an entity that Yuan Bao could not afford to provoke. More importantly, it introduced him to the entirely new concept of domain skills. Looking around, he observed that the lava cavern contained only the Earth Dragon as its sole inhabitant. However, something above the dragon caught Su Jingyan's attention, a stone pillar hanging from the ceiling of the cave. Embedded on its surface was a crimson orb, burning with an eternal flame. A fire essence core? Su Jingyan's heart skipped again. The orb bore a striking resemblance to the extraordinary material required for crafting a hearth furnace. As he pondered his next move, the Earth Dragon suddenly stirred. It twisted its neck, the deep green scales rippling with patterns, and exhaled hot air from its nostrils before opening its eyes. Yuan Bao reacted instantly, pulling its head back the moment the Earth Dragon moved. Under Su Jingyan's command, it quickly retreated. Fortunately, the Earth Dragon, now awake, did not pursue them. That crimson orb must be obtained, Su Jingyan calculated. First, I need to use the extraordinary telescope to confirm the Earth Dragon's energy tier. If it's not at Lord level, Yuan Bao can approach the stone pillar from the inside. But to be safe, I'll wait until Yuan Bao crosses the path of evolution and finds a way to ascend to excellence before making any moves. When Yuan Bao returned from underground, Su Jingyan carefully inquired about its exploration. It turned out that Yuan Bao had only ventured to the second underground layer, gathering bone fragments from a shell bug nest, exploring some new areas, and ultimately discovering an Earth Dragon's lair. Although it didn't encounter any conflicts with other creatures, the activity had taken a toll on its energy. Seeing Yuan Bao hungry, Su Jingyan immediately prepared some fire crystals. After it finished eating, it would need to go back and mine more fire crystals. Yuan Bao devoured the food with enthusiasm, crunching through 10 fire crystals. As a result, its attributes improved once again. Pet beast, Chinese pangolin, true name, Yuan Bao. Attributes, metal, fire. Level, extraordinary level 612. Skills, bronze teeth and iron stomach, flame torrent, energy storage. Specialty, digging. Su Jingyan calculated his goals. It was only the first day of the second week, and he aimed to have Yuan Bao reach extraordinary level 9 by the leaderboard update next week. However, his current stock of fire crystals had dwindled to 128 pieces. If Yuan Bao didn't mine more soon, a few more meals would reduce the count to below 3 digits. Looking at the silver treasure chest filled with fire crystals and the dwindling pile nearby, Su Jingyan couldn't help but reflect. Back when he had nothing, 100 fire crystals seemed inexhaustible. But now, after seeing a stash of 200, a mere 100 felt insufficient. This reminded him of the old saying, it's easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but hard to go back. Though the circumstances were different, the principle rang true. He instructed Yuan Bao to move the remaining 3 empty treasure chests to the pet shelter, and then filled 2 of them with the last of the fire crystals. Waving his hand, Su Jingyan signaled, Yuan Bao, go mining. Yuan Bao responded with a cheerful chirp. Jia. Mining was its favorite activity. It was much safer than exploring caves. Su Jingyan added, dig freely. With me helping you rest, you won't get tired. Mimicking its owner, Yuan Bao waved goodbye before burrowing into the ground. Su Jingyan turned to the campfire, using a sharp claw tool forged from extraordinary materials to retrieve the charred wild boar bones from the flames. After prolonged roasting, the bones had become dry and brittle. He attempted to use the sharp edge of the claw to break the large bone into smaller pieces, which it did effortlessly. Then, he began crushing the smaller fragments, intending to grind them into powder. However, just as he started, the fatigue from Yuan Bao's mining began to affect Hema shared strain between pet and owner. This meticulous task was incompatible with the resting state he needed. Looking at the fragmented but still far from powdered bone pieces, Su Jingyan shook his head and sighed. Despite the extraordinary sharpness of the claw, grinding bones into fine powder was overly ambitious. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person. Beyond cooking and preparing meals, he had no special skills prior to descending into the abyss of beast taming. Su Jingyan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and realized that cutting was not the right method for making bone powder. To achieve a fine powder, scraping or sawing would be more effective. He took a half-cut bone back to the bed in the pet beast home and placed the bone powder fertilizer box flat on his lap. Holding a sharp claw in one hand and the bone in the other, he began meticulously scraping. The sharp claw glided over the bone surface, producing a faint friction sound as white bone powder fell into the wooden box through its opening. This method proved effective. Su Jingyan worked for a while before needing to rest. During his breaks, Yuan Bao returned several times to eat and noticed his owner's face growing increasingly pale. While the pet beast's energy could recover tenfold faster, Su Jingyan, as the owner, could only recover at a normal pace. Moreover, he had to endure the fatigue transmitted from Yuan Bao, leaving him utterly exhausted. Perseverance paid off, and once the 2 pig bones were fully scraped, the wooden box's panel finally changed. The bone ash conversion fertilizer box now contained enough bone powder and would transform it into extraordinary fertilizer in 24 hours. Su Jingyan let out a few weak laughs, placed the fertilizer box under the bed, and collapsed into sleep. He ended up sleeping for a full 12 hours. When he woke, he stretched comfortably, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Just then, Yuan Bao returned, carrying a fully packed, burlap-colored backpack. Su Jingyan was surprised to see the bag almost bursting with contents, but Yuan Bao spread its claws, indicating that the fire crystal mine was becoming harder to excavate. The haul represented 12 hours of effort. Su Jingyan helped Yuan Bao remove the backpack and counted the crystals, discovering there were 2 fewer than before. Only 126 fire crystals remained. Though slightly disheartened, he consoled himself that as long as the decrease wasn't drastic, it was acceptable. He then had no choice but to take out 10 fire crystals and place them in Yuan Bao's stone bowl. The remaining 116 fire crystals made Su Jingyan realize that the central area of the underground fire crystal vein was gradually being depleted, and output would only continue to decline. Fortunately, Yuan Bao's level was increasing rapidly. After consuming the fire crystals, its level climbed to extraordinary level 7, 24. This was only the first day of the second week, and such astonishing growth far outpaced the progress of other people's pet beasts. While other people's pet beasts are still eating meat and dog food, my Yuan Bao has already evolved to eating minerals. How can they even compete? Su Jingyan thought smugly. At that moment, Yuan Bao indicated that its energy was full and asked whether to release it or save it for combat. Considering there wouldn't be any battles soon, Su Jingyan agreed to release the energy. Yuan Bao's growth progress surged again, reaching extraordinary level 7, 84. Su Jingyan stared at the scene before him, momentarily at a loss for words. A faint, bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The situation was a mix of good and bad. The bad news was that the fire crystal mine's reserves were steadily depleting, and the extraction rate could no longer meet demand. The good news, however, was that Yuan Bao's strength was improving at an astonishing speed, nearing the limit of extraordinary level. At this moment, more than the dwindling fire crystal reserves, Su Jingyan was concerned about Yuan Bao's next stage of evolution. Once Yuan Bao reached the extraordinary limit, it would no longer be able to absorb fire crystals to enhance its strength unless they were consumed purely as food, which seemed far too wasteful. The Beast Atlas had been filled up to the 6th page. Just 4 more spirit beasts were needed to unlock the mysterious pathway gate. Su Jingyan glanced around the underground tunnels, thinking that the labyrinthine caves were bound to harbor numerous wild beasts. Reaching the goal shouldn't be too difficult. It was a pity, though, that the thermal imaging footage sent back by the drones couldn't be recorded in the atlas. Otherwise, the assortment of gigantic beasts gathered near the campfire alone would have been enough to fill the remaining pages. It seems I have to see the beasts with my own eyes, Su Jingyan muttered to himself. He was eager to discover what lay beyond the pathway gate. What intrigued him even more was which path Yuan Bao would choose upon advancing to the exceptional level. Would it continue strengthening along its current route, or undergo a species evolution? The former might turn Yuan Bao into a super pangolin, while the latter opened up endless possibilities, perhaps even something as formidable as an armored tyrannosaurus. Just as Su Jingyan was lost in his imagination, Yuan Bao's call snapped him back to reality. Yuan Bao, keep mining. Eat more rocks and store up energy, he said to his companion. Cha. Yuan Bao responded with a nod, then slung on its small pack, stood by the edge of the tunnel, and waved its front claws in farewell like a child heading off to work. Watching this, Su Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle. Life with such little moments of humor wasn't so bad. His gaze shifted to the bone ash fertilizer box. In another 11 hours, the bone powder would transform into extraordinary grade fertilizer. However, the condition of the wood element spirit beast egg was worrying. Prolonged malnutrition had caused its life value to drop to 87.2 and was still declining. Su Jingyan anxiously checked the information panel for the wood element exceptional beast egg. Hatch progress, 0. Current status, hatching halted, insufficient soil nutrients. Life value, 87.2. What concerned him most was that this continuous loss of life value might affect the future beast's health. If all his efforts led to the hatching of a second beast that was frail and short-lived due to malnutrition, the loss would be devastating. More importantly, once the egg hatched, he knew he would inevitably grow attached to the new companion. With this thought, Su Jingyan sighed. As a Styathome veteran beast tamer, his main beast was often away mining, rarely returning home. Now, as he eagerly awaited the arrival of his second beast, all he wished was to provide it with a peaceful life, tending the field so loyal and comforting companion. But who would have thought that its young offspring would perish so soon? This cruel reality sent a sharp pain through Su Jingyan's heart. He slowly walked into the yard and gently touched the mound of soil where the wood element pet beast's egg was buried. In a soft voice, he murmured, Erzai, you must be okay. Hang in there and stay well. After comforting the Yedo Beber's second pet beast, Su Jingyan dragged his weary body back to bed. The current situation was far from optimistic. Food supplies were nearly depleted, and the drinking water was about to run out. What worried him even more was that there was still no news from Terminator, whom he had entrusted with procuring supplies. He opened the group chat interface for her house. The group was eerily quiet, as if everyone was preoccupied with their own matters. Su Jingyan directly sent a message. Terminator, where's my food? Do you want your boss to starve to death? Moments later, Super Xiao Yun replied, Boss, did you ask Terminator to buy food? Why didn't you ask me instead? At the time, I was trading a platinum treasure chest with him, so I asked him to exchange some food and water for me while he was at it, Su Jingyan explained. Oh, I see. But since the last time, Terminator hasn't shown up at all. Super Xiao Yun responded with a hint of doubt. Could he have run off with the money? No, I trust him, Su Jingyan said, though a faint unease began to creep into his heart. In the Ore House group, while Black Scale and Lin Lin occasionally chimed in, the four of them were the closest. Typically, they rarely went more than 10 hours without messaging each other. However, it had been almost a full day since Terminator last responded after their trade, which was completely unlike him. More importantly, even if he wanted to run away, now wasn't the best time. Su Jingyan had only entrusted him with a few fire crystals, plus some unsettled dues, amounting to a mere dozen or so. It's troubling. If I had to guess, Terminator likely ran into danger while exploring the mist, Su Jingyan said with a heavy heart. What? Super Xiao Yun was incredulous. His pet beast is ranked 14th. Even Wang Ming came out unscathed. How could something happen to him? Su Jingyan let out a sigh. In this perilous, mist-filled world, someone could be chatting with you one moment and vanish forever the next. This wasn't a game but a real test of life and death. Though it was just a dozen fire crystals, equivalent to the cost of a single meal, the loss wasn't merely about the items. Terminator, an honest and straightforward young man, was one of Su Jingyan's most trusted clients. Boss, how about I help you exchange for food and water instead? Super Xiao Yun offered eagerly. Since we can't reach Terminator anyway. All right, that's the only option now, Su Jingyan replied, resigned to the situation. The disappearance of the Terminator cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. To maintain daily operations, Super Xiao Yun had to take over the food trade. Su Jingyan quietly withheld fire crystals from her after all. The ones they had stored before were enough to bluff their way through for a while. Yuan Bao continued mining day after day. The House of Ores fell into silence, with even Wang Ming, usually the most talkative, speaking less often. The possibility that something might have happened to the Terminator resonated with everyone. In this foggy world, though they could communicate, they never knew how far apart they truly were. Perhaps they would never meet in this lifetime. Their relationship could hardly be described as online friends, It was more like a bond of mutual interest among strangers. They needed fire crystals, and Su Jingyan needed resources, nothing more. Su Jingyan even deliberately fostered some semblance of connection, but only to make harvesting the crops more efficient. The thought brought a faint sense of absurdity to Su Jingyan. Here they were, in such an illusory game world, yet everyone lived with such stark realism. The exhaustion from using sharp claws to scrape bones finally faded after a 12-hour sleep. With nothing else to do, Su Jingyan eventually remembered the blueprint he had obtained earlier from the golden treasure chest. Spoiled by tangible rewards in the past, he had always found blueprints requiring additional materials too troublesome to bother with unless they were exceptionally valuable. Placing the blueprint on the workbench, Su Jingyan examined it carefully. Beast Taming Assistive Glove Blueprint A must have glove for beast tamers. Engraved with spirit patterns, it can house energy crystals and release preset auxiliary formations. Required materials, Spirit Pattern Stone X2, Extraordinary Beast Hide X1. What surprised Su Jingyan even more was that the blueprint could be used to craft the item repeatedly. But his excitement quickly faded. Didn't have a single one of the required materials. Extraordinary Beast Hide could only be obtained by killing the massive bull tank beast outside, or the earth dragon in the cave. As for the Spirit Pattern Stone, he had never even heard of it. This felt worse than dealing with outright junk. It was like his bonfire furnace had all the ordinary materials ready, but was missing a single fire spirit core. Though, in the earth dragon's nest on the second underground level, he seemed to have spotted a similar kind of orb. It was indeed too dangerous to go out and gather materials now. Su Jingyan stared at the furnace blueprint in his hand, feeling a wave of helplessness. Without the furnace, he couldn't forge black iron, and the blueprint for that pair of heavy-duty gloves was giving him a hedache. Not only required a linguine stone, which he had never even seen, but also a proper forging table. Why give me blueprints instead of the actual item? He clenched his fist, wishing he could punch this world in the face. Of course, the blueprints weren't entirely useless. Unlike the one-time use ones like those from the pet home, most blueprints could be reused. Once conditions allowed, he could mass-produce equipment using these blueprints and become an arms dealer in the trading market. But that was all for the future. As a realist, Su Jingyan focused on the present. It was like choosing between 1,000,000 in 10 years or 10,000 today. Would unhesitatingly pick the latter. After finishing the trivial tasks at hand, Su Jingyan found himself idle again. What concerned him most now was when that pile of ashes would finally convert into extraordinary fertilizer. The last few hours felt like an eternity. Even watching Yuanbao dig for ores through sensory synchronization quickly became boring. The ore house group chat remained quiet. Everyone was busy struggling for survival, unlike him, who could comfortably sit by the campfire. Others had to take their pets and risk their lives exploring the deadly mist. Wang Ming, worried about the Terminators, decided to stockpile resources and lay low for a while. Meanwhile, Super Xiaoyun seemed to be doing quite well thanks to the fire crystal Su Jingyan had pestered. Her pet was developing smoothly. Just then, a usually silent group member named Zhulei Dewang suddenly spoke up, wanting to trade extraordinary beast meat for fire crystals. Su Jingyan rejected the offer outright. Wasn't this the same trick he had used himself? Besides, with fire crystals being so scarce right now, he had no need for any extraordinary beast meat. Finally, with just over an hour left for the ashes to convert, Super Xiaoyun delivered the promised food. White mist rose and then dissipated, leaving a heap of snacks by the campfire: bread, biscuits, and a few peculiar fruits shaped like something out of a fantasy novel. Dodo fruits. These fruits grow on dodo fruit trees, each looking so different you'd think they came from separate trees. But they're all edible and highly nutritious, Su Jingyan mused as he examined the strange fruits from this other world. If only eating them could grant him special powers like in anime, preferably something from the natural category. Unfortunately, the system panel offered no such explanation. Su Jingyan examined the food he had traded from the super little cloud and realized there was far more than he initially noticed. Nearby, 6 shiny, glossy sausages emitted a tantalizing aroma, making him swallow involuntarily. Unfortunately, there was no rice to pair with them, so he had to hold back for now. What surprised him even more was the sight of a complete lingyang carcass lying next to the snacks. Although its horns were short, the sheep emitted a faint glow, like a fluorescent stick. However, its fur had been entirely stripped away, leaving it bare and somewhat eerie looking. How annoying. They took all the wool. Su Jingyan frowned in frustration, feeling it was a pity. Wool was a valuable resource, and it was clear the trading party had kept it. But on second thought, since the trade was for food, the lack of wool wasn't a big deal. He quickly picked up his sharp claws and skillfully sliced the sheep meat into thin strips. Although he had a refrigerator in his pile of belongings, it was useless without power. So, he decided to roast the meat into jerky for long-term preservation. As for the sheep's head, Su Jingyan originally wanted to eat it whole, but without soul juice or purple apple seasoning, the gamey smell was too overwhelming. Oh well, having meat to eat is already a blessing. It's only been a few days, and I'm already getting picky, he muttered to himself with a self-deprecating sigh. Using his sharp claws, he shaved a few long wooden sticks and built a simple roasting rack. He neatly arranged all the meat strips on it and used the residual heat from the flames to slowly roast them. Once everything was set, he stretched and felt an unusual heaviness in his body. Although these tasks didn't require much physical effort, the fatigue synchronization made him feel utterly drained. It's my fault for not lying down properly to help Yuan Bao rest while working with the pet beast, Su Jingyan blamed himself. However, these delicate tasks were indeed unsuitable for Yuan Bao to handle, especially when even giving instructions would be a challenge. Returning to the bedside, he picked up the greenish wooden box. The system notification, ashes converted into fertilizer box completed, brought him a sense of relief. Finally, it's done. If it had taken any longer, my second cub would have been malnourished, he muttered. Eagerly, he pulled the lever on the side of the box, opening it like a drawer. Inside was a clump of moist, grayish-white mud-like substance and extraordinary fertilizer rich in nutrients, capable of rapidly improving soil quality. Ignoring his fatigue, Su Jingyan carried the wooden box to the planting area bordered by crushed stones. In a mound of earth, a wood elemental pet egg lay buried. The soil was dark brown, dry to the point of resembling scorched earth, completely unsuitable for planting. The system panel displayed concerning data. Wood elemental exceptional pet egg. Hatching progress, 0. Current status, hatching stopped. Reason, insufficient soil nutrients. Health, 64.7. Malnourished, it's almost down to half health. Su Jingyan anxiously retrieved a handful of extraordinary fertilizer made from bone meal from the fertilizer box and carefully applied it to the surface of the mound. The effect was immediate. Within less than a minute, the extraordinary fertilizer seeped into the soil like water. The color of the earth visibly became more moist and nutrient-rich. It worked so fast. The 24-hour wait was totally worth it, Su Jingyan exclaimed in amazement. Although the soil's nutrient effect couldn't compare to fire crystals, it was sufficient to support the hatching process. After fertilizing, the panel showed an instant update. Wood elemental exceptional pet egg. Hatching progress, 0.1. Current status, hatching in progress. Soil status, nutrient enriched, suitable for healthy growth. Health, 64.8. Seeing the health value start to recover, Su Jingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Bao has such incredible luck, every item from both boxes turned out to be just what we needed. Now that's what I call a true blessing. Exhausted, Su Jingyan slumped onto the bed. Despite his fatigue, he continued scraping pig bones to prepare fertilizer for the next day. Just then, Yuan Bao returned. Unable to scrape even halfway through before weariness overtook him, Su Jingyan decided to rest. Yuan Bao, the fire crystals are in the treasure chest. Take as many as you want to eat. I'm going to take a nap, Su Jingyan said, sprawling lazily on the bed. He even placed the wooden half-box under the bed to prevent it from being knocked over. Yuan Bao nodded knowingly. It understood that its owner had been utterly drained these past few days, caring for the 2 pet eggs. Instead of touching the fire crystals in the chest, Yuan Bao emptied its backpack, taking out the fire crystals it had recently dug up. It placed 10 of them into a stone basin with 2 missing edges, then went out to forage for food. After eating, Yuan Bao returned to its underground burrow to continue mining. While the monotonous routine was becoming tiresome, it preferred the safety of mining over venturing into dangerous caves. For this timid little pangolin, mining was the better choice. Su Jingyan woke up from his sleeping bag. Although he had only intended to take a short nap, his overwhelming exhaustion had caused him to sleep for 5 or 6 hours. Hunger and thirst hit him simultaneously as he sat on the edge of the bed and took a few sips from a bottle of mineral water. His gaze swept over the remaining 2.5 bottles of water, and he recalled the arrangements that Super Xiaoyun had made earlier. There was no water in the food package because she had already negotiated a deal with a water element beast tamer. They would deliver purified water once the tamer's pet produced it. This news brought Su Jingyan a small sense of relief. If even water resources could now be generated by beasts, it meant that conditions were indeed improving. Though his and Yuan Bao's synchronized fatigue caused them to consume water at an alarming rate. A 1.5-liter bottle should last them a day or two without much trouble. He rubbed his forehead and decided to resume his work on producing bone powder. But before that, he wanted to check on the planting area. On the mound of soil, a faint trace of new green growth was already visible. The system displayed. Wood element excellent beast egg hatching progress, 5.3. Current status, incubating. Soil nutrients enriched, growth potential high. Life value, 71.3. Seeing that tender green sprout, a symbol of hope, Su Jingyan smiled in satisfaction. Erzai, grow strong and healthy. I've already planned out your important future responsibilities. Although it was only an excellent grade beast, Su Jingyan was convinced it had the potential to become a beast king. After all, How could such a burden be placed on it even before it was born if it weren't destined for greatness? Returning to his bedside to continue processing the bone powder, Yuan Bao came back carrying fire crystals. This time, the haul was disappointing, only 9 crystals, not even enough for a single meal. Su Jingyan immediately set aside the nearly overflowing fertilizer box he had been working on. After letting it sit for 24 hours, the box's yield was expected to double compared to the last batch. However, Yuan Bao seemed dejected, dragging its paws as it walked to the treasure chest. Even when Su Jingyan added another crystal from its backpack to round the total up to 10, Yuan Bao only sluggishly fetched its stone bowl and nibbled on the fire crystals in small bites. Through their mental connection, Su Jingyan could sense Yuan Bao's disheartened mood. On one hand, the declining yield of fire crystals was frustrating. On the other hand, the monotonous and repetitive mining work was gradually wearing down its enthusiasm. Yuan Bao didn't mind mining, but it lacked enthusiasm for the task. It understood that this was an order from Su Jingyan, and as a loyal spirit beast, it was its duty to obey its master. Yet, it couldn't muster any real energy for the job. Noticing Yuan Bao's sluggish demeanor even while chewing its food, Su Jingyan asked thoughtfully, "Yuan Bao, are you feeling unmotivated?" Yuan Bao, holding a fire crystal, looked up slightly and nodded, emitting a crisp, crack sound. "I think you may not fully grasp the purpose of mining. You're lacking a meaningful goal to strive for." Su Jingyan began analyzing. Yuan Bao tilted its head, biting the fire crystal, and made a puzzled sound. Su Jingyan continued, "When I was thrust into this foggy world, I too lost sight of my goals. Escaping the abyss? Saving the world? Those seemed far too distant. For me, the most practical goal was just to survive." Yuan Bao listened attentively, but still had a confused look in its eyes. Su Jingyan patiently elaborated. "Everything we do is ultimately for a better life. But of course, having a specific goal makes it easier to focus. Let me set a goal for you, Yuan Bao. Are you afraid of dying?" Yuan Bao immediately shook its head, conveying through its actions that it wasn't fear of death, but rather caution. "Fair enough. But even with caution, you can't always avoid threats stronger than you," Su Jingyan remarked. Yuan Bao thought of the earth dragon it encountered on the second underground level. At that time, it didn't even dare to confront it head-on, choosing instead to hide and observe from the shadows. If a direct encounter had occurred, escape would likely have been impossible. So, Su Jingyan concluded, "If you want to stay cautious, you need to make yourself stronger." These words seemed to light a spark in Yuan Bao's eyes as it began to understand. Su Jingyan continued to guide it. "Mining helps you level up and grow stronger. As long as your level stays ahead of the dangers you face, you'll always have the upper hand." Enlightened, Yuan Bao eagerly devoured the fire crystal, feeling the energy coursing through its body. It finally realized that mining wasn't just about fulfilling its master's orders, it was also about strengthening itself. Just as Yuan Bao was ready to rush off to mine with newfound determination, Su Jingyan stopped it. He opened the Spirit Beast interface, which displayed Spirit Beast, Chinese pangolin true name, Yuan Bao. Attributes, metal, fire. Level, extraordinary level 9-100. Reached racial level cap, unable to advance further. Yuan Bao has reached the peak of its extraordinary level, Su Jingyan muttered as he glanced at the pet beast's status panel, his brows furrowing slightly. The fire crystals could no longer aid its growth. This level was its limit. Chirp. Yuan Bao tilted its head, emitting a curious sound. To it, the idea of not being able to mine and grow stronger begged the question. How could it possibly remain invincible? Not wanting to dampen Yuan Bao's spirit, Su Jingyan explained gently, "Your species has a natural level cap. But becoming stronger isn't just about mining. There are many other ways. For instance, we now need to unlock the pathway gate." He walked quickly to the bookshelf and retrieved the Beast Encyclopedia. "We've already recorded 6 pages. Once we've documented 10, we can open the pathway gate and help you evolve." Flipping through the pages, he continued, "We'll need to explore the underground caverns to find new beasts." Chirp! Yuan Bao exclaimed in surprise. It had no desire to venture into the caverns, especially knowing there was an unknown level earth dragon lurking there. The thought made it uneasy. "Don't worry," Su Jingyan reassured it. "That earth dragon might not even be stronger than you. It could still be in its juvenile stage. Besides, we won't go near its nest. The underground tunnels are vast. We'll take the right fork and stick to the first level." Reluctantly, Yuan Bao nodded, reasoning that the chances of encountering the earth dragon on the first level were minimal. It internally adjusted its mindset, deciding that this wasn't fear but rather a cautious choice made after careful consideration. Su Jingyan retrieved a supernatural telescope and tied it securely as a pendant using the strap of his backpack. "Take this with you. I'll teach you how to use it. Just hold it up with your paw, and you'll be able to estimate an enemy's general level. Very handy. Remember, you don't always have to fight. As long as we can unlock new beasts or exotic insects in the encyclopedia, that's enough," Su Jingyan reminded. Yuan Bao nodded in agreement, slung on its small backpack, and scurried into the underground tunnel. After Su Jingyan's encouragement, its demeanor seemed to shift from simple fear to a more rational caution. After all, excessive fear could lead to trouble, while careful planning ensured survival. Su Jingyan returned to his bed and activated sensory synchronization. Before long, Yuan Bao reached the fork at the first underground level. Take the right path, Su Jingyan's voice echoed in Yuan Bao's mind. You're at the peak of your extraordinary level, now fully equipped to dominate these tunnels. Chirp, Yuan Bao responded with a calm nod, confidently stepping into the right passage. At this moment, Yuan Bao found itself once again in the dim underground cavern, standing before two deep tunnels. Although a trace of fear lingered in its heart, its expression was unusually composed, and a glint of determination, even a hint of menace, sparkled in its eyes. It knew full well that only by confronting its fears could it cautiously handle any potential threats. Through their mental connection, Su Jingyan clearly sensed Yuan Bao's growth. He nodded silently, feeling a sense of pride for his companion beast. Yuan Bao carefully took its first steps, choosing the tunnel on the right. Carrying its backpack, its tiny paws landed softly on the ground as it moved forward stealthily, like a cautious thief. While this method of advancing wasn't particularly elegant, it ensured maximum safety. "It'll help you scan the surroundings," Su Jingyan said, focusing intently as he observed the pitch-black environment. He also kept an eye out for any potential mineral deposits. Occasionally, eerie black shadows would appear in the tunnel, resembling lurking beasts, only to reveal themselves as jagged rocks upon closer inspection. The tunnel was clearly a natural formation, its path winding unpredictably. Both of them became extra vigilant, minimizing their communication. Yuan Bao was especially alert, ready to unleash a fierce burst of flame at the first sign of danger. "It seems this path isn't as perilous as I imagined," Su Jingyan remarked with a sigh of relief, though he couldn't help but mock himself internally. With his usual luck, he thought, the path he chose was often the most dangerous one. As they pressed forward, Su Jingyan suddenly noticed something unusual on the ceiling of the tunnel. "Be careful, there's a black shape up there that doesn't look like an ordinary rock." Yuan Bao immediately stepped back and pulled out an extraordinary telescope from its backpack to observe. The system quickly completed its analysis. Life form detected. Energy level analysis complete. "It really is a beast," Su Jingyan exclaimed as he flipped open the beast compendium. On the 7th page, it identified the creature as a juvenile darkrock bat. Before Su Jingyan could decide whether to fight or avoid it, Yuan Bao acted decisively. It bared its sharp teeth and unleashed a thin, fiery dragon-like flame straight at the ceiling. The burst of fire illuminated the entire tunnel in an instant. The darkrock bat, set ablaze, struggled briefly in the air before plummeting lifelessly to the ground. For the extraordinary, max-level Yuan Bao, taking down a juvenile bat was almost effortless. Huff Yuan Bao let out the last wisp of flame and clamped its copper teeth shut. The fight to eliminate the juvenile darkrock bat had consumed about 1/5 of its internal fire energy. Though the flames unleashed immense power, their duration was indeed a limitation. Yuan Bao let out a soft squeak and looked at the charred bat corpse in front of it, tilting its head in confusion as if asking its master whether it was edible. "Sure," Su Jingyan replied, "but with your current energy level, eating a juvenile bat won't bring you much benefit." Yuan Bao nodded, but decided to eat it anyway. After all, in its mind, even a slight energy replenishment was an added layer of security. The sound of crunching echoed through the pitch-black tunnel. Su Jingyan couldn't help but find it amusing. If an ordinary person encountered a pangolin feasting voraciously in an underground passage like this, they'd probably be scared out of their wits. But this was his own pet beast, so it felt entirely different. Thanks to its copper teeth and iron stomach ability, Yuan Bao quickly devoured the bat, leaving behind only a scorched black mark on the ground. It wiped its mouth contentedly with its paw and stood up like a miniature Trex, gently patting its slightly rounded belly. Through synchronized perception, Su Jingyan was fully aware that Yuan Bao's iron stomach was working efficiently, converting the charred meat into dark energy. Although this type of energy didn't align with Yuan Bao's gold and fire dual attributes, the dark energy had lost its resistance after digestion and was easily assimilated by the fire energy. "You could actually use your gold attribute energy for conversion," Su Jingyan remarked, "but since you currently don't have a way to utilize gold energy, converting it would be pointless." He explained with a hint of regret. "Technically, your original attribute is gold, which should be stronger than the fire attribute you awaken later. Unfortunately, your only passive skill is the copper teeth and iron stomach. So in battle, you end up fighting purely as a fire-type beast." Yuan Bao raised a paw, signaling that if it fought with its claws and copper teeth, it could showcase its gold attribute traits. "I get it," Su Jingyan said knowingly, "but close combat like that carries too much risk." Yuan Bao nodded in agreement, acknowledging its master's understanding. It quickly finished digesting the bat meat. Though the results were far from ideal, the meat of a juvenile beast wasn't much different from that of ordinary animals. "I think," Su Jingyan analyzed. When a beast dies, its energy probably dissipates into the air. Only beasts at the transcendent level or higher are different. Their energy concentrates in their transcendent cores after death. Su Jingyan was about to continue discussing the matter of physical energy. Actually, it wasn't much different from ordinary beast meat. As Su Jingyan pondered, he continued moving forward. He still had doubts about the value of extraordinary and lord-level beast corpses, but at least for beasts below the extraordinary level, the value of their physical bodies was indeed limited. This gap in knowledge allowed him to make a small profit, though he doubted such opportunities would last for long. Yuan Bao paid no attention to its master's muttering, focusing intently on exploring ahead. Although its master had mentioned that simply recording the beasts was enough, Yuan Bao had already made up its mind unless it encountered something like the sleeping earth dragon from last time, it would eliminate any opponent it could defeat. With this mindset, Yuan Bao advanced through the dark underground tunnel, exuding a faint aura of killing intent. Along the way, Su Jingyan spotted a black iron or deposit embedded in the rock wall. He silently marked the location, but he knew that these minerals would be of no use until the furnace was built. Even if he mined them now, they would only serve as snacks for Yuan Bao, and this energy-deficient black iron ore offered very little nutritional value. Not much further ahead, an unusual sight caught their attention. A recessed cave appeared at the base of the rock wall, its entrance lined with white spider silk. This patch of white stood out starkly against the darkness of the tunnel. Yuan Bao immediately became alert, fire attribute energy rapidly gathering within it as it opened its mouth, ready to unleash a blast into the cave. Wait. Su Jingyan swiftly stopped it. Don't forget our goal. We need to confirm the beast first. Yuan Bao halted its actions. Little one, I understand your cautious instinct to strike preemptively. Su Jingyan nodded approvingly, then shook his head. But this time, you didn't even identify the target before preparing to attack. That's not caution, it's recklessness. Yuan Bao suddenly realized its impatience and felt a pang of regret. If the cave happened to house a powerful beast like an earth dragon, its impulsive attack might have led to serious trouble. Grateful for its master's timely reminder, it couldn't help but feel even more admiration for Su Jingyan. Let's try this, Su Jingyan suggested. Throw a rock at the cave entrance and see if it comes out. Yuan Bao nodded in agreement, pried a loose rock from the wall, and, after retreating to a safer distance, hurled the stone toward the cave entrance. With a crisp clack, the sound shattered the tunnel's eerie silence. Moments later, Yuan Bao perked up its ears and indeed heard faint movements from within the web-covered cave. Quick, use the telescope, Su Jingyan instructed in a low voice. No matter how strong or weak it is, just one glance will tell us. If it's strong, we run. If it's weak, we attack. Yuan Bao grabbed the extraordinary telescope hanging from its backpack and, like a peeping Tom, hid behind a protruding rock to observe. Suddenly, a massive spider, as large as Yuan Bao itself and covered in snow-white fur with crimson patterns, leapt out of the cave. Detected a living creature. Energy level analysis complete. Su Jingyan exclaimed, abruptly sitting up from his bed as his eyes flew open. It's an extraordinary level spider. He quickly flipped open the beast encyclopedia, and sure enough, a new entry had appeared on page 8. Bloodrock spider. Yuan Bao, even though it's an extraordinary level creature, we have the advantage of surprise. What do you think? Should we launch a sneak attack? Yuan Bao silently nodded in agreement. Yuan Bao was fully focused, fearing even the slightest mistake as it carefully gathered fire energy within its body. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The bloodrock spider suddenly turned in their direction, raising its spear-like forelimbs and letting out an ear-piercing screech. Panic immediately took hold of Yuan Bao. The ambush plan had been exposed before it even began, but the fire energy had already been fully charged. Thanks to its diligent training, Yuan Bao had become quite adept at controlling this energy. Without hesitation, it bared its bronze teeth, and a surge of crimson flames erupted from its mouth. Boom! Startled by the failed ambush, Yuan Bao abandoned all restraint and unleashed the fire energy wildly. The searing flames shot out in a fan-shaped blast, instantly splitting the tunnel into two starkly different realms: an inferno of blazing flames ahead, and undisturbed calm behind. My goodness, this isn't just a fire burst, it's a blazing annihilation. Su Jingyan exclaimed in awe. The sheer power of Yuan Bao's full-force attack after reaching the extraordinary level was indeed astounding. Yuan Bao continued spewing fire, but the view ahead had become completely obscured. Through the shared vision provided by Su Jingyan, the scene was nothing but a sea of crimson flames. The bloodrock spider's figure had long since vanished. All right, stop for now and check the situation, Su Jingyan quickly advised upon noticing Yuan Bao seemingly lost in the moment, its energy rapidly depleting to the point of tapping into its reserves. When Yuan Bao finally ceased its fiery assault, the tunnel was plunged back into darkness. Though it had only lasted a few seconds, the surrounding rock walls and ground were charred black. The white silk at the Bloodrock spider's lair entrance had been reduced to ash, and the extraordinary Bloodrock spider lay motionless at the entrance, its body completely scorched. Yuan Bao was taken aback by its own power, but the attack had drained all its internal energy. Fortunately, its reserves were steadily replenishing. Cautiously, it approached the Bloodrock spider's body, prodding it with a paw to confirm it was truly dead. Only then did it sink its claws into the hardened shell on the spider's back. Suddenly, the Bloodrock spider's body began to tremble. Oh no, is it going to explode? Yuan Bao, run. Prepared for anything, Yuan Bao immediately executed a backward roll to retreat. Bang! The body of the extraordinary Bloodrock spider exploded, sending blood-red mucus splattering across the surrounding rock walls. Yuan Bao, with its agile moves, managed to dodge the blast, but didn't notice a drop of the crimson liquid silently sliding down from the ceiling above. Sizzle, the mucus landed on Yuan Bao's backpack, instantly corroding a hole through the fabric. Just as Su Jingyan was about to shout for Yuan Bao to remove the backpack, the liquid had already seeped onto one of Yuan Bao's scales. A searing pain surged through Yuan Bao, prompting it to roll on the ground frantically, finally scraping off the deadly liquid. However, one of its scales had already decayed and fallen off, exposing the tender flesh beneath. Yuan Bao carefully poked at the fallen scale with its claws, feeling both distressed and pained. Fueled by anger, Yuan Bao devoured the uncontaminated head of the Bloodrock spider in one gulp. As it explored further, it discovered a crimson extraordinary crystal core in the corner of the tunnel and retrieved 2 intact blood-red venom fangs from the spider's remains. To ensure safety, Yuan Bao tested the venom fangs with the fallen scale, only to watch it corrode instantly. Faced with the challenge of collecting the fangs, Yuan Bao demonstrated remarkable ingenuity. It carved a piece of rock from the wall into a bowl shape, placed the fangs along with the rock beneath them into the bowl, and sealed it with a stone slab, creating a makeshift container. Little one, you're a genius! Su Jingyan exclaimed in admiration. Yuan Bao then cautiously began exploring the spider's lair. Using a stone to test for traps, it ensured safety before squeezing into the narrow tunnel. Inside, it found a larger spider nest filled with webs, unhatched spider eggs, and countless blood-red spiderlings crawling everywhere. Noticing a few captured prey tangled in the webs, Su Jingyan excitedly flipped open the beast encyclopedia. These captured exotic insects were precisely what was needed to complete the 13th page. The gateway of passage was on the verge of opening. At that moment, the swarm of blood-red spiderlings noticed the intruder and surged toward Yuan Bao like a crimson tide. But Yuan Bao, having prepared in advance, began gathering fire energy boom. With a deafening blast, the spiderlings were instantly reduced to ashes, joining their mother in oblivion. Another grand feast. Yuan Bao had raided the spider's den entirely, but the haul was less impressive than expected. Apart from a few prey hanging in the spider webs, there was no other food in the cave. Its overly intense, blazing reduction skill had incinerated all the small bloodrock spiders into ashes, leaving no chance to even taste them. If only every monster hoarded treasures like the legendary dragons, Su Jingyan sighed. Still, discovering new beasts and recording them in the compendium of beasts to accumulate progress toward unlocking the pathway gate was no small achievement. Come back, Yuan Bao. Hearing its master's call, Yuan Bao heaved a sigh of relief, instinctively pawing at its nearly depleted energy reserves. It shouldered its small backpack and eagerly began the journey home, leaving behind a missing scale near the base of its tail. Moments later, Su Jingyan opened his eyes from his bed just in time to see Yuan Bao emerging from the underground tunnel. The little creature immediately ran to his feet, urgently signaling for him to retrieve the spoils from the backpack so it could replenish its energy. All right, I'm eager to see what you've brought back. Su Jingyan bent down and took out the items from the backpack. A transcendent crystal core and a sealed stone bowl containing 2 venomous fangs of the bloodrock spider. Examining the spoils, Su Jingyan pondered to himself, if I had the right tools, I could bring back that highly corrosive venom as well, maybe to use as a hidden weapon. A glass vial might work. He picked up the transcendent crystal core to inspect it. The interface displayed that it was a dark red, poison attribute core, likely more toxic than a standard green poison core. While letting Yuan Bao consume it directly was an option, Su Jingyan thought that would be too wasteful. It seemed more fitting to save it for upgrading the bonfire. The enhanced effects from such an upgrade would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Carefully, he placed the dark red crystal core alongside the pristine core of the Beetle King into a diamond chest. 100 cores to upgrade the bonfire? That's absurd. Su Jingyan couldn't help but complain. He then turned his attention to the stone bowl containing the venomous fangs. He attempted to remove the sealed stone lid, but found it completely immovable. It seemed Yuan Bao's help was needed. The little creature, while gnawing on a fire crystal, casually pried open the stone bowl with a single, effortless swipe. Your strength really is something else, Su Jingyan remarked with admiration. Though his physical abilities had been greatly enhanced by the feedback from his beast companion enough to do one-handed push-ups with ease, they were still no match for Yuan Bao's casual display of power. But that was to be expected. After all, he was just a beast master. He's even stronger than the pet beasts now. Guess it's time for the real deal to step in, Su Jingyan thought with a silent chuckle. The idea of Yuan Bao standing in front of him to shield him from danger felt like a fitting role reversal. While checking their loot, they discovered 2 blood spider venom fangs. These were the fangs of the extraordinary bloodrock spider, laced with corrosive venom that could be used to forge pet beast equipment at a crafting station. It was their second time acquiring a pair of extraordinary materials. That's some good luck, but all thanks to Yuan Bao, Su Jingyan said with a smile. As someone with terrible luck, he was long accustomed to it and didn't envy the fortunate. Besides, this time, the good fortune came from his own pet beast. He carefully placed the stone bowl containing the venomous fangs across the campfire. Dangerous items like these should never be left near his bed. After organizing their spoils, Su Jingyan began planning. Though the materials weren't immediately useful, as long as he could find a crafting station, he could forge equipment for Yuan Bao. Currently, the only piece of equipment they had at home was the white bone great axe from the Shell Beetle King. But it was far too large for Yuan Bao to wield. Yuan Bao, are you full? If you're ready, let's activate the pathway gate, Su Jingyan asked. Yuan Bao gave a firm nod. Chirp. The battle on the first underground level had deeply instilled in it the importance of having a level advantage. Even the cunning extraordinary bloodrock spider could only manage to knock off one of its scales. If it could level up further, there'd be even less to worry about in future battles. Alright, just focus on getting stronger. Leave the rest to me, Su Jingyan encouraged. He opened the Beast Codex and flipped to the first page, where Yuan Bao's entry was recorded. At the bottom of the page, new information was displayed. For every 10 spirit beasts documented, 1 pathway gate can be activated. Current documented beasts, 13. Remaining activations, 1. Tear off this page to activate the pathway gate. Su Jingyan pondered the meaning of the pathway gate. Since it was mentioned in the evolution pathways, it likely had something to do with pet beast evolution. He hoped it could directly assist Yuan Bao in advancing, rather than just providing a plan that required further action. Are you ready? Chirp. As Su Jingyan tore the page from the codex, the paper floated into the air and burst apart 2 meters away. A mysterious door materialized out of thin air, standing silently on the ground. The portal of passage loomed before them, a peculiar gateway leading beyond the infernal abyss. Su Jingyan carefully studied the inscriptions on the panel. Enter with your pet beast to aid its evolution, but only if you can survive the ordeal. A particular warning stood out within the portal, lay a ferocious, malevolent beast guarding the way. If one's strength was insufficient, the advice was to team up with others. With some luck, encounters with fellow adventurers might happen inside. Su Jingyan frowned, his thoughts tangled. The suggestion to enter with others felt like a gamble, akin to matchmaking a random team. The real issue, however, was uncertainty. Had no idea if others possessed the Encyclopedia of Beasts. While it was possible to obtain such an item from treasure chests, just as Yuan Bao had been fortunate enough to know most people he knew worked at the House of Oregon. Even if someone did possess the encyclopedia, their pet beast likely hadn't reached its species level cap. Time was running out. Only 20 days remained before the mist surged and unleashed a beastly rampage, threatening the safety of the bonfire. He couldn't allow Yuan Bao to remain forever stuck at the extraordinary max level. Strength needed to be built, and fast. To prepare for the worst, Su Jingyan ensured Yuan Bao consumed a few fire crystals to replenish its energy reserves. He also packed 20 more fire crystals into Yuan Bao's bag. Any more might hinder its movement, given its small size. As for himself, his sleepwear lacked pockets, limiting what he could carry. Su Jingyan glanced at the massive bone axe before him and shook his head. It was far too heavy for him to wield. Ultimately, he opted for a sharp claw as his weapon and retrieved a venomous fang from the stone bowl. Let's go, Yuan Bao, Su Jingyan said, gripping the claw in one hand and the stone bowl in the other. Standing side by side with his loyal companion, he added with determination, for a brighter future, we must embark on this glorious path of evolution. Yuan Bao nodded solemnly. Though it didn't fully grasp the situation, it sensed the looming danger they were about to face together. There was no room for hesitation. It knew that without evolution, it couldn't grow stronger, and survival depended on surpassing the limits of its current level. When Su Jingyan pushed against the door with all his strength, it didn't budge. He then let Yuan Bao try, but even its might failed to move it. After a moment of thought, Su Jingyan switched tactics and gave the door a gentle pull. With a creaking sound, it opened. Beyond the door lay a dim, shadowy forest where visibility was abysmally low. An eerie silence blanketed the space. Su Jingyan exchanged a glance with Yuan Bao, both tightening their grip on their weapons. When Yuan Bao attempted to step in alone, it was immediately met with a prompt requiring its master's presence. Thus, The two of the master and companion ventured forward, one leading and the other following, into the enigmatic portal. Bang! Su Jingyan turned to look back, only to find that the gate of passage had quietly vanished without leaving a trace. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. This was supposed to be just an evolution for his companion beast, so why was it so terrifying? As he prepared to face this fear alongside his companion beast, he truly sensed Yuanbao's instinctive fear of death. It was no pretense. The moment Yuanbao entered this place, it immediately became alert, its limbs tensed, and its sharp eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. They found themselves in a strange forest. The trees here were nothing like ordinary ones. The leaves were an unnatural dark green, withering and falling at a visibly rapid pace. The eerie atmosphere made Su Jingyan's skin crawl, and an inexplicable sense of unease spread through him. This isn't right, he muttered to himself. Since when did I become so timid? Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Welcome to the abyss of transcendence. This is a prison for vicious beasts, extremely dangerous, but I know what you seek. Search for the sealed rule energy of the beast. It can help your companion beast break through its limits. Be cautious and avoid being hunted by the vicious beasts. Good luck. Su Jingyan suddenly understood the key to Yuanbao's advancement lay in absorbing the sealed rule energy within this prison. The immediate priority was to locate the sealed beasts. However, one question lingered in his mind. After completing the evolution, without the gate of passage, how would they return? Jia. Yuanbao completed its survey of the surroundings and signaled that it was temporarily safe. Let's move forward and take a look, Su Jingyan suggested, cautiously leading Yuanbao deeper into the forest. Suddenly, two blurry figures appeared ahead, one tall, one short, walking side by side toward them. Yuanbao instantly entered combat readiness mode, the fire energy within its body rapidly gathering. Don't spit fire. Run. Su Jingyan quickly scooped up Yuanbao. Without certainty of victory, he decided to leverage the advantage of his terrifying upright ape species long legs for a swift escape. Yuanbao wholeheartedly agreed with this strategy. If they didn't fight, they wouldn't die, which essentially meant winning, right? Still, it kept its fire energy charged, ready to provide cover if its master couldn't outrun the threat. Wait, a man's voice called out from behind them. Hey, I'm a beast tamer too, not a vicious beast. Don't run. There's strength in numbers. Su Jingyan didn't stop. He couldn't be sure if vicious beasts could mimic human voices, and even if the person was indeed human, they were probably just a novice beast tamer with a juvenile companion beast. Cooperation wouldn't be very meaningful. For now, the safest option was to retreat. It seems the pursuers have given up. Su Jingyan continued forward, carrying Yuanbao in his arms, while cautiously observing his surroundings. Those two figures indeed hadn't followed. They were most likely humans who, like him, had entered through the gate of passage. As he pressed on, Su Jingyan analyzed the current situation. According to the broadcast, people could enter the gate of passage with their friends, so encountering others wasn't unexpected. Regarding the status of their companion beasts, he had a pretty good idea. To qualify for entry, one had to collect the Beast Atlas and encounter 10 wild beasts. But there was one thing Su Jingyan was particularly confident Abudha was the first beastmaster to elevate his companion beast to the extraordinary level, and Yuanbao's progress remained astonishing. Other people's companion beasts could at best reach the maximum level of their juvenile stage, unable to break through. Compared to Yuanbao at the extraordinary level, they were simply on a different plane of existence. With this in mind, Su Jingyan decided to continue traveling alone. Although he could help others, he would never let Yuanbao take risks in a critical moment. Instead of pretending to be cooperative and risking harm to others in the end, it was better to explore on his own. Yuanbao lay on Su Jingyan's arm, alertly scanning the surroundings. So far, as they traversed this eerie forest, they hadn't encountered any attacking beasts or discovered any signs of seals. Suddenly, Yuanbao remembered the lessons learned from their underground cavern exploration. Both times, they had suffered losses due to ignoring threats from above. It immediately looked up, peering through the gaps in the dense canopy. In the distance, slightly to the left, it spotted a striking dark blue pillar of light. Jia. Yuanbao pointed its paw in that direction. Su Jingyan followed its gaze and saw the light pillar, which was very likely a seal marker. He quickly adjusted his course, placing Yuanbao on his shoulder to keep watch behind them while he focused on leading the way forward. Jia. Yuanbao perched steadily on his shoulder, its sharp eyes fixed on the rear, ready to respond to any potential danger. Su Jingyan moved cautiously through the forest of fallen leaves. The woods were shrouded in darkness, with a thin layer of black mist lingering in the air. The carpet of dead leaves on the ground further hindered visibility. Fortunately, apart from the towering trees, there was no undergrowth, making the path relatively clear for walking. After advancing roughly a few dozen meters, Su Jingyan and Yuanbao arrived at a more open area. The dense trees gradually thinned out, revealing a clearing ahead. As they emerged from the final stretch of the forest, An awe-inspiring sight unfolded before them. A towering pillar of deep blue light stood in the center of the clearing, stretching endlessly into the sky. One of the beast seals, Su Jingyan murmured. This seal, formed by countless strands of rule-based energy, was a crucial node that beast tamers could absorb and transfer to their companion beasts. His heart surged with excitement. His aimless search had finally borne fruit. Yuan Bao, anything unusual? Su Jingyan asked in a low voice. Perched on his shoulder, Yuan Bao shook his head, signaling that everything behind them was clear. To ensure safety, Su Jingyan didn't step directly into the clearing. Instead, he circled the area, carefully observing from the cover of the trees. Once he was confident there was no danger, he quickly approached the light pillar. Standing beneath it, he placed the sharp claw of his right hand onto the stone bowl in his left. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out toward the pillar. A low hum resonated. The light pillar reacted instantly, extending thin strands of light that connected to Su Jingyan's fingertips. A system notification appeared. Warning: the rule-based energy of each seal is limited. Overabsorption will trigger the seal itself and attract a beast. Seal rejection: 1. Companion beast rule evolution: 0.1. So that's how it works. Su Jingyan suddenly understood. By acting as a conduit, he could transfer the rule-based energy from the seal to Yuan Bao. Once enough energy was accumulated, it could trigger Yuan Bao's transformation or evolution. Though he still hadn't found any clues about returning, for now, he could only focus on absorbing the energy. While maintaining the energy transfer, Su Jingyan instructed Yuan Bao, keep an eye on our surroundings. Don't let a beast catch us off guard. Yuan Bao raised a paw in acknowledgement. Chirp. Time passed as they continued. In the distance, a few chilling beastly roars echoed, suggesting someone else had encountered a beast. Thankfully, the sounds gradually faded away. However, the calm didn't last long. Suddenly, Yuan Bao began urgently tapping Su Jingyan's shoulder. Chirp. A familiar male voice followed shortly after. Hey, buddy. So you're here too. Absorbing rule energy. The seal rejection rate displayed 44, while the pet beast rule evolution reached 31. Su Jingyan looked up at the panel upon hearing the man's voice and then decided to continue focusing on absorbing the energy. Two figures gradually emerged from the forest. A burly man wearing a black tank top and gray casual pants, with a messy beard covering his face. Following half a step behind him was an ordinary monkey, roughly 1.5 meters tall. Hello, Su Jingyan politely greeted. Turning his head, the burly man waved enthusiastically and laughed heartily. Haha, hello? Oh my gosh, finally, a living person in this godforsaken place. His excitement was palpable, though he maintained a cautious distance of 2 to 3 meters. Brother, why did you run earlier? The man asked, standing under the energy beam. I was scared, Su Jingyan replied briefly, continuing to focus on absorbing the rule energy. The man seemed ready to say more, but paused when he noticed the small pangolin on Su Jingyan's shoulder. His tone shifted as he asked, is that a seal? Brother, are you absorbing rule energy? How are you doing it? Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow, unwilling to answer the barrage of questions. Instead, he simply said, my name is Su Jingyan. Oh, call me. The man suddenly froze, his eyes widening. Wait, what did you just say? Your name is Su Jingyan? Then this pangolin. Could it be the #1 ranked extraordinary pangolin? Su Jingyan didn't respond, but he couldn't help feeling a sense of pride at the man's reaction. The man scrutinized the seemingly ordinary pangolin, which looked fragile enough to be taken down with a single kick, and muttered in confusion, that can't be right. Shouldn't a super pangolin exude an aura of divine power with dazzling scales? And it didn't even appear on the rankings in the first week. How could it have skipped levels to defeat the first extraordinary beast? Ha, brother, are you serious? To be honest, my pet beast is the reincarnation of the great sage, heaven's equal, the man said with a skeptical yet amused grin. Haha, that's impressive, Su Jingyan replied, playing along. Haha, still no match for the #1 ranked master, though, the man laughed in return. The two exchanged a round of polite flattery, but neither took the other's words seriously. While engaging in small talk, the man mimicked Su Jingyan's actions, starting to absorb the rule energy from the Pillar of Light. Su Jingyan had already seized the initiative. Throughout their conversation, his attention remained focused on absorbing the rule energy, and his progress was already quite impressive. Seal rejection, 51. Pet rule transformation, 35. After some trial and error, the man grasped the technique as well, and the two fell into a focused silence. With both of them absorbing energy simultaneously, the seal's rejection reaction surged rapidly. At this rate, by the time the seal reached full rejection, Yuan Bao's transformation progress would likely only reach about 50. Su Jingyan, kind-hearted by nature, couldn't bring himself to drive the man away. Besides, the seal itself couldn't provide an infinite amount of energy. He had already planned to seek out a second seal, so the man's presence wouldn't disrupt his overall strategy. The two tacitly concentrated on absorbing the rule energy. Fortunately, no unexpected incidents occurred during this time. This eerie forest prison held only one ferocious beast, and it seemed that after its earlier roar, it had chased after others and moved far away, not doubling back unexpectedly. As time passed, the data updated again. Seal rejection, 96. Pet rule transformation, 51. Seeing that Yuanbao's progress had surpassed the halfway mark, Su Jingyan decisively stopped absorbing. Allowing the seal rejection to reach its maximum would undoubtedly trigger the seal's mechanisms and could attract the attention of the ferocious beast. Brother, you're leaving already? The man, still engrossed in absorbing energy, called out. The seal rejection is so high, and you're just walking away? Should I keep going or stop? Up to you, Su Jingyan replied over his shoulder. But I suggest you don't max it out. If the beast shows up, it'll be trouble. Why run? Just take it down. Problem solved, the man said nonchalantly. What level is your pet? You're not even concerned about the beast feeling that confident. Su Jingyan asked, surprised. The man frowned. What do you think? Everyone entering the pathway gate now has pets at the max juvenile level. You think anyone's bringing a transcendent level pet? Su Jingyan fell silent for a moment, then gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Brother, you're Su Jingyan, aren't you? How can you be more timid than me? The man continued to mock, clearly poking fun at Su Jingyan's reputation. I'm just someone who values his life, Su Jingyan replied, unwilling to argue further. Well, you keep at it then. Good luck. He retrieved the sharp claw from the stone tablet, picked up Yuanbao, and before leaving, glanced up at the pitch-black sky. Unfortunately, he couldn't spot any other beams of ceiling light. Re-entering the forest, Su Jingyan carefully considered his direction. The earlier roar of the beast had come from the left, so that area was best avoided. The muscular man with the contract monkey seemed determined to max out the seal, which would likely attract the beast. Su Jingyan needed to stay far away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Cautiously, he chose a direction where there were no signs of activity. He had Yuanbao remain vigilant for any threats from behind while he focused on scouting the path ahead. Although he carried sharp claws and venomous fangs, such weapons would probably be useless against the beast. For now, his priority was to continue absorbing rule energy. As for drawing the beast's attention, he'd leave that to the reckless ones. After walking deep into the forest for a long time, Su Jingyan carried Yuanbao as they moved through the towering trees, with dry yellow leaves occasionally drifting down in front of them. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A massive silhouette loomed faintly through the thin mist ahead. Yuanbao, who had been cautiously scanning their surroundings, was also drawn to his master's reaction and turned to look ahead. The two stared at the unmoving shadow, gradually making out its shape. It was an enormous wooden house, tilted and partially sunken into the ground. What was even more astonishing was the dark blue and black ceiling light beam that fell directly onto the roof of the house. A house here? Su Jingyan murmured to himself, his gaze landing on a conspicuous white box by the window of the wooden house. Is that an air conditioner unit? Yuanbao, however, had its attention drawn to something else. Although the house was tilted, the open front door revealed a golden, glimmering treasure chest inside. The master and disciple instinctively scanned their surroundings, confirming that the forest remained eerily silent, with no signs of danger. Let's go. Su Jingyan decisively stepped forward, stopping in front of the house and placing Yuanbao on the ground. The house is slanted. It's hard for me to move inside. You go in. Open the chest and come back immediately. Yuanbao nodded solemnly, gathering a fiery breath within itself as a precaution before cautiously stepping into the tilted wooden house. It grasped the floor with its claws, steadily making its way toward the treasure chest. Outside, Su Jingyan kept watch, staying alert to any changes inside. Soon, a loud bang signaled the chest had been opened. Moments later, Yuanbao returned to Su Jingyan's feet, clutching a bundle of black fabric. The system interface promptly displayed Beast Concealment Hood. In the art of beast taming, personal safety is paramount. Wearing this hood reduces the physical presence of the wearer to an extremely low level. Su Jingyan picked up the soft, cotton hood and immediately put it on. However, just as he adjusted the hood, Yuanbao suddenly let out a panicked cry. It could no longer see its master. In reality, Su Jingyan was standing less than 20 centimeters away from Yuanbao. Su Jingyan watched Yuanbao scan its surroundings, noticing that its gaze naturally skipped over him. This left him astonished at the effectiveness of the hood. Yuanbao, he called out. Jia. Yuanbao immediately turned its head upon hearing the voice, its moist eyes filled with panic, on the verge of tears. Luckily, this time it found Su Jingyan and quickly clung to its owner's leg. But after surveying its surroundings and turning back, its owner had vanished again. Yuanbao grew flustered. Su Jingyan quickly removed the hood. Jia. Yuanbao instantly spotted him again and rushed over without hesitation, once more hugging his leg tightly. This hood's concealment effect is incredible. Su Jingyan stared in amazement at the hood in his hand. Even when I'm standing right here, it can make me completely overlooked. Even if someone notices me, they'll forget in an instant. It's not full invisibility, but the effect is practically the same. He bent down, scooped Yuan Bao up with one hand, and chuckled. Little guy, you're amazing. Even the items you get from golden treasure chests are leagues ahead of mine. Su Jingyan smiled wryly, thinking that if he were the one opening the chest, he'd likely only get a blueprint version of the hood. While it would still be useful, it wouldn't be immediately practical. On the other hand, the items Yuan Bao obtained were always ready to be used right away, perfectly aligning with its approach to treasure hunting. Perched on Su Jingyan's shoulder, Yuan Bao's wide eyes darted around, clearly still trying to process what had just happened. Don't be scared, Yuan Bao, Su Jingyan reassured it. This thing is great. When I wear it, you might overlook me, but I can still guide you in your mind. Just like back in the underground cavern, Yuan Bao nodded. Although it didn't quite understand why its owner disappeared when wearing the hood, the idea of being able to communicate as before was comforting enough. Once Su Jingyan put the hood back on, Yuan Bao, still perched on his shoulder, occasionally forgot his presence but quickly remembered again. Hearing Su Jingyan's voice also helped it stay calm. Though timid, Yuan Bao had an exceptional ability to grasp concepts its owner explained, almost as if Su Jingyan's words were absolute truth. This wooden cabin is a real find, both a treasure chest and a sealed pillar of rule energy in one place. Su Jingyan remarked, standing by the outer wall closest to the energy pillar without entering the cabin. Reaching out, he began to absorb the rule energy. Absorbing rule energy. Seal rejection. 1. Pet beast rule transformation. 52. Not bad. Once I finish absorbing this sealed rule energy, Yuan Bao's transformation progress should hit 100. Su Jingyan focused intently. Yuan Bao climbed onto his head, standing tall on its hind legs and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Although this was their first time physically working together, their coordination was remarkably seamless. A buzzing stream of dark black and pale blue rule energy formed a glowing line, connecting to Su Jingyan's fingertip and flowing through his body into Yuan Bao. Gradually, Yuan Bao's entire body began to emit a faint white glow, and its scales shimmered even more brilliantly. However, just as Yuan Bao was about to complete its transformation, both Su Jingyan and Yuan Bao's hearts suddenly pounded violently. An ominous presence was approaching. Thump, thump. Su Jingyan's heart pounded violently as an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Something was closing in. He hastily checked the absorption progress. The repulsion of the rule energy seal had reached 62, and the pet beast rule transformation was at 91. Just 9 more, and it would be complete. But there was no time left. He could clearly sense the entity approaching rapidly. Without hesitation, Su Jingyan interrupted the energy absorption, withdrew his hand, and tightened his grip on his sharp claws. Grabbing Yuan Bao, he began to retreat. Yuan Bao kept a vigilant eye on their rear. Though the unsettling presence lingered, the pursuer remained out of sight. Su Jingyan sprinted at full speed. Thanks to the physical enhancements from his pet beast's evolution, his agility and speed had significantly improved. However, before he could cover several hundred meters, a deafening crash erupted behind him, a resounding bang as the wooden cabin was obliterated by some powerful force. Immediately following, a soul-shaking beastly roar reverberated through the surroundings, its oppressive presence suffocating. Didn't it go after the other side? Why is it chasing me now? Su Jingyan grumbled inwardly as he pushed himself to run faster. The muscular man with the contract monkey had boasted about absorbing all the energy, but it seemed that was nothing more than talk. All Su Jingyan had done was open a golden treasure chest. It couldn't possibly be some priceless heirloom, right? There was no time to dwell on it. Su Jingyan could only carry Yuan Bao and keep running. He knew nothing about this so-called monstrous beast, except that it was powerful enough to hunt down a max-level juvenile beast, which meant it was at least of extraordinary rank. Fortunately, Yuan Bao was also at max-level extraordinary rank, but escaping from an opponent that started with such devastating attacks wouldn't be easy. After running for a while, Su Jingyan's heartbeat began to steady slightly. But every time he tried to slow down, the suffocating sense of dread would intensify again. Despite wearing a cloaking hood that should have made him hard to detect, the beast remained relentlessly locked onto him. Perhaps it was after Yuan Bao. As they dashed through the forest, Su Jingyan's stamina began to wane. While he could still keep running, it was clear he was losing ground in this chase. His heart pounded even more violently than before, and Su Jingyan realized that simply running wouldn't be enough to shake off the pursuer. In the midst of the chaotic flight, he found himself back at the clearing where the first seal had been. The pillar of rule energy still stood tall, untouched. The muscular man who had claimed he would absorb all the energy clearly hadn't succeeded. The beast's presence grew ever closer. Su Jingyan, carrying Yuan Bao, moved to the center of the clearing beneath the energy pillar. Forcing himself to remain calm, he prepared to face the imminent battle. Phew! Despite his attempts to hide and evade, he was still targeted by the ferocious beast. Su Jingyan let out a helpless sigh, carefully placing Yuan Bao on the ground. His trembling hand gripped the sharp claw-like weapon, while the other hand steadied a stone bowl filled with venomous fangs. These offensive tools were originally intended to boost his combat capabilities, but with the stealth hood in his possession, there might be a chance to launch a surprise attack if the beast was also affected by its effects. However, the safest strategy for now was to let Yuan Bao take the lead in battle. Acting recklessly himself could easily backfire. Jia. Yuan Bao raised its tiny paws, standing alertly by his master's side, its round eyes fixed on the forest ahead. Although the beast had yet to show itself, the oppressive aura it exuded was far beyond any wild creature they had encountered before. It was even more intimidating than the earth dragon or the colossal Nyotan beast. Despite the fear gripping its heart, Yuan Bao, having experienced numerous battles, managed to maintain composure in the face of terror. And so, the master and his companions stood their ground, their hearts racing and bodies trembling, yet remaining intensely vigilant. Within 20 seconds, a strange shadow began to emerge from the black mist in the forest. Moments later, a monstrous creature covered in black fur leapt out of the woods. It lacked normal limbs and crouched on the ground in an unnatural posture, halting at the edge of the forest. What on earth is this thing? Su Jingyan tightened his grip on the claw weapon and instinctively stepped back half a pace. Though the beast had no eyes, it was unmistakably fixated on Yuan Bao's black fur, bristling with fleshy tendrils, was writhing with finger-like appendages all pointing toward Yuan Bao. The two sides held a tense standoff at a distance of over 20 meters. The beast seemed to have no intention of attacking, while Yuan Bao, though eager to spit fire, dared not recklessly approach. Yuan Bao, since it's not attacking, use the extraordinary telescope to check its level, Su Jingyan instructed. Yuan Bao nodded and quickly raised the telescope attached to its backpack. Through their synchronized perception, Su Jingyan saw the shocking results of the scan. Lord King? This King level, surpassing the Lord tier, left Su Jingyan utterly shaken. Though his strategy of evasion had been correct, being caught now meant that even if the beast was toying with its prey, their ultimate fate seemed inevitable. Could the pathway door be a cruel trap, with its guardian beast turning out to be of King level? At this critical moment, two figures suddenly burst out from the forest on the opposite side of the clearing. One was the contract monkey brute Su Jingyan recognized, and the other was a calm-looking young stranger. Brother, we're here to help, the burly man shouted as he charged forward. With a loud roar from the burly man, the atmosphere in the clearing shifted dramatically. Su Jingyan, Yuan Bao, and the ferocious beast all instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. A burly man and a young boy strode quickly into the clearing, accompanied by two unusual pet beasts. One was a tall, lanky monkey, bearing a distinct resemblance to the legendary Monkey King. The other was a tiny hummingbird, its body enveloped in flickering flames, leaving a bright streak in the air as it flew. Though both pets were still juveniles and far from extraordinary tier beasts, their rapid growth in just 10 days was an impressive feat. The boy had been drawn here by the beast's roar and a strange, unsettling heartbeat sensation. However, as the burly man stepped into the clearing, his expression turned puzzled. Huh, just a pangolin? I could have sworn I saw someone else here earlier. Where did they go? Scratching his head, he scanned the area, his gaze finally landing on the menacing beast. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the guy from before was already devoured by this beast? Interestingly, despite his tense expression, the burly man showed no trace of fear when looking at the beast. The boy beside him was even more nonchalant, saying directly, "No way. This beast may look intimidating, but its actual combat strength isn't that high." This exchange left Su Jingyan, hidden under his cloaked hood, even more perplexed. It was one thing for them to ignore his presence, but to show no urgency when facing a king-level beast? Either they were recklessly ignorant, or there was something unusual about this creature. The beast's reaction was even stranger. The finger-like fleshy tendrils among its black fur spread outward, pointing not only at Yuan Bao, but also at everyone present except Su Jingyan. Although Yuan Bao couldn't see its invisible master, it knew Su Jingyan's style all too well. Without hesitation, it scurried on its short legs to hide behind the two newcomers. True to its instincts, Su Jingyan silently retreated to the same position. The burly man glanced at Yuan Bao and asked, "Little pangolin, did your master get eaten?" Yuan Bao responded with a confused chirp, but there was no way for humans and beasts to communicate beyond the spiritual bond shared between beast masters and their companions. The burly man pounded his chest confidently. "Don't worry. We might not be able to avenge your master, but we can definitely protect you and drive this beast away." With that, he waved a large hand and shouted, "Monkey, attack!" At his command, the monkey's arms instantly turned to stone, readying itself for a powerful swing punch. Simultaneously, the boy called out, "Vermilion bird, Bullet impact. The flaming hummingbird transformed into a streak of fire, shooting straight toward the beast. Watching this overly dramatic scene unfold, Su Jingyan could only feel a profound sense of bewilderment. Can this so-called crouching dragon and young phoenix really handle it? Su Jingyan pondered silently. Although the beast wasn't actively attacking, as a king-level creature, it shouldn't just be a paper tiger. At that moment, the beast moved. Its massive body lashed out violently, and though its mouth couldn't be clearly seen, it let out a deafening roar. However, this was only the beginning. The fiery hummingbird in the air shot forth like a blazing bullet, far faster than the stone-fisted monkey swinging its massive punches. With a resounding bang, the hummingbird struck the beast, triggering a small but fierce explosion of flames. The fire spread instantly, igniting the beast's pitch-black fur entirely. Engulfed in flames, the beast convulsed violently, its roars chilling everyone present to the bone. But this didn't deter the stone-fisted monkey. Without fear, it charged forward, landing a heavy punch on the beast's burning body with a dull, resounding thud. To Su Jingyan's surprise, the beast chose to flee. Covered in flames, it bolted into the forest of fallen leaves and vanished without a trace in mere moments. What just happened? Su Jingyan removed his concealed hood, utterly stunned. A beast that looked so powerful just ran off like that? His sudden outburst startled the two people in front of him. The burly man even stumbled backward in shock. Damn it, brother. When did you get behind me? Scared me half to death. Recognizing Su Jingyan, he heaved a sigh of relief. I've been here the whole time, Su Jingyan said with a grin, then quickly asked, what's the deal with that beast? How did you manage to defeat it so easily? The burly man pointed to the young man beside him. Let this guy explain. He's been stuck in this cursed place for days. The young man pulled out a black leather bestiary and flipped to the last page, handing it to Su Jingyan. It detailed the beast's characteristics. When it remains undetected by its prey, its energy steadily increases until it surpasses the prey's strength, at which point it initiates a hunt. I see, Su Jingyan said, comprehension dawning on him. It's not that the beast isn't strong, it just needs to accumulate power through observation. But why did it stand directly in front of me? The young man chuckled. That's why. When I saw it strutting around in the open, I knew we had it. He explained that when the beast approaches, the prey's heartbeat accelerates rapidly, making it hard to remain undetected. Unless the prey is paralyzed by fear and flees blindly, the beast can't maintain its observation long enough to build up sufficient strength. So when I turned back to fight after running briefly, I actually disrupted its observation strategy? Su Jingyan said, finally understanding. To deal with a beast like this, the key is not to run away. Huh. The burly man suddenly let out a sound of surprise, his eyes fixed on the pangolin on the ground. Brother, your pangolin looks different now. Has it fully absorbed its evolution energy? Hearing this, Su Jingyan turned to look at Yuan Bao. In the rush to escape earlier, he hadn't noticed anything unusual about Yuan Bao. At this moment, although Yuan Bao's size and appearance remained the same, its scales were now shimmering with a silvery white sheen, as if coated with a layer of metal. Still missing the last 9% of evolution, Su Jingyan explained. No wonder you were being chased by a fierce beast. You must been out absorbing rule energy again. The burly man exclaimed in sudden realization. Meanwhile, the young man standing nearby studied Yuan Bao thoughtfully before speaking. Hey, could this be the pangolin rank number 1 on the leaderboard? Before Su Jingyan could respond, the burly man interjected excitedly. Of course. Do you even know who he is? This is Su Jingyan, the top-ranked beast tamer in the homeland rankings. Naturally, his beast is also number 1. Su Jingyan frowned. Is there a problem? There is. The young man suddenly retorted. He bent down, his gaze falling on the crimson crystals in Yuan Bao's backpack. If I'm not mistaken, these are fire crystals, aren't they? At the mention of fire crystals, Yuan Bao immediately became alert, retreating a step as fire energy began to gather within its body, ready to confront any enemy attempting to seize the crystals. Wait. Su Jingyan quickly stopped Yuan Bao and turned to the young man. Have you bought fire crystals before? The young man grinned and nodded. I knew it. You can't be Su Jingyan because you're the mine owner. Who are you? Su Jingyan asked warily. Boss, it's me, your loyal fire crystal customer Terminator. Su Jingyan was taken aback, finally realizing he had run into the long-lost top customer of the Mines Guild. The burly man, however, was completely confused. Wait, what mine owner? What are you guys even talking about? Sorry, no comment. Terminator refused to divulge anything further, his tone firm. The burly man grew even more bewildered, feeling like an outsider as he watched the two engage in what seemed like a cryptic exchange. I get it now, Su Jingyan suddenly said. There are only 3 of us who currently possess the Universal Beast Codex and have beasts on the brink of a breakthrough. That's why we've all crossed paths here. No wonder the Terminator had gone silent. Turned out, he had passed through the gateway and arrived in this realm beyond the abyss of beasts. Su Jingyan tried opening the chat interface, but all he could see was an endlessly spinning loading animation. Clearly, there was no signal here. He couldn't help but worry if he didn't return soon. The people at the House of Ores might assume something had happened to him as well. So that's it. Su Jingyan suddenly realized. The Terminator isn't dead. If we can make it out together, we can still trade in the future. Without saying more, he bent down to pick up Yuan Bao and placed it securely on his shoulder. Following the route etched in his memory, he strode forward decisively, with the Terminator close behind, summoning a flame hummingbird to perch on his shoulder. Hey, wait up, guys, the burly man called out hastily. You can call me little bro if you want, just don't leave me out. He quickly motioned for his monkey companion to follow. Since their earlier path had been a straight line without any turns, they soon found their way back to the wooden cabin. The ground was littered with shattered planks, and the wooden structure had been battered to the brink of collapse by a ferocious beast. Su Jingyan paid no mind to the cabin's ruined state. Carrying Yuan Bao, he walked to the spot where he had previously absorbed energy. Extending his clawed hand, he resumed the absorption process. The burly man, seeing this, also prepared to start absorbing the rule energy, but the Terminator stopped him. Hold on. The boss pet is about to finish absorbing, and evolve. Let's let him go first. Wow, such loyalty. The burly man mocked. Brother, even if he's your boss, we're in the abyss of beasts now, and you're still playing the lapdog? The Terminator nodded firmly. Of course. My future depends on the boss. You're hopeless. The burly man sighed in exasperation but decided not to escalate the matter. Internal conflict in a place like this was the height of foolishness. Despite his muscular build, he prided himself on his level-headedness. The two men kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings, allowing Su Jingyan to focus on absorbing the energy. A faint glow connected to his fingertips as Yuan Bao's body became enveloped in a silvery light, signaling that evolution was imminent. At this critical moment, everyone's heartbeats suddenly sped up violently. Thump thump, thump thump, the ferocious beast had returned. No way, why is it back so soon? The Terminator exclaimed, scanning the area with unease but finding nothing. Minutes passed, and while their hearts continued to race, the beast still didn't appear. By now, Su Jingyan had completed the energy absorption. A system notification promptly appeared. Seal rejection, 75. Pet rule transformation, 100. Energy overflowing rules fully integrated. Species limit breakthrough achievable. Little one now. Su Jingyan activated sensory synchronization and issued a command to Yuan Bao. Closing its eyes, Yuan Bao began to sense the profound changes within its body. The rule energy it had absorbed felt like a pair of sharp scissors, cutting away all the shackles that had previously bound it. Its heart pounded furiously, unsure whether it was from the beast's looming threat or the exhilaration of surpassing its species' limitations. The Terminator grew increasingly tense. Where is the beast? This is the worst, it's watching us, but we can't find it. That means it's getting stronger, and it could strike at any moment. Before long, the fire attribute energy within Yuan Bao started to boil, while its usually stable metal attribute energy became unusually active. The energy surged throughout its body, concentrating especially on the scales along its back. This is evolution. Su Jingyan realized that this wasn't just a simple advancement, it was true evolution. Armor. Yuan Bao's eyes snapped open, and its entire body was instantly engulfed in a radiant glow of silver and crimson. The evolution had begun. Su Jingyan immediately opened the pet interface, and the first thing he saw was Yuan Bao's new species name. Pet. Blazing ironclad beast. Roar. Just as Yuan Bao was evolving, a deafening roar echoed from the shadows. Suddenly, a blinding red light flashed ahead of them, and the silhouette of a ferocious beast emerged. There it is, the burly man shouted, giving his monkey pet beast a firm pat. The monkey immediately responded, its arms transforming into two hardened stone fists as it adopted a combat stance. But this beast was clearly different. It stood motionless not far away, yet an eerie crimson aura emanated from its entire body. Even more alarming were the fleshy tendrils growing from its black fur, which were now gathering into a concentrated beam of blood-red light. No way. It's entering hunt mode. The Terminator's face darkened, his voice trembling with obvious fear. Looks like it. The burly man nodded in agreement, but showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he signaled his monkey beast to attack. Amid this dire moment, Su Jingyan quietly observed Yuan Bao, now enveloped in twin-colored light. Without a word, he slipped on a concealing hood, causing his presence to become faint and indistinct. The beast suddenly went berserk, its body convulsing violently as it let out a piercing screech and charged toward them. Damn it, like I'm afraid of you. Though cold sweat ran down his back, the burly man barked orders with forced bravado. Monkey smash, go pound it. The monkey immediately swung its stone fists like a spinning windmill, launching a direct assault. Meanwhile, the Terminator commanded his flaming hummingbird to shoot toward the beast like a bullet. The hummingbird struck the beast, erupting into intense flames. However, this time, the beast's black fur, now soaked with blood, seemed completely impervious to the fire's heat. Worse still, the beast's black fur began writhing like iron worms, instantly entangling the flaming hummingbird. Simultaneously, the fleshy tendrils focused their crimson beam onto the hummingbird. Chirp! The flaming hummingbird let out a heart-wrenching screech, as if enduring unimaginable agony. Zhuke! The Terminator's face turned pale as he involuntarily stepped back. The burly man clapped him on the shoulder, trying to sound reassuring. Don't worry, brother. We still have my monkey smash. Ignoring the captured hummingbird, the monkey bravely charged at the beast, delivering a powerful punch at the black fur, ensnaring the bird. Yet the mighty blow felt as though it struck cotton, leaving no impact. What the? The burly man's jaw dropped in disbelief. In the next instant, the monkey was also ensnared by the writhing black fur, its body shrouded in the red glow of the fleshy tendrils. Like the hummingbird, it let out pained cries as its blood energy was relentlessly siphoned away, merging into the beast. The burly man collapsed to the ground, despair washing over him like a tidal wave. The terrifying aura of the beast entering its hunting mode filled him with despair. Forget about a max-level juvenile beast, even an extraordinary max-level pet beast might struggle to stand against it. Ever since descending into the abyss of beastmasters, he had been prepared to face death, but he never imagined it would come in this manner. If the beast drained the blood energy of their pet beasts, these beastmasters themselves would likely meet the same fate. At that moment, the Terminator's gaze shifted to Yuan Bao, enveloped in the dual-colored glow, and his voice carried a trace of hope. Don't lose heart. There's still a chance. Chance? The burly man couldn't help but want to curse. Brother, do you really think he's Su Jingyan? Even if this juvenile pangolin evolves into an extraordinary creature, so what? I don't know how strong the extraordinary level is, but there's no way it could surpass that beast. Especially when it's just evolved and hasn't even mastered its abilities. Before he could finish, the burly man suddenly realized Su Jingyan was nowhere to be seen. Huh, where did he go? He looked around and angrily shouted, "This is ridiculous." He ran off without even taking his pet beast? What's the point of escaping now? Brother, who told you my pet beast is just a max-level juvenile? Su Jingyan's voice suddenly rang out as he slowly removed his hood. The burly man jumped in surprise. Huh, you didn't run? Am I seeing things? Of course I didn't run. I still need to get home, Su Jingyan said calmly. At that moment, Yuan Bao's evolution finally completed. The silver and crimson light fully receded, revealing a form that, while retaining the basic outline of a pangolin, had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its body had grown slightly, now around 60 to 70 centimeters in length. The most striking change was its iconic scales after evolving with metallic attributes. Each scale had become indestructible, with the previously corroded areas completely restored. The layered scales formed an unparalleled defense. Its claws and teeth were sharper than ever, glinting with an intimidating, icy light. Cha! The evolved Yuan Bao's eyes became sharp and unyielding. It crouched low to the ground, arching its back as it warily fixed its gaze on the beast ahead. Yuan Bao, go! Save the monkey and the bird first, Su Jingyan commanded. Yuan Bao didn't charge in recklessly. Instead, it opened its razor-sharp copper jaws, a crimson glow flashing in its throat. With a deafening roar, a concentrated jet of fire shot out. This wasn't an ordinary flamite, it was a more focused, more lethal attack with incredible penetrating power. Fueled by the 20 fire crystals devoured during its evolution, Yuan Bao had ascended to the exceptional level. The power of its attack far surpassed that of the flame hummingbird, piercing straight through the beast's body. The burly man, witnessing this scene, nearly fell over in shock. He shouted in disbelief. What? The supposedly invincible beast in hunting mode just got seriously injured? How is this pangolin so powerful? Wait, are you really Su Jingyan? Roar! The monstrous beast let out an earth-shaking howl. Yuan Bao's blazing beam pierced through its dark fur and into its flesh like a sword, leaving a smoking hole in its torso. Through the gaping wound, the forest behind it was clearly visible. My God! Su Jingyan exclaimed in shock. Even as its master, he was astounded by Yuan Bao's power. According to the Encyclopedia of Beasts, this type of creature, known as a lurker, grows stronger by secretly observing its prey, only launching an attack when it surpasses its target by a whole level. When the lurker initiated its hunt, Yuan Bao was still in the transcendent realm, which meant the lurker should have been in the superior realm. Yuan Bao's evolution, however, had just elevated it to the superior realm as well, giving Su Jingyan the confidence to let it face the lurker. Surprisingly, What should have been an evenly matched battle ended with Yuan Bao striking a decisive blow. Had it not been for concerns about the captive monkey and hummingbird, Yuan Bao might have unleashed its full energy in one go, instantly obliterating the beast. After its successful attack, Yuan Bao, facing the formidable aura of the beast that had made its heart race, grew noticeably more composed. With increased caution, it bared its bronze teeth and unleashed another fiery column from its throat, accurately striking the beast once more. Boom! Another thunderous explosion echoed as the beast's body suffered yet another gaping wound. It wasn't that the beast didn't want to dodge, but rather that it relied on the fleshy tendrils on its fingers to sense prey. Without eyes, it was completely blind to the incoming attacks. Impressive! The burly man next to the Terminator leaped up in excitement, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. The pangolin before him truly deserved its top, ranking among companion beasts. Its strength rivaled that of gods. Su Jingyan closely monitored Yuan Bao's condition through their synchronized connection. Not only was this attack method devastating, but it was also incredibly energy-efficient. Two fiery blasts had only consumed a fifth of Yuan Bao's energy reserves. Yuan Bao regained the confidence of a true powerhouse. Although the lurker could grow stronger through observation, its lack of vision left it at a severe disadvantage in a battle of equals. The two consecutive fiery strikes had inflicted heavy damage, causing black blood to ooze from the beast and significantly weakening its combat abilities. Seizing the opportunity, the Terminator immediately commanded his flaming hummingbird into action. The hummingbird, expending all its energy, erupted into flames, burning away and severing the beast's restraining fur. As the fire raged on, it swiftly helped the monkey break free as well. At last, the two companion beasts were liberated. Roar! The monstrous beast let out an earth-shattering roar, ignoring the two small fleeing pet beasts, and charged straight at Yuan Bao, its body convulsing with rage. Su Jingyan, through their mental connection, instantly conveyed a clear command to Yuan Bao. All right, little one, let's do it. Unleash the flames. Yuan Bao immediately raised its paws, and the fire energy within it began to gather at an astonishing speed. In just 2 seconds, the evolved creature's throat began to glow a fiery red. It opened its jaws, revealing sharp copper teeth, and unleashed a blazing inferno, as if the gates of hell had been thrown open. A wall of fire surged forth, devouring everything in its path. The flames engulfed the monstrous beast in an instant. Relying solely on its senses due to its lack of vision, the beast was unable to evade. Boom! The fire not only consumed the beast but also ignited the forest behind it, turning it into a sea of flames. Yet, even with its fur and limbs charred to a crisp, the beast refused to retreat. Covered in flames, it charged straight at Yuan Bao. Unexpectedly, Yuan Bao didn't dodge. Instead, it deployed its signature move, quickly curling into a ball, tucking its body tightly under its iron armor. The golden energy within it surged into the armor, maximizing its defense and weight to the point that the ground beneath it sank into a shallow pit. Thud! A dull impact echoed. Despite its larger size, the monstrous beast slammed into Yuan Bao's iron ball and came to a dead halt, as if a speeding car had crashed into a fortress wall. "What in the world is this creature?" exclaimed a burly man nearby, his eyes wide in shock. He completely ignored the monkey-like pet beast that had just returned to his side. Not only is its attack power terrifying, but its defense is on a godlike level. This is a true all-around warrior. He glanced at his own pet, which could only perform basic moves like stone fists and spinning attacks, and chuckled bitterly. Compared to that, this is like kids fighting in a sandbox. The monstrous beast, after the heavy collision, could hold on no longer. It collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Its scorched black fur began to writhe and twist, eventually shredding its own flesh before condensing into a small, pitch-black object. Su Jingyan picked up the dark token from the ground and read the text that appeared on it. This is proof of defeating a powerful beast from the abyss of evil. The bearer of this token may lead their pet beast into the abyss to rescue other victims and can safely retreat at any time. What's the point of this? Su Jingyan frowned. Why would I want to help others deal with these beasts? He had initially hoped for some kind of treasure, only to find himself holding what seemed to be a completely useless token. Is that beast really dead? The burly man walked over to the massive creature's lifeless body, his eyes still filled with disbelief. The Terminator also stepped closer, with a hummingbird hovering above his head, its flames extinguished, now appearing utterly unremarkable. Seems like it. Su Jingyan nodded in confirmation, his tone carrying a hint of astonishment. He had always believed the mine owner was no pushover, at least on par with himself, but this level of power had exceeded his expectations. This pangolin is absolutely invincible. The Terminator couldn't help but exclaim as he stared at Yuan Bao's imposing form. "Boss, what has your pet evolved into?" "A blazing ironclad beast," Su Jingyan replied without hesitation. After all, everyone present had access to the beast encyclopedia, and the species name would be discovered sooner or later. The burly man gazed at Yuan Bao, whose body was covered in gleaming iron armor, and grew increasingly envious. The name alone sounds formidable way better than my stubborn rock monkey. This comment infuriated his monkey companion, who promptly delivered a hard punch to its owner, as if complaining, "It's not that I'm weak. It's you who aren't trying hard enough." Trying hard? You think strength like this comes from effort? The burly man grumbled, rubbing his aching back. Of course, Su Jingyan replied earnestly. If I hadn't worked so hard at lying in bed and sleeping, it wouldn't have developed to this level. His remark left both the Terminator and the burly man speechless. Who would believe such nonsense? But Su Jingyan knew in his heart that it was true, though he occasionally forced himself to work due to lingering concerns. Now that the beast was vanquished, the burly man immediately dragged his monkey toward the collapsed wooden structure to absorb the rule energy. The Terminator quickly followed, though he had arrived earlier. His overcautious approach of absorbing a little and retreating each time meant he still hadn't absorbed enough. Su Jingyan paid no attention to the pair and instead focused on checking Yuan Bao's condition. The earlier torrent of flames had drained Yuan Bao's energy completely. Aside from its metal attribute, there wasn't a trace of fire energy left. Its stored energy was also nearly depleted, consisting only of the 20 fire crystals it had recently absorbed. Most of that had been consumed during evolution, leaving only a small reserve, likely sufficient for 2 or 3 precise fire blasts at most. He opened the pet interface to inspect. Pet: blazing ironclad beast. True name: Yuan Bao. Attributes: metal, fire. Level: exceptional tier 1, 0. Skills: flame torrent, blazing strike, iron ball defense, copper jaws and iron stomach. Energy storage. Specialty: digging. At last, Yuan Bao had shed the identity of an ordinary Chinese pangolin and ascended to the fantastical status of a blazing ironclad beast. With this species name paired with its rank as the top pet, surely there would be no more doubters. He, Su Jingyan, truly wasn't cheating. Examining Yuan Bao's attribute panel, it was clear that even after ascending to the exceptional tier, it still retained its dual gold and fire attributes. This made sense, given it hadn't absorbed any other elemental ores. The most notable change, however, was the acquisition of 2 brand new skills. The first was Blazing Strike, the very skill Yuan Bao had just used to pierce through the ferocious beast twice with its fierce attack. This ability allowed Yuan Bao to concentrate its internal fire energy to an extreme degree, releasing a precise beam of fire from its mouth, akin to a laser. Compared to the indiscriminate, area-wide attack of Flame Burst, Blazing Strike was better suited for pinpoint eliminations, greatly enhancing Yuan Bao's combat versatility. The second skill was Iron Ball Defense, a gold element ability. Finally, Yuan Bao had an active skill tied to its gold attribute. By channeling its gold energy, it could curl up into a ball, achieving a defensive strength comparable to a fortress wall. The earlier battle with the beast had already demonstrated the sheer power of this skill. While the other stats didn't show dramatic increases on the panel, the qualitative leap from extraordinary to exceptional energy levels was the most crucial. Even the same flame burst attack now wielded vastly different power. Previously, it could only inflict injuries that sent wild beasts into a frenzy. Now, its searing heat was enough to force even a powerful beast into one final, desperate charge before death. Looking at these advancements, Su Jingyan's lips curled into a subtle smile. That minotaur-like beast blocking the cave entrance? It wouldn't stand a chance. He was already envisioning the scene, turning the campfire's illumination to maximum and letting Yuan Bao deliver a double-layered roast. How long could that creature continue its bluffing at the door? Perhaps slaying an exceptional tier beast would even trigger a global announcement as a reward. Nearby, the Terminator had just finished absorbing energy, and his flame hummingbird successfully broke through to the extraordinary tier, though it didn't evolve like Yuan Bao. With a hearty smile, the Terminator extended his hand to Su Jingyan. "Boss, my pet's growth resources at the extraordinary level are all up to you." "No problem, no problem. Just keep trading with me," Su Jingyan replied, shaking hands warmly with his loyal customer. Inwardly, he was already plotting. If he could help the Terminator's pet secure the second spot on the rankings, their mutually beneficial transactions would net him 2 premium treasure chests. While the rewards for second place couldn't rival those for first, 2 top-tier chests were still something to look forward to. Buzz with a faint hum. The muscular man had completely absorbed the ceiling light pillar outside the wooden cabin. It triggered the seal's rejection. "Well, since the beast is gone, it shouldn't be an issue, right?" the man said casually. His energy reserves were still not full, and there was a bit more needed for his monkey pet to fully evolve. At this moment, the monkey's arms only emitted a faint, bluish-gray glow, similar to Yuan Bao's previous state. Su Jingyan suddenly looked up, focusing on the violently trembling energy pillar. The pillar, which extended straight into the sky, was now swirling rapidly with interwoven shades of black and blue. Suddenly, a thinner beam branched off from the main pillar and shot into the distance. What's going on? The Terminator frowned, gently stroking the head of his fire hummingbird, signaling it to fly up and investigate. Su Jingyan noticed something unique about the fire hummingbird. It emitted flames that didn't harm its owner. This made him wonder if Yuanbao's flames would also be harmless to him, though he decided not to test the theory for now. Chirp! The fire hummingbird quickly returned, chirping excitedly as it reported back to its owner. Pointing toward the other side of the forest, the Terminator explained, "The split beam is connected to a small mountain. It seems there's a massive gate at the top." "A gate?" the muscular man questioned with confusion. "It must be the way back," Su Jingyan quickly deduced. Although he had the token he earned after defeating the beast, which allowed him to return safely at any time, that was clearly not the standard way out. After all, not everyone could defeat a powerful beast, and each transcendent prison only housed one beast. Once defeated, only one token could be obtained. The group soon arrived at the small mountain. Through the gaps in the trees, they could clearly see the horizontal beam leading to this location. Climbing to the summit, they found a black stone slab, upon which stood an enormous gate over 10 meters wide and towering dozens of meters high. "My God, this gate must be for giants," the muscular man exclaimed in shock, looking comically small next to the gate alongside his monkey. Su Jingyan, however, remarked, "What if someone's pet is tens of meters tall? This gate might not even be big enough." He had spent countless nights using a thermal drone to scout the mist surrounding their campfire, spotting colossal beasts as massive as mountains and radiating heat like volcanoes. Even the smallest of them, the bull tank beast, stood 20 to 30 meters tall. While no one had yet managed to contract such formidable creatures, he believed it was only a matter of time. And he himself aspired to bond with one someday. "That's insane. There's no way that's possible now," Terminator said, shaking his head. "Why not?" the strong man asked. Terminator explained, "The maximum illumination range of a level 1 campfire is only 100 meters. You can't let a single pet beast take up such a large portion of your home base." He mentioned his flame hummingbird, a small but efficient helper when it came to adding fuel to the campfire. His home consistently maintained the maximum 100-meter illumination range, which could only be expanded by upgrading the campfire. "So the maximum range is 100 meters. Su Jingyan exclaimed in realization. Although he had an ample supply of firewood and Yuanbao had awakened fire attribute skills, he had always kept his campfire's illumination range at 30 meters. He had suspected there was a limit to the range and planned to expand it suddenly during a battle with the bull tank beast to catch his opponent off guard. When they arrived at the Gate of Transcendence, Su Jingyan saw a panel appear before him. "Pass through the Gate of Transcendence to return to your home base. At that time, the transformation of your pet beast will be fully stabilized. Activation requirement. At least 4 seals must be triggered. Each Transcendence Inferno has 5 seals. Warning. Do not retain excess rule energy within your body before entering the gate, or you will become lost in the mist. We need to absorb energy from 4 seals to open the gate, but we've only activated 1 so far. This isn't going to work," Su Jingyan said thoughtfully. The strong man added, "I left 1% of the energy from the previous seal unabsorbed. Right, that makes 2 seals, but we still need 2 more. Plus, both Terminator and I have already absorbed as much as we can. We can't retain any extra rule energy," Su Jingyan said slowly. "Are you kidding me?" Terminator's face darkened. Were they really going to be trapped here? The 3 of them returned to the previous location, allowing the strong man to finish absorbing the remaining 1% of the seal's energy. This successfully activated another seal, and a beam of light connected to the peak of the Gate of Transcendence. "One more to go," Terminator said. "But the energy I've absorbed so far is scattered across multiple seals, not concentrated on a single one." As they searched for other seals, they discovered that Terminator had only taken small amounts of energy from each seal. "Very balanced of you. You really spread the love. Huh? Couldn't you just focus on one?" the strong man teased helplessly. Su Jingyan gestured for the strong man to continue absorbing the rule energy from the 4th seal. The strong man's pet beast, the stubborn stone monkey, began to evolve but failed to activate the seal. "We're doomed. We're all stuck here," the strong man groaned, holding his head in despair. Despite their success in defeating the ferocious beast with Su Jingyan's powerful pet, they were now stuck at the most basic step of activating the seals. "There's only one solution left," the strong man said, sitting on the ground. "We wait for someone else with the beast compendium to come in. But people who have the beast compendium are already rare, let alone those who are advancing. Who knows how long we'll have to wait. We might die here before anyone shows up." Terminator added regretfully, "If I'd known, I would have focused on just 1 seal." At that moment, Su Jingyan glanced at the token in his hand and said, "I think I might have a solution." "What method?" the burly man and the Terminator asked in unison. Su Jingyan raised the dark black token in his hand and gently swung it. This evil prison hero token dropped after defeating the ferocious beast. The token's description is clear. It allows us to bypass the conventional route and return home safely. Moreover, it doesn't specify that we can't absorb additional rule energy. Before he could finish, the Terminator excitedly raised his hand to interrupt. I get it, boss. If you help us get back, this week's treasure chest is yours as payment. This guy has real potential. Su Jingyan thought to himself with delight as he shifted his gaze toward the burly man. The Terminator quickly chimed in to liven the mood. Hey buddy, what about you? The boss is taking a big risk here. Shouldn't you show some appreciation too? The burly man, Ahu, scratched his head. Although he felt this was a bit suspicious, he reconsidered whether this person was really Su Jingyan or not. His pet beast was undeniably the best in the world. Getting on good terms with someone like this was a rare opportunity. As the saying goes, when one person rises to power, even their chickens and dogs benefit. He didn't mind being the dog as long as he was loyal. All right, Ahu stood up. I don't have anything valuable on me, but we can follow each other first. Boss, what's your chat channel name? Or merchant? Oh, no wonder they call you the Mind Boss. How generous. Ahu immediately followed Su Jingyan and was soon added to the or house group. Although only fire crystals were currently available and his monkey had a rock attribute, Su Jingyan considered him a promising customer worth cultivating. Ahu pulled a black leather-bound bestiary from his pocket. Boss, take this as a deposit so you won't worry about me backing out. Su Jingyan accepted the bestiary and casually placed it into Yuanbao's backpack. While an extra bestiary wasn't particularly useful to him, it was valuable enough as a deposit. If Ahu reneged later, the bestiary could still be used for trade. Seeing Ahu's sincerity, Su Jingyan no longer hesitated. He walked to the pillar of light, sealing the rule energy, and began absorbing it. This time, he absorbed the energy alone without touching Yuanbao, so the energy couldn't be transferred. Before long, he felt his body swelling with pain. Yuanbao, come here. Left with no choice, Su Jingyan called his pet beast over to help bear the rule energy. As the energy transferred, Yuanbao's evolution progress, previously at 0, started to increase again. Before long, with a buzzing sound, the seal produced a repelling reaction. Another beam of light separated and precisely connected to the gate of transcendence. For a rare moment, the surroundings were peaceful, free from the disturbance of ferocious beasts. Su Jingyan, accompanied by Yuanbao, swiftly completed the energy absorption from the 4 seals. Yet, he did not stop there. He continued guiding the energy until Yuanbao's transformation progress reached saturation. As Yuanbao's evolution in the beast rules reached 100, the energy overflowed, and a complete rule system had formed. In theory, it now had the potential to break through its species limitations. Yuanbao attempted to sense any changes, but nothing seemed different. This was expected. Having just ascended to an exceptional quality beast, it still had ample room for growth and was far from reaching the ceiling of its level. Naturally, it could not yet harness the rule energy to overcome its constraints. Su Jingyan pondered deeply. Could this mean that during the next advancement, he and Yuanbao might even bypass the pathgate entirely? This realization lit up his eyes. If it were possible, it would greatly simplify their future progression. Yuanbao flexed its paws gently, its internal energy brimming with rule power, yet it felt no discomfort. This highlighted the fundamental difference in energy capacity between beasts and humans. Turning his gaze back to the gate of transcendence, Su Jingyan observed that, with the seals activated, the massive door had fully opened. Beyond the gate lay a mist-shrouded path, and in the distance, everyone could catch a glimpse of their homeland. Su Jingyan was no exception. Saw the familiar little house far away, his beast sanctuary. But this was not his destination. Boss, after you. Terminator and Ahu chose to stay behind. The latter even reminded him, send a message when you get back. Su Jingyan nodded in agreement and retrieved the Abyss token, activating the newly appeared panel. That safe retreat option caught his eye. By using the token, he could open the hero's gate and ensure a safe return at any time. Holding the token in one hand and a stone bowl containing venomous fangs and sharp claws in the other, he securely cradled Yuanbao in his arm. Under the astonished gazes of Terminator and Ahu, the token floated into the air, transforming into a mass of jet-black fur before condensing into a door. The entire process took just 2.5 minutes, and the door was similar in size to the pathgate, leading straight to his homeland. Let's go. Time to head home. Su Jingyan stepped through the door, and space shifted seamlessly. As his feet touched the ground, he found himself back in his sanctuary, the warm glow of a campfire illuminating his face. Though still within the misty realm, this small haven of firelight was his true refuge. Even with the abyss of transcendence becoming relatively safer, it could not compare to the comfort of this little home. Su Jingyan exhaled deeply, turning back to see the door reverting into the token, which now hovered elegantly in the air. After setting Yuanbao down, he retrieved the token and noticed a new prompt. As an abyss hero, He could locate people trapped in the abyss and open a portal to rescue them. He contemplated this for a moment, realizing he lacked the courage to be a true savior. However, acting as a guide seemed feasible. Having cleared the abyss once and even exceeded the kill requirements, his credentials were more than enough to attract others willing to pay a high price for his guidance. With this token in hand, he no longer needed to worry excessively about safety. He could return home securely at any time. After returning home, Su Jingyan finally allowed himself to relax. The grueling journey through the treacherous abyss had left him utterly exhausted. He had been carrying Yuanbao almost the entire time, rushing from one place to another. The moment he let his guard down, a tidal wave of fatigue washed over him, and all he wanted to do was collapse into sleep. However, there were still tasks to complete before he could rest. First, he took out 20 fire crystals and placed them in front of Yuanbao, anticipating that its appetite would have increased after its evolution. These should be enough for one meal. Yuanbao immediately began crunching on the fire crystals with satisfaction, the crisp sound echoing through the room. As Yuanbao busied itself with eating, Su Jingyan took the opportunity to organize the spoils he had collected, such as sharp claws and venomous fangs. He then prepared a simple meal for himself, some dried mutton and a bland duo fruit that tasted like plain water. To his surprise, Yuanbao was still hungry after finishing the 20 fire crystals. Its energy consumption had more than doubled compared to its transcendent stage. Left with no choice, Su Jingyan fetched another 10 fire crystals. Only after finishing these did Yuanbao finally appear full, though judging by its expression, it seemed like it could eat even more. Curious, Su Jingyan checked Yuanbao's current state and was astonished to find Excellence level 1, 24. Even accounting for the ongoing energy conversion from the fire crystals, the progress would likely cap at around 30. A quick calculation showed that 30 fire crystals had only resulted in this small growth, each crystal contributing a mere 1 to its advancement. This realization unsettled Su Jingyan. During the transcendent stage, he had barely managed to maintain a balance between the consumption and collection of fire crystals. But at this rate, his reserves would be depleted within a single day. As he deliberated on a solution, Yuanbao, now satiated, raised its sharp iron claws, signaling its desire to go mining. Since evolving into an iron armor beast, its claws had become significantly sharper, promising a notable boost in mining efficiency. Su Jingyan nodded in agreement. Go ahead. He was also eager to see how much of an improvement Yuanbao's evolution had brought to its mining abilities. After drinking some water, Yuanbao headed into the expanded tunnel that had been dug earlier for the white bone battle axe. The entrance was just wide enough to accommodate its size, and it quickly disappeared into the depths. Only then did Su Jingyan lie down on his bed and crawl into his sleeping bag. He placed his camouflage hood on the bedside, contemplating whether he could use it to explore the misty zone alone. However, the risks seemed too great. Not to mention the need to carry a torch that might attract wild beasts, the hood itself only reduced his presence rather than rendering him completely invisible. If he encountered a beast with lightning-fast reflexes, he could be attacked the moment he was spotted, rendering all his efforts futile. Initially, he considered using sensory synchronization to check on Yuanbao's mining progress before falling asleep. But his overwhelming fatigue quickly got the better of him. Yuanbao had already started mining, and the exhaustion transmitted through their synchronization only hastened the process of him losing consciousness. Exhausted from years of hard work, Su Jingyan slept deeply for a full 12 hours. When he opened his eyes, he felt completely refreshed, his entire body filled with an indescribable comfort. It was the kind of sleep that felt almost magical. Every trace of fatigue and negativity had vanished. Stretching lazily, he immediately activated his sensory synchronization. In his mind, he could see Yuanbao's busy figure at work. After its evolution, Yuanbao's iron claws had grown sleeker and more agile, allowing it to move effortlessly among the rocks. Its bronze teeth had also been enhanced, now crunching through stones with ease, swallowing fragments without even the need to chew. Its movements were fluid and rhythmic, alternating its claws to feed the stones into its mouth, as if it were swimming gracefully through the rocky terrain. This is unbelievable, Su Jingyan exclaimed in amazement. Despite Yuanbao's incredible speed, he knew that with the fire crystal vein nearing depletion, the output would still be minimal in the grand scheme of things. Not wanting to disturb Yuanbao's mining, Su Jingyan got up and picked up the box of refined bone ash fertilizer. He walked over to the planting area, which was neatly planned among the crushed stones. On one of the small mounds of soil, a tender green sprout had emerged, its 2 curved leaves swaying gently in the breeze. The system notification displayed. Wood type exceptional pet beast egg, hatching progress, 23.7. Current status, hatching in progress. Soil nutrition, enriched, suitable for healthy growth. Vitality, 100.0. Not bad, Su Jingyan said with satisfaction. The extraordinary fertilizer was clearly effective, as the soil remained rich in nutrients. The platinum-grade treasure chest certainly lived up to its reputation, though he figured the items from a gold-grade chest wouldn't be too far behind in quality. Using a bone shard, he scooped out a portion of the extraordinary fertilizer and evenly spread it over the soil. As the fertilizer seeped in like water, the green sprout suddenly gave a spirited little shake. "Hey, shower!" Su Jingyan called out excitedly. The sprout seemed to understand him, trembling lightly twice more, its leaves exuding vibrant energy. Encouraged, Su Jingyan began speaking to it, treating it like prenatal education to familiarize the future pet beast with his voice, hoping to strengthen their bond early. He then applied most of the remaining extraordinary fertilizer to the soil mound where the sprout was growing, while reserving a small portion for the unknown plant seed nearby. The system updated. Z plant seed growth progress, 0.1. Current status, growing. Soil nutrition, adequate. Excellent. This seed has started growing too, Su Jingyan said, clearly in high spirits. With the fertilizer box, it looks like my farming efforts are finally taking off. With that, he grabbed 2 pig bones, held them firmly in his sharp claws, and sat on his bed, focusing intently on scraping bone powder. When Yuanbao returned from mining, Su Jingyan had already finished processing the bone meal. He carefully placed the fertilizer box containing the bone meal under the bed, intending to let it sit overnight to produce extraordinary fertilizer. Thud. Yuanbao walked into the pet house with a stone bowl in its mouth and gently placed the bowl on the ground. "Hey, it's meal time," Su Jingyan said as he helped Yuanbao remove its backpack, taking out over 20 fire crystals. And that was just from one trip. During the 12 hours Su Jingyan had been asleep, Yuanbao had been mining on its own, replenishing itself as needed, and the actual haul was far greater than this. After reaching the outstanding rank, Yuanbao's mining efficiency was astonishing. Although it now consumed up to 30 fire crystals in one sitting, significantly more than before, the yield was equally impressive. After deducting the crystals Yuanbao consumed, there were still 167 fire crystals remaining, a number far exceeding Su Jingyan's expectations. "Yuanbao, those little claws of yours are amazing. Even if other people's pets went mining, I doubt they could manage even a tenth of your speed," Su Jingyan praised sincerely. Crunch. Yuanbao, busy enjoying its fire crystals, humbly shook its head. It gestured to indicate that its success was thanks to its master helping it recover its stamina in time. Without that support, it wouldn't have been able to maintain such an intense mining pace, let alone achieve such results. "Haha, look at you being humble now. You're flattering me, but hey, you're not wrong," Su Jingyan said with a cheeky laugh. Although other people's pets had started mining as well in recent days, Su Jingyan's dominance in mineral resources remained unshakable. Some might get lucky and dig up a few ores, but the quantities would be negligible. After all, locating veins among countless rocks was no easy task. On Su Jingyan's side, however, the combination of his fatigue synchronization skill and Yuanbao's pangolin-like talent made their mining speed almost cheat level. When it came to combat, Yuanbao might not be the strongest among its peers, but in the specialized field of mining, it was unmatched. With Su Jingyan's support, the duo was practically invincible in this regard. Once Yuanbao finished its fire crystals, Su Jingyan checked its pet status panel and found that it had stabilized at outstanding level 2, with a progress bar displaying 37. "Yuanbao, does that 100 rule energy stored in your body have any side effects?" Su Jingyan asked. The mysterious force capable of helping pets break through limitations was indeed intriguing. Yuanbao shook its head and used a thumbs-up gesture with its claws to respond. The absorbed rule energy was extremely docile, allowing it to freely harness the power to overcome various restrictions. This included not only level caps but also negative effects imposed by opponents, such as reduced stamina or health debuffs. It could neutralize all of these, making the ability incredibly powerful. "That's great to hear." Su Jingyan nodded in satisfaction. With Yuanbao now completely stabilized, he decided it was time to start working on his next plan. "We'll take down the bull tank beast directly." Su Jingyan made this bold decision. Although waiting for Yuanbao to level up to its peak would be a safer option, he believed that with the strong limitations imposed by the bonfire's illumination, even if this bull tank beast was more formidable than the previous claw beast, it wouldn't pose an insurmountable challenge. Standing by the bonfire, Su Jingyan checked the panel information. Bonfire illumination range, 30-meter diameter modifiable. Current consumption, 100 units of firewood per hour. Remaining firewood, 3,712 units. Estimated burn time, 37 hours. Current level, level 1, no special effects. Looking at the dwindling firewood supply, Su Jingyan had an idea. Since Yuanbao had already mastered 2 distinct fire-breathing skills, why not let it fuel the fire? That way, he could save money on buying wood. "Yuanbao," he called out to his companion beast, which was currently observing the young air's eye plant. "Try using your flames to feed the bonfire." Yuanbao sprang into action, quickly gathering energy within its body. Crimson flames gushed from its mouth, merging seamlessly with the bonfire. The panel's data climbed rapidly. Remaining firewood, 39,758 units. Estimated burn time, 397 hours. Go eat some fire crystals to replenish your energy, Su Jingyan instructed Yuan Bao. We've got a tough battle ahead. The thought of finally eliminating the threat that had been lurking at the doorstep filled Su Jingyan with excitement. Though the bull tank beast didn't dare step into the bonfire's range, its presence was like a sword hanging over their heads. Only by destroying it completely could they find peace. While Yuan Bao replenished its energy, Su Jingyan picked up the heavily corroded thermal drone. Dubbed the most worn-out drone in the world, it had survived countless days of flight in the deathly fog, bearing numerous scars. It wouldn't last much longer. One last mission, and then he'll sell it off for some extra cash, he thought to himself. Controlling the buzzing drone, he maneuvered it around the bonfire. The thermal imaging clearly revealed the bull tank beast still crouching at the edge of the fog. Standing on two legs like a massive bull-headed monster, it squatted motionless with its arms wrapped around its legs. Without the red heat signature, one could easily mistake it for a giant boulder. Playing dead? Huh? Just wait, I'll make sure you're lying down for real soon enough. Su Jingyan sneered. While other beasts roamed in the distance, this bull tank beast stubbornly guarded the bonfire's perimeter, clearly intent on targeting humans. Unfortunately for it, it was now up against an opponent who had grown significantly stronger. Once Yuan Bao had devoured about 10 fire crystals, its energy was fully restored, enough to unleash over a dozen blazing strikes. Su Jingyan donned his stealth hood, quickly coordinated the battle plan with Yuan Bao, and opened the bonfire panel, preparing to adjust the illumination range. The campfire illuminated an area with a diameter of 100 meters, adjustable as needed, consuming 1,000 units of firewood per hour. With 39,748 units remaining, the estimated burn time was 39 hours. Currently at level 1, the fire had no special effects. Boom. Just as Su Jingyan finished adjusting the illumination range, the campfire suddenly flared up. Crimson flames roared skyward, resembling a massive tree of fire piercing the heavens, bathing the surroundings in light as bright as daylight. The deathly mist that enveloped everything quickly dissipated under the blinding radiance. From the edges of the retreating mist, the massive Nyotan beast revealed itself once again. This time, its rough hide not only emitted white smoke but also ignited in fierce flames. Moo! The Nyotan beast let out a thunderous roar that shook the earth violently. Su Jingyan, hiding behind the campfire, felt the tremors beneath his feet but was relieved to find the fire remained steady and unyielding. The beast raised its thick limbs in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames consuming its body. Frustrated, it turned to retreat into the mist, but Su Jingyan was ready. Yuan Bao, stop it! He commanded through their mental connection. Jia. Yuan Bao, already prepared, waddled its short legs to the expanded edge of the illuminated area, cutting off the beast's escape route. Fire! Aim for its throat. Yuan Bao fixed its sights on the Nyotan beast's throat. Its bronze jaws parted as a crimson glow gathered in its maw. Just as the beast bellowed another enraged moo, a powerful crimson beam erupted from Yuan Bao's mouth. The fiery column, precise as a spear, pierced through the beast's throat and vanished into the distant mist. Su Jingyan's heart leaped with triumph at the critical strike. Yet, the Nyotan beast did not collapse. Even with its throat punctured and blood gushing like a fountain, it continued to fight desperately. Deprived of its roar, the beast raised one of its car-sized hooves and stomped heavily on the ground. Thud! The earth quaked violently, throwing Su Jingyan off balance and sending him sprawling. Yuan Bao, with its low center of gravity, barely managed to stay upright, but the ground beneath it suddenly split open. Jia! Without warning, Yuan Bao plummeted into the crevice. Yuan Bao! Su Jingyan called out anxiously. The Nyotan beast, now in a prime position to crush Yuan Bao in the crevice, hesitated. The fire's relentless scorching had charred its flesh black. Every step it took tore its seared skin, the agony fueling its primal instinct to survive. Ignoring everything else, the beast charged desperately toward the mist, its massive steps shaking the ground and leaving deep hoofprints in its wake. The colossal beast, Nyotan, charged forward relentlessly, leaving a trail of burning, charred flesh behind it. Despite its slow movements, its enormous size allowed it to close in on the edge of the mist within just a few strides. Su Jingyan remained calm and composed. Through synchronized perception, he had already gained full control of Yuan Bao, who had fallen into the crevice but emerged unscathed. Just as the Nyotan beast was about to break through the mist, a deafening roar erupted from the underground chasm. Yuan Bao's rocket soared into the sky. The two met midair, separated by only 2 or 3 meters. A glint of cold determination flashed in Yuan Bao's eyes. After extensive training, it had mastered the art of controlling fire to perfection. Opening its bronze-like jaws, it unleashed twin walls of fire both above and below, engulfing the Nyotan beast in an instant. With a thunderous crash, The massive creature collapsed to the ground, reduced to a gigantic, charred husk. Immediately afterward, a familiar broadcast echoed through the mist. Congratulations! A superior level beast has been defeated. Once again, the first to achieve this incredible feat is Su Jingyan. As a reward, he will receive an immunity token, and his homeland's bonfire illumination area will be protected by a superior level energy shield. The chat channel erupted in excitement. Su is unstoppable, truly ahead of all humanity. My pet is still in its infancy, and he's already defeating superior level beasts. Having the same name is so awkward. Every time I hear this broadcast, I cringe. It's just a shield. Not jealous at all. Totally jealous. This was far from the first time. Ever since Su Jingyan defeated his first extraordinary level beast, every global broadcast seemed to feature his name, as if the rewards were tailored specifically for him. What was even more astonishing was that while many had assumed his primary combatant was the top-ranked Yiming Eagle, the second-week leaderboard revealed that his real ace was an unassuming Chinese pangolin. This revelation even pushed the Yiming Eagle and the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon to secondary roles. What did this signify? Su Jingyan's pet, before even making it onto the rankings, had surpassed its level and defeated an extraordinary level beast while still in its infancy. Such strength defied the bounds of ordinary comprehension. Fresh from a victorious battle, Su Jingyan's first concern was the well-being of his beloved pet. Upon inspection, he found that Yuan Bao was completely unharmed, which was to be expected after all. Not even the massive ox-tank beast had managed to touch it throughout the fight. However, after unleashing that final powerful torrent of flames, Yuan Bao had expended all its energy. Go! Grab some fire crystals to eat. Su Jingyan gestured with a wave of his hand. Yuan Bao happily scampered off to the storage area where the fire crystals were kept. Besides its fear of death, eating was its greatest passion. In fact, it had a small wish to one day taste termites. Its master had once mentioned that termites were the #1 delicacy for pangolins, and this had only fueled Yuan Bao's longing. Su Jingyan chuckled and shook his head before surveying the surroundings. The expanded illumination from the bonfire now stretched 100 meters, making the home base appear quite spacious enough to plan out a refined garden. However, the recent battle had left the ground in disarray. Not only were there cracks from Yuan Bao's earlier stomps, but the entire area was riddled with fractures of various sizes. We really need to avoid fighting within the bonfire's range in the future, Su Jingyan mused to himself. This time, the ox-tank beast was relatively tame. If we ever face a fire-breathing or ice-spewing beast, the home base might suffer serious damage. Fortunately, when he glanced toward the perimeter, he caught sight of a reassuring sight just within the edge of the deathly mist, a shimmering blue energy shield, flickering intermittently like an inverted glass bowl, enveloping the entire home base. This was an exceptional grade home shield, automatically adjusting its size to match the bonfire's illumination range. It could block wild beasts and withstand all attacks below the lordier level. While it required energy to recharge after depletion, its permanent existence made it far superior to traditional physical walls. This shield solved many problems. It didn't obstruct aerial movement, it didn't hinder Su Jingyan's activities, and it was far more convenient than those transformable structures. Though its maximum level was capped at exceptional grade and it couldn't be upgraded further, it should suffice to fend off lordier beasts during periods of wild beast uprisings. With this energy shield, it could at least withstand the attacks of an extraordinary level creature. Su Jingyan was very satisfied with this reward. He looked forward to defeating lord-level creatures in the future to earn even better rewards. After reviewing the attributes of the energy shield, Su Jingyan turned his attention to the massive corpse of the bull-tank beast lying about 5 or 6 meters away near the edge of the mist. The beast had been reduced to a charred mountain of coal by the raging flames, with not even a trace of roasted meat aroma lingering in the air. He took a few steps back and began to disassemble the enormous corpse. The blackened body started to tremble violently, and soon, 2 massive bullhorns detached from its head and crashed heavily onto the ground. The impact caused the ground to crack, sending dust flying everywhere. The pair of black bull tank horns was extraordinarily large, unlike anything Su Jingyan had ever seen. He frowned as he pondered, though the material was excellent. Its sheer size made it unwieldy, and even Yuan Bao's copper fangs might struggle to cut through it. The disassembly continued. Suddenly, a small, earthy yellow crystal shot out from the beast's charred chest. It was the crystal core of an extraordinary level creature. Su Jingyan grasped the crystal core and examined it closely, noticing that it was more lustrous and fuller than a transcendent crystal core, with a unique sheen enveloping its surface. This extraordinary level crystal core should be able to upgrade the bonfire, Su Jingyan said to himself as he walked to the bonfire and opened the upgrade panel. The upgrade requirements displayed: 100 transcendent crystal cores or 10 extraordinary crystal cores. This discovery made his eyes light up. With Yuan Bao's current strength, defeating 10 extraordinary level creatures might be easier than tracking down 100 transcendent beasts. At that moment, Yuan Bao was contentedly gnawing on a fire crystallet's third meal in a short span of time. Although a pet beast didn't necessarily need fire crystals to replenish energy and could slowly recover by absorbing natural energy from the air, that process was far too slow. It might take a whole day just to spit out a single flame, making eating the crystals a much more efficient option. Having just won a battle, Su Jingyan figured it wouldn't hurt to reward his loyal companion a little. Su Jingyan had already made up his mind once Yuan Bao finished this meal, he wouldn't let it continue mining. The recent battle had proven that even without the bonfire's enhancement, Yuan Bao could handle extraordinary level creatures of the same rank with ease. He couldn't wait any longer and thought to himself, it's time to head to the second underground level and see what kind of power that earth dragon possesses. When Yuan Bao once again stood at the forked paths on the first underground level, its strength was no longer what it used to be. Previously, as a max-level transcendent, it could sweep through the first level with ease. Now, it had advanced to the second level of excellence. Yuan Bao, head to the second underground level. This time, we have a transcendent telescope to assess the Earth Dragon's power level, Su Jingyan instructed. Yuan Bao silently nodded and cautiously stepped into the left tunnel. Even with its newfound strength, it remained vigilant, meticulously scanning every corner around it. After all, even a powerful creature like the blazing ironclad beast could meet its end if caught off guard. Caution was always the first rule of survival. Watching Yuan Bao's sensible behavior, Su Jingyan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Other beastmasters often had to constantly remind and guide their companions, but his Yuan Bao was always proactive and cautious, needing no such reminders. All he had to do was occasionally paint a vision of the future to keep Yuan Bao motivated. This is truly a divine companion, he marveled inwardly. When they arrived at the site where they had previously excavated black iron ore, Su Jingyan already had a plan in mind. If the Earth Dragon was at the excellent level, he could have Yuan Bao sneak into the stone pillars from above and below its nest to discreetly retrieve the suspected fire spirit core orb. Even if they were discovered, they could retreat safely since their strength would be evenly matched. If the Earth Dragon was at the transcendent level or lower, the task would be even easier. Arriving above the shell insect's den, Yuan Bao leapt down without hesitation. A drop of several dozen meters was nothing to it now. However, as it landed steadily, the scene before it immediately put it on alert. Not far away, a group of shell insects was busy transporting fragments of white bones, rebuilding a towering bone platform. The shell insects had returned. Upon spotting Yuan Bao, they immediately retreated and grouped together in a defensive circle. Suddenly, a piercing insect screech echoed through the air. Yuan Bao turned to see a tall, slender shell king standing atop the reconstructed bone platform, waving a bone flag made of beast hide. With its movements, the other shell insect hatchlings let out a cacophony of eerie cries. The entire cavern seemed to come alive from the bone platform to the shattered remains on the ground, and even the bone flag itself all glowing with an uncanny white light, as if countless spirits were wandering within. Boom! The Bone Beetle King slammed the white bone banner down heavily, instantly absorbing all the soul light. The banner flared brightly as countless soul energies converged upon it. It let out an earth-shaking battle roar, brandishing the banner with ferocity. But in the next moment, an even more intense flame erupted in the cave, far surpassing the pale glow of the bone. A pillar of fire shot from Yuan Bao's mouth directly struck the Bone Beetle King. The deafening roar was abruptly silenced. While its massive carapace was tough enough to withstand most attacks, its head was instantly obliterated in the searing flames. The lifeless body of the Bone Beetle King collapsed from the bone platform with a heavy thud. Darkness immediately reclaimed the cave, and the buzzing of the beetles ceased altogether, plunging the surroundings into a deathly silence. Yuan Bao closed its still-smoking bronze jaws, clearly the source of the sudden fatal strike. The other beetles, who had been anticipating their new king to avenge the old one, froze in shock before scattering in a panic. Yuan Bao turned its attention to the fleeing beetles, preparing to unleash another blast of fire to wipe them out. But Su Jingyan stopped it in time. Yuan Bao, there's no need. These are all in their juvenile stage, not even possessing crystal cores. We still need to head to the Earth Dragon's nest. We can't waste energy here. Yuan Bao nodded in understanding. In truth, these beetles posed no threat at all. Their species' highest rank barely reached the extraordinary level. Even if 10 Bone Beetle Kings attacked together, Yuan Bao could easily reduce them to ashes. Come on, let's deal with the Bone Beetle King's loot. That bone banner looks quite intriguing, Su Jingyan said, leading Yuan Bao to the base of the platform. The headless corpse of the Bone Beetle King lay motionless on the ground, its claw still gripping the bone banner tightly. Yuan Bao effortlessly pried the claw off, then devoured the dried, withered body as if it were decayed wood. While replenishing its energy, it also uncovered a gleaming, pure crystal, another extraordinary crystal core, just like the one from the previous Bone Beetle King. Su Jingyan was pleased and had Yuan Bao store the crystal core in its pack. Next, They examined the bone banner. It was a slender bone staff over 3 meters long, with a piece of soft animal hide tied to its tip. The moment Yuan Bao's claw touched the staff, a piercing chill emanated from it. Through their synchronized perception, Su Jingyan felt the icy coldness just as clearly. This isn't just freezing. It's like it's trying to freeze your very soul. It's far superior to the bone axe we found earlier. Though the bone axe had decent durability, it was merely a sturdy weapon. In contrast, the abilities the bone banner had just displayed marked it as a genuine extraordinary artifact. Unfortunately, Yuan Bao's swift attack left them no chance to fully observe its capabilities. Given that such a long weapon was inconvenient to carry and could interfere with their upcoming battle against the Earth Dragon, Su Jingyan decided to hide it for now. Yuan Bao quickly dug a deep pit near the cave wall, carefully placed the bone banner inside, and covered it securely with a stone slab. After hiding the bone flag, Yuan Bao left the beetle's cave and followed a familiar path to the fork in the road on the second underground level. Unlike the first level, this area branched into 3 paths, a rocky crevice ahead and 2 tunnels to the left and right. Go left, Su Jingyan instructed. Be extra cautious as you approach. First, confirm whether the Earth Dragon is in its lair. If it is, use the binoculars to observe from a distance. Yuan Bao remained silent, lowering its body closer to the ground and moving forward stealthily on all fours. Its body was covered in gleaming silver armor, which made it stand out even more in the darkness, forcing it to be doubly cautious. Su Jingyan also stayed fully alert, carefully watching the surroundings. Soon, they arrived safely at the corner near the Earth Dragon's lair. The warm reddish glow of molten lava reflected off the rocky walls, accompanied by the bubbling sound of magma. We're here. Be careful, Su Jingyan whispered, even though he was speaking directly into Yuan Bao's mind. Yuan Bao nodded in understanding, carefully shielding its backpack to avoid making any noise, and peeked out from the edge of the wall. The Earth Dragon's lair looked the same as it had during their last visit. The massive lizard-like creature lay sound asleep in the lava pool, its eyes closed, and faint snores emanating from its nostrils. Sleeping so soundly. It seems to have been napping all day, Su Jingyan observed. Yuan Bao cautiously retrieved the extraordinary binoculars from its backpack, raised them to its eyes, and began studying the Earth Dragon intently. Living entity detected. Energy level analysis complete. Excellent, Su Jingyan said with quiet excitement. It's of the same exceptional rank, so at least we're not completely outmatched. However, he quickly fell into deeper thought. Although the Earth Dragon was asleep, it could awaken at any moment. Entering its lair recklessly was far too risky. While both were of the exceptional rank, Yuan Bao was only at level 2. If the Earth Dragon was at its maximum level, the gap in strength would be overwhelming. Even if their levels were similar, Yuan Bao might not stand a chance. Its fire-based attacks would likely be ineffective against a creature submerged in lava, and in close combat, even with its evolution into an armored beast, it would struggle against the Earth Dragon, which had natural dragon blood. This was not a fight worth risking. Yuan Bao, start digging downward. Make it deep, and be careful not to cause the cave to collapse, Su Jingyan instructed. Yuan Bao nodded in agreement, stepped back a few paces, and began digging into the ground with its claws, piling up the loose rocks around it. The excavation work was progressing smoothly. Yuan Bao began directly swallowing the rubble, which not only solved the issue of transportation but also allowed it to store energy. When the cave reached a depth of about 10 meters, Su Jingyan determined that it was sufficient if the Earth Dragon discovered them. Yuan Bao could leap into the tunnel to temporarily evade danger. All right, let's go up and confirm the direction first, Su Jingyan instructed. But he suddenly realized a serious problem. Yuan Bao lacked the ability to see through solid objects and couldn't accurately navigate underground. If their direction was off and they accidentally drilled into molten lava, the consequences would be catastrophic. Forget it. Let's stick to the surface. Su Jingyan decided to change tactics immediately. Yuan Bao adjusted its course and began digging diagonally upward, quickly creating an ascending passage. Good, now dig straight ahead, Su Jingyan said with satisfaction. Yuan Bao shifted direction and started digging horizontally. However, not long after, it unexpectedly broke through the rock wall, finding itself in the middle section of the Earth Dragon's lair. It was still some distance from the ceiling, creating what looked like a small ventilation hole in the lair's wall. Quick, retreat. Dig upward a bit more, then go forward again, Su Jingyan urgently commanded. This incident clearly demonstrated how challenging it was to maintain a sense of direction while tunneling through solid rock. Yuan Bao ascended a few more meters before resuming its horizontal excavation. This time, the surrounding area was solid rock. After advancing about several dozen meters, Su Jingyan instructed, "That's enough. Now dig downward to confirm the position of the pillar. Be careful, don't fall," Su Jingyan reminded. Yuan Bao, more nervous than during battle, cautiously began digging downward. After less than a meter, a warm red glow began to seep through. Sure enough, they had reached the top of the lair. But just then, a piece of rubble accidentally fell. Through Yuanbao's perspective, Su Jingyan watched in horror as the stone struck the head of the earth dragon, which was sleeping in the molten lava pool. Snap! The sharp sound echoed, and the earth dragon immediately woke up. It erupted from the lava pool with a deafening roar. Yuanbao quickly retreated into the tunnel. The earth dragon searched its lair furiously but found nothing. Confused and irritated, it patted its head as if dismissing the incident as a dream and grudgingly sank back into the lava pool. After waiting for a while, Su Jingyan instructed Yuanbao to cautiously inspect the area. Fortunately, the small hole on the lair's ceiling was not conspicuous. Once the earth dragon fell back into a deep sleep, Yuanbao began carefully widening the hole while confirming the location of the pillar holding the crimson orb. To ensure accuracy, Yuanbao drilled more than a dozen exploratory holes in the lair's ceiling. Finally, after repeated inspections, they pinpointed their target and successfully tunneled into the thick pillar. Now, the crimson orb was within arm's reach, just a few more meters to go. Among the towering rock pillars, Yuanbao and Su Jingyan found themselves in a predicament. Despite having determined their target's location in advance, the excavation process repeatedly veered off course. Yuanbao, digging straight to the treasure orb is too difficult. Why don't you climb up the rock wall and grab it instead? Su Jingyan suggested. They had been wandering aimlessly within the pillar for quite some time, like headless flies with no sense of direction. Time ticked away as the sound of Yuanbao's digging echoed sharply in the silent cavern. Its claws, sharp enough to slice through rock like tofu, produced a series of clinking and crunching noises as it worked. If the earth dragon were awake at this moment, these sounds would surely give away their position. Following Su Jingyan's advice, Yuanbao dug straight ahead and soon broke through to create an opening. The sudden burst of light forced it to squint. It was now positioned midway up the rock pillar. Carefully, it sank its claws into the stone and climbed onto the surface of the pillar, moving like a gecko. To your upper right, Su Jingyan called out. Turning its head, Yuanbao spotted the crimson treasure orb. It cautiously climbed toward it, leaving distinct claw marks with every step on the rock wall. At that moment, the earth dragon let out a sudden roar. Yuanbao froze instantly, flattening itself against the pillar in an attempt to blend in like a piece of stone. Su Jingyan held his breath and listened carefully, only to hear the earth dragon's steady snoring resume. It's fine, must have been talking in its sleep. Su Jingyan exhaled in relief. The tension and thrill of this moment far surpassed any stealth sequence in a video game. Finally, Yuanbao reached the spot just below the crimson orb. Extending its claw, it carefully dislodged the orb. The intense heat radiating from it almost made Yuanbao lose its grip. The orb burned with an eternal flame, making it impossible to stash in a bag. Fortunately, as a scorching ironclad beast, Yuanbao had decent resistance to fire and could barely hold it with its claws. But now a new problem arose. It couldn't free up its claws to climb. Great, I completely forgot the bag can't hold the orb. Su Jingyan exclaimed in frustration. Just then, the situation took a turn for the worse. A ground-shaking roar echoed throughout the magma cavern. Yuanbao turned its head to see the earth dragon rising from the molten pool, glaring at it with fiery anger, flames spewing from its nostrils. Roar! The earth dragon bellowed again, unleashing its signature racial ability dragon roar. This fearsome skill instilled primal terror in all lesser beasts, compelling them to submit to the dragon's overwhelming dominance. Cha! Though Yuanbao felt a wave of fear, it had already faced far more terrifying threats in the past. While it was rattled, it managed to retain its composure. No other choice now, Yuanbao. Just take off and fly into the pit we dug earlier, Su Jingyan urgently commanded. Yuanbao immediately obeyed the command, gathering energy as quickly as possible. Flames erupted from its tail, propelling it upward with a thunderous burst as it carried the crimson orb into the air. With a powerful push off a rock pillar, it leapt even higher, skillfully twisting its body and darting straight toward the entrance of the lair. The earth dragon, trapped in the molten lava pool, could only watch helplessly as the treasure slipped from its grasp. It unleashed its racial ability, Dragon Roar, causing sound waves to reverberate throughout the cave. Yet, the roar had no effect on Yuanbao's movements. This sense of powerlessness drove the earth dragon into a frenzy. Its eyes glowed a furious red as it stomped out of the lava pool and charged toward the entrance with unrelenting speed. In midair, Yuanbao maneuvered like a small fighter jet, agile and precise. It didn't miss the chance to retaliate, firing a streak of crimson flames that struck the earth dragon directly in the chest. However, such an attack was hardly more than a tickle to the dragon's tough, armored body, and it continued its pursuit undeterred. The heavy thuds of its footsteps echoed behind, creating a crushing tension that left Su Jingyan deeply anxious. Reaching the cave entrance, Yuanbao landed and immediately darted into a pre-dug tunnel. But the brief moment of slowed movement gave the earth dragon an opening. It swiped a massive claw toward Yuan Bao, the sharp talons slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Yuan Bao, Iron Ball Defense, Su Jingyan urgently commanded through their mental link. Though frightened, Yuan Bao remained remarkably calm. It quickly curled into a ball, clutching the crimson orb tightly as metallic energy surged to fortify its entire body. The Earth Dragon's claw struck the iron ball with full force, only to be repelled violently, its talons nearly fractured from the impact. Meanwhile, Yuan Bao was sent hurtling by the tremendous force, rolling straight into the tunnel and crashing heavily against the rocks at the bottom. Once the defense was deactivated, Yuan Bao immediately dropped the scorching orb, its abdomen already blackened from the heat. At the tunnel entrance, the Earth Dragon furiously clawed and scratched, but it couldn't reach the bottom, which was nearly 10 meters deep. Yuan Bao let out an angry dragon roar in defiance and began digging a side tunnel to prepare for an escape. But just then, Su Jingyan suddenly called for it to stop. Embedded within the rocky wall before Yuan Bao was a yellowish crystal, identical to the fire crystal in every aspect except for its color. Could this be a rock crystal? Jia. Yuan Bao tilted its head, cautiously extending a paw to dig out a yellowish crystal from the rocky wall in front of it. Holding the crystal carefully in its claws, it examined it closely. Although the crystal felt cool to the touch, there was a distinct sense of weight and density emanating from it. If I'm not mistaken, this must be a crystal with earth or rock attributes. Su Jingyan exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. The dwindling fire crystal veins had been a persistent problem for him, but now, it seemed like a glimmer of hope had appeared. Yuan Bao nodded knowingly and tucked the yellow crystal into its backpack, making room by shifting the crimson orb it previously acquired. It then focused intently and resumed digging. In less than 5 minutes, a second yellowish crystal of similar size and quality was unearthed and rested in its claws. Haha, we're taking off. Su Jingyan's face lit up with joy. To find 2 crystals in mere minutes, it was highly likely that they had stumbled upon a new vein. He couldn't help but think excitedly, we've discovered a new extraordinary resource site. Fueled with enthusiasm, Yuan Bao soon dug out a 3rd crystal. The continuous discoveries made it forget its earlier anger toward the Earth Dragon. Now, its sole focus was on mining. Su Jingyan observed quietly from the side. After seeing so many crystals, he was almost certain that this was indeed an extraordinary mineral vein, though he couldn't yet pinpoint its exact attributes. What had started as an escape from the Earth Dragon's pursuit had unexpectedly led to the discovery of extraordinary crystals in a hidden tunnel. Su Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Other people get chased off cliffs and find martial arts manuals. Yuan Bao ends up mining crystals instead? His grin was so wide it was almost impossible to suppress, even more so than a beaming Barrett. Before long, Yuan Bao's backpack was brimming with crystals. With its iron-scaled armor strapped to its back, it looked like a fully equipped Santa Claus. Jia. It glanced at its master, asking if they should continue. Pile up the crystals and the crimson orb in one spot to free up your backpack, then keep digging for a bit longer, Su Jingyan instructed. This underground expedition had proven incredibly fruitful. First, they encountered and defeated a stronger second Shell King in the Shell Bug Nest, claiming an extraordinary crystal core and the White Bone Banner. Then, they successfully retrieved the Crimson Orb, suspected to be a Fire Spirit core, from the Earth Dragon's lair. And now, they had stumbled upon a new extraordinary mineral vein. All that was left was to wait for the Earth Dragon to lose interest, allowing them to retrace their steps and leave safely. As Yuan Bao continued mining, the relative safety of the rocky layers meant Su Jingyan didn't have to monitor its perspective in real time. Although Yuan Bao still felt a tinge of unease, working in a self-excavated tunnel significantly reduced the risks, allowing it to focus entirely on mining. Meanwhile, as a beastmaster, Su Jingyan had far more pressing matters to contemplate. He opened his eyes and got out of bed. Feeling a bit hungry, Su Jingyan stared absent-mindedly at the campfire. Despite spending his days leisurely, he often found himself feeling ravenous, likely due to being in sync with Yuan Bao's fatigue. With a bitter smile, he thought, if only he could be like Yuan Bao and feel 10 times fuller after a single meal. He first took out a few biscuits and small bread rolls to stave off his hunger, then grabbed a sausage. Using his sharp claws to hold it steady, he slowly roasted it over the campfire. The environment by the fire gave him a sense of security. The deadly mist surrounding them was kept at bay by an energy barrier, its faint blue glow shimmering softly. Not far away lay an empty vegetable plot. Though nothing was planted there yet, just looking at it filled him with anticipation. The system notification showed that he had entered a resting state, receiving a comfort bonus, recovering 3,600 energy points per second, with an additional 46 points from his pet's 10-fold energy recovery boost. This home was a massive improvement compared to before, with the comfort level skyrocketing to 3,600. While this upgrade didn't make much of a difference for Yuan Bao, It was significant for Su Jingnian. It meant that even if he accidentally exhausted his energy, he could recover quickly. Looking at everything around him, Su Jingnian felt that this place was becoming more and more like a real home. The only problem was the dwindling water supply. The bottle of mineral water beside him was his last reserve. As he roasted the sausage, he opened the group chat panel for the House of Minerals group. Super Xiao Yun, where's my water? Are you trying to let your boss die of thirst? Super Xiao Yun immediately replied, boss, you're alive? What? Has the Terminator not returned? Asked the mineral vendor. The Terminator is back. But boss, I thought you also. What's all this talk about being dead or not? We were never dead in the first place. Su Jingyan explained. He's been busy since coming back from the abyss, so I figured he'd explain and didn't bother joining the chat. The Terminator chimed in. Don't worry, boss. When they asked about you, I didn't say a word. At this point, Ahu joined the conversation. Boss, didn't you say you'd let me know when you got back? I was so worried. Before Su Jingyan could respond, Super Xiao Yun sent a trade request. 10 barrels of water produced by water element pet beasts, said to be even sweeter than spring water. Boss, I really thought you were dead. I even cried. I swear I wasn't stalling on purpose. With a resigned sigh, Su Jingyan completed the trade using some surplus air. Moments later, 10 knee-high, sturdy wooden barrels filled with crystal-clear water materialized out of the mist. The system indicated that this was a special water created using the water element energy of juvenile pet beasts. It could repel contamination and remain fresh for up to a month. Using a frying pan, Su Jingyan scooped up a small taste. Just as described, it had a subtle sweetness. He nodded in satisfaction. With this high-grade water that wouldn't spoil for a month, he finally didn't have to worry about going thirsty anymore. Taking a sip of the water produced by his pet beast, Su Jingyan's eyes lit up. The quality of this water was even better than that of nature's finest. He took another sip and nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the purest water, directly condensed from water elemental energy. By the campfire, 10 wooden barrels filled with clear water were neatly arranged. Su Jingyan glanced around and calculated in his mind. This amount of water would be enough to last until next month, and it wouldn't spoil. Once Yuanbao returned, he would have it prepare some stone slabs to cover the barrels, perfectly solving the problem of insects. He sat back down by the fire, his gaze fixed on the sausages sizzling and dripping oil, their aroma wafting through the air. His thoughts began to wander. Now that other people's pet beasts were also growing stronger, many of them could produce drinkable water. This meant that basic resources would become increasingly abundant. A water element pet beast could produce a large amount of high-quality drinking water with a single skill, while a fire element pet beast could ignite flames instantly. In the future, they might even produce flame essences for trade. This led Su Jingyan to ponder. The potential of pet beasts extended far beyond combat. They could mine, farm, and take on nearly any task with greater efficiency than humans. Especially when it came to having pet beasts work, his fatigue synchronization talent was a perfect match, as if it had been tailor-made for this purpose. Haha, my home is basically a complete industrial chain, Su Jingyan exclaimed, placing his hands on his hips as he envisioned it. Yuanbao handles mining, Erzai does the farming, and Sanzai. With such a setup, who could possibly compete with him? It was actually a good thing that others were developing quickly too. After all, it wasn't just pet beasts working for him, other people would be as well. As he entertained these thoughts, he opened the chat panel and initiated a trade with Ahu. Beast Encyclopedia 1. Sorry, I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot to reach out to you. When Ahu saw the message, instead of complaining, he felt fortunate to have the opportunity to connect with the #1 figure in the world of pet beasts. He knew that as long as he managed this relationship well, he might secure a share of the benefits in the future. Although he didn't have much of value, Ahu decided to offer his most treasured item blueprints for a super large beast trap. Boss, this is my ultimate treasure. It's said to be capable of capturing even extraordinary and lord-level beasts. Su Jingyan accepted the trade request. Ahu's beast encyclopedia disappeared, replaced by a blue blueprint delivered through the mist. Picking it up, Su Jingyan examined it. Blueprint for a super large beast trap. The ultimate weapon of ancient civilizations for hunting colossal beasts. Capable of capturing beasts up to 100 meters in size. Required materials: iron 1000, spirit pattern stones 5. Can be crafted repeatedly. Su Jingyan frowned. Didn't you say it could capture extraordinary and lore-level beasts? He opened the chat panel and asked directly. Ahu's answer left Su Jingyan both amused and exasperated. Who said that he and Hosey were once chased by an extraordinary beast as tall as a small house, only for that beast to be hunted down by a lord-level giant beast resembling a towering stone figure. Ahu and his group narrowly escaped and naturally assumed that size directly correlated with rank. Su Jingyan sighed. Ahu's knowledge was limited, but his story was indeed based on personal experience. Besides, the The blueprint wasn't entirely useless. There were plenty of giant beasts around his campfire, the smallest of which were as massive as a bull tank. If he could craft a few giant beast traps, he might actually manage to hunt some. The problem, however, was the need for spirit pattern stones. This crucial material was not only required for upgrading the pet beast home and crafting beast tamer gloves, but was now also essential for these oversized beast traps. Unfortunately, he had yet to come across any. Perhaps Yuan Bao hadn't excavated a wide enough area. Or maybe spirit pattern stones weren't a type of underground mineral at all. Even with the newly evolved extraordinary level Yuan Bao boosting his capabilities, the environment remained perilous. Giant beasts surrounded him on all sides, making it a hellish starting point. Of course, others might be in even worse situations, but comparing misfortunes wouldn't solve any problems. At this moment, Su Jingyan didn't dare to venture into the fog to explore. For now, he could only continue to wait. Perhaps one day, Yuan Bao might dig up a spirit pattern stone. Carefully, he stored away the blueprint and surveyed the cramped pet beast home. 4 chests were already dedicated to storing fire crystals, blueprints, and crystal cores, leaving barely any space alongside a wooden bed. It was clear that he would need to expand the area during the next upgrade. Returning to the campfire, Su Jingyan enjoyed some roasted sausage while directing Yuan Bao to keep digging. Focused and diligent, Yuan Bao swung its newly evolved iron claws, managing to harvest over 100 earthy yellow crystals in less than 2 hours. Though its burlap-colored backpack was small, it could still hold more than 20 mineral crystals. Once the backpack was full, Yuan Bao carefully used its claw tips to grip a still-burning crimson orb and headed toward the underground tunnel. However, the earth dragon was still guarding the entrance. Upon spotting Yuan Bao, it bared its fangs and claws, swiping furiously toward the tunnel. Yuan Bao let out a defiant roar in response but, heeding Su Jingyan's warning, avoided engaging in a fight and cleverly sought an alternative path. Before long, not far from the earth dragon's tunnel, the ground suddenly swelled, and a gleaming claw pierced through the rock. Yuan Bao poked its small head out, its beady eyes darting around warily. Seeing the earth dragon still roaring cluelessly in its original spot, Yuan Bao silently emerged from the ground and swiftly scurried back home. After Yuan Bao returned from underground, it carefully placed the crimson fire orb and the earthy yellow crystal on the ground. Without wasting a moment, it turned and dashed back toward the tunnel, eager to carry out the rest of its haul. Seeing Yuan Bao in such a hurry, Su Jingyan handed it 2 fire crystals. "Eat these on the way to keep your energy up," he said. Yuan Bao nodded quickly in agreement, then disappeared into the tunnel. Only then did Su Jingyan shift his focus to the burning crimson orb on the ground. As he studied it, an information panel appeared before him. Fire Spirit Core, the life core of an excellent level fire spirit, containing a vast amount of fire element energy. As long as it remains intact, it can regenerate its energy. It's really a fire spirit core, Su Jingyan exclaimed, thrilled to confirm his suspicion. At last, the final material needed for the campfire furnace was in hand, and construction could finally begin. Using a pair of sharp claws, he carefully picked up the burning fire spirit core and placed it in its designated spot on the blueprint. The system promptly notified him. Fire Spirit Core 1, successfully added. The workstation came to life as all the materials were enveloped in a soft glow and lifted into the air. Metal tools began circling the Fire Spirit Core rapidly, merging together into a massive fiery sphere. Moments later, a metal base appeared beside the campfire, with the fiery sphere hovering above it like a miniature sun. The flames from the campfire were drawn toward it, swirling around the sphere. Campfire furnace current status: idle. Please insert materials to be refined. The furnace will activate automatically. Remaining refining time: midnight. Level 1. Refinement boost chance: minimal. This is amazing. Su Jingyan marveled at the design of the furnace. He had expected a simple iron furnace, but was pleasantly surprised by its sleek and futuristic appearance. To test the furnace's capabilities, he retrieved several pieces of black iron, ore that Yuan Bao had dug up earlier. Using the interface, he added 6 pieces of black iron ore. The ores floated upward, merging into the fiery sphere of the furnace. The campfire's flames flared intensely, engulfing the furnace and radiating searing heat. Campfire furnace current status: refining black iron ore 6. Remaining refining time: 59:47. Level 1. Refinement boost chance: minimal. Not bad, Su Jingyan calculated. 10 minutes per piece of ore. But what does refinement boost mean? Could it produce higher quality black iron? He decided to wait and see, confident that the answer would reveal itself if the refinement boost succeeded. With that task underway, Su Jingyan turned his attention to the earthy yellow crystal. The information displayed: rock crystal, a crystal imbued with earth element energy, typically found in rock crystal veins. An essential resource for leveling up earth elemental pets. So, it really was rock crystal. Su Jingyan nodded, and a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He recalled how Yuan Bao had awakened its fire attribute after consuming fire crystals. This made him wonder. If Yuan Bao continued eating rock crystals, could it possibly awaken a third attribute during its next evolution? Although the fire attribute's natural dominance over the metal attribute had once suppressed Yuan Bao's metal powers, its unique, iron stomach allowed it to master both attributes. By now, Yuan Bao had seamlessly integrated its fire and metal abilities, using them with precision and control. This realization excited Su Jingyan. He clapped his hands together and said, "What if Yuan Bao eats all kinds of elemental crystals? With each breakthrough, it could awaken a new attribute rock, lightning, darkness, and so on. Wouldn't it eventually wield all powers and become the king of all elements?" Before long, Yuan Bao emerged from the underground tunnel again, carrying over 20 rock crystals and a long white bone flag. Su Jingyan eagerly picked a few rock crystals and handed them to Yuan Bao, leaving the rest in a pile near the chest. Yuan Bao tilted its head, examining the earthy yellow rock crystals. After a moment of hesitation, it took a bite, only to grimace in distaste. Unlike the addictive, fiery sensation of fire crystals, rock crystals were bland in flavor but gave an overwhelming, heavy feeling in the mouth. It was as if countless tiny hands were chaotically punching inside its mouth, numbing its tongue, palate, and jaw. "Does it feel like Sichuan peppercorns?" Su Jingyan asked. Yuan Bao tilted its head in confusion. It didn't know what Sichuan peppercorns were, but if they were anything like the rock crystals, they probably weren't good. Staring at the half-eaten crystal in its paw, Yuan Bao seemed hesitant. Seeing this, Su Jingyan encouraged, "As a foodie, you've got to try everything. Who knows, you might end up liking it. Besides, eating more rock crystals could help you awaken the rock attribute and make you stronger." At the mention of becoming stronger, Yuan Bao's eyes lit up instantly. Ignoring the numbing sensation in its mouth, it opened wide and swallowed the rest of the rock crystal in one gulp. Though it felt like being struck by invisible punches, Yuan Bao endured the discomfort and continued gnawing on the crystals. After finishing this batch of rock crystals, Yuan Bao felt its level nearing a breakthrough. Enduring the lingering numbness, it burrowed back into the tunnel to fetch more crystals. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan turned his attention to the long white bone flag, carefully examining its properties. It was the Bone Soul Array banner, forged from the bones of sacred beasts and the skin of malicious spirits. Wielding this banner not only allowed the wielder to guide trapped souls to transcendence, but also temporarily detained those souls, enabling them to possess targets and assist in combat. Su Jingyan gazed at the edge of the mist, contemplating the method to use the Bone Soul Formation banner. The charred corpse of the bull titan beast lay silently on the ground, so scorched that even flies avoided it. Maybe it's worth a try, he thought to himself. The 3-meter-long Bone Soul Formation banner on the ground emanated a piercing chill. As soon as Su Jingyan touched it, a freezing force surged into his body like a parasitic worm, forcing him to release it immediately. "What a ferocious side effect," he muttered, taking a deep breath. Resolutely, he reached out and grabbed the banner again. As he continued to swing it, the Bone Soul Formation banner began to emit a faint white glow. Within the 100-meter radius illuminated by the campfire, 10 translucent white banners appeared, forming a complete circular formation. Suddenly, the charred corpse of the bull titan beast radiated white light. Moo! A thunderous roar echoed as a massive white soul burst from the corpse and plunged directly into the banner. Just as Su Jingyan was about to stop, the sounds of pig and sheep cries interrupted him. In the blink of an eye, 2 more animal souls flew into the banner, causing its glow to intensify. With a forceful motion, he drove the banner into the ground. A panel appeared before his eyes. Formation complete. Souls within the banner can be summoned to possess either the user or a designated target. Since Yuan Bao isn't here, I'll have to test it myself, Su Jingyan murmured, gripping the banner tightly as he sensed the presence of 3 souls. "Sheep, come forth," he shouted. A sheep-shaped shadow leapt from the banner and merged into his body. Instantly, Su Jingyan felt a surge of strength coursing through him, reminiscent of the physical enhancement Yuan Bao experienced during an ascension. He threw a punch into the air but quickly realized the boost wasn't as substantial as he had hoped. "Pig, come forth." He gripped the banner again and called out. Another pig-shaped shadow emerged and entered his body. However, just as Su Jingyan completed the possession process, he felt an intense conflict within his body. The soul of the sheep and the soul of the pig were fiercely battling. In the end, the semi-spiritual beast's little sheep soul gained the upper hand, beating the newly entered pig soul so badly that it retreated back to the formation flag, battered and bruised. This unexpected discovery surprised Su Jingyan apparently. A single possession target cannot accommodate 2 souls simultaneously, or internal strife will inevitably occur. Fortunately, the conflict did not cause him any substantial harm. He quickly sent the sheep soul back to the Bone Soul Formation flag and instead summoned the pig soul. As expected, The amplification effect this time was noticeably weaker. While it still enhanced his strength, the increase was so minimal it was almost imperceptible. Alright, let me see what makes the soul of the bull titan beast so extraordinary. Su Jingyan tightly gripped the formation flag and issued the summon. This time, the flag no longer emitted ordinary white light, but instead radiated a majestic and regal purple glow. Moo! Accompanied by a deep, beastly roar, a miniature phantom of the bull titan beast shot out from the flag and instantly merged into Su Jingyan's body. The immense power made him stagger back a couple of steps before he straightened up abruptly, feeling a surge of overwhelming energy coursing through him. He tentatively stomped his foot, and the ground let out a muffled sound. To his astonishment, the solid floor now bore a clear, sunken footprint. Panting heavily, white mist-like steam puffed out from his nostrils. At this moment, Su Jingyan's veins bulged across his entire body, his eyes were bloodshot, and his skin flushed with an unnatural redness. Most striking of all, a faint yet imposing phantom of the bull titan beast flickered around him. This power is incredible. I almost couldn't handle it. It feels like my strength has at least doubled. Su Jingyan clenched his fists, savoring the sensation. But he quickly realized that the physical enhancement was only part of what the exceptional soul offered. More importantly, he had gained the bull titan beast's racial skill, Bull Titan Earthquake, a devastating attack capable of tearing the ground apart. He hesitated, raising his foot slightly, but then lowered it again. Better not test this at home. I don't want to end up with cracks all over the place. While Su Jingyan was studying the Bone Soul formation flag, the clock ticked past midnight on the 5th day of the second week. A global announcement echoed in everyone's mind. Well, but you didn't see this coming. Are you feeling hopeless in this foggy world, drowning in despair? Hold on, here's your chance. The Abyssal Tower has now opened, and all beast tamers are eligible to participate. Climb with all your might. The summit might just hold the light you've been longing for. As soon as the announcement ended, the chat channels erupted. What is this Abyssal Tower? Could it be a chance to escape? Quick, check the interface. There's a new option, and it looks like every floor has rewards. If you're a real man, you'll climb all 1,000 floors. I'm definitely making it to the top. Su Jingyan also heard the broadcast announcement for all players. He swiftly canceled his Beast Soul Fusion and carefully put away the Bone Soul Formation flag. Then, he opened his interface. As expected, a brand new feature module had appeared: the Abyss Tower. The description on the interface was clear. Each floor corresponded to a specific level, and players needed to climb to the top to uncover the truth behind it all. Currently, the highest floor reached by anyone, including Su Jingyan, was just the first floor. The interface emphasized that death within the Abyss Tower was permanent. This applied not only to players, but also to their companion beasts, which would be completely erased. Su Jingyan scanned through the information with a calm expression. This kind of nationwide tower climbing dungeon wasn't unfamiliar to him. He had already made up his mind second place was never his goal. Only first place was worthy of him. Yuan Bao, he called out mentally. At that moment, Yuan Bao was climbing out of an underground tunnel, its backpack stuffed with over 20 freshly harvested rock crystals. When it reached Su Jingyan's side, it still had no idea that something significant had just happened. Su Jingyan helped Yuan Bao unload the backpack and casually checked its stats on the interface. Level: Exceptional Tier 2, 99. Just a little more, Su Jingyan said as he handed Yuan Bao 3 more rock crystals. In truth, Yuan Bao had secretly eaten a few rock crystals while transporting them. At first, the numbing sensation of the crystals attacking its mouth was hard to bear, but over time, it had become oddly addictive. Even though Yuan Bao was already full, it forced itself to consume the 3 additional crystals, resulting in a noticeable drop in energy conversion efficiency. The level quickly updated. Exceptional Tier 3, 1. Perfect, Su Jingyan said, clapping his hands in satisfaction. Time to head to the Abyss Tower. He glanced at the Bone Soul Formation flag, but decided against bringing it. The first floor of the tower corresponded to the first stage of juvenile creatures, and with Yuan Bao's current strength at Exceptional Tier 3, it should be able to easily dominate up to the 20th floor without needing the aid of an item that caused cold-related side effects. Let's go, Yuan Bao. You're strong enough. Now it's time to find opponents more challenging than those shell bugs. Shell? Yuan Bao tilted its head, looking confused. Su Jingyan clicked the Start Climbing button. Shortly after, the system notified him that his tower climbing request had been sent, and the entrance to the Abyss Tower would soon appear in the clearing near the campfire in his home base. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and just 2 meters away from them, a spatial rift tore open. The rift expanded, forming a portal that radiated unstable, ominous energy. Through the portal, the interior of a castle could be vaguely seen: stone walls and flickering candlelit chandeliers. Let's go, Yuan Bao. Su Jingyan grabbed his beast compendium and stepped into the portal without hesitation. Ever since his misstep in the infernal abyss, He had made it a point to never leave without this vital item. Shell. Yuan Bao, though visibly nervous about the rift, immediately followed its master upon seeing his decisiveness. Together, they stepped into the mysterious spatial rift. The crack began to close, disappearing completely as if it had never existed. A pleasant system notification sound followed. Welcome to the Tower of Abyss. Current floor. Floor 1. Difficulty level. Cub Tier 1. Completion reward. 10 progress increase in your pet beast's current level and 1 spirit rune stone. A spirit rune stone. Su Jingyan's eyes lit up with excitement, unable to hide his delight. I couldn't find one anywhere before, and now it just falls right into my hands. As the leading tester ahead of all humanity, every new dungeon presented him with effortless gains. Especially this Tower of Abyss. Not only did it reward spirit rune stones, but it also boosted his pet beast's level progression. Su Jingyan quickly calculated. To raise Yuanbao to the excellent tier, this 10 progress was equivalent to the value of 10 fire crystals or rock crystals. If he could increase 2 levels, that would be worth a total of 200 crystals. The value of this reward was simply off the charts. He was convinced that once the Tower of Abyss officially opened, it would significantly elevate the overall strength of human society. Jia. Yuanbao let out a low growl of warning. In this unfamiliar environment, it had keenly sensed a hint of danger. Tower climb start. As the system prompt echoed, Su Jingyan immediately stepped behind Yuanbao, fully alert. Yet, after waiting for a long time, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Just as he was starting to feel puzzled, Yuanbao suddenly gave another alert. Jia? Following Yuanbao's gaze, Su Jingyan almost burst out. Lafinga's 7-colored snail was crawling leisurely across the floor right in front of them. Yuanbao, no need for fire attacks. Just use your claws and put it out of its misery quickly. Yuanbao immediately retracted its prepared blazing strike and dutifully followed its master's command. Although the 7-colored snail tried to retaliate by releasing colorful bubbles, Yuanbao easily dodged them and struck it down with one swift claw, slicing it cleanly in half. Congratulations! This remarkable beastmaster and pet beast have demonstrated extraordinary strength, overcoming countless challenges to finally defeat a Cub Tier 1 opponent. The system's exaggerated, pre-recorded announcement left Su Jingyan both amused and exasperated. With the victory notification, Yuanbao's level progression instantly advanced. Excellent Tier Level 3, 11. Simultaneously, a spatial rift opened before Su Jingyan, and a thumb-sized, smooth stone fell out. Its surface shimmered with constantly shifting blue patterns. This is amazing. It's so easy to get these rewards. Tower of Abyss, I'm climbing all the way. Su Jingyan clenched the spirit rune stone tightly in his hand, filled with anticipation. After claiming their completion rewards, Su Jingyan and Yuanbao were presented with 2 choices: a spatial rift leading to the bonfire haven, and a stone staircase descending from the ceiling. The environment resembled the interior of a stone fortress, illuminated by candle chandeliers. The most striking feature was a diamond-shaped coffin hanging from the ceiling. Su Jingyan mused to himself, could they be facing vampires next? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. The difficulty was predictable. Anything below the 20th floor was easy for Yuanbao to handle effortlessly. Only beyond the 20th floor, where they would step into the realm of excellence, would caution be necessary. Flipping through the Beast Compendium, Su Jingyan noticed that the entries had expanded to the 17th page. The previously missing Chinese pangolin had reappeared as an appendix following the blazing ironclad beast. Earlier pages listed the malicious beast, the stubborn stone monkey, and the flame feather bird in sequence. The latest addition was the rainbow snail on the 17th page, an ordinary creature capable of releasing hallucinogenic bubbles. Su Jingyan quickly tossed the spirit rune stone through the rift to place it by the bonfire, then led Yuanbao up the staircase to the 2nd floor. As they ascended, the staircase behind them slowly folded and merged seamlessly with the floor. The system notification indicated that this was the 2nd floor, with a difficulty level of Tier 2 Cub. The rewards for completion remained the same: a 10 progression in pet level and another spirit rune stone. Despite the lack of increased rewards, Su Jingyan still found it quite satisfactory. After a brief wait, as the start signal was announced, black smoke rose from beneath the diamond-shaped coffin. A stitched-together monstrosity, resembling a hybrid of a dog and a crocodile, leapt out, letting out a ferocious roar. However, this intimidation had no effect on Yuanbao. Effortlessly, Yuanbao used its iron spirit armor to block the creature's claw attack and swiftly countered with a sharp strike aimed at its abdomen. With a slicing sound, the dog-crocodile creature's stomach was torn open, spilling its innards, though it continued to struggle fiercely. Yuanbao decisively pierced its head with a single claw, ending the fight in an instant. The creature collapsed stiffly, bouncing slightly like a piece of cardboard. The system announced the victory rewards, and Yuanbao's level immediately rose to 21 into Excellence Tier 3. As the stone staircase leading to the 3rd floor descended slowly, Yuan Bao's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Following the usual routine, Su Jingyan transported the spirit rune stones he earned as rewards back to his home space. Then, holding the beast atlas in one hand and accompanied by Yuan Bao, he ascended the steps leading to the third level. The journey was filled with triumphs. Each level cleared not only granted spirit rune stones, but also boosted Yuan Bao's level and enriched the entries in the beast atlas. It was the perfect scenario of hitting three birds with one stone. Su Jingyan and Yuan Bao advanced with unstoppable momentum, defeating opponents with ease, often in a single move. Against Yuan Bao, who had reached the extraordinary realm, those juvenile stage opponents were as fragile as infants, fully living up to their juvenile designation. However, the situation changed dramatically upon reaching the 10th level. The system notification revealed that the difficulty for this level had risen to the regional guardian tier. The rewards for clearing it were also upgraded. A 10 progress increase in pet beast leveling and 2 additional spirit rune stones. As expected, the 10th level throws a regional guardian at us, Su Jingyan remarked, his expression serious. He turned to Yuan Bao and said, use your flames. At least give the boss some respect. This is not a level we can afford to fail. Yuan Bao nodded solemnly in response. Since its master was taking this seriously, it was determined to give its all. Before the battle even began, the environment underwent a drastic transformation. A dense blood mist gradually filled the space, and the diamond-shaped coffin hanging from the ceiling began to shake violently, as if the creature inside was about to burst out at any moment. Yuan Bao prepared to strike, but was promptly stopped by Su Jingyan. Before the system officially announced the start, the opponent might still be in an invincible state. As the tension reached its peak, the system's broadcast finally sounded. Tower climb. Begin? With a deafening crash, the coffin shattered completely. Debris flew in all directions, and Su Jingyan swiftly dodged. A massive blood-red bat emerged from the coffin, its wings spanning an astonishing 10 meters, far exceeding the size of the coffin itself. Yet before the terrifying creature could make a move, Yuan Bao's blazing crimson flame pierced through its head. Despite the devastating attack, the bat did not fall. Instead, it began to regenerate rapidly, its flesh and blood mending visibly. Without hesitation, Yuan Bao launched a second strike. He sustained 5-second torrent of searing fire that ended the battle decisively. The enormous bat was reduced to a charred husk, the embers still smoldering. The system immediately declared victory and distributed the rewards, a 10-level increase and 2 spirit rune stones. Checking Yuan Bao's status, Su Jingyan saw that it had advanced to extraordinary level 4 with 1 progress. This was equivalent to saving the cost of 100 fire crystals and training resources. Combined with the newly acquired spirit rune stones, Su Jingyan was elated. With these materials, he could soon craft the equipment that required spirit rune stones. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind: was ready to soar. After clearing the 10th floor, the stone staircase disappeared, replaced by clusters of black clouds floating in midair. These clouds appeared solid enough to step on, but the occasional flashes of lightning within them were intimidating. This more advanced design clearly signified that the next level would lead to an extraordinary realm. Su Jingyan paused to think for a moment before deciding to return for now. The battles ahead will only get tougher. It's better to regroup and prepare. He planned to bring along the Bone Soul Formation banner and use the newly acquired Spirit Pattern Stones to craft that promising beast-assisting glove. He turned and walked toward a spatial rift nearby, with Yuan Bao following closely. As soon as they stepped into their home base, the rift vanished. A system notification immediately popped up. Successfully returned from the Abyss Tower. Great news, you're not dead. Current floor, level 11. Global highest floor, level 12. Note: the floor you are currently on is the last level cleared by the leading climber. He has paved the way for everyone. Therefore, on the floor before the highest, beasts will be replaced by the phantom of the leading climber. Friendly reminder: if defeated by the phantom, neither you nor your pet will die, but you will lose 10 of your energy level. This energy will be used to support him in the Abyss Tower. Let's salute the leader. What? Yuan Bao and I breezed through the levels, and we're still not in the lead? Su Jingyan was shocked but quickly understood why. The 12th floor corresponded to extraordinary level 2, a level of power that only certain individuals could reach. Their delay was mainly due to the time wasted on the snail in the first level. He quickly walked to the bonfire, picked up the 11 spirit pattern stones he had collected, and headed to the beast companion home. There, he retrieved the blueprint for the beast-assisting glove from a chest and approached the workbench, only to make a frustrating discovery. Beast-assisting glove blueprint A must have for beast handlers, engraved with spirit patterns. Crafting requirements: forge. Materials: spirit pattern stone X2, large piece of leather X1. Type: reusable. Alright, I was too naive, Su Jingyan muttered, realizing he had overlooked the most critical component of forge. This essential facility was still completely out of reach, with no information on how to obtain it. Left with no choice, He stored the spirit-patterned stones and 4 crystal cores back into the chest. Wrapping his hand in his thin pajama sleeve, he picked up the Bone Soul Formation banner. While this makeshift solution couldn't fully shield him from the freezing cold of the banner, he endured the chill and, with Yuan Bao at his side, re-entered the Abyss Tower. Let's set a small goal clear all the way to the 20th floor. Su Jingyan resolved. Passing through the spatial rift, they descended directly onto the 11th floor. Su Jingyan and Yuan Bao stood atop thick, dark clouds. Apart from the occasional flashes of hidden lightning, there was nothing else around. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Welcome to the Abyss Tower. Current floor, 11th. Difficulty level, Transcendent Grade 1. Completion rewards. Pet's current level progress increased by 10, and Spirit Runestones 2. Hearing the rewards, Su Jingyan's eyes lit up. The rewards for this Thundercloud layer were indeed generous. 2 Spirit Runestones per floor. Although he currently lacked a forge to craft auxiliary gloves for his beast companion, these Spirit Runestones could still be used to upgrade the pet's home. He quickly calculated the materials needed for the upgrade. 500 units of iron and 100 Spirit Runestones would transform the current 2-meter tall shabby doghouse into a compact but fully functional iron shelter. With the enhancement of Spirit Runestones, this iron house would definitely not be an ordinary structure. This time, no need to skimp on materials, Su Jingyan thought to himself. He recalled the black iron ore deposits Yuan Bao had discovered earlier in the underground cave, combined with the bonfire furnace he had already built. Materials would not be an issue. He picked up the Bone Soul Array flag and began setting up the formation. White light flowed across the flag's surface with his movements. Although the spiritual array would dissipate upon reaching the next floor, he chose to proceed cautiously just in case. After all, the leaderboard didn't update in real time what if his opponent turned out to be a dark horse with extraordinary strength. As Su Jingyan arranged the formation, a shadowy projection of a person and a beast appeared on the opposite side. It was a projection of the tower's leading challenger. The humanoid figure was blurry and indistinct, but the outline of the pet beast was particularly striking. A massive bear with an imposing presence when standing upright. Its claws and body exuded immense combat strength. With a low shout, Su Jingyan planted the Bone Soul Array flag into the ground, completing the spiritual formation. 10 phantom flags formed a circle around him, 2 of them glowing with a dazzling white light, and 1 shimmering with a vivid purple brilliance that was especially eye-catching. Yuan Bao, stay alert and give it your all. Su Jingyan quickly rubbed his hands, chilled by the icy aura of the frozen soul, and reminded his companion beside him. Got it. Yuan Bao responded solemnly, assuming a battle-ready stance. Tower challenge, begin. Although this time's opponent was merely a shadow mirroring the leading challenger's combat style, its displayed tactics immediately caught Su Jingyan's attention. The humanoid shadow on the opposite side made a subtle wave of its arm, and the black mist bear instantly dropped to all fours. Without any extraneous movements, it launched into a high-speed charge. The seamless coordination and efficient tactics stood in stark contrast to the instinctive combat style of ordinary wild beasts. Attack! Spirit! Go! Su Jingyan gripped the bone flagpole with both hands, shouting fiercely. In an instant, the surrounding shadowy banners flared brightly. Mool at the summoning. A majestic purple bull titan beast spirit surged out of the formation flag and immediately fused into Yuan Bao's body. Roar! Yuan Bao's entire being surged with vitality, letting out a deafening howl toward the heavens. The spectral form of the bull titan beast soul flickered around it, and its aura intensified dramatically. Yuan Bao, you've been strengthened. Attack now! Su Jingyan commanded decisively. With blood boiling, Yuan Bao felt an overwhelming impulse. Instead of breathing fire as it intended, it charged forward uncontrollably, its nostrils flaring with faint flames. Its eyes glowed red, consumed by ferocity, as it instantly mastered the innate abilities of the bull titan beast. Its short legs stomped heavily, unleashing a shockwave of mist that caused the entire cloud layer to tremble violently, as if the sky itself might collapse. At that moment, the mist bear closed in. The violent shaking of the clouds disrupted its running stance. From behind, the humanoid shadow of black mist signaled with a wave. The mist bear roared furiously, gathering its strength and leaping into the air. The towering, massive bear soared upward, its paws merging to form a colossal black mist axe, crackling with energy. Roar! Yuan Bao hadn't expected its opponent to strike first. Looking up, it appeared insignificant under the mist bear's looming shadow. The black mist axe, entwined with a lattice of lightning, descended with a deafening whistle. Yuan Bao, launch with a boost. Su Jingyan commanded calmly. Yuan Bao acted instantly, leaning back as a fiery jet erupted from beneath its tail. Boom! The black mist axe struck only empty air as Yuan Bao shot forward just above the cloud layer, narrowly dodging the attack. The cloud surface, where the axe landed, became a web of crackling electricity. Roar! The mist bear bellowed again, now redirecting its attack towards Su Jingyan under the guidance of the humanoid black mist. What? Spirit return? Su Jingyan, sensing danger, gripped the bone soul flag tightly and shouted. The bull titan beast spirit immediately withdrew from Yuanbao's body and entered his own. Blood energy surged within Su Jingyan as he glared fiercely at the mist bear before turning to flee. Yuanbao, help me! Roar! Regaining its composure, Yuanbao saw its master in peril. It immediately bared its bronze teeth, its throat glowing with fiery light. Two blazing fire pillars erupted in quick succession. The first pierced through the mist bear's head as it chased Su Jingyan, and the second shot straight toward the humanoid black mist. Bang! Bang! Both black mist figures exploded into fragments. Overwhelmed by the sheer power disparity, the battle came to an end. The moment the battle ended, the victory notification chimed. Su Jingyan and Yuan Bao had successfully defeated the tower-climbing leader and their extraordinary level 5 pet beast. Reflecting on the battle, Su Jingyan couldn't help but evaluate the situation. While the fight appeared intense, the outcome had been predetermined. Yuan Bao had a nearly 10-level advantage, and each level beyond the exceptional tier was equivalent to several levels in the extraordinary phase. Even that formidable thunder axe, powerful as it was, would likely have caused minimal harm to Yuan Bao even if it had landed. However, the opponent's final tactic was truly frustrating. Attacking the Beast Master directly? That completely violates the fundamental rules of beast battles. Su Jingyan fumed inwardly, though he was grateful for Yuan Bao's timely intervention. He also marveled at his own astonishing speed under the enhancement of the Ox Tank Beast Soul compared to Bolt's 9.58-second record. Su Jingyan's 100-meter sprint at that moment had broken the 3-second mark. The system quickly issued the victory rewards, a 10 progression in Yuan Bao's level and 2 spirit pattern stones. Su Jingyan efficiently placed the stones into Yuan Bao's backpack, then pulled out the Bone Soul Formation flag and, carrying Yuan Bao, ascended the stairs to the 12th floor. To his surprise, the opponents on the 12th floor and several subsequent floors were all phantoms of the previous leader. This indicated that the leader was indeed formidable and had been making steady progress recently. Unfortunately, they had chosen a more reckless strategy. Su Jingyan decided to forego setting up formations and had Yuan Bao sweep through the battles with blazing strikes. The system's reward design was quite considerate, as each progression reward also fully replenished Yuan Bao's energy. With this advantage, they continued to clear one level after another until they reached the guardian of the 20th floor. The difficulty and rewards for this level were notably higher. Successfully clearing it would grant a 10-level progression and 4 spirit pattern stones. The scene was shrouded in dark clouds and lightning, signaling the imminent challenge of a powerful thunder-type beast. This time, Su Jingyan opted for a more cautious approach. He realized that at this stage, Yuan Bao didn't actually require the Beast Soul fusion, which might instead disrupt its calm combat style. Instead, he used the Beast Soul on himself, setting up spirit formations from a distance while awaiting the battle. As the system's prompt sounded, a massive bird wreathed in lightning emerged from the dark clouds. Su Jingyan immediately summoned the Ox Tank Beast Soul to fuse with himself, preparing for the intense battle that lay ahead. Guarding the extraordinary zone was a peculiar thunderbird. Though only the size of a hen, its entire body crackled with intimidating arcs of electricity, and its lightning feathers flickered incessantly in the air. Yuan Bao, no holding back! Su Jingyan shouted from afar, his gaze fixed on Yuan Bao at the heart of the thunderclouds. At that moment, the thunderbird let out a sharp, piercing cry, and countless bolts of lightning cascaded down from the clouds in an instant. With a crack, a bolt struck Yuan Bao's armored scales, and arcs of electricity danced wildly across its surface, hissing and crackling. Yuan Bao remained silent, slowly baring its bronze fangs. A faint red glow began to emanate from its underbelly, clearly signaling the brewing of a ferocious flame attack. Boom! The first pillar of fire erupted. The thunderbird flapped its wings frantically, narrowly dodging the attack, but another pillar of fire immediately sealed off its escape route. Faced with this deadly assault, the thunderbird hastily flapped its wings, forming an electric net in front of it in an attempt to block the onslaught. However, this defensive measure proved utterly futile against the overwhelming force of Yuan Bao's fiery strikes. Yes! Su Jingyan cheered from the distance, celebrating Yuan Bao's performance. The thunderbird was instantly engulfed in flames, but Yuan Bao's assault continued relentlessly. Its bronze fangs resembled a continuously charging energy cannon, unleashing a barrage of over a dozen fiery blasts. When the smoke finally cleared, only a few scattered black ashes drifted on the winds above the thunderclouds. The thunderbird, once composed of arcs of lightning, had been completely obliterated. The system promptly announced the victory. Congratulations! It then revealed the rewards, a 10 progress boost to the pet beast level and 4 spirit rune stones. Most importantly, Su Jingyan was now the leader of this floor. This meant his battle projection would stand guard here, challenging any others who dared to ascend. Defeated challengers would even have to contribute 10 of their progress energy to fuel his exclusive enhancements. Thinking about the pursuers who would soon face the shadow of himself and Yuan Bao, Su Jingyan decided to pause his climb for now. Let them experience the crushing defeat of facing his projection, especially the previous leader. Although the specific effects of the exclusive enhancements were still unclear, he was certain they would yield significant benefits. Compared to Yuan Bao's current excellence level, the 10 progress gained from a minor transcendent level advantage may not seem like much. However, Su Jingyan thought to himself that as more challengers were defeated by his leader Phantom, the accumulated energy would naturally become increasingly substantial. The areas above the 20th floor belonged to the excellence tier, where the beasts were on the same level as Yuan Bao, giving him a considerable chance of success. However, for a dungeon that offered continuous rewards, Su Jingyan always adhered to a cautious approach. If the victory rate wasn't 100 or the rewards weren't enticing enough, he preferred to wait, letting others contribute energy first. In the meantime, it also gave others a chance to witness how the top-ranked pangolin fought. Hopefully, they wouldn't be too startled by Yuan Bao's habit of starting battles with a massive attack. Opening the pet panel, Su Jingyan noticed that after completing the 20-floor challenge, Yuan Bao's level had increased again. Level. Excellence level 5. 1. This 20th floor challenge of the Abyss Tower saved Su Jingyan 200 fire crystals. Not only that, but the direct level up also saved him a significant amount of time. After all, Yuan Bao would enter a saturation state after eating each time, making it impossible to absorb more energy for growth. This had always been a frustrating limitation. Let's go, Yuan Bao. You did great. As a reward, you can go home and continue mining, Su Jingyan said, crouching down and gently stroking Yuan Bao's small head. Since evolving, Yuan Bao's scales had turned into iron armor. While this made him look more imposing, it also made him feel less warm to the touch, leading Su Jingyan to unconsciously reduce the frequency of petting him. Yuan Bao seemed quite excited about the prospect of mining. Ever since secretly tasting rock crystals last time, it was as if he had discovered a new world. Mining while savoring the tongue-punching rock crystals was an entirely different experience from fire crystals. Yuan Bao figured he could always confess to his master later if needed. Returning to the campfire near their home through the spatial rift, the settlement panel displayed. Abyss Tower overall highest floor, 20th floor, my floor, 20th floor. Leader Phantom proceed to climb. Be careful. In the Abyss Tower, death means real death for both you and your pet. This isn't virtual. Looking at the updated panel, Su Jingyan thought to himself, let the others work hard to climb the tower. Below the 20th floor, being killed by beasts meant real death. However, on the 20th floor, being defeated by his leader Phantom only cost a bit of energy, allowing challengers to retreat safely. After sending Yuan Bao off to mine and storing the spirit runestones in the chest, Su Jingyan headed to Air Zeiss planting area to check on things. Air Zeiss growth rate was astonishing. The sprouts in the soil mounds had already grown over 10 centimeters tall. Even more surprising was the unknown plant seed he had sprinkled with a small amount of leftover, transcendent fertilizer. It had sprouted as well. A purple-black bud had emerged from the soil. Its lifeless appearance stood in stark contrast to the vibrant growth around Air Zeiss, creating an eerie yet intriguing scene. Su Jingyan first checked the growth progress of the Z plant seeds. The panel showed a growth rate of 13.6, with the status reading, growing, soil nutrients sufficient. All the seeds planted in the soil had sprouted, and their growth speed was satisfactory. Although their appearance seemed slightly withered, the system indicated that the soil nutrients were adequate, so there shouldn't be any issues. Next, he examined the panel for the second little one. Would type exceptional pet beast egg. Hatching progress, 29.5. Current status. Hatching in progress, soil nutrients enriched, capable of robust growth. Health, 100.0. Comparing the growth rates of the two, the Z plant seeds appear to be growing faster. However, it was still unclear what the mysterious seeds would eventually grow into, or what kind of creature would emerge from the pet beast egg. Su Jingyan crouched down and gently touched the tender green sprouts. The leaves immediately wobbled energetically in response. In contrast, the nearby purple-black sprouts remained motionless, behaving like ordinary plants. The sprouts from the wood-type pet beast egg were noticeably more vibrant and responsive, even reacting to Su Jingyan's voice, more sensitive than a mimosa plant. Although he had not yet formed a beast-taming contract to achieve a telepathic bond, this second little one was undeniably a lively, animated plant. This situation left Su Jingyan puzzled. After all, he had planted an egg, yet what grew was a moving sprout. Would the egg buried in the soil continue to hatch? Or had it transformed into a plant-based pet beast? In the wondrous world of beast taming, this second little one could eventually take on any form. It might grow into a gorilla, a monkey, or even a turtle. Anything was possible. After inspecting the planting area, Su Jingyan's gaze fell upon the 10 wooden barrels. Yuan Bao had followed his instructions and sealed each barrel tightly with a stone slab after dinner, ensuring no water would spill even if they tipped over. The barrels were neatly arranged next to the pet beast home. Although the campfire illuminated an area with a diameter of about 100 meters, Su Jingyan preferred to keep items centrally located. Looking at the barrels, he began to wonder if the plants needed watering. Surely the extraordinary fertilizer didn't include water as well? The soil seemed to lack moisture. Ever since his arrival in this misty world, it hadn't rained, and not a single drop of water had fallen from the fog. Fortunately, there was already a pet beast capable of producing water resources. As everyone grew stronger, such basic water resources might become more accessible. Perhaps in the future, extraordinary water with special effects might emerge like holy water that could enhance physical strength or replenish energy. For now, though, this was merely one of Su Jingyan's speculations. Su Jingyan could only drink plain boiled water. Although the system didn't specify that plants needed watering, he decided to leave them alone for now. If they needed water, he assumed he'd get a notification. At this point, he already felt a bit exhausted. Climbing 20 levels of the Abyss Tower in succession had taken its toll. While the energy of Yuan Bao, his companion, fully recovered after each cleared level, the constant battles were mentally draining for him. He slipped into his sleeping bag, let out a long sigh, and quickly fell asleep. When he awoke, he felt completely refreshed, as though all his fatigue had vanished. It was as if he had been reborn. This was the remarkable transformation brought about by Yuan Bao's evolution to an extraordinary level. Not only had it helped him shed his former frail and unhealthy self, but even compared to his previous transcendent state, the difference was like night and day. Rising from the sleeping bag, Su Jingyan stretched his body. Outwardly, he wasn't a bulky, muscular man but instead had a balanced and toned physique. However, his actual strength had increased several times over. With my current strength, a single punch could probably be lethal, he muttered, clenching his fist. A light jump sent him several meters into the air. Yet, in this beast abyss, such abilities were still insignificant compared to the wild creatures he faced. He understood his role clearly wasn't meant to rely on brute force or fight solo. His strength lay in being an excellent support. Before battles, he could set up the Bone Soul formation to summon beast spirits, and during combat, he could use the beast control support gloves to unleash skills. Unfortunately, the latter hadn't been crafted yet, something that left him slightly disappointed. For now, he had to rely entirely on Yuan Bao in battles. Through synchronized perception, Su Jingyan could see Yuan Bao mining underground. It worked steadily while munching leisurely on rock crystals, much like a human snacking. This wasn't a problem, as the rock crystals and fire crystals were meant to replenish its energy. The only downside was that it might slow down the mining process. However, based on the current output, it was more than sufficient. After checking on the plants, he noticed a water shortage notification. Su Jingyan immediately fetched a water bucket, poured in about a third, and resolved the issue. It seemed that even extraordinary fertilizers couldn't completely replace the need for watering. Time passed quietly. Yuan Bao focused on mining while Su Jingyan managed various tasks around the homestead, scraping bones, monitoring forge updates in the group chat, browsing the market for resources, and piloting drones to explore the surroundings. By the end of the second week, as the clock approached midnight, the rankings for both the homestead leaderboard and the pet beast leaderboard were finalized. 2 treasure chests silently appeared beside the campfire. The second week came to an end, and humanity's population had dwindled to less than 300 million. In this ravaged world, the rankings for beast strength and home comfort were finalized on schedule, with rewards ready to be distributed. Su Jingyan stood by the campfire, intently watching the rising white mist before him. As the mist gradually dissipated, it revealed 2 distinctly styled treasure chests. One was the dazzling diamond chest he knew all too well, the reward for ranking first in the home comfort leaderboard. The other was a beast strength chest made of white bones, shaped like a beast skull and exuding a fierce, menacing aura. Fuxing, it's time to come home. Both treasure chests are waiting for you, Su Jingyan called to Yuan Bao, who was still underground, through their mental connection. While waiting, he opened the chat interface of the Your House. Terminator, the rankings are out. What's your rank? With the fire crystal veins nearing depletion, trading activity had noticeably decreased this week. Su Jingyan was only concerned about his deal with Terminator. After all, the Flame Phoenix bird had already stepped through the pathway gate at the start of the week and was on the verge of ascending to extraordinary status, so its ranking shouldn't be too low. Super Xiaoyun quickly replied, "I'd like to know Terminator's ranking too. Haven't seen him around these past few days. Boss, the trade we made was too late in the week, so my ranking isn't ideal," Super Xiaoyun added. Su Jingyan reassured her, "No worries. By the third week's rankings, you should have a pretty solid position." "Exactly. If my ranking turns out well, I'd like to trade my treasure chest with you too." Super Xiaoyun suddenly realized Terminator's strategy was wiser to trade potentially less useful treasure chests for fire crystals to boost a beast's strength. By maintaining a lead in power, one could secure a favorable position on the leaderboard, earn the next treasure chest, and continue trading with the boss, creating a positive cycle. Su Jingyan secretly calculated. If he could get all the top 10 players on the leaderboard to work with him and hand over their treasure chests, the outcome would be thrilling. Unfortunately, with fire crystal supplies running low, he decided to switch Yuanbao's diet to rock crystals. With the passive skill Copper Tooth Iron Stomach, Yuanbao could devour anything, and perhaps this change might even awaken a rock attribute. The remaining fire crystals, whether obtained from treasure chests or future mining efforts, would all be reserved for trading. In the group chat, the Terminator finally appeared. Boss, I'm here. I ranked 9th, and the reward is a pet beast support chest. As soon as he sent the message, Super Xiaoyan cheered right after. Wow, you actually made it into the top 10. As expected from the boss' most loyal customer, she had already made up her mind no matter what reward she got. Even if it was the first place prize, she would trade the chest to the boss. Ahu saw the message and quickly praised him. Amazing boss. That's awesome. He secretly calculated that although his stubborn stone monkey didn't make it into the top 10, its ranking was still decent. Thinking about it, combined with the mining boss and the Terminator, there were actually 3 top players in this group. In other groups, having just one player in the top 100 was enough to establish dominance. For instance, the prestigious Beast Alliance's founder was only ranked in the top 20, yet it had become the most powerful force today. Ahu had always been a lone wolf, convinced that with his own strength, he could establish his own faction and didn't need to bow to anyone. But after joining the Your House, he realized that this was the real top-tier faction. 3 elite players gathered in one place, dominating the scene. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Jingyan asked directly, Ahu, what's your rank? Do you want to trade your chest to me? Forget it. My pet beast is rock type, so I don't really need fire crystals, Ahu replied. From his observations over the past few days, he noticed that most of the group members had fire-type pet beasts, and the boss seemed to specialize in fire crystal trading. Su Jingyan immediately corrected him. Actually, fire crystals are in short supply right now, and I happen to have plenty of rock crystals. Ahu hesitated for a moment. A platinum chest was indeed tempting, but the other party was the mining boss. When such a powerful figure made a request, it was hard to refuse, even if it meant taking a slight loss. This reminded him of his coaching days, dealing with 50-year-old aunties who were a bit too handsome. For the sake of his performance, he had to endure it and even go out of his way to please them. Wow, rock crystals. That's perfect. My pet beast is ranked in the 60s, and my reward is a platinum chest. Let's trade, boss. Even though he knew nothing about rock crystals, Ahu feigned excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, who was usually very active, remained silent this time. Failing to strike a deal with Su Jingyan earlier had left him feeling awkward, so he chose to stay quiet and lurk in the chat. The Terminator quickly sent over a trade request for the top-tier pet beast support chest. Su Jingyan added 10 more fire crystals to the deal compared to his earlier trades. Shortly after, Ahu also sent his trade request for the platinum chest. Out of respect for the young man's impressive ranking, Su Jingyan offered a fair price of 30 rock crystals. Ahu readily agreed, and Su Jingyan took the time to explain the effects of rock crystals in detail. Listening to the explanation, Ahu was stunned and thought to himself, can it really be that amazing? After completing the trade at the Your House, Su Jingyan sat down by the campfire, his gaze fixed on 4 neatly arranged treasure chests in front of him. The haul this time had him exhilarated. Even the least valuable among them was a platinum chest, far surpassing the usual gold chest level. He recalled how the Ashes fertilizer chest he had opened before not only sustained air's eye but also cultivated a mysterious, unknown plant, ushering him into the era of farming. This thought filled him with even greater anticipation. He waited quietly for Yuanbao to return. Moments later, Yuanbao emerged from the burrow, carrying a bulging beige backpack. My lucky star. Su Jingyan quickly stepped forward to greet it, like an elder eagerly welcoming a long-absent family member. He deftly helped Yuanbao take off the backpack. The 20 or so rock crystals inside could only be set aside for now, to be stored after the chests were opened. Come here. Yuanbao was called to the treasure chests, but it seemed disinterested. To it, the contents of these chests had never directly enhanced its abilities, so it naturally wasn't intrigued. However, Su Jingyan found this nonchalant attitude to be quite fitting. The less attachment there was, the higher the chance of unlocking something extraordinary. Such is the mystery of luck. Let's do this, Yuanbao. Su Jingyan decided to start with the most basic platinum chest. These secure, vault-like classified chests usually contained physical items and occasionally high-level blueprints. He patiently taught Yuanbao how to open the chest. Although Yuanbao was initially puzzled, it quickly grasped the method, using its paw to gently twist the knob in the center. Click. Platinum chest opened. Obtained. Aberrant treasure giant fossil X1. The chest slowly opened, revealing an oval-shaped stone engraved with a star pattern lying quietly inside. A system notification promptly appeared. Aberrant treasure giant fossil. Attach to the skin and focus your thoughts to activate gigantification, granting comprehensive physical enhancements and stone-like reflexes. Warning. This is an aberrant treasure with equally potent effects and side effects. Su Jingyan carefully read through the details. The quality of this treasure was undoubtedly impressive, but whether it could rival the legendary Ashes fertilizer chest remained to be seen. He picked up the giant fossil and walked to an open area. Yuanbao curiously followed, tilting its head as it observed. "Stay back, little one," Su Jingyan gestured, waving his hand. Then, gripping the stone tightly, he focused his attention on it. Whoa! In the blink of an eye, his body began to swell rapidly, transforming into a towering figure over 10 meters tall within just 10 seconds. At this moment, Su Jingyan's body underwent an astonishing transformation. His muscles swelled impressively, brimming with explosive power, and his skin took on a sheen resembling polished stone. His entire being exuded an intimidating aura. His strength had been massively enhanced, rivaling that of a true giant beast. "Master!" Yuanbao, the little iron-armored beast, was left dumbfounded by his master's sudden transformation, hesitating and pacing in place. In his transformed state, Su Jingyan appeared to be in a sluggish daze. He stood motionless for a full 2 or 3 minutes before slowly raising his hand. His movements clumsy as he muttered, "Wah, ti, I got big." Yuanbao anxiously circled around his feet, trying to catch his master's attention. Several more minutes passed before Su Jingyan finally responded, albeit slowly, "Yuanbao, I'm fine." He bent down, attempting to pat Yuanbao on the head, but his hand landed where Yuanbao had been 2 minutes earlier. By now, Yuanbao had already moved behind him, staring at his master in bewilderment. Through their mental connection, Yuanbao quickly conveyed the idea that Su Jingyan should revert to his original form. Another long 2 or 3 minutes passed before Su Jingyan, still maintaining his bent posture, began gradually shrinking back to his normal size. "Holy crap!" Su Jingyan exclaimed in shock after returning to his usual self. He realized that his reaction speed during the transformation was unbearably slow. It had even taken him ages to notice how sluggish he was. He carefully examined the 5-point star engraved on the stone in his hand, recalling the sensations of his transformation. Through their synchronized perception, he was acutely aware that the strength he possessed during that time had far surpassed Yuanbao's, who was also at an extraordinary level, and was comparable to that of a Nyo Tan giant beast. If Yuanbao were to use this stone, it might even allow him to break through to the Lord level. However, this astonishing effect came with a significant drawback: a reaction delay of 2 to 3 minutes. This meant that even if he saw an enemy's attack, it would take 2 minutes to respond, effectively a death sentence. This thing really lives up to the saying, "Unparalleled power, unparalleled drawbacks," Su Jingyan muttered, shaking his head in exasperation. While the stone's effects were undeniably overwhelming, the sluggish reaction time rendered it nearly useless in combat. Yet, its extreme characteristics might have unexpected applications in specific situations. "Yuanbao, keep opening the boxes." Su Jingyan directed his attention to the next treasure chest, a pet companion A chest. According to its description, this chest would yield practical tools to assist his companion beast. Su Jingyan's gaze fell on the unique Pet Assist treasure chest. Although its basic structure was still wooden, its surface was adorned with vibrant, multicolored patterns, with pink taking the dominant role, giving it a cute and playful appearance. "Come on, Yuanbao." Su Jingyan crouched down, gently stroking Yuanbao's head. His eyes, as he looked at Yuanbao, were filled with deep trust and a faint, almost imperceptible trace of envy. Yuanbao nodded slightly and cautiously approached the exquisite treasure chest. It seemed to be equally captivated by the chest's beauty, extending its paw with great care. Bang! As the chest slowly opened, a pair of red ropes lay quietly inside. Su Jingyan reached in to take them out and immediately read the item description. Time-space exchange red rope. Tie the red ropes to 2 individuals, and they can switch places at any time. Ignoring space and time. "My dear pet, do you know what this is?" Su Jingyan exclaimed in delight. Just the phrase "ignoring space and time" was enough to prove that this was a top-tier, conceptual treasure. Without hesitation, he crouched down again, carefully tying one of the red ropes to Yuanbao's short leg and the other to his own left wrist. Instantly, a mysterious connection was established between the 2 ropes. "All right, Yuanbao, let's see if you can sense the red rope on my side," Su Jingyan said as he sent a position switch request to Yuanbao's red rope. Yuanbao quickly grasped the operation and responded. Both red ropes lit up with a faint crimson glow. Then, with a soft buzz, the space around them gently distorted. Su Jingyan felt his vision blur momentarily, and when he regained focus, he found himself standing where Yuanbao had been, while Yuanbao appeared at his previous spot. Yuanbao seemed a little startled, looking nervously around and tentatively touching the ground with its paw. Su Jingyan quickly reassured it. "It's all right, Yuanbao. This is how the tool works. Through their mental connection, he explained the use of the red ropes in detail, watching as Yuan Bao appeared to partially understand. Got it. Jia. Yuan Bao crossed its little paws over its chest, striking a pose as if to say no further explanation was needed. Su Jingyan figured Yuan Bao probably didn't fully comprehend, but that didn't matter. The real value of this tool lay in its ability to ignore space-time constraints, something incredibly useful in battle. He recalled a fight with the Phantom of the Vanguard in the Abyss Tower, how he had to rely on running to evade the Mist Bear's pursuit. Now, with this tool, he could instantly switch places with Yuan Bao. Trying to cut off the head of the snake? I'll just pull a king and pawn swap, and they'll be utterly dumbfounded. Su Jingyan imagined future battle scenarios and couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. Su Jingyan's mind was racing, envisioning various ways to utilize the red cord. He imagined that once the second cub was born, he could bind the red cord to Yuan Bao. If the cub turned out to have a weaker constitution, it could act as bait from a distance, while Yuan Bao, the armored beast, would be responsible for launching powerful attacks. His eyes lit up as another ingenious combination came to him, using the red cord in conjunction with the mutant giant stone. The earlier experiment had shown that the giant transformation required several seconds to activate. If one end of the red cord was prepped for the transformation and a nimble pet beast leapt into the air to swap places with it, they could deliver a devastating, unstoppable blow akin to a Mount Tai crush. Of course, these were just preliminary ideas. For instance, the giant stone strategy might miss the perfect timing due to its slower reaction, but regardless, the value of this time-space red cord as a support tool was already beyond doubt. As Su Jingyan gazed at the two remaining treasure chests before him, his heartbeat quickened. One was the white bone skeleton chest, symbolizing the top-ranked beast combat power, while the other was the shining diamond chest, representing the champion of the homeland rankings. Let's open the shining diamond chest first, Su Jingyan decided. While both homeland development and pet beast levels were important, the competition in pet beast cultivation was undoubtedly fiercer, and the rewards were likely to be more generous. Naturally, the best should be saved for last. Yuan Bao nodded in agreement, rubbing its claws together before stepping up to the shining diamond chest. As its paw reached into the chest, there was a loud bang, and the lid flipped open. A dazzling beam of golden light shot into the sky, piercing through the mist overhead. Su Jingyan held his breath, squinting slightly as he peered into the chest. Inside lay a radiant golden chalice, exuding a serene glow. Carefully, he picked it up. The Holy Spring Chalice, a sacred relic from the ancient Holy Domain Church, said to generate a cup of holy spring water from morning dew each day. Though the description was brief, the words sacred relic already hinted at its extraordinary value. The cup was empty at the moment, but Su Jingyan was still thoroughly satisfied. Whether from its legend or its appearance, the treasure was undeniably remarkable. He eagerly looked forward to witnessing the miraculous effects of the holy spring water the next day. Yuan Bao, let's open the last chest. Bring us some good fortune. Su Jingyan turned to the Beast Combat Power chest, his excitement unmistakable. The Beast Combat Power chest stood silently before Su Jingyan, its appearance grotesque like a skull, exuding an ominous and menacing aura. This was a special chest designed to produce combat-related items, equipment, and facilities. Su Jingyan gazed at the chest's description, his heart filled with anticipation. Although his pet beast, Yuan Bao, had consistently performed well, its advantage mainly stemmed from its higher level. As a dual-attribute pet beast, Yuan Bao indeed possessed impressive awakening skills, but its combat style was overly simplistic beyond spewing flames. It had little else to rely on. This limitation had been glaringly exposed during the previous battle with the Earth Dragon. Despite being in the same excellent realm, the Earth Dragon's high fire resistance made Yuan Bao's flame attacks seem like nothing more than a steamy sauna session. While Yuan Bao boasted top-tier defense and sharp claws for close combat, its lack of systematic battle techniques left it resorting to curling into a defensive iron ball or flailing its claws aimlessly. Under its master's explanation, Yuan Bao also realized the significance of this chest. With a serious expression, it extended its paw and cautiously pressed into the skull-like interior of the chest. Bang! Beast Combat Power chest opened. Obtained, Fearsome Shock, Cannon 1. The unexpected announcement left Su Jingyan momentarily stunned. He quickly leaned in to inspect and saw a small disc, about 3 centimeters in diameter, lying inside the chest. It was engraved with a glowing blue ancient cannon design and made of a jet-black stone material, resembling a chess piece in shape. After examining the item's details, Su Jingyan eagerly moved to the clearing outside the campfire. He pressed his thumb against the cannon design on the disc and tossed it forward. Upon landing, the disc began to morph and expand in an incredible manner, transforming in moments into a full-sized ancient cannon. Its dark barrel gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Yuan Bao curiously trotted over to the cannon, tilting its head as if to ask how this could possibly enhance its strength. Su Jingyan ran his hand along the cannon's icy barrel and explained, "This is a cannon. Its attack method should be similar to your blazing strike." Then, Su Jingyan quickly stepped behind the cannon, gripping the control handles with both hands. The control panel in front of him lit up immediately, displaying Dreadshot Cannon Ammo 11, auto-charging, estimated time 5 minutes. The current status read, ready to fire. He carefully examined the control handles in his hands and noticed that, in addition to the firing button, the cannon's barrel direction could be easily adjusted, making the operation quite user-friendly. The only downside was the lack of a targeting reticle system. Yuan Bao, I'm going to test fire a shot. Cover your ears with your claws and don't be scared. Su Jingyan turned to instruct his little armored beast. Yuan Bao immediately nodded and responded with a soft "jia," covering its ears tightly with its front claws. However, its face showed a confused expression, as if it had no idea what was about to happen. "All right, ready," Su Jingyan announced while aligning the cannon's barrel toward the inner edge of the mist surrounding their home. He covered one ear with one hand and pressed the firing button with the other. Boom. To his surprise, what shot out of the dark barrel wasn't a conventional cannonball but a round, menacingly aggressive spirit. The chubby, ferocious spirit hurtled straight toward the target area and exploded upon contact with the ground, shattering into countless smaller ghosts. These smaller spirits began shrieking and writhing chaotically, creating an eerie scene. Wah! Woo woo! Even from dozens of meters away, the piercing screams of the spirits sent chills down Su Jingyan's spine. He didn't dare imagine what would happen if these spirits got close and latched onto someone. After about a minute, the swarm of spirits gradually dissipated, though faint echoes of their cries seemed to linger in the air. Strangely, the ground where the cannon had struck remained completely unscathed, as smooth and undisturbed as before. Su Jingyan felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to blast a crater into the ground to create a fish pond. It seemed the Dreadshot cannon lived up to its name, but whether the terrifying ghostly howls had any real destructive power remained to be tested in combat. With this, Su Jingyan had fully unlocked his second-week leaderboard reward chest. The space-defying red string of exchange, the golden chalice that could produce sacred water daily effect still unknown, and this mysterious Dreadshot cannon. His feelings about these rewards were mixed. Just then, a broadcast echoed in his mind once again. The third-week leaderboard rankings have been finalized. Go check your rewards. However, this week's highlight is, the Abyss Arena is now open. Considering the mist-filled world is teeming with beasts, and many have fallen due to inexperience, let alone the impending great calamity, everyone must participate in the arena battles to hone their skills. Before the official announcement, the chat channel was already buzzing with activity. Messages scrolled rapidly across the screen. Some people were bragging about the treasures they had found in their loot boxes, while others were discussing their rankings. Those at the top were reveling in their success, while those at the bottom could only sigh in frustration. However, the moment the pet rankings were revealed, the entire chat channel fell into an eerie silence, only to erupt moments later with a barrage of exclamations. "Oh my god, did you see that? The blazing ironclad beast. Grade 5 exceptional? That's insane. Wait a second, isn't that the same pangolin from before? Yes, it has to be. It must have evolved." This discovery immediately sparked a new wave of discussion. Can pets really evolve? Does that mean My Little Pony still has hope? It's still stuck at the juvenile stage. Yeah, right? That one's a dark horse. Yours is just a workhorse. Big difference. Soon, everyone noticed that both the home and pet leaderboards hadn't changed much in the second week's rankings. Just as the chat began to calm down, a sudden announcement about the opening of the Abyss Arena echoed in everyone's minds. The chat exploded once again. Are you kidding me? We have to fight others now? My pet is purely for healing. I survive by selling potions. How am I supposed to fight? I haven't even stepped into the mist yet. I've just been getting by selling water with my water-type pet. I'm doomed. Su Jingyan suddenly realized he had miscalculated. He had assumed that others only discovered trading as a viable way to survive later in the game. In reality, a significant number of players had chosen this path from the very beginning. Like him, they relied on trading for survival, but none had managed to surpass him in this field. Indeed, there were still many people who had never ventured into the mist, but their lives weren't easy. Some had their pets mining for resources, only to struggle with finding veins or dealing with low efficiency. Other types of pets required rest, and their output paled in comparison to players exploring the mist. Fortunately, someone soon proposed a solution. I checked the rules. There are individual and team matches in the arena. If your pet isn't combat ready, you can just forfeit the individual matches and join a team with a strong player. Exactly, and losing doesn't matter much. You just don't get the rewards. Hearing these explanations, the crowd gradually calmed down. Of course, there were always those who indulged in wishful thinking. If only I could face a team of healers and get teamed up with the ironclad beast's owner. Keep dreaming. That's as likely as peaches falling from the sky. You wish. Su Jingyan, however, paid no attention to these discussions. He couldn't even be bothered to check the chat in their house group. In his eyes, these customers were still too inexperienced, not worth his time or energy. He demonstrated remarkable decisiveness, swiftly opening the panel the moment the broadcast ended. Sure enough, a new option appeared before his eyes. The description of the Abyss Arena came into view. This is an extremely perilous area within the Beast Abyss, heralding the arrival of future calamities. To face this looming threat, Beast Masters must accumulate extensive combat experience. The panel displayed two modes of confrontation. Solo duel. The system will match you with an opponent of similar strength for an unknown battle. Team battle. A 3-on-3 team fight, where you can either form your own team or have teammates automatically assigned by the system. Both modes share the same rule. A battle must be conducted every 7 days, or the system will enforce a mandatory match. Su Jingyan pondered deeply over the meaning of calamity's arrival. The surging mist in a little over 10 days could indeed be considered a disaster, as beasts would frantically assault the campfire that served as their haven. For him, the situation was particularly precarious. Several beasts of unknown levels, likely at least exceptional tier and possibly even Lord tier, were lurking around his campfire. However, he had a vague sense that the Abyss Arena might be foretelling an even greater crisis. Shifting his attention to the reward list, the solo duel prizes were divided into 3 tiers. First place. A selected pet beast receives a 7-day Abyss Power Enhancement. Second place. A Beast Combat Power Chest. Third place. A Beast Support Chest. Lower rankings would receive standard chests. For the team battles, the second and third place prizes merely multiplied the number of chests by 3 for distribution among team members. However, the first place reward immediately caught Su Jingyan's eye. Every member of the winning team would gain an Abyss Battle Armor with Lordier combat power to protect their home base. This was exactly what he needed. With such a powerful guardian, combined with the Sunto upgraded Yuan Bao, he would have much greater assurance when facing the formidable beasts around his campfire. And with the impending birth of Erzai, such protection would become even more essential. Su Jingyan quickly made up his mind. He would approach the solo duels casually, aiming for a spot in the top 3. But when it came to the team battles, he would give it his all. Securing first place was an absolute priority. The Your House group chat was buzzing with lively conversations scrolling non-stop. While a few regulars kept the energy alive, most members maintained their usual habit of lurking in the background, as they were also active in other groups. Suddenly, Su Jingyan's message popped up. Abyss Arena team battle this time. I have to win. What are your thoughts? Boss, invite me to join your team. Wang Ming immediately responded. Although he was active in the Beast Taming Alliance group as well, he knew that the players there were mostly average. The Your House, however, was a gathering place for true experts. If he could get carried by the boss, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before Su Jingyan could reply, Super Xiaoyun chimed in. Dream on. Do you think the boss would carry you for free? The boss hasn't even said anything yet. What's your problem? Wang Ming shot back, unwilling to back down. Super Xiaoyun seized the chance to showcase her worth. First of all, what's the level and ranking of your pet beast? You just be dragging the boss down. Come on, the boss hasn't traded much with you either. How good could you be? Wang Ming retorted. Well, for your information, I ranked 543rd in the 3rd weekly leaderboard and earned a golden treasure chest. Super Xiaoyun bragged smugly. But her advantage was quickly shattered by Ahu's appearance. Bragging about being in the 500s? My pet beast is ranked 54th. The boss should pick me. This left Super Xiaoyun speechless. As a member personally invited into the group by the boss, Ahu undeniably had the skill to back it up. Still, she wasn't ready to give up. Fine. They'll give my treasure chest to the boss for free this week. No need for the fire crystals. Ahu didn't follow up this time. The rock crystals he had just exchanged for his treasure chest had worked exceptionally well. After his stubborn stone monkey absorbed 10 of them, it leveled up. It finally dawned on him why everyone in the group was so keen on trading treasure chests for fire crystals. Seeing how things were unfolding, Ender joined the fray. Boss, they'll do the same as Sister Xiaoyun, free treasure chest for you. Please carry me. Moved by the sincerity of 2 loyal customers offering their treasure chests for a spot on the team, Su Jingyan weighed his options and decided to choose them both. To him, Super Xiaoyun and Ender were exactly the kind of loyal customers worth cultivating in the group. After meticulous preparation, Su Jingyan decided to first support 2 loyal clients to climb to the 2nd and 3rd positions on the leaderboard. This way, the 3 of them could dominate the top 3 spots, monopolizing the special reward chests. All the chests would be opened by him, ensuring a steady acquisition of extraordinary items. Trust among teammates is crucial in group battles, especially for or merchants. Su Jingyan glanced at the 2 clients. Terminator, Xiaoyun, you 2 seem the most sincere. I'd like to team up with you. You're absolutely right, boss. Super Xiaoyun responded immediately. I think so too. Terminator agreed enthusiastically. My name is Wang Ming. Through the team battle interface of the Abyss Arena, Su Jingyan added Super Xiao Yun and Terminator to his team. Without hesitation, he clicked to start matchmaking. This brief moment gave him the chance to assess the strengths of his teammates and potential opponents. Under his urging, the two teammates confirmed their readiness one after another. The system prompted, finding opponents with similar overall strength for your team. Similar strength? Su Jingyan sneered. Their lineup was terrifying, with the lowest level being Extraordinary and Yuan Bao, at the pinnacle of excellence, anchoring the team. He was eager to see the so-called, similarly strong opponents. While waiting, Su Jingyan began adjusting his equipment. He reverted the formidable cannon into its chess piece form and held it in his hand, while also equipping the Bone Soul banner. Anticipating a battle against beast tamers, he added the giant fossil to his arsenal, ready to experiment with it. Yuan Bao tilted its head, wearing a puzzled expression. Don't worry, little one, Su Jingyan reassured it. The battle is about to begin. Stay calm. Soon, the system notified them that a match had been found. A semicircular energy barrier surrounded Su Jingyan and Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao immediately became alert, scanning its surroundings with a serious expression. It's fine, Su Jingyan signaled with a shake of his head. The energy barrier gradually solidified from its translucent state, and the surrounding scenery transformed into a Roman-style arena. 6 bubbles appeared in the sky above the arena, split into 2 groups of 3 on either side. With a loud pop, the bubbles burst, and everyone officially descended into the arena. Boss. A youthful, honest voice came from the right. Su Jingyan turned to see Terminator and his flame wasp bird. The school-uniformed boy, with his ordinary appearance and sparse blue stubble, looked undeniably young. Su Jingyan nodded back, slightly awkward. Wow, boss. A cool yet enthusiastic female voice came from the left. It was Super Xiao Yun. Su Jingyan turned his head and was met with the sight of a phoenix warrior dressed entirely in a black down jacket. She wore a black hood, revealing only her eyes and lips. Despite her bulky attire, her clear feminine voice gave away her gender. Hi, Su Jingyan greeted awkwardly, fully aware that clothing was a personal choice and not something to comment on. Haha, hello boss. Finally meeting you in person. I didn't expect you to be so unconventional, Super Xiaoyun said with a laugh. At this moment, even Terminator's expression became peculiar. Indeed, Su Jingyan's appearance was rather unique. Clad in pajamas, barefoot, sporting an unkempt beard and messy long hair that made him look like a vagrant. In his left hand, he held a star-engraved round stone and a stone chess piece like he was playing with walnuts, while his right hand, with fingers poised delicately like an orchid gesture, gripped a bone-white banner planted firmly on the ground. The combination of these elements made it hard to believe they belonged to the same person. But Su Jingyan didn't mind at all. After all, in the mist world, no one could see him anyway. It was just a special circumstance. His gaze shifted to Super Xiaoyun's pet beast standing beside her. It was a flame-scale dragon about a meter tall. Though not particularly large, it towered over Yuan Bao. The creature bore some resemblance to Yuan Bao, but its body was ablaze with flames, its legs were longer, and its dragon head exuded a more aggressive aura. 2 rows of fiery red sharp teeth protruded from its wide-open mouth. A look Su Jingyan would describe as ugly yet cool. Is that the Iron Pangolin? Super Xiaoyun exclaimed in surprise, clearly recognizing the pet of the unexpected top-ranked beastmaster. She approached and crouched down, asking, "Can I pet it?" No, Su Jingyan rejected decisively. Yuan Bao immediately hid behind Su Jingyan's feet, tilting its head to reveal only half its face and letting out a fierce jia. Had its owner not known this stranger, whose outfit resembled that of a robber, it would have undoubtedly unleashed flames to drive away anyone who dared to come near. Super Xiaoyun had no choice but to give up and instead began stroking her own flame-scale dragon, seemingly unaffected by the flames coating its body. Su Jingyan didn't ask further, assuming this was some sort of natural bond between fire-type beasts and their owners. At the center of the arena, a semi-transparent barrier stretched across the space, displaying a countdown timer with about 5 or 6 minutes remaining. The center of the barrier clearly listed the lineup and levels of both sides, though, like the extraordinary telescope, it didn't reveal detailed sublevels. The opponent is strongest, the Cloud Dream Hawk. That must be the Beastmaster themselves. Terminator exclaimed in shock. That sounds familiar. Isn't that the pet that ranked first in the Week 1 leaderboard? Wow, what are the odds? Super Xiaoyun said, equally stunned. That was just Week 1. We're already in Week 3 now, Su Jingyan replied calmly. On the opposing side, however, the expressions of the 3 individuals were even more astonished. Especially Su Lin, who had contracted the black poison giant python, seemed to have already lost the will to fight. It's over, we lost the first match, the black python beastmaster said with a look of regret, lying back on the massive black python coiled behind him. Staring at the sky, he let out a frustrated sigh. I told you we shouldn't have started matching this early. We're already here, might as well give it a shot, the Cloud Dream Hawk Beastmaster replied, refusing to give up as he earnestly began strategizing a battle plan. Exactly, man. The Unicorn Beastmaster chimed in. 3 heads are better than 1, right? We're 3 extraordinary levels. Are you telling me we can't take down a single superior level beast? We've got to have some chance. There's no chance, the Black Python Beastmaster sighed again. This isn't even a fair fight. The other side doesn't just have 1 superior level beast. They've got 2 extraordinary level ones too. Among the 3 of them, his Black Python was the weakest, only at extraordinary level 6. The other 2 had extraordinary level 9 beasts, so the gap in strength wasn't that significant. But he was the only one who had reached the 20th floor of the Abyss Tower, where he had personally experienced how overwhelmingly powerful Su Jingyan's Phantom Leader was. Every challenge ended in defeat within 10 seconds, and it wasn't until the last attempt that he barely caught a glimpse of the pangolin's fire breath that instantly ended the battle. Just don't give up, and let's try. Superior level or not, it's not about the level, it's about the beast, the Cloud Dream Hawk Beastmaster said firmly. His beast had once claimed first place in the first week and had consistently ranked second ever since, and his tone carried a hint of pride. Yeah, put in some effort, the Unicorn Beastmaster added, clearly annoyed by the defeatist attitude. He even regretted choosing him as a teammate. Under their persistent encouragement, the Black Python Beastmaster finally stood up. He had a change of heart after all, losing didn't mean death, and there were no points at stake. Plus, it was a free opportunity to gain experience fighting a high-level opponent. As the 3 discussed how to focus their attacks and quickly take down the opposing superior-level beast, Su Jingyan was already preparing on his side. He first pressed a button on a cannon chess piece and threw it out, instantly deploying a cold, intimidating cannon in place. Then, he waved the Bone Soul Formation flag, setting up a spiritual array with a 100-meter diameter on his side of the arena, with 10 phantom flags neatly arranged in a circle. In his hand, he held a giantification stone, pondering how to use it. Whoa, what kind of gear is this? It's way too cool. Super Little Cloud exclaimed in her calm yet amazed voice, her cheerful personality unable to hide her awe at the equipment. I know, it's insane, the Terminator agreed, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease and security. All right, don't let your beast sack just yet. I want to test the firepower of this cannon first, Su Jingyan calmly instructed. The arena was a vast circular area, making the 100-meter Bone Soul Formation flag array that Su Jingyan had set up seem particularly insignificant. It was still quite a distance away from the central barrier. As the preparation time came to an end, the ancient sound of a horn echoed throughout the arena, a deep awoo reverberating in the air. The translucent barrier in the center slowly dissipated. The 2 sides finally stood face to face. There was no pre-battle roar from the beasts, only a tense, sword-drawn silence hanging over the field. Hold your fire for now. Let me test out this cannon. The last shot didn't give us any results. This time, I need to hit the target, Su Jingyan reminded the Terminator and Super Xiaoyun, while also cautioning Yuan Bao to stay calm. The opposing team of 3 had already planned their tactics. The owner of the Yunming Eagle gave a soft command, and a massive eagle with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters, covered in blue feathers, immediately soared into the sky. The Terminator looked up to observe and noticed that the Yunming Eagle was merely circling high above, showing no signs of attacking. The other 2 beast tamers directed their unicorn and black venomous python to maintain a surrounding formation, seemingly waiting for Su Jingyan's side to make the first move. However, Su Jingyan's group was in no rush to attack either. Both the Terminator and Super Xiaoyun strictly adhered to Su Jingyan's instructions. After all, they had exchanged a week's worth of reward loot boxes for this chance to team up with a top-tier player, so they naturally followed orders to the letter. Ugh, just a little closer, Su Jingyan muttered as he operated the terrifying cannon, continuously adjusting its sightless barrel. This peculiar weapon relied entirely on luck. After aiming for a while, he finally targeted the slightly sluggish black venomous python and pressed the fire button. Boom! A round, chubby evil spirit shot out of the pitch-black cannon barrel at high speed, heading straight for the target. The trajectory of the shot was initially way off, but as the evil spirit neared the black venomous python, it suddenly let out a piercing wail woo-woo and extended 2 small claws. In a bizarre twist, it changed direction abruptly, accelerating even faster. What the heck? The beast tamer controlling the black venomous python widened his eyes in shock and hastily commanded his pet to dodge. The python slithered across the ground with astonishing speed, executing a perfect 180-degree drift. However, the plump evil spirit pursued relentlessly, eventually grabbing onto the python firmly with its tiny claws. The pitch-black cannonball exploded with a sudden burst, releasing countless tiny malevolent spirits. Like a swarm of ants, they swarmed toward the black venom python, clawing furiously at its body. Faint green glimmers were forcibly drawn from the snake's surface, drifting down to the ground. The python immediately lost its ability to move, as if its very soul was being torn apart by these vengeful spirits. Its massive body twisted in agony on the ground, contorting into a painful spiral. What's going on? Somebody help! The black venom python's beastmaster shouted anxiously. Though he didn't share the same sensory connection as Su Jingyan, witnessing his pet's torment left him frantic with worry. Got it? Don't panic! The beastmaster beside him quickly commanded his extraordinary level 9 unicorn to charge toward the python. Rainbow healing. The unicorn's horn emitted a radiant beam of rainbow light, but it had no effect on the python. It's no use, your beast isn't physically wounded, the unicorn's beastmaster said in confusion. Suddenly, his expression turned to horror. This is bad. These malevolent spirits are contagious. Sure enough, as the unicorn got closer, a portion of the spirits broke away and lunged at the sacred creature. In the blink of an eye, both powerful beasts in the arena were writhing on the ground in agony. After about a minute, the spirits reluctantly dispersed, vanishing into the air with distant, echoing howls. Though the two beasts stopped rolling, they lay trembling on the ground, clearly traumatized by the ordeal. No wonder they call it the Dread Cannon, it's terrifyingly effective. Su Jingyan stared in astonishment. Even the Terminator and the hooded super cloud were left speechless. The system display read, Dread Stun Cannon Ammo. 01. Auto recharge in progress, 3 minutes remaining. What was even more shocking was that recharging had already begun as soon as the cannon fired. The opponents couldn't hold back any longer. With a weapon like that, we can't afford to wait, we need to attack now, the unicorn's beastmaster shouted. Understood. My beast will go first, follow up immediately. We have to take down that blazing ironclad beast in one strike, the Cloud Hawk beastmaster commanded. The blue-feathered giant hawk circling above immediately dived down. Yuan Bao. Su Jingyan prepared to finish the fight. Yuan Bao bared its bronze fangs and unleashed a searing flame strike. With a deafening roar, the pillar of fire shot through the Cloud Hawk, but it had no effect. In the next instant, the hawk dived straight toward the flame-scale dragon, unleashing bursts of blue-white clouds from its feathers. Boom! Just a few meters ahead of Su Jingyan, Terminator, and Super Xiaoyun, a swirling blue cloud suddenly appeared. Yuan Bao was the first to be enveloped by it, followed closely by the flame-scale dragon beside it, both swallowed up completely. Only the bullet-like swift flamebird managed to evade the large-scale attack with its incredible speed. The skill of the Cloud Dream Eagle, Terminator exclaimed in shock. The blue cloud dissipated in an instant, revealing Yuan Bao and the flame-scale dragon lying on the ground, both sound asleep. It was the first time Yuan Bao had fallen asleep since its arrival. Through synchronized perception, Su Jingyan confirmed that Yuan Bao was unharmed and had simply drifted into slumber. Is this skill meant to make the beasts dream? Su Jingyan quickly grasped the subtleties of the ability. The opposing Cloud Dream Eagle Beastmaster smirked triumphantly. So much for excellence. Even your beasts fall asleep under my eagle's power. Impressive. The Unicorn Beastmaster pumped his fist in excitement and immediately commanded his unicorn to charge at the two sleeping beasts. There's still one flamebird that wasn't affected. The Venom Python Beastmaster reminded them. Don't worry about that, the Cloud Dream Eagle Beastmaster interrupted coldly. This is a rare opportunity, they won't stay asleep for long. Get your python to join in, he added. The Cloud Dream Eagle's Dream Mist Cloud can put targets to sleep, but they'll wake up as soon as they're attacked. We need to hit them with everything we've got in one go. Understood. The Venom Python Beastmaster responded, directing the Black Venom Python to lunge toward the Flamescale Dragon. At that moment, the Cloud Dream Eagle spread its massive wings, casting a shadow over the sleeping Yuan Bao and Flamescale Dragon. Now, only the swift Flamebird remained in the fight. We're doomed. Super Xiaoyun stamped her feet anxiously, watching the approaching unicorn and python. She shouted, Terminator, get your bird to stop them. Terminator immediately commanded the swift Flamebird to launch a bullet impact straight at the Cloud Dream Eagle. However, the eagle gracefully dodged, and the attack passed through it, just as Yuan Bao's earlier fiery strike had. In those few fleeting moments, the unicorn and Black Venom Python had closed the distance. The three opposing beastmasters exchanged glances, and their beasts simultaneously began charging their ultimate attacks. The Black Venom Python opened its massive jaws, dripping with sinister green venom. The unicorn's horn gathered an increasingly radiant multicolored star, and the Cloud Dream Eagle extended an icy longsword from its beak. Though it was just an ordinary ice sword, it added a dramatic flair compared to using its beak or claws. But just as the decisive moment approached, moo! With a deep roar, the array that Su Jingyan had set up suddenly activated. A purple phantom banner gleamed, and the soul of a bull beast surged into Yuan Bao's body in an instant. Ka! Yuan Bao's bloodshot eyes snapped open, his first sweet dream rudely interrupted. Intense killing intent erupted from him. At the same time, the soul of a ram, summoned by Su Jingyan, was infused into the Flamescale Dragon. Roar! The flame-scaled dragon let out a thunderous bellow, showcasing the dominance of a true dragon-class companion beast. Su Jingyan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yuan Bao was awake, he could rest easier. Yet, he had already discerned the enemy's strategido, focus their attacks on Yuan Bao, and eliminate their strongest force first. To ensure safety, he immediately issued a command through their mental link. Yuan Bao, Iron Ball Defense. Though seething with rage, Yuan Bao obeyed his master's orders without hesitation. Even with his blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent, he immediately tucked his head into his torso, curling into an indestructible iron ball. Little fire dragon, retreat. Super Xiaoyun reacted swiftly, commanding the flame-scale dragon to fall back. Su Jingyan couldn't help but smirk at the sight. Clearly, the opponents had no idea how formidable Yuan Bao's iron ball defense was. Not even vicious beasts or earth dragons could breach Itho could three extraordinary companion beasts hope to succeed. The three opponents, however, remained full of confidence and began their assault. The star atop the unicorn's head expanded to the size of a basketball before being hurled at the retreating flame-scale dragon. With a resounding boom, the rainbow-colored star struck its target, triggering a dazzling storm of colors at the point of impact. Immediately after, the frost blades of the Cloud Dream Eagle slashed through the air, adding a freezing effect to the storm. Little fire dragon, Super Xiaoyun cried out. The flame-scaled dragon struggled desperately in the heart of the storm, its fiery aura extinguished. The three adversaries had already begun celebrating, their taunts ringing out incessantly. Is this supposed to be exceptional? A flaming iron-armored beast? It can't even keep its flames alive. Su Jingyan and Super Xiaoyun exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom why their opponents had chosen to target the weaker flame-scaled dragon. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Yuan Bao had already released his iron ball defense. Rising to his feet, his blood-red eyes burned with even greater ferocity. A faint red glow began to emanate from his abdomen, gradually surging toward his throat. This battle was only just beginning. The trio kept their focus tightly locked on the flame-scale dragon, not daring to relax for even a moment. Though they had already started celebrating their victory, their vigilance remained high. Let's launch another round of attacks. After all, it's at the exceptional level, it won't go down that easily, the Cloudhawk Beastmaster reminded. The other two immediately agreed, preparing for a new wave of offense. The Black Venom Python no longer rushed to finish the battle, but instead waited patiently as the other two beasts readied their second assault. At this critical juncture, an astonishing turn of events occurred. To the right of the three beasts, Yuan Bao suddenly opened its metallic, gleaming bronze jaws. With a deafening boom, a crimson wall of fire erupted, sweeping across the battlefield with searing heat capable of incinerating everything in its path. The Cloudhawk, the unicorn, and the Black Venom Python had no time to react before they were engulfed by the sudden inferno. How is this possible? The unicorn's beastmaster's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Didn't we already extinguish the flames of that blazing ironclad beast? Where did this fire come from? The Cloudhawk's beastmaster was completely dumbfounded. The scene unfolding before him was far beyond his understanding. Is the exceptional level really this powerful? Even after we successfully ambushed it and extinguished its flames, it can still launch such a terrifying counterattack. Isn't the exceptional level supposed to just have higher energy reserves? The Cloudhawk Beastmaster shouted indignantly. Logically, a qualitative leap in power only occurs at the Lord level. Before that, higher levels simply mean greater energy and stronger attacks, but not invincibility. Yet Yuan Bao's fiery assault left the three extraordinary level beasts utterly powerless. The Cloudhawk tried to escape into a dream world using its dream-weaving ability, but the flames followed it even there. Since the Cloudhawk could only remain in the dream world for a second or two at its current level, it re-emerged only to be consumed by the fire again. The unicorn and the Black Venom Python were directly obliterated by the flames. Victory decided. The system broadcast echoed as the three charred and severely weakened beasts reappeared beside their respective owners. While the abyssal arena ensured no permanent deaths, the pain of defeat was unforgettable, leaving the beasts in a state of extreme weakness for a long time. The Beastmaster who had contracted the Black Venom Python was the only one among the group who had previously faced Su Jingyan's phantom. Examining Yuan Bao closely, he suddenly realized the truth. I get it now. We targeted the wrong enemy. We've been attacking the extraordinary level flame-scaled dragon this whole time. What? The unicorn's Beastmaster looked utterly shocked. Haha, look. That shiny, silver-scaled pangolin is the real blazing ironclad beast. The Black Venom Python's Beastmaster laughed through tears. Although he had fought Su Jingyan's phantom before, it had been a hazy figure simulated by black mist, with only 70% of the original strength. Only now, upon closer inspection, did he realize the flame-scaled dragon's size seemed off. while the pangolin matched the characteristics of the blazing ironclad beast perfectly. No way. The Cloudhawk Beastmaster's face turned red, unable to accept the truth. It wouldn't have been a big deal to lose, but this mistake at the critical moment nearly made him want to curse out loud. Their carefully planned and all-out attack had targeted the wrong beast. Who could have guessed, just from the name, that the blazing ironclad beast wasn't what it seemed? He wanted to complain that the pangolin-like creature's appearance gave no hint of its fire attribute, but having just witnessed Yuanbao unleash a torrent of flames, the sheer power of its fire definitely lived up to the name blazing. Still, anyone at first glance would have assumed that the dragon covered in flaming scales was the blazing ironclad beast. Its entire body was armored with scales, and the material glinting faintly beneath the flames could very well have been iron. Unfortunately, this fatal misjudgment cost them the match. On Su Jingyan's side, he was also reflecting on the battle. That Cloud Dream Eagle truly lived up to its rank as the second on the pet beast leaderboard. Both of its skills were incredibly troublesome, one invincible, the other a strong control ability. Though it lacked offensive power, its overall strength was nearly on par with Yuanbao's. In the end, it lost only due to the level gap. After the battle, Su Jingyan retrieved the bull tank beast soul from Yuanbao and the sheep soul from the flamescale dragon, storing them back in the formation flag. Boss, your bone soul flag is incredible. It really turned the tide of the battle. Super Xiaoyun walked over, praising him. Beside her, the flame-scale dragon had fully recovered, looking as good as new. With the sheep soul's enhancement, the flame-scale dragon had barely managed to withstand the attacks of two extraordinary level 9 pet beasts. Though it ultimately lost, at least it hadn't been instantly defeated. Su Jingyan nodded in agreement. It's definitely impressive. Even an ordinary sheep soul gives a significant boost to a pet beast, let alone an excellent grade bull tank beast soul. Earlier, Yuanbao didn't even need to breathe fire, just using the bull tank's earthquake was enough to instantly take out 3 of their pet beasts. I'm sorry I couldn't contribute. Terminator apologized as he walked over, frustrated. He explained how his flame wasp bird's attacks had been effortlessly dodged by the Cloud Dream Eagle, and by the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The opponent was just too strong. Su Jingyan shook his head. That Cloud Dream Eagle was no joke. He had even managed to catch Yuanbao off guard. If it weren't for the Bone Soul flag snapping Yuanbao out of it, plus their mistake in targeting the wrong beast, and the fact that I didn't use the giant stone to swap the red rope's position, if all of these factors hadn't aligned, Yuanbao's belly might have been hit by 3 high-level extraordinary pet beasts at once, and we really could have been in trouble. But the odds of all those conditions being met are basically zero. The arena's central barrier rose again as the system announced. Team battle concluded. Winners are Vinder, Super Xiaoyun, and Terminator. Reward: 100 team ranking points, and all pet beasts restored to peak condition. So the full recovery of the little fire dragon is part of the reward, Super Xiaoyun remarked as she adjusted her black hood, which had shifted during her intense emotional reactions. I was so shocked earlier that my exaggerated expressions even knocked my hood askew. Su Jingyan's eyes lit up as a brilliant idea struck him. Since winning in the arena could restore a pet beast to its peak condition, he could turn this mechanism into a free recovery fountain. Whenever Yuanbao got injured or ran low on energy outside, they could simply participate in an arena match to regain full strength. As the only outstanding pet beast at the moment, Yuanbao was virtually unstoppable in the arena. Facing opponents of extraordinary levels, it was almost like crushing them with overwhelming power. Su Jingyan couldn't help but feel smug. Wasn't this essentially exploiting the arena system? The system panel displayed 0-3 victories achieved, with 1 match already won. Consecutive wins would double the rewards each time, with no cap on the bonuses. Without hesitation, Su Jingyan opted to continue matchmaking, had to secure that abyssal battle armor at all costs. He opened the team battle leaderboard to check the current standings. The top 3 teams were as follows. First place, Team Penguinma, 600 points. Second place, Team Grand Ponyo. Third place, Team Zhou. Meanwhile, their team was ranked over 93,000th, with only 100 points. It seemed that testing the Fright Cannon earlier had cost them precious time, allowing many other teams to rack up points first. However, Su Jingyan was not concerned after all. It was unlikely anyone could maintain an endless winning streak. He immediately called on Terminator and Super Xiaoyun to continue matchmaking. The system displayed searching for opponents, and due to Yuanbao being a level 5 outstanding pet, the matchmaking process took longer this time. Their previous opponent had been ranked second on the pet beast leaderboard, so it was unlikely they would face them again in the team arena anytime soon. Although Su Jingyan and his team's campfire base was relatively dangerous, every individual in this misravaged world faced the constant threat of beast outbreaks. The allure of the abyssal battle armor was enough to tempt everyone into action. The arena's clever design allowed anyone to dominate as long as they defeated evenly matched opponents, giving everyone a glimmer of hope. Finally, the system found a team of comparable strength. 3 energy shields revealed their opposing trio. Su Jingyan only glanced briefly at the opponent's information, while Terminator and Super Xiaoyan remained calm after all, with their boss around. What did they have to worry about? Even this time, the opponent is still incredibly strong, the Terminator remarked, gazing at the crimson flame blood dragon across the arena. That must be the third-ranked pet beast on the leaderboard. Boss, looks like today you're going to give everyone in the top 10 a lesson they won't forget. The Terminator wore a half-amused, half-helpless expression. He was grateful to be on the boss team otherwise, as the ninth-ranked competitor, his flame wasp bird's morale might have been crushed by Yuan Bao. Boss, should I have my little fire dragon pretend to be a blazing ironclad beast again? Super Xiaoyun suggested. Her pet beast had an uncanny ability to mislead opponents, often causing critical misjudgments. That works. Su Jingyan suddenly had an idea. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an oval stone engraved with a star, handing it to Super Xiaoyun. This is a Titan stone. It can make a pet beast grow larger, drastically enhancing its physical strength and defense. At this stage, it's practically invincible. That powerful? Can I let my little fire dragon use it? Super Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Exactly. With this Titan stone, your fire dragon could rival Yuan Bao in strength, Su Jingyan explained, then added, however, it's also known as a mutant relic. Its effects are extraordinary, but so are its side effects. No problem. Super Xiaoyun casually took the Titan stone, treating it like a priceless treasure as she handed it to her flame-scale dragon. Boss, how do we use it? Just have your pet beast connect with the stone directly. Super Xiaoyun commanded the flame-scale dragon to walk several meters away with the Titan stone. Within moments, the dragon let out an earth-shaking roar as its body rapidly swelled to over 10 meters tall. But in the next instant, it froze in place as if petrified, completely unresponsive. What? Super Xiaoyun was stunned. At that moment, the announcer's voice echoed across the arena. Preparation time is over. The battle begins. As the barrier in the center of the arena disappeared, the crimson flame blood dragon on the opposing side let out a deafening roar, its sound waves almost tangible as they surged forward. But the massive flame-scale dragon stood as an unyielding shield, blocking the attack entirely. Blazing, ironclad, beast, the opposing beastmaster shouted, refusing to back down despite knowing defeat was inevitable. However, the flame-scale dragon remained motionless, showing no reaction to the crimson flame blood dragon's provocation. All in. Let's give it everything we've got, the opposing beastmaster commanded. The great marsh spirit, resembling a water sphere, and the airborne little demon immediately charged alongside the crimson flame blood dragon. The crimson flame blood dragon unleashed a wall of fire, though its intensity paled in comparison to Yuan Bao's flames. Little fire dragon, move already? Super Xiaoyun shouted anxiously. The flame-scale dragon finally responded, letting out a delayed roar. Yet it neither dodged nor evaded, instead taking the attack's heat. Its sluggish reactions were one factor, but its astounding defense was undeniable. This is insane. It's so tough, truly extraordinary, the opposing beastmaster exclaimed in disbelief. Just then, a small ironclad beast suddenly darted out from the flame-scale dragon's right side. Its copper jaws opened wide, emitting a flash of crimson light. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fiery pillars shot out in rapid succession, precisely piercing through the heads of all 3 opposing pet beasts, including the crimson flame blood dragon. The match is decided. The opposing beastmasters exchanged stunned glances. They had come expecting to witness the prowess of the only known extraordinary level pet beast of the current era. Instead, they not only saw a creature capable of withstanding the combined attacks of 3 top-tier pets, but also encountered a mysterious pangolin that could instantly eliminate them all. Could the intelligence have been wrong? Is this 2 extraordinary level beasts? Battle over. With the system's notification, the victorious team received generous rewards. The ore merchant, Super Xiaoyun, and Terminator not only earned a bonus of 200 times their team ranking points, but also had their pet beasts restored to peak condition. Su Jingyan was pleased as he assessed the effectiveness of the giant fossil. During the battle, Super Xiaoyun's flame-scale dragon, despite being only at the early extraordinary stage, displayed remarkable defensive capabilities under the enhancement of the giant fossil. It effortlessly withstood the attacks of 3 top-tier extraordinary pet beasts, including the deadly crimson flame blood dragon. After the battle, the massive flame-scale dragon suddenly leapt backward, landing heavily with a thud and kicking up a cloud of dust. This was actually a delayed reaction to the crimson flame blood dragon's attack from 2 minutes ago. Super Xiaoyun quickly ordered it to return to its normal size, but the flame-scale dragon still needed some time to process the command. Su Jingyan opened the team battle leaderboard and saw that the top 3 spots remained unchanged, but their team had climbed significantly. The system displayed, team ranked 179th, earning 300 points and 3 diamond treasure chests. Boss, you're incredible. We're basically just riding your coattails to victory so easy. Terminator said with a wide grin. No problem, we all get what we need, Su Jingyan replied with a smile. Although he had just opened the treasure chests, he was already looking forward to the next round of rewards. Once the flame-scale dragon returned to its normal size, Su Jingyan retrieved the giant fossil. With all the tests complete, it was time to move quickly. Soon, they matched with another opponent team, which included a player ranked in the top 10 on the leaderboard. This time, Su Jingyan didn't hold back and sent out Yuan Bao directly. With 3 blazing strikes followed by a fiery barrage, the opposing team's 3 pet beasts were instantly defeated. The entire battle lasted less than 30 seconds, only taking that long because Yuan Bao needed to move closer to attack. After the battle concluded, the team's ranking soared to 7th place, earning 600 points and 3 radiant diamond treasure chests. However, Su Jingyan was not satisfied. His goal was to claim top-tier rewards like the abyssal battle armor of the Lord Realm. Match again, Su Jingyan commanded. Yay! Super Xiaoyun and Terminator responded enthusiastically. While their main contribution was simply fulfilling the 3-member team requirement, they still felt proud watching Yuan Bao single-handedly take on 3 opponents. After all, with Yuan Bao's "one beast holds the line, none shall pass" dominance, they could comfortably watch from the sidelines and cheer. Before the battle began, the opponents were enthusiastically discussing the strength and rankings of their respective pets. However, the moment the fight started, their once proud and powerful beasts appeared utterly helpless in the face of Yuan Bao. After defeating 4 teams in a row, Su Jingyan's team finally rose to the top. A system notification sounded. Your team is ranked first. Reward: 1,000 points and abyssal battle armor delivered to your home. Su Jingyan decided to strike while the iron was hot and aimed to widen the points gap to an unreachable level in a single night. In the 5th match, despite the opposing team having a pet ranked in the top 10, they still stood no chance against Yuan Bao, the blazing ironclad beast. Standing at the edge of the central barrier, Yuan Bao's cold gaze radiated battle intent. The moment it bared its bronze fangs, boom, the fight was over in an instant. The system notification rang out again. Your team is ranked first. Reward: 1,500 points and abyssal battle armor delivered to your home. In the 6th match, fate played a cruel joke as they faced the team with the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon once again. Although this team had previously been defeated by Yuan Bao, leaving their pet in a weakened state, they refused to give up. In their last match, they had even sacrificed a level of their pet's energy just to secure a hard-fought victory. Now, with their pet fully recovered, their morale was soaring. Damn it! The Beastmaster of the Great Marsh Spirit clutched his head in frustration, tears silently streaming down his face. My pet fought so hard to win just now, and now we have to face this monster again. The Beastmaster of the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon sighed and patted his friend's shoulder. Brother, after this match, let's split up and act separately for a while. As the team leader, he regretted his impulsive decision. When the battle began, they finally witnessed the might of a truly extraordinary beast. Covered in iron-plated scales, Yuan Bao charged into the enemy ranks alone. The blazing fire it unleashed effortlessly consumed the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon's firewall. Overwhelmed by fear, the 3 opposing pets were once again engulfed by Yuan Bao's flames, and the battle ended just as quickly as it started. After this match, the 3 Beastmasters were left shaken and decided to temporarily withdraw from the team battle arena. Realizing they couldn't compete with Su Jingyan's team, they opted to move to the solo arena, hoping to avoid this terrifying opponent for the time being. The rewards for the team battle arena were finalized, and Su Jingyan smiled with satisfaction as the panel displayed. First place, 2,100 points. Reward: abyssal battle armor delivered to the home base. Let's keep going. He waved his hand enthusiastically. Terminator and Super Xiaoyun clapped their hands and cheered like excited children. It was the first day of the abyssal arena being open. Despite the enticing rewards, not a single beast master with extraordinary contracted beasts managed to make it onto the leaderboard in the most competitive team battle rankings. Instead, those who ranked were relatively weaker beast masters with their contracted beasts still in the juvenile stage. Su Jingyan's team was leading with an overwhelming advantage. First place, or seller, Super Xiaoyun, Terminator 10,500 points. Second place, Penguin Ma, King Victory, Shadowy Figure 1,400 points. Third place. This was the result of their consecutive victories in 14 matches. They had already defeated all the top-ranked beast masters, accumulating an astronomical score. If they won one more match, they would gain 1,500 points, surpassing the second-place team's total score. Boss, your Yuan Bao is way too powerful. That fire breath was absolutely devastating. Super Xiaoyun grinned from ear to ear. It wasn't just the joy of victory. She was thrilled at the thought of obtaining the abyssal battle armor of the Lord Realm by the weekend. With only a little over 10 days until the Mist Surge, this godlike gear gave her a newfound sense of security. Boss, I'm going to try out the solo arena and see if I can win a treasure chest to exchange for fire crystals, Terminator said as he got up to leave. Since he had already promised to use the third week's pet ranking treasure chest as his entry ticket into the team, he needed to find other ways to acquire treasure chests to trade for fire crystals. All right, I might give it a shot too, Su Jingyan replied. The first place in the team battle was already secured, and now he was intrigued by the solo leaderboard's reward, abyssal power. Although their team had achieved a crushing victory in the group matches, the matchmaking process had been time-consuming. In contrast, the solo arena required matching with only one opponent, which promised to be far more efficient. For most participants, entering the Abyss Arena is primarily about earning ranking rewards and sparring with evenly matched opponents to improve combat experience. However, Su Jingyan was entirely different. In his first two battles, he simply tested all the items he obtained from treasure chests. Afterward, he and Yuan Bao turned into pure point-scoring machines. 3 blazing strikes would instantly annihilate their opponents, and if that wasn't enough, a flaming torrent would do the job. Combat experience? That was out of the question. After the battle ended, the 3 were sent back to their respective homes by energy bubble shields. Su Jingyan wasted no time, quickly rehydrating and filling the hunger left by the team battle. He devoured all the cookies and bread he could find, even polishing off the less than delicious duo fruit. Though the oddly shaped fruit didn't grant any superpowers, at least it satisfied his hunger. He immediately began his solo arena journey. The system notification matching in progress appeared, starting the search for opponents with similar overall strength. This time, only his confirmation was needed, making the process much simpler than team battles. Su Jingyan didn't even bother bringing the Bone Soul formation flag this time. With Yuan Bao by his side, speedrunning was the goal. In less than a minute, a match was found. The familiar energy shield enveloped him and Yuan Bao once more, and in the blink of an eye, they stood on the arena platform. The scene was unchanged, with a translucent barrier displaying a 5-minute countdown and opponent information. The moment Su Jingyan saw his opponent's details, his expression turned peculiar. He had long anticipated those extraordinary beastmasters who had been crushed by Yuan Bao in team battles wouldn't just give up. They were bound to switch to solo mode. And sure enough, he caught one of them again. Haha, Yuan Bao, they've run off to solo mode. But here we are again, time to crush them once more. Su Jingyan couldn't hold back his laughter. He hadn't intended to fish for wins like this, but there was no helping it was the only one in the entire king tier rank. On the other side of the barrier, the beastmaster of the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon was already in despair. Spreading his arms wide, he let out a hoarse roar. Damn it! Beside him, the massive Crimson Flame Blood Dragon drooped its head, sensing its master's hopelessness through their mental connection, and joined in with a skyward roar. Thud! The beastmaster of the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon fell to his knees with a heavy crash, his face twisted with frustration. Why is it him again? Wasn't Su Jingyan busy with team battles? Before this match, he had achieved an 8-win streak. His Crimson Flame Blood Dragon, ranked 3rd on the Pet Beast leaderboard, had even defeated the 2nd-ranked Yunming Eagle. In their last battle, the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon trampled the Yunming Eagle underfoot. At the same level, all of the Yunming Eagle's flashy invincibility and control skills were useless. Even with the Frost Sword equipped, it couldn't pierce the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon's defenses and was eventually worn down to death. Aside from Su Jingyan's extraordinary tier blazing ironclad beast, his Crimson Flame Blood Dragon was practically invincible. But Su Jingyan remained unimpressed. Your Crimson Flame Blood Dragon dares to share the same first 2 syllables as Yuan Bao's species name? Unforgivable. Su Jingyan and the pangolin followed closely, like shadows of death, reminiscent of the black and white impermanence from folklore. The beast tamer of the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon knelt on the ground, clutching the dragon's claw tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. The 5-minute preparation time flew by. As the announcement signaled the start of the battle, Yuan Bao immediately launched an attack. A crimson beam of light shot forth with a deafening roar. Despite its comparatively small size, it exuded an even more terrifying sense of oppression than the massive dragon. The opponent crumbled effortlessly under the weight of this power. Su Jingyan savored the taste of being the villain. Tonight, he and Yuan Bao were destined to leave an indelible mark of fear on the minds of every beast tamer who had contracted extraordinary pets. After defeating the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon, Su Jingyan continued to queue for battles. With Yuan Bao's exceptional level 5 strength and dual attribute advantage, even extraordinary beasts at the pinnacle or perfection level were no match, akin to playful cubs before them. He achieved a streak of 14 consecutive victories, even encountering a Terminator opponent, whom Yuan Bao dispatched with swift precision. As if reenacting a team battle triumph, Su Jingyan once again claimed the leaderboard's top spot. First place, or Merchant 10,500 points. Second place, Russian Prince 4,000 points. The Russian Prince, who had contracted the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon, was undoubtedly formidable, earning an impressive score after just one team battle. However, the gap between him and Su Jingyan was nearly double. While securing the top spot for good in just one night might seem ambitious, the substantial bonus from the winning streak convinced Su Jingyan to take a 2-day break. He planned to observe others' progress before making another decisive move. Dominating the Abyss Arena in both categories was undoubtedly exhausting. The time spent queuing for matches made the night pass in the blink of an eye. Unlike other tamers who only needed to command from a distance, Su Jingyan experienced synchronized fatigue, enduring physical strain equivalent to Yuan Bao's. Fortunately, the feedback from his pet after advancing to the extraordinary level had significantly enhanced his physique, sparing him from complete exhaustion. Upon returning, Su Jingyan crawled into his sleeping bag and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Yuan Bao, still brimming with energy thanks to its tenfold recovery rate during battle intervals, strapped on its empty khaki backpack and headed off to mine once again. When Su Jingyan awoke from the time accelerator effect of his sleeping bag, the first thing he did was check on his second pet status. Would attribute extraordinary beast egg hatching progress, 67.3. Current status, in the process of hatching. Thriving, nearing the juvenile stage. Health points, 1000.0. Staring at the remarkable progress of his second pet's growth, Su Jingyan stood frozen in astonishment. Su Jingyan was astonished to discover that Zai's growth had far exceeded expectations. According to the original plan, progress was supposed to increase by only 10 per day, requiring 10 days to complete. However, after just one day, the progress had already reached 67. The sight before him was unbelievable. What had initially been a tiny sprout emerging from the soil had now grown into a fully formed young tree. Standing at just 50 centimeters tall, similar in size to Yuan Bao, during its extraordinary phase, it was nonetheless remarkable. Its slender trunk was adorned with lush branches and leaves, each leaf smaller than Su Jingyan's fingernail, yet sparkling with countless emerald green light points, resembling a natural Christmas tree. Upon closer inspection, Su Jingyan realized that the tiny glowing orbs, which looked like fireflies, were actually the tree's fruits. As he watched, one of the emerald green lights flickered momentarily before falling to the soil and dissolving into it. Checking the growth progress panel again, he saw it had increased to 67.7. Although it was only a slight improvement, it was clear that the green orb had contributed to the growth. Zai, can you hear me? Su Jingyan crouched down and asked softly. The little tree responded immediately, shaking its branches with a rustling sound, as if in delight. The movement continued for nearly a minute. Suddenly, a particularly bright emerald green glow burst from its leaves, and a green orb, about the size of an apple, dropped to the ground. This time, however, it did not dissolve into the soil. The system promptly provided a notification. This is essence of life, a pure concentration of plant vitality that can extend lifespan or be used for other special purposes. Zai, is this a gift for me? Su Jingyan asked joyfully. The little tree swayed gently again, as if it understood his words, even though it likely couldn't comprehend human language. Su Jingyan couldn't stop grinning. A gift even before it was fully hatched? This was the best companion beast he could have hoped for. When he reached out to touch the glowing orb, it instantly merged into his skin. In that moment, a refreshing energy surged through his body, invigorating him as if he'd just inhaled a dose of powerful menthol balm. Although he couldn't view his exact data panel to confirm how much his lifespan had been extended, the potential heirs I demonstrated filled him with excitement. This rare essence of life could be continuously produced, and it appeared that doing so did not harm the tree itself. Originally, he had only intended for it to help with farming, but now it was clear that its abilities extended far beyond that. At this rate of growth, the tree might fully mature by tomorrow. Could it be a tree spirit? Su Jingyan wondered. As if in response, the little tree swayed gently once again. Su Jingyan checked on the growth progress of the Z-plant seeds once again. The progress had reached 37.4. The growth rate of this unknown plant was indeed much faster than that of the second cub, surpassing 1/3 of its progress in a short period. The plant growing in the soil had an extraordinarily unique appearance. A segment of deep purple vine coiled like a mosquito coil, with its surface covered in sharp white serrations. At the end of the vine, there was a palm-sized diamond-shaped structure with serrated edges, resembling a bladed throwing weapon with chains. Could this grow into some sort of plant-based weapon? Su Jingyan wondered to himself. If that were the case, the bonus item he acquired during negotiations might unexpectedly turn into an extraordinary piece of equipment. Next, he picked up the Holy Spring golden chalice that had been sitting overnight. Just as described, a small sip's worth of clear water had accumulated at the bottom of the cup. This was the Holy Spring, brimming with sacred energy. It was said that drinking it not only granted the blessing of holy light, but also enhanced one's sacred energy capabilities. Su Jingyan drank the Holy Spring in one gulp. The sensation as it went down his throat was akin to drinking high-proof liquor, with a burning sensation that reached his stomach. He instinctively closed his eyes and frowned, his facial features scrunching up involuntarily. Soon, a warm current spread through his body, and a soft, milky white glow appeared on his skin, making him look like a warm, glowing lamp. When he opened his eyes, Su Jingyan felt a surge of righteousness coursing through him, as if he could dispel any form of evil. Unfortunately, the amount gathered over the entire night was too limited. He finished it before he could savor it properly. Maybe I should sip it slowly next time, he pondered, placing the chalice back on the platinum treasure chest that served as his bedside table. The 4 treasure chests he had opened the previous day were already out of places to store them, so they were left alongside the wooden barrels sealed with stone slabs outside the pet house. Stepping out of the house, Su Jingyan initially intended to conduct his routine drone patrol around the bonfire area. However, seeing his weathered old drone, he shook his head. It's about time to cash this one in and build a new one using blueprints, he said, opening the trading market. Su Jingyan didn't hesitate and immediately listed the rust-covered drone on the trading market. In the description, he wrote, Thermal Sensing Drone 1. Detects heat signatures of beasts, scouts ahead, essential for navigating the mist. Remote control via thought, maximum range of 1 kilometer. Highest bitter winds. The drone was indeed quite useful, even more so than a supernatural telescope in the mist. However, its durability was an issue after just a few days of use. With him operating it for less than 10 minutes a day to scout around the campfire, the outer metal casing had visibly thinned. Still, the cost of materials to make such a drone wasn't high. He even considered mass production to make a profit. However, under high-intensity use in the mist, it would likely break down in less than a day, which significantly limited its price. Before long, he received a reply to the listing. This thing looks good, but it's way too worn out, looks like it's been underwater. Su Jingyan promptly responded, battle-hardened, that's all. Just some surface corrosion, but it works perfectly fine. He wanted to retort about the underwater comment corrosion like this couldn't have been caused by ordinary water. But since the transaction system displayed actual photos of the item, word games wouldn't help. Unlike selling supernatural beast meat earlier, where he didn't highlight the drawbacks but at least stuck to the truth. Despite its practicality, this battle-damaged drone lingered on the market without fetching a decent offer. Plenty of people inquired, and some initiated trades, but they mostly offered basic resources like wood in exchange. At this point, who even cared about wood? Yuan Bao's single burst of fire could keep a campfire burning brightly for days, covering a range of 100 meters. In the end, he traded the damaged drone for some plastic and alloy materials. With the addition of a few pieces of black iron he had smelted earlier using the campfire furnace, he managed to assemble a brand new thermal sensing drone. Not bad, Su Jingyan thought. Trading an old, damaged drone for materials and just adding a few pieces of iron to create a new one wasn't a bad deal. With a buzz, the new drone lifted off and shot into the pitch-black, deathly mist. Within its visible range, he spotted 5 massive beasts lurking, the smallest of which was over 100 meters long. With this scale, there's definitely a Lord-level presence. Can Yuan Bao, combined with the abyssal battle armor, hold them off? This concern flickered in his mind for only a moment before he turned to grab bones and claws, starting to grind bone powder. Right now, the most important thing was Erzai. Su Jingyan meticulously scraped the bone powder, his extraordinary physical stamina allowing him to endure the fatigue synchronized from Yuan Bao's mining efforts while continuing his work tirelessly. Even after the bone ashto fertilizer bin was filled to capacity, he only felt a slight heaviness in his head, far from being completely exhausted. He carefully placed the ash container under the bed, calculating in his mind. In 24 hours, he would have another full box of extraordinary fertilizer. This tool was truly top-notch, though the process of scraping bone powder was indeed labor-intensive. Rubbing his slightly sore arms, Su Jingyan had already made up his mind. Once the second little one was born, all the physical tasks such as farming and scraping bone powder would be handed over to it. After all, raising a companion beast was meant to make life easier. It wouldn't do to lose sight of that purpose. In the planting area, the small tree of the second little one didn't seem to show much change on the surface, but its growth progress had clearly accelerated. Wood type exceptional pet beast egg hatching progress, 83.3. Current status, hatching in progress, thriving, approaching the growth stage more quickly. Health points, 1000.0 inch. Amid the lush foliage, emerald green light spots continuously fell, with each fruit that landed contributing slightly to the hatching progress. Though the increase was small, the sheer quantity made an impact. At that moment, Yuan Bao emerged from the ground tunnel, carrying a burlap-colored backpack filled with rock crystals. Since returning from the Abyss Arena, it had been busy mining in the cave, eating as it dug, and piling up the excavated rock crystals into a small mountain. Considering safety factors, Su Jingyan had instructed it to transport the minerals back to their home for storage. This was the final trip. Chirp! Yuan Bao stood by the treasure chest, calling out for help due to its inconvenient claws. Su Jingyan assisted it in removing the backpack and neatly arranging the rock crystals into the chest. 4 chests were quickly filled, with a total of 486 rock crystals counted. The recent mining efforts had consumed roughly half of the mineral vein's resources, but Su Jingyan wasn't concerned. The current stockpile was abundant, and by the time the existing vein was exhausted, the reserves of both types of minerals would surely exceed 1,000 pieces. Before then, he planned to have Yuanbao continue exploring for new veins. Afterward, he opened the companion beast interface. At the moment, aside from the Yetobebern's second little one, Yuanbao was his only companion beast. The pet beast, blazing iron-armored beast, named Yuanbao, possesses dual attributes of metal and fire. It has grown to an exceptional level 6, with energy levels exceeding 67. Yuanbao has mastered skills such as Flame Torrent, Blazing Strike, Iron Ball Defense, Copper Teeth Iron Stomach, and Energy Storage, and is particularly adept at excavation work. Su Jingyan glanced at Yuanbao's growth statistics, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. At the current pace, by the 4th week's ranking update, Yuanbao was certain to ascend to the Lord level, once again astounding the world. Cha! After completing the task of transporting rock crystals, Yuanbao energetically ran to the edge of the pit, waving its paw at its owner. Su Jingyan nodded lightly, watching as Yuanbao burrowed back into the ground to continue mining. Observing Yuanbao, now in the late stages of exceptional growth, Su Jingyan began planning its next steps for advancement. Within him still resided a full reserve of rule energy, and if Yuanbao could evolve directly, that would be ideal. Even if not, he held the fierce beast hunter medal. As long as he connected with others preparing to enter the abyss of detachment, he could head there at any time. Opening the compendium of beasts resting on his lap, Su Jingyan carefully reviewed the information recorded up to page 55 about the Tower of the Abyss and the Abyss Arena. He had now unlocked 4 pathways, and all these preliminary preparations would pave the way for Yuanbao's journey to lordship. Sleepiness began to creep in, but Su Jingyan was determined to wait for the hatching of his second pet. He wanted to witness with his own eyes the moment the wood elemental pet egg, retrieved from the glimmering diamond chest, hatched. He planned to personally plant it in the soil, tend to it daily, and nourish it with extraordinary fertilizer made from bone powder, watching it grow from a tender sprout into a small tree. He dragged over a wooden stool and sat by a lush green tree, patiently waiting. During this time, he chatted in the Miners' Guild and searched the trading market for a forge station, but to no avail. Alone by the campfire shrouded in black mist, time seemed to pass excruciatingly slowly. Suddenly, the tree in front of him began to shake violently, its leaves glowing with an increasingly vivid green light. The system displayed: Wood Elemental Exceptional Pet Egg Hatching Progress has reached 98.7, currently in a flourishing hatching state, with a life value exceeding 10,000. Su Jingyan's spirits lifted instantly, though his face showed a hint of doubt. Could the second pet really just be a trembling tree in the end? Without legs, how would it farm? And how could it be trained and evolved to transcend the abyss of detachment? At that moment, all the firefly-like green lights from the tree's leaves fell, gathering into a soft, massive sphere of light at the base of the trunk. Then, the tree trunk suddenly tilted as if trying to break free from the soil. Rustle thud. The small tree suddenly toppled over, motionless. No, second pet, Su Jingyan exclaimed, leaping to his feet and rushing forward at top speed to catch the fallen trunk. Su Jingyan picked up the small tree, intending to quickly plant it back into the soil. His face was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why Erzai had crawled out of the ground. However, as he carried the tree trunk back to the original pit, the sight before him left him stunned. A vibrant green beast egg lay quietly in the hole. Compared to when it was first planted, the egg surface was now covered in soft, white roots designed to absorb nutrients. At this moment, the egg was gently rocking, swaying left and right, as if the life inside was eager to break free. So, my Erzai, isn't this little tree? Su Jingyan put the tree down, his expression dazed. Just then, with a crisp crack, a few fractures appeared on the surface of the green egg. Moments later, a fluffy reddish-brown paw suddenly burst through the shell, only to quickly withdraw. Then, a round little head peeked out from the egg. Taking a deep breath, it let out a clear, bright cry, "Ingyi." Su Jingyan stared intently at the new life before him. It had large, fan-like round ears, soft white on the inside, and most striking of all, its big, round eyes sparkled with an enchanting light. A red panda? Su Jingyan recognized the adorable creature. Its chubby face was covered with reddish-brown and creamy white fur, creating a delightful pattern. The little creature seemed to enjoy its own voice and continued chirping joyfully. At this moment, Su Jingyan noticed something unusual: a tender green sprout glowing faintly on its head, right between its ears. Erzai, Su Jingyan called tentatively. Ing. The red panda immediately stopped chirping, lifting its head to look at Su Jingyan with an unmistakable expression of affection. Instinctively, Su Jingyan reached out his hand, and the little creature eagerly nuzzled its head into his palm. Contract successfully established. A system notification chimed. Su Jingyan quickly opened the Beast Companion panel and, sure enough, a new entry appeared below Yuan Bao. Beast Companion, Verdant Spring Beast. True name, unnamed. Attribute, grass. Level, infant stage, level 1-1. Skills, flourishing growth, verdant spring tree, revival. Specialty, cultivation. 3 skills. As expected of something he had nurtured with his own hands. At this moment, Air's eye slowly widened the opening of the eggshell and fully crawled out, revealing a fluffy, bushy tail. It carefully groomed its fur before doing something surprising, picked up the small tree, gently placed it back into the empty eggshell, and used its paws to pat the surrounding soil firmly into place. Su Jingyan planted the young sapling, silently watching this small life that would grow alongside him. Then, he turned his attention to Air's eye's skill list. The first skill was directly tied to this little tree. Emerald Spring Divine Tree, a magical tree capable of bearing life-giving fruits and growing infinitely, albeit at an incredibly slow pace. Compared to Yuan Bao, who had just arrived, this skill seemed exceptionally powerful, even though Yuan Bao's Devour the Heavens and Earth ability was equally intriguing. The second skill, Flourishing Growth, immediately caught Su Jingyan's attention. This ability could release emerald energy to accelerate plant growth, improve plant quality and potential, and even provide a chance for plants to evolve. Su Jingyan was astonished by this discovery. Plants could evolve? This practically elevated Air's eye to the status of a legend in the realm of cultivation. As Su Jingyan was processing these revelations, Air's eye gently placed its fluffy little paw on the sapling's trunk. A faint green glow emanated from its paw, and the tree began to sway lightly. Its branches and leaves became even more vibrant, exuding a sense of vigorous vitality. The final skill, Revival, was the most miraculous of all. It allowed Air's eye to release a revival light orb capable of healing the wounds of any living being, whether plant or animal. Isn't this like a little healer? Su Jingyan mused to himself. He confirmed one thing, though Air's eye was indeed male. Perfect, he thought. Someday, he could find a cute little female companion to keep him company. After casting Flourishing Growth, Air's eye turned to Su Jingyan, its eyes sparkling with joy. Air's eye, were you mesmerized by how handsome your master is the first time you saw me? Su Jingyan teased. Yip yip. Air's eye nodded enthusiastically, even more excited. It recognized this voice as the one that had comforted it to sleep while it was still in the soil. Noticing Su Jingyan's weariness from waiting for its birth, Air's eye immediately clasped its tiny paws together, concentrating to form a glowing green orb. About 10 seconds later, the orb began to radiate a rich, luminous halo. Yip. Air's eye chirped as it tossed the orb towards Su Jingyan's chest. The green glow enveloped Su Jingyan entirely, and a warm current surged through his body. The sensation was far more refreshing and soothing than standing next to an air conditioner on a hot summer day. Su Jingyan gazed spiritedly at the little creature in front of him, his eyes gleaming with joy. He bent down and gently picked up the fluffy little fellow. The creature, obediently wagging its tongue, let its 2 front paws dangle naturally, allowing Su Jingyan to support it under its arms. When Su Jingyan lifted it to eye level, the little beast gazed back at him with an almost benevolent look, then blinked meaningfully. Its expression seemed to say, "Don't worry, I've got your back." This amusing display made Su Jingyan chuckle warmly, like a doting father. A thought suddenly occurred to him. He could help this little one rest, and in return, it could help him regain his strength. Wasn't this a perpetual motion machine? But he quickly realized how naive that idea was. Helping his pet rest cost him nothing. Simply by resting himself, the pet could recover 10 times as much energy. In contrast, the little creature's revival skill consumed energy, much like Yuan Bao's fire-breathing ability. However, the effects of these skills were not always the same. For instance, the revival skill could be lethal if used on a wraith, while breathing fire at a flame spirit might actually boost its power. One thing was certain: Su Jingyan's pets were all destined to work. He gently placed the Emerald Spring Beast back on the ground, softly stroking its ears and playfully teasing the tender sprout on its head with his fingers. Then he said, "In this home, you're not the first pet. You have an elder sister, but she's currently out working." The little creature let out a soft yip and nodded. In fact, even while it was still in its egg, it had sensed the presence of another life filled with a sharp, killing aura besides its master. Since its master mentioned it, that must be its elder sister. At this thought, the little creature felt a bit uneasy. It had already formed a slightly intimidating impression of Yuan Bao based on the aura it had sensed. Su Jingyan noticed the slight shift in the little one's emotions, but wasn't concerned. Knowing Yuan Bao's personality and the little creature's obedience, he was confident they would get along soon enough. Mentioning Yuan Bao was mainly to prepare the new pet for its upcoming working life. "Air's eye," Su Jingyan said seriously, "since you have a natural talent for farming, I'll leave this land in your capable paws. The little creature nodded without hesitation. For it, farming was as instinctual as a husky's love for mischief, or a cat's obsession with knocking things over. Even if Su Jingyan hadn't assigned it the task, it would have likely started planting something on its own. First, Su Jingyan pointed to a mysterious plant shaped like a weapon. Your top priority is to nurture this plant until it matures. The little creature gave a determined chirp and immediately trotted over to the patch of soil where the deep purple thorny vines were growing. Extending its paw, it summoned a vibrant green halo of life energy, channeling it steadily into the vines to accelerate their growth. Su Jingyan stood nearby, closely observing the entire process. Erzai demonstrated an astonishing talent. Its ability could double the growth speed of plants. Su Jingyan looked at the results before him and nodded with satisfaction. What would normally take an entire day to reach 20 growth progress had now been accelerated to 40 under Erzai's influence. It's time to pass on the craft to the next generation, Su Jingyan said as he brought out the bonito fertilizer conversion box. Erzai curiously observed the wooden box. This box can transform bone powder into extraordinary fertilizer, Su Jingyan explained, placing the box on the ground for Erzai to examine. He then fetched a sharp claw and a piece of bone. Watch closely. Use the sharpest part of the claw to scrape the rough surface of the bone into powder, he demonstrated, then handed the bone to Erzai. Your turn. Erzai took the bone and began mimicking Su Jingyan's actions, scraping the bone into powder. Although its claws weren't as powerful as Yuanbao's, which could dig through stone as if it were mud, they were sharp enough to leave wounds on human skin. Before long, fine bone powder had accumulated on the bone surface. Well done, Su Jingyan praised. Erzai's aptitude was impressive, not far behind the clever Yuanbao. Su Jingyan explained further. Put the bone powder into the box and wait for a day. It will transform into extraordinary fertilizer. He gestured to the already filled fertilizer box. This would likely be the last time he personally made bone powder. Erzai suddenly understood. So this was how its master provided nutrients for the plants. Su Jingyan placed the fertilizer box beside the planting area, deciding not to move it back to the pet beast home. Though it was called the pet beast home, in reality, only he needed to rest there. Once the contract was complete, Erzai immediately got to work. Using its claws, it released life energy onto the unknown plants. Though it could only sustain a brief period of flourishing for now, it tirelessly provided energy to the unknown plants and the Tsuechuan divine tree. Despite being less than an hour old, this budding farming master was already hard at work. Su Jingyan lay back on his bed. Though his body wasn't fatigued thanks to Erzai's healing, he planned to visit the trading market to search for new seeds. He also asked 2 regular visitors from the Ore House to keep an eye out for him. Even with only a few billion people left on Earth, the trading market was still vast and overwhelming. The items visible to any one person were limited, and even after browsing for days, one might not see everything. The market was flooded with ordinary resources and useless extraordinary items, such as extraordinary windmills and extraordinary pet claw trimmers, making it hard to find truly valuable goods. Enlisting more people to help increase the chances of uncovering something worthwhile. Su Jingyan wandered through the market, occasionally stumbling upon some truly baffling items up for trade. One listing, in particular, caught his eye. Extraordinary purple mood one, a cryptic and ambiguous item. The seller had only written, if you know, you know. If you don't, just move along. The comments section was lively, filled with back and forth banter. Is this purple mood the best of the year? If not, I'm not trading for it. Not bad, but how does something like this even have extraordinary quality? What's its effect? Hey, just wondering, can guys use this? To the guy above, men are people too. Of course they can. But I'm curious, can it be used on pet beasts? The seller finally replied. It works for everyone. The extraordinary effect is that the size can be freely adjusted. You could even use it as an imperial sword. Su Jingyan was left speechless. Someone had actually turned this kind of item into something of extraordinary quality, and even had the nerve to glorify it as an imperial sword. He shook his head. As a gentleman of principle, such things were, of course, beneath his consideration. Continuing to browse the market, he couldn't help but reflect on how much the trading environment had changed. With the rise in nationwide pet beast capabilities, extraordinary items had indeed become more common, but those of real value remained rare. People who opened silver chests and obtained extraordinary items often found them to be of limited use, ending up as trade fodder in the market. The truly valuable items were tightly held by their owners. These treasures were either carefully preserved for critical moments or stayed with their masters, disappearing into the mist forever. Even the seemingly straightforward Terminator would only trade pet beast ranking rewards from weekly competitions. The other treasures from his chests were evidently kept for personal use, otherwise, he wouldn't have that comprehensive bestiary. After a thorough search, Su Jingyan finally found a suitable trade listing. Sugarcane 5. 5 naturally ripened sugarcanes, crisp and sweet with every bite, sweet enough to touch your heart. Looking to trade for some meat? Perfect. Given that Yuan Bao had yet to dig up any plant element crystals, the little creaturia panda-like beast with a sprout growing on its head, called the Quichunua beast, was still reliant on ordinary food for sustenance. As an omnivorous creature, Erzai had no trouble consuming both meat and vegetables. However, Su Jingyan knew well that relying solely on the trade market for meat was not a sustainable solution. With this in mind, he decided to trade a few strips of dried lamb for 5 sugarcanes, planning for future self-sufficiency. After the deal, the smoke around the campfire began to dissipate, and 5 bright green sugarcanes were neatly laid out on the ground. Though not particularly thick, each cane stretched nearly 2.5 meters in length. Su Jingyan took out his sharp claw, specifically used for food preparation, and cut the sugarcanes into smaller segments. He carefully set aside the tougher root sections, intending to use them as seeds for planting. With Erzai, the Chui Chunhua beast, there might be a chance to cultivate extraordinary sugarcanes, Su Jingyan thought to himself, though he knew that with Erzai's current level, the likelihood of plant evolution was slim. Erzai, time to eat. Su Jingyan called out to the little creature, who was a short distance away, channeling energy into a spiky vine. The small, furry creature twitched its ears but continued focusing for a few more seconds before bounding over happily. Mimicking Su Jingyan, it stood upright and extended its fluffy paws to take the sugarcane. Erzai watched as Su Jingyan bit into the sugarcane to peel off the skin but opted for a simpler approach, swallowing it whole, showing a hint of Yuan Bao's carefree style. While enjoying his sugarcane, Su Jingyan walked over to inspect the weapon-like plant nearby. The interface displayed. Z-plant seed growth progress, 97.4. Current status, thriving growth, soil nutrients sufficient, nearing maturity. The plant had already grown slender vines over 10 meters long, with most of its thorns clustered beneath diamond-shaped spikes at the tips. Just as Su Jingyan was studying it, Erzai, having finished its sugarcane, hopped over to a nearby tree. Using its paws, it collected shimmering green light particles from the leaves and scattered them over the thorny vines. The particles instantly merged into the plant and soil, causing the growth progress to visibly surge to 100. A new interface appeared, Thorn Poison Whip, a plant-based weapon capable of wrapping its vines around the user and hurling the withered spiked end to strike targets up to 20 meters away. It's really a plant weapon, Su Jingyan exclaimed in awe. At that moment, Erzai bent down to the base where the vine connected to the soil and swiftly cut it, leaving behind a small, neatly trimmed section of the root. The cut immediately released a restorative, healing energy, and a system notification appeared. Thorn Poison Whip root growth progress, 0.1. Current status, growing. Soil nutrients are sufficient. Entering maturity soon. With this plant seed had fully matured, transforming into a plant weapon that could be repeatedly cultivated. Su Jingyan bent down to pick up the coiled vine, realizing that it might be difficult for him to wield this weapon. When fully extended, the mature vine could reach over 20 meters in length, its ends covered with venomous thorns. A single careless move could result in self-inflicted harm. He tried pulling the vine and found that even with his extraordinary strength, he couldn't tear it apart. It was undoubtedly a piece of exceptional plant equipment. The thought that this treasure was something he had acquired as a bonus during a bargaining exchange made Su Jingyan burst into laughter. This felt like buying something at a store, only for the shopkeeper to give him a lottery ticket for change, and then winning $1 million. He set the thorned poison whip aside and picked up the segmented sugarcane roots, calling out to Erzai, "Come, let me teach you how to plant this." He dug a small hole next to the planting area, demonstrating how to bury the first piece of sugarcane root, and then began digging a second hole. After settling the thorned poison whip's root, Erzai curiously came over to learn. Mimicking Su Jingyan, it planted a piece of sugarcane root as well. "Not bad, just like that," Su Jingyan said, satisfied with Erzai's aptitude. Once Erzai had finished planting about 40 sugarcane roots, it began attempting to release restorative light orbs onto each small mound of soil. However, after just 5 or 6 attempts, it was exhausted. After all, it was still a first-tier cub with limited energy. "It's okay. Take your time," Su Jingyan reassured it, unable to resist giving its fluffy head a gentle pat. Erzai enjoyed the moment, but suddenly climbed onto his arm with its paw, signaling that it wanted to climb higher. "What, you want to sit up high?" Su Jingyan chuckled as he lifted it onto his shoulder, letting its bushy tail drape across his chest. To his surprise, Erzai began mimicking him, using its paws to massage his head. "Erzai, are you trying to overthrow the heavens? Sitting on your master's head and even trying to pet me?" Su Jingyan exclaimed in shock. Since they hadn't been together for long, he still didn't fully understand Erzai's personality. In contrast, Yuan Bao had already figured it out. Erzai was inherently timid, but under Su Jingyan's guidance, Su Jingyan experienced a significant shift in his mindset, moving from a simple fear of death to a cautious yet fervent pursuit of leveling up. His new philosophy was straightforward. If he became powerful enough to crush all enemies effortlessly, he would no longer need to fear death. Meanwhile, the newborn Erzai, only a few hours old, displayed an extraordinary sense of thoughtfulness for its age. When Su Jingyan massaged it, the little creature immediately sought to return the favor. Carefully retracting its sharp claws, it used its soft paw pads to gently massage Su Jingyan's head, even infusing a hint of restorative energy. The soothing sensation made Su Jingyan feel as though he were experiencing a divine level of comfort. As Su Jingyan enjoyed the massage while stroking Erzai's tail, which was even fluffier than that of a cat or dog, Yuan Bao suddenly emerged from a burrow in the ground, clutching a yellow crystal core in its claws. Erzai immediately sensed the aura of hostility emanating from Yuan Bao and grew tense. This was because Yuan Bao had just defeated a malevolent stone spirit underground. It's okay, Erzai. This is your big sister. You don't need to be afraid, Su Jingyan reassured it, gently placing Erzai on the ground. Yuan Bao, this is Erzai. Get to know each other. Taking the extraordinary crystal core from Yuan Bao's claws, Su Jingyan looked at the interface with satisfaction. The home now had a total of 5 extraordinary crystal cores, plus the exceptional core from the bull tank beast worth 10 cores, bringing the total to 15. Although there was still a long way to go to reach the 100 cores needed for the bonfire upgrade, they were clearly on the right track. As Su Jingyan turned to store the rock element extraordinary core in the pet house, the timid Erzai continued to warily observe Yuan Bao. Its unique sensory ability allowed it to clearly detect the lingering killing intent on Yuan Bao, even though this ability wasn't reflected on the interface. Following its master's instructions, Yuan Bao approached Erzai and sniffed it, catching a faint, natural fragrance. Although this wasn't something Yuan Bao usually did, it trusted that its master had a reason for the request. As for the new little creature, Yuan Bao didn't have any strong feelings, except for a small concern that it might compete for its minerals. But with the master around, that wasn't much of an issue. Faced with Yuan Bao's imposing demeanor, Erzai kept retreating until it reached the base of the Cui Chun divine tree. At its request, the tree shook gently and produced a small, vibrant green essence of life. Erzai offered the essence to Yuan Bao like a treasure, instantly catching Yuan Bao's attention. The energy it contained was far more potent than several rock crystals combined. Surprised and delighted by the unexpected gift, Yuan Bao's attitude toward Erzai changed immediately, becoming much friendlier. After all, as the saying goes, whoever provides the milk is the mother. This little brother, capable of creating such valuable things, was definitely worth protecting in the future. When Su Jingyan stepped out of the house, he was greeted by a heartwarming scene. Erzai was carefully holding a life essence the size of a green grape, its vibrant emerald hue glowing softly. He gently offered it to Yuan Bao, who cautiously opened his bronze-colored teeth and delicately swallowed the radiant energy orb. Moments later, Yuan Bao squinted his eyes in satisfaction and leaned toward Erzai, affectionately placing a paw on his shoulder, exuding a protective, big brother-like demeanor. In contrast, Erzai appeared much more reserved, sitting with his fluffy paws neatly placed on his lap, not daring to move. This interaction filled Su Jingyan with a sense of relief. He was well aware of Yuan Bao's personality, ferocious and decisive with enemies, but kind and gentle with his own. Since Yuan Bao had already shown signs of acceptance and Erzai was naturally docile, the two companion beasts were bound to get along harmoniously in the future. After all, maintaining a peaceful relationship among comrades in the same home was of utmost importance. Su Jingyan opened the companion beast interface to check Yuan Bao's level statistics. Level: Exceptional Grade 767. The energy boost from the life essence wasn't significant, roughly equivalent to a few rock or fire crystals. However, the true value of life essence lay in its ability to extend life, making it wasteful to use it solely for leveling up. Yuan Bao, Su Jingyan spoke up. If you come across more life essence in the future, don't actively consume it. Yuan Bao's passive skill was overly dominant, converting any energy into a form it needed. While this wasn't an issue with ordinary energy, using it on precious life energy was akin to downgrading gold into iron. Yuan Bao tilted his head with a puzzled expression, but obediently committed his master's words to memory. At that moment, Su Jingyan noticed a thorned poison whip lying on the ground. He picked it up and handed it to Yuan Bao. This is the first weapon I found for you. Try it out and see if it feels right. If you can wield it well, your combat effectiveness will improve significantly. Yuan Bao took the coiled vine-like whip, but looked completely bewildered. If it had been a weapon like a giant bone axe, he could at least imagine how to use it. But with this rope-like weapon, which had a poisonous blade at the end, he was utterly clueless. How about wrapping it around your waist? Su Jingyan suggested. He initially considered having Yuan Bao wrap it around his arm but realized that with his short paws, the lengthy vine whip might end up entangling his entire body. Yuan Bao obediently tried to follow the suggestion, but soon found himself struggling due to his size. With short legs, short paws, and an equally short waist, not to mention the hindrance of his backpack, it was an impossible task. Seeing this, Su Jingyan had no choice but to abandon the idea. Clearly, this weapon wasn't suitable for small companion beasts like Yuan Bao and Erzai. They needed equipment better suited to their size. Su Jingyan pondered over the issue of weapon dimensions, silently mocking the absurdity of the imperial sword available on the market. His gaze shifted to Yuan Bao, his loyal pet beast. Yuan Bao was versatile in both offense and defense, with razor-sharp claws, yet its close combat techniques left something to be desired. Because of this, the thorned poison whip seemed ill-suited for it. Reflecting on the weapons he had acquired in the past, whether it was the giant bone axe, the bone soul banner, or now the thorned poison whip, it appeared that only he could wield them effectively. With his recent increase in physical strength, he had far surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. While he wasn't quite at the level of tearing a tiger apart with his bare hands, wielding these weapons had become effortless for him. Then I'll keep this one for myself, Su Jingyan muttered as he wrapped the poison whip around his right arm. To his surprise, the vine adjusted itself automatically, fitting perfectly around his arm. It coiled from his upper arm to his forearm, leaving about 50 centimeters of the thorned, poison-laden tip dangling naturally. Taking a few steps back, Su Jingyan swung his arm, and the whip traced a graceful arc through the air. Locking onto a target, he lashed out with force. With a sharp whoosh, the thorned, poisoned blade embedded itself deep into the ground. "Come back," he commanded softly, tugging on the vine. But things took a dangerous turn. The sharp, thorned blade shot back toward his face with alarming speed. At the last possible moment, Su Jingyan instinctively dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding a potentially fatal strike. "That was close," he exclaimed, gripping the vine tightly as cold sweat dripped down his face. At that moment, he couldn't help but envy Yuan Bao's iron-scaled armor. Roar! Yuan Bao, startled by the scene, thought its master was trying to harm himself and immediately felt a pang of guilt. Erzai, the other pet, rushed over as well, clinging to Su Jingyan's leg with concern. "I'm fine," Su Jingyan reassured his two companions, calming them down. Although this weapon had nearly injured him, its power was undeniable. It would serve as a trump card, reserved for critical moments. Besides, he had yet to engage in direct combat himself. The terrifying cannon and the bone soul banner in his arsenal were more than enough to aid his pets in battle. Finally, Erzai returned to its planting tasks. The thorned poison whip, sugarcane, and the emerald spring divine trite was fully occupied with these responsibilities, draining nearly all its energy. Though it often needed to lie down and rest, this was simply to recover its strength. Unlike Yuan Bao, which could replenish energy by consuming rocks, Erzai had no such advantage. Its rest wasn't laziness but a necessary step toward regaining its combat readiness. Erzai was busy working in the fields, while Yuan Bao remained focused on mining. Su Jingyan, on the other hand, was now enjoying some leisure time, having even delegated the honorable task of grinding bone powder to his successor pet. This gave him plenty of extra time to observe the system interface. On the leaderboard of the Abyss Tower, he still firmly held the top spot. The 20th floor had become a nightmare for other beast tamers, with none able to advance past it. Even the so-called leaders that appeared as phantoms were merely simulations generated by the mist based on their performances within the tower. These phantoms could only replicate the skills Su Jingyan had previously used, mimicking their surface form without understanding their true intricacies. Most importantly, since neither Su Jingyan nor Yuan Bao had ever been injured in the Abyss Tower, the phantoms were unable to replicate Yuan Bao's incredible defensive power and ironball-like resilience. Although the phantoms only possessed about 70% of the original strength, they were still an insurmountable challenge for other beast tamers. This was easy to understand. Beasts of extraordinary quality, even at half their strength, could easily crush those at the transcendent level, unless they were newly promoted to the extraordinary rank. And Yuan Bao at the time had been at level 5. Su Jingyan suddenly realized that the energy obtained from defeating other beast tamers was meant to summon the abyssal battle armor. Unintentionally, these defeated challengers had become his stepping stones. With Yuan Bao, an extraordinary grade beast, and the addition of an extraordinary grade abyssal battle armor, he felt confident that no matter what monsters or demons he encountered next, victory would be within his grasp. However, Su Jingyan wasn't in a rush to continue his challenge. He planned to linger on the 20th floor for a while, hoping to attract higher-level allies. If luck was on his side and he encountered a king-level companion, he might be able to charge straight to the 40th floor. Turning his attention to the Abyss Arena, his team was still far ahead in the group battles, with the second-place team trailing by over 4,000 points. In the solo duels, however, the beast tamer who had contracted the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon had already caught up with over 8,000 points and was about to surpass him. Yet, Su Jingyan was completely unfazed. He planned to push his score on the very last day before the leaderboard reset. By then, he would see how many points the top scorer had and simply add another 10,000 on top of that. He had no intention of wasting time on meaningless battles. While Su Jingyan was checking on the mining house, he received a message from Ahu about the forging platform. This immediately piqued Su Jingyan's interest. Ahu explained that not only had he found the blueprint, but he had also managed to gather all the necessary materials for rare feat. He then launched into an animated account of the hardships he endured to accomplish this, clearly wanting the mining boss to understand just how hard-earned this achievement was. Offering help in a time of need was, in Ahu's eyes, a perfect chance to curry favor. He calculated silently that if he pleased the mine owner, he might just get a share of the profits in the future. Boss, we're all loyal customers here. No need to hold back. Just toss in some rock crystals, and we're good, Ahu said with a cheerful grin. He immediately initiated a trade request, listing a blueprint for a forge, 10 pieces of black iron, and 10 units of wood in the trade window. Boss, don't be fooled by the small amount of materials they're rare and valuable. It took me a lot of effort to gather them, Ahu declared confidently. Su Jingyan was taken aback. Black iron? That's supposed to be rare? Ordinary iron, or could easily substitute for it. Could it be that Ahu didn't know the requirements for these basic materials weren't that strict? While it was true that black iron was currently harder to find after all, there weren't many beast tamers who could command their beasts to dig deep underground. It still wasn't anything particularly precious. Initially, Su Jingyan had been concerned that the materials might be exceptionally rare and was ready to offer Ahu a good price. But since it was just black iron, that simplified things. He quickly responded to the trade request, offering only 15 rock crystals. Did you know? Black iron is essentially no different from regular iron. You can substitute it with any iron tools, Su Jingyan explained. Ahu froze when he saw the trade offer. Wasn't this way too little? But then he reconsidered. If he started haggling with the boss now, wouldn't it ruin all his efforts? Swallowing his frustration, he reluctantly accepted the deal, trying to convince himself it wasn't a loss. After all, the blueprint alone was worth at least 10 rock crystals, and 10 pieces of iron were only worth 1. It was a barely acceptable trade. Besides, the value of blueprints largely depended on demand. After the transaction, Su Jingyan carefully inspected the materials had received. The black iron was no different from what he could smelt himself using a campfire furnace. This confirmed his suspicion. Either Ahu was trying to scam him, or Ahu had been scammed by someone else. He picked up the blueprint and examined it closely. It read, Forge, a basic facility for crafting equipment, capable of repairing damaged gear to like new condition. The blueprint will be destroyed upon construction. Su Jingyan thought to himself, this was just a fundamental facility. 15 rock crystals wasn't an unreasonable price. Most people who obtained such a simple blueprint would build it immediately. Only someone like Ahu, who had tasted the sweetness of trading for rock crystals, would think of selling it instead. After all, in his view, leveling up his beast was the priority. Su Jingyan took the blueprint to the workbench. Currently, the workbench's primary purpose was to check if construction requirements were met. As for using it to generate blueprints, without a guaranteed success rate, it was easy to end up at a loss. He began feeding in the materials, 10 pieces of black iron and 10 units of wood. Under the soft blue glow of the workstation, the materials began to spin rapidly, merging in a way that defied logic. Before long, a modestly designed forge station materialized, standing firmly in place, a thick black iron plate resting atop a wooden base. The entire structure exuded an air of exceptional sturdiness. The interface of the forge station displayed a simple set of functions: equipment forging, equipment repair, and a blueprint option for crafting beast assistance gloves. Su Jingyan felt a surge of joy as he took in the sight at last. All the prerequisites were in place. Without hesitation, he retrieved the blueprint for the beast assistance gloves. The blueprint described it as an essential piece of equipment for beast tamers, adorned with spiritual runes on its surface, capable of housing energy crystals to activate specific formations. The required materials included 2 rune stones and a large piece of leather. A faint smile appeared on Su Jingyan's lips as he placed the 2 prepared rune stones and a piece of boar leather onto the forge station. Instantly, the materials were enveloped in the blue light. The leather was precisely cut within the glow, gradually forming the outline of a glove. Meanwhile, the 2 intricately patterned rune stones transformed into base components, seamlessly embedding themselves on the back of the glove. With a final flash of light, the crafting process was complete. A left-hand glove now rested silently on the black iron surface. 2 rune stone bases, emitting a faint glow, were embedded on the back of the glove, giving it a sleek, futuristic design. Su Jingyan couldn't wait to try it on and was pleasantly surprised to find it fit perfectly. The system notification indicated that both rune stone bases were currently unoccupied. He retrieved a rock crystal and a fire crystal from his treasure chest, beginning with the larger rock crystal, which he carefully placed onto the first base. Something extraordinary happened. The rock crystal began to glow and then transformed into a condensed energy form, becoming a dazzling yellow gemstone securely set in the base. At the same time, Su Jingyan sensed the emergence of a communicative node within the glove. He repeated the process with the fire crystal, and now the glove shimmered with 2 gemstones of distinct colors. The system interface updated immediately. The first rune stone could now unleash defense enhancement and rock-shattering energy attacks, while the second imbued targets with fiery attributes and fire-based attacks. The interface also highlighted that the rune stone base's formation activation methods could be altered using runestone cores. At that moment, Su Jingyan felt as though he had glimpsed an entirely new frontier. Two different minerals, each granting vastly different enhancement effects. Su Jingyan was filled with curiosity as he examined the runestone base before him. This object, capable of altering the type of auxiliary magic array, might produce different effects from the same fire crystal, for instance, transforming an ordinary flame into a pillar of fire. However, he wasn't in the mood to delve into its intricacies right now. All he wanted was to test its current effects as soon as possible. In the planting area, he noticed Erzizi intently using its revival skill on sugarcane seeds. This was much more convenient than waiting for Yuanbao to return from the underground mine. Su Jingyan raised his left hand, aimed at Erzizi, and began channeling the spirit patterns of the rock crystal base. In an instant, a small yellow magic array appeared on his glove, forming a circular glow. Shortly after, an identical array materialized beneath Erzizi, perfectly encircling it. Sensing the unusual occurrence, Erzizi immediately stood up, scanning its surroundings before locking eyes with Su Jingyan. It let out a puzzled yip, clearly much calmer than the skittish Yuanbao. "It's fine, just testing an auxiliary skill," Su Jingyan reassured, stepping closer. A yellow energy shield enveloped Erzizi, its surface faintly shimmering with tiny rock particles. It seemed to be some sort of defensive enhancement, though its strength couldn't be tested since Erzizi lacked any offensive abilities. Curious, Erzizi extended its fluffy paw to touch the shield. Ripples spread across the energy's surface, but the paw passed through effortlessly. "Not bad. Let's try fire next." Su Jingyan raised his hand again, this time channeling the spirit patterns of the fire crystal base. A bright crimson magic array appeared on his hand, and the same pattern formed beneath Erzizi's feet. With a loud whoosh, flames suddenly engulfed Erzizi. When the fire subsided, its fur was alight with blazing flames. Yet, to everyone's surprise, not a single strand was scorched. Still, the sudden transformation terrified Erzizi. It panicked, rolling on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames. As it rolled closer to Su Jingyan, it abruptly stopped itself, seemingly worried about spreading the fire to its master. "Erzi, don't worry. Haven't you noticed you don't actually feel the heat?" Su Jingyan quickly reassured him. Erzi paused in surprise at his words, then cautiously touched his own body. Sure enough, despite being engulfed in flames, he only felt a slight warmth. He inspected his paws carefully. His fur was intact, with no signs of being scorched. "This is a support skill called Flame Infusion," Su Jingyan explained. Recalling how Terminator and Super Xiaoyun could directly touch their blazing pet beasts, he tentatively extended a finger to touch the flames on Erzi's head. To his astonishment, not only did the flames not burn him, but a soothing warmth spread over his skin. The flames wrapped around his finger gently, almost comfortingly. "Erzi, imagine there's an enemy in front of you. Try attacking with your claws," Su Jingyan suggested, wanting to test the flame-infused attack effect. Erzi tilted his head, glancing at his master, then smartly turned to an open area nearby. He raised his paws high, adopting an intimidating stance, but hesitated to take action. "I didn't mean just to scare them. You need to actually strike," Su Jingyan said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, thinking such posturing might only make an enemy underestimate him. With a roar, Erzi leapt forward. Instantly, the flames around him surged, forming an even fiercer fireball. With a loud bang, Erzi landed, unleashing a wave of fire that scorched the ground, leaving it even darker than before. Su Jingyan nodded in satisfaction, confirming that the flames indeed intensified during an attack. He raised his left hand and noticed that two of the fire crystals embedded in his glove had dimmed significantly. Clearly, this beast-taming auxiliary glove consumed a lot of resources, but fortunately, he had ample reserves. Having used the glove once, Su Jingyan decided to conduct one final experiment. He raised his left hand again, this time directing the spell at himself. The crimson magic circle on the glove lit up once more, and a larger circle appeared beneath his feet. A pillar of fire roared upward, enveloping his entire body. The sensation of being surrounded by flames was even stranger than touching Erzi's fire earlier. His whole body felt hot, but it wasn't unpleasant. In fact, Su Jingyan thought that if he could maintain this state, he wouldn't feel cold even in the Arctic. "I'm a fireman now too," Su Jingyan exclaimed as he opened his mouth. The flames flickering across his body surged into his mouth like a warm stream, the temperature perfectly comfortable, as if he were sipping hot water. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and with a low shout of "Take this," he swung a fierce straight punch into the air beside him. In an instant, the flames coiling around his body erupted outward with the motion of his fist, forming a blazing pillar of fire that shot across the air and exploded with a deafening roar. After the strike, the flames on his body reignited, though they were no longer as intense and overwhelming as before. Clearly, this state would diminish as the flames were consumed. Su Jingyan looked down to inspect his auxiliary gloves. The once bright crimson fire crystal had faded to a dull, transparent hue, its fire energy completely exhausted, leaving it nothing more than a useless shard. After this trial, he had a clear understanding of the equipment. These gloves, capable of channeling energy crystals to activate auxiliary formations, were undeniably effective. While not exceptionally powerful, they were satisfactory, even if they couldn't compare to higher-tier items like the Bone Soul Formation Flag. Nevertheless, he was pleased having an extra ace up his sleeve in battle was always an advantage. He began envisioning future combat scenarios. The enemy charging through searing flames, heavily injured but managing to break through to Yuan Bao. After finally shattering the rock energy shield, they'd assumed they were facing a vulnerable target. Little would they know that Yuan Bao's iron scale armor, reinforced with metallic energy, offered even greater defense than the shield. And even if Yuan Bao were to get injured, there was Air's Eye, providing continuous life recovery orbs, ensuring they remained nearly invincible. To quickly burn off the residual flame enhancement, Su Jingyan and Air's Eye ran back and forth across the open ground. The sensation of being engulfed in flames without getting burned was exhilarating, but it was obviously impractical for daily life. Once the flames dissipated, Air's Eye's untouched shield still faintly shimmered. Without hesitation, it returned to its diligent farming work. Watching the hardworking Air's Eye, Su Jingyan decided to give it a proper name. After thinking for a while, his gaze fell on the two green sprouts nestled between the furry ears atop Air's Eye's head. The tender buds bore two adorable little leaves hanging delicately at their tips. Air's Eye, I've got a name for you. Chirp. Air's Eye tilted its head, mimicking the endearing gesture it had learned from Yuan Bao, instantly lifting its owner's spirits. It seemed quite pleased with the vibrant name, as if making a silent vow. Since its name was Leafy, it would cover the world with the lush greenery of the spring god trees, letting its fallen leaves blanket every inch of the earth. Yuan Bao had brought back another 200 pieces of rock crystals, so many that even 8 treasure chests couldn't contain them all, leaving some piled on the ground. These crystals were the result of nearly 2 days of Yuan Bao's excavation efforts. Although this was a newly discovered mineral vein, Yuan Bao's efficient mining had nearly exhausted it, and the yield was visibly declining. Su Jingyan wasn't in a hurry to continue mining the remaining crystals. He decided to save them as backup resources. After all, Yuan Bao was the only one mining in this underground area, so they could be excavated at any time. Let's go, Yuan Bao. Let's continue exploring the second underground level and see if we can find a new vein. Hopefully, we'll come across some grass crystals. Su Jingyan gave his command. Got it, Yuan Bao responded, slinging on a beige backpack with a small finger-sized hole in it before diving into the tunnel. Watching Yuan Bao's backpack, Su Jingyan frowned. The capacity of such an ordinary bag was far too limited. Even a larger one wouldn't fundamentally solve the problem. If only we had a storage pouch with an extra-large space inside, he thought longingly. Currently, every trip Yuan Bao made to, and from the second underground level, could only carry 20 to 30 rock crystals at most. To transport 100 crystals, it would require 4 trips, taking at least 1 to 2 hours just for the journey. While the distance was still manageable for now, this issue would only become more problematic as the exploration area expanded. Suddenly, Su Jingyan's gaze fell on the red string on his wrist, and an idea struck him like lightning. Although he hadn't fully figured out the principles behind this space-swapping red string, he remembered that when he and Yuan Bao had swapped places face-to-face earlier, Yuan Bao's backpack had also switched positions along with it. What if Yuan Bao fills its backpack with rock crystals, then we swap places? It could return home to unload the crystals, and then swap back. The more Su Jingyan thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. He immediately lay back on the bed and activated the sensory synchronization. Through Yuan Bao's perspective, he saw it sliding down a tunnel, arriving at the cavern where it had previously excavated fire crystals. Yuan Bao, head to the cavern at the fork in the path. I want to test something, Su Jingyan said eagerly. Receiving the command, Yuan Bao quickened its pace and soon passed through the tunnel, arriving at the entrance of the forked cavern on the first underground level. This cavern was spacious, with a ceiling 5 or 6 meters high and walls 4 or 5 meters apart, providing enough room to accommodate an adult's body without the risk of getting stuck in the rock during the position swap. Yuan Bao, take a few more steps forward to the center of the clearing, then stand still and don't move, Su Jingyan instructed. Following the instructions, Yuan Bao walked steadily to the center of the underground clearing. The surroundings were empty, making it a perfect environment for their experiment. Su Jingyan activated the time-space exchange red cord and signaled Yuan Bao to respond to its connection. Buzz. The red cord emitted a faint sound as a soft glow flashed. In the next moment, Yuan Bao, now carrying an empty backpack, appeared on the bed at the pet beast home. looking around in confusion. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan found himself in the eerie underground chamber, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Through the shared vision in his mind, Su Jingyan confirmed that both had successfully switched places as planned. Yuan Bao, go grab a rock crystal and put it in the backpack, he instructed further. Although they had experienced a switch before, it was only a quick face-to-face transfer. This time, the leap from the underground to their home on the surface left Yuan Bao utterly astonished. Still wearing a look of amazement, it obediently fetched a rock crystal and placed it into the backpack. All right, let's switch back, Su Jingyan ordered promptly. Yuan Bao nodded in agreement. Buzz. The red cord lit up again, and the two instantly returned to their original positions. Su Jingyan checked the backpack. The rock crystal was intact. Success. Su Jingyan exclaimed with satisfaction. This method not only saved a significant amount of transport time, but also effectively turned their entire home into Yuan Bao's storage space, perfectly solving the issue of spatial storage bags. Afterward, the two headed to the second underground level. The shell bug nest that Yuan Bao had ruthlessly cleared out twice was now completely empty. However, Su Jingyan hoped the shell bugs would return with a new shell bug king after all. The bone solar ray flag obtained from the second-generation shell bug king had proven incredibly useful. They proceeded along the tunnel and reached the three-way fork on the second underground level. The path to the left led to the Earth Dragon's nest, but the current situation was a stalemate. Neither side could overpower the other. The Earth Dragon's claws had nearly been shattered by Yuan Bao's Iron Ball defenses, but Yuan Bao's flames and claw attacks were equally ineffective against the Earth Dragon. Coupled with its smaller size, Yuan Bao was easily outmaneuvered. Yuan Bao, once you ascend to the Lord rank, you must settle the score with that Earth Dragon, Su Jingyan declared. Chirp chirp. Yuan Bao nodded enthusiastically, as if already imagining how Earth Dragon meat roasted over magma would taste. Let's go. This time, we'll head down the middle path and see where this rock fissure leads. Yuan Bao nodded again, then began clawing away at the rocks. Although the fissure was wide enough for it to squeeze through, digging actively was faster and allowed for a quicker retreat if needed. As Yuan Bao kept digging forward, the crevice gradually widened. However, strange black patterns began to appear densely across the surface of the rocks. Yuan Bao, take a look at these black markings. Something feels off about them, Su Jingyan said, frowning as he observed. These patterns were clearly not ordinary mineral veins, and they became increasingly concentrated the deeper they went. Yuan Bao raised its paw and carefully chipped off a piece of rock with the black markings. Using the tip of its claw, it gently scraped the surface, and the black markings came off easily, as if they were just paint smeared on the surface. Let's keep going, Su Jingyan suggested. As they moved forward, they discovered the crevice had expanded into a wide passageway, eliminating the need for further digging. To their astonishment, the black markings on the rock walls began to change. Tiny black crystals started to emerge from the surface. Crystals? Su Jingyan immediately thought of fire crystals and rock crystals. He quickly instructed Yuan Bao to retrieve a fingernail-sized sample. However, without a proper analysis tool, he couldn't determine what the material was. With a chirp, Yuan Bao swallowed the black crystal whole. Although the crystal was harder to digest than ordinary rocks, it was no match for Yuan Bao's iron stomach. However, the energy it gained from digesting it was negligible, only slightly more than that of regular stone. Doesn't seem to be an energy crystal, Su Jingyan said in disappointment. They continued onward, and the passage grew even wider. The black markings on the walls became denser, while the black crystals increased rapidly in size, some as large as Yuan Bao itself. For safety, Su Jingyan instructed Yuan Bao to dig a refuge about 10 meters deep further down the path. This was a strategy they had successfully used before when dealing with ground dragons. If danger arose, they could use rocket propulsion to retreat quickly. Yuan Bao nodded in approval of its master's caution. It then pressed on, noticing that the black crystals around it had grown several times larger than itself. The walls and ceiling of the tunnel were now entirely covered in these massive crystals, making progress increasingly difficult. While Yuan Bao could smash through the hard crystals with brute force, it was clearly wiser to find a way around. After clambering over a dense cluster of black crystals with great effort, the sight ahead made Su Jingyan exclaim in shock, "My goodness! This is a breathtaking underground world." Looking up, the ceiling stretches into the darkness, faintly adorned with crystals that shine deeper than the night itself. The surroundings lack clear boundaries, giving the impression of standing beneath an infinite night sky. Unlike the upper levels, this place is scattered with massive, jet-black crystals, each towering like a small mountain. Yuan Bao cautiously lowered itself, moving on all fours as it crept carefully through the shadows cast by these enormous crystals. Despite the vastness of this underground space, there were no signs of life though. Of course, it might simply be because nothing had noticed them yet. As Yuan Bao ventured further, it finally caught sight of the master of this domain. At the edge of its vision, obscured by the towering black crystals, a colossal silhouette began to emerge. What stood out most was the countless strands of deep purple light coiling around its surface, glowing vividly against the pitch-black backdrop. Feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression, Su Jingyan quickly opened his eyes and flipped through the beast compendium he carried with him. The compendium revealed that this was a black crystal monarch, a species with a growth potential capped at the monarch level. Before reaching the monarch stage, it would continue to grow without limits, remaining in an unconscious state but possessing an incredibly durable body. It boasted two racial abilities, born to rule and indestructible, as well as the lord-level skill Black Crystal Energy Field. Initially startled, Su Jingyan calmed down after reading the description. An unawakened Black Crystal Monarch was essentially just an unconscious, immovable boulder. This discovery piqued his curiosity. He immediately instructed Yuan Bao to observe it using the extraordinary telescope. The results confirmed that it was indeed an enormous black crystal deposit at the lord level, not yet a fully matured monarch. Yuan Bao, eager to test its strength, wondered if it could take on this opponent. Su Jingyan reasoned that while a lord-level entity would normally be far beyond their capability, the lack of consciousness in this opponent made it worth trying. Yuan Bao approached the base of the mountain-like black crystal monarch. Raising its sharp claws, it struck at the pitch-black crystalline surface. With a sharp clang, its claws were deflected. Su Jingyan was about to feel disappointed when Yuan Bao leaned in closer and discovered that its claws had actually made a 12-centimeter deep mark on the supposedly indestructible black crystal. This discovery thrilled Su Jingyan. This lord-level black crystal might not be entirely unbreakable after all. Yuan Bao nodded in agreement and promptly raised its claws again, ready to continue its efforts. Ding! Ding! The echo of digging reverberated through the vast underground cavern. Yuan Bao, under Su Jingyan's guidance, was climbing to the chest area of the Black Crystal Monarch, a spot that was dozens of meters above the ground. Here, Yuan Bao paused and asked, "That's right, this is the spot. Based on my observations, the crystal cores of beasts are usually located here," Su Jingyan confirmed confidently. With confirmation, Yuan Bao immediately got to work. Its sharp claws left scratch marks on the surface of the black crystal with each strike. For safety, they had already dug a deep hole, tens of meters into the ground, as an emergency shelter. Yuan Bao also wore a black stealth hood, secured with a strap from a backpack. This gear was effective even on pet beasts. Although Su Jingyan could still sense Yuan Bao's presence, his attention would quickly shift away, a feature likely tied to the exceptional grade ore of the hood, significantly reducing the risk of danger for Yuan Bao underground. After discovering the Black Crystal Monarch, Su Jingyan had made thorough preparations. First having Yuan Bao dig the shelter, then using the temporal red rope to perform an exchange, equipping Yuan Bao with 10 rock crystals and the stealth hood. With such a major discovery at hand, they decided not to explore elsewhere for the time being. If they were lucky enough to extract a lord-level crystal core, it might directly upgrade their campfire. The black crystal was incredibly hard, and Yuan Bao's claws could only leave shallow marks with each strike. Progress was slow, but with Su Jingyan's support, Yuan Bao could maintain unlimited stamina, delivering full-force strikes each time. At this pace, they estimated the excavation might be completed in about 5 days. Time flew by, and soon it was the last day of the third week since their arrival. This meant the leaderboard was about to reset, new treasure chests awaited, and the long-anticipated lord-level abyssal battle armor would finally arrive at each of their homes. But before that, Su Jingyan needed to reclaim the top spot on the leaderboard. After nearly a week of competition, the other participants had indeed lived up to expectations. The Abyssal Team Battle Leaderboard showed. First place, Penguin Ma, King of Victory, Shadowy Figure 17,900 points. Second place, Russian Prince, AAA Building Materials, Good Sister 11,300 points. Third place, Merchant, Little Cloud Supernova, The Terminator 10,500 points. In the team battle rankings, aside from the familiar Beastmaster of the Scarlet Flame Blood Dragon, an unexpected team of low-level but highly capable pet beast tamers had claimed the top spot. Meanwhile, on the solo duel leaderboard, Su Jingyan's performance was relatively modest, ranking 7th with a score of 10,500 points. Time was running out, and the tasks ahead were daunting. Su Jingyan prepared to start his ranking battle at midnight, aiming to reclaim the top spot. The 24-hour time limit gave him more than enough time. Meanwhile, Yuan Bao was on its way home, having already dug a tunnel over 10 meters long into the chest of the Black Crystal Monarch underground. Unfortunately, the crystal core still eluded it. Once the Abyss Arena event ended, this excavation would need to continue. As Su Jingyan walked out of the house, he casually picked up a sugarcane from the ground. The sweet juice lifted his spirits. He turned to look at the planting area and saw Yezi, the diligent Erzai, hard at work. He called out, "Yezi, don't work too hard. Remember to take a break and eat." The planting area was lush and vibrant. The dozens of sugarcane plants sown just a few days ago had already matured. The sturdy stalks were crowned with vibrant green leaves, resembling a miniature forest. Su Jingyan savored the sugarcane grown by Yezi. Though it hadn't evolved into a transcendent plant, its taste was exceptional. The only drawback was its tougher outer skin, but fortunately, his teeth had strengthened along with the growth of his contracted beast's powers. Hearing its master's call, Yezi wagged its fluffy tail and happily trotted over. Su Jingyan handed it a sugarcane. As a beast that frequently used cultivation skills, Yezi consumed far more energy daily than Yuan Bao, who spent its time mining. However, unlike Yuan Bao, which could replenish energy by eating crystal stones, Yezi could only rely on ordinary sugarcane to sustain itself, giving it an especially hearty appetite. It was either eating or searching for food. Even without absorbing attribute-rich crystal stones, Yezi's growth rate remained impressive. Su Jingyan checked its attribute panel. Beast, Emerald Spring Beast. True name, Yezi. Attribute, Grass. Level, Cub level 4-4. Skills, Flourishing Growth, Emerald Spring Tree, Revival. Specialty, Planting. This growth rate was even faster than Yuan Bao's before it awakened its copper teeth and iron stomach ability. Yezi tore off the sugarcane's tough skin and eagerly drank the sweet juice. Its fluffy, twitching ears reflected its satisfaction. Unlike Yuan Bao, Yezi ate sugarcane purely for its taste, while Yuan Bao was curious about anything edible from fire crystals and rock crystals to ordinary stones and even innards. If it was unfamiliar, Yuan Bao wanted to try it. Just as Su Jingyan was thinking about this, Yuan Bao returned. It had been tirelessly consuming rock crystals underground for days, leaving its mouth numb and its stockpile nearly depleted. But all the effort had been worth it. Su Jingyan checked Yuan Bao's attribute panel. Beast, Blazing Ironclad Beast. True name, Yuan Bao. Attributes, Metal, Fire. Level, Exceptional level 937. Skills, Flame Torrent, Blazing Strike, Iron Ball Defense, Copper Teeth and Iron Stomach, Energy Storage. Specialty, Digging. Yuan Bao had reached the final stage of the exceptional level and was on the verge of advancing to the Lord level. As a blazing ironclad beast with a racial limit of Lord level, it could complete this advancement effortlessly without any external conditions. Let's reclaim the top spot on the leaderboard. Su Jingyan, dear merchant, sent out a rallying message. Terminator and Super Xiaoyun had been waiting for quite some time. Falling to third place had left them feeling uneasy. Despite their unwavering confidence in their boss, the anxiety lingered as long as they couldn't establish a clear lead over the second place. After all, they knew their own strength wasn't sufficient. They were completely reliant on their boss to carry them. Boss, you're finally here. I'm all set. Terminator was the first to respond. Me too. Super Xiaoyun chimed in right after. Let's go. Su Jingyan replied succinctly, immediately initiating the team matchmaking process. High-ranking beast tamers in the Abyss Arena were about to face their worst nightmare once again. The system displayed. Matchmaking 33, currently finding opponents. 14 consecutive wins. Searching for a slightly stronger team also in matchmaking. Su Jingyan calculated in his mind. Yuan Bao was already at the pinnacle of the exceptional tier, needing just a bit more growth to ascend to the Lord tier. He was curious whether the other top-ranked beast tamers also had beasts advancing to the exceptional level. At the very least, that would make the competition somewhat evenly matched in terms of tier. As they prepared, Su Jingyan called Yuan Bao over and equipped everything. The Bone Soul Formation Flag, Beast Taming Assistant Gloves, the Dread Cannon, and the Giant Stone all accounted for. He discovered that the Beast Taming Assistant Gloves could even block part of the Bone Soul Formation Flag's chilling aura, an unexpected bonus. However, due to Yuan Bao's recent efforts in excavating the Black Crystal King and the massive energy consumption involved, their rock crystal stockpile was nearly depleted and fire crystals were already scarce to begin with. Su Jingyan decided against replacing the crystals for now, opting to save resources where possible. As for Yezi, she stayed home to tend to the fields. Soon, the system found their opponents. A glowing barrier enveloped Su Jingyan and Yuan Bao, teleporting them to the arena shrouded in dark mist. The battlefield was still the familiar Roman Colosseum-like structure. Bang! The moment the barrier shattered, Super Xiaoyun's enthusiastic greeting echoed through the air. Terminator also approached. Standing beside Su Jingyan was Yuan Bao, cloaked in a hood of concealment. Despite its low presence, both teammates instinctively glanced at it before naturally disregarding its existence. Su Jingyan silently assessed the situation. Yuan Bao's hooded concealment wasn't as effective as his own. Yuan Bao had an innate aura about it, not oppressive, but unmistakably an aura that any living being could sense, signaling the presence of a powerful, otherworldly beast. This significantly weakened its ability to blend into the surroundings, though it was still enough to be overlooked by most. Even Super Xiaoyun didn't spare it a second glance. The central barrier displayed their opponents, the second-ranked Cloud Dream Falcon Beast Tamer team. Alright, time is tight and the stakes are high. Just stay down and let Yuan Bao settle this quickly, Su Jingyan said decisively. Here, take the giant stone. He handed the oval stone engraved with a 5-point star to Super Xiaoyun, signaling the flame-scale dragon to enlarge itself in the foreground to serve as a distraction. Meanwhile, he swiftly deployed his strategy. Pressing and throwing the dread cannon chess piece, he waved the Bone Soul Array banner to set up a spiritual formation. At this moment, the phantom images of the three beast souls had grown faint, and by the end of the day, they would transcend completely, rendering the Bone Soul Array banner ineffective. Su Jingyan positioned himself in front of the dread cannon, ready to fire the moment the countdown ended. Yuanbao had already hidden beneath the barrier, preparing to unleash a blazing strike at the first opportunity. On the opposing side, the Cloud Dream Eagle's Beastmaster faced Yuanbao again, but this time with more confidence. Over the past week, he had relentlessly explored the mist, using the Cloud Dream Eagle to draw wild beasts into dreams and gather resources, finally elevating his companion to the third level of excellence. The other two Beastmasters had also seen notable progress. The Unicorn had reached the first level of excellence, while the Black Venom Python, though still at the extraordinary level, had grown significantly stronger. Although they might still be no match for the 9th-level Blazing Ironclad Beast, they were no longer as helpless as before. As the countdown ended, the barrier at the center of the abyssal arena dissipated. Su Jingyan immediately activated the dread cannon, launching a plump, malicious spirit. Simultaneously, Yuanbao, cloaked in a stealth hood, opened its bronze jaws and unleashed a blazing strike at the three opposing beasts. Distracted by the massive flame-scale dragon, the opponents only reacted as the fiery column surged toward them. The Cloud Dream Eagle managed to evade by entering its dream realm state, but the Unicorn and Black Venom Python were not as fortunate. The blazing strike pierced through their heads with precision. The two Beastmasters stood in stunned silence barely moments into the battle, and their beasts had already fallen. Only the Cloud Dream Eagle remained, struggling to hold on. It maintained its ethereal state, but failed to lock onto a real target. Each time its Beastmaster attempted to pinpoint Yuanbao's location, Yuanbao would vanish from sight. When the Dream Realm state ended, the fourth blazing strike had already roared through the air, piercing the blue-feathered eagle's body, its feathers scattering like snowflakes. The Cloud Dream Eagle's Beastmaster dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. The other two Beastmasters were equally distraught. Why? We've grown stronger, yet we still lose so inexplicably. The announcement of the battle's conclusion had just sounded when the system declared the rewards for the winning team. Merchant, Super Xiaoyun, and Terminator have received team ranking points 1500, and their pet beasts have been restored to peak condition. Su Jingyan wasted no time and immediately gathered Super Xiaoyun and Terminator to begin the next match. In their previous battle, Yuanbao had once again performed outstandingly. Although the Fright Cannon successfully unleashed the evil spirit, its slow flight speed rendered it ineffective. Haha, thanks boss, that was so satisfying. Super Xiaoyun stood beside Su Jingyan, grinning from ear to ear. She especially enjoyed seeing the pained expression of the opposing Yunming Eagle Beastmaster. Dressed in her puffy down jacket, she crossed her arms, looking like an adorable tire-shaped figure. Terminator was already celebrating in advance. Did you see those two exceptional pet beasts getting crushed by Yuanbao? We've got this. He waved his hands excitedly. Su Jingyan couldn't help but smile, infected by their joy. He thought to himself, Yuanbao is still the most reliable. I wonder how much its strength will improve after advancing to the Lord level. Although I've seen the domain skills that can only be used at the Lord level in the guide, I don't know their exact power yet. Hopefully, they'll be incredibly strong. In the early hours of the 7th day of the 3rd week since their arrival, just before the leaderboard was finalized, Beastmasters were reminded of the fear instilled by the scorching ironclad beast. After an entire night of fierce battles, Su Jingyan's trio reclaimed the top spot with an overwhelming lead. Abyss Group Battle Leaderboard. First place, Merchant, Super Xiaoyun, Terminator 32,500 points. Second place, Penguin Horse, King Victory, Dark Figure 19,600 points. This was their total score after a 25-match winning streak, creating an insurmountable gap for other competitors. To prevent being overtaken in a last-minute ambush before the rankings were finalized, they played a few extra matches. With Yuanbao's current strength, each victory earned them a hefty 2,600 points. After returning home from the Abyss Arena, Su Jingyan had Yezi cast a recovery spell on him, instantly rejuvenating his energy. While munching on sugarcane, he began checking the single-player duel leaderboard. On that list, his disadvantage was more pronounced, primarily due to the extraordinary strength of the Beastmaster, who had contracted the Scarlet Flame Blood Dragon. Although their winning streak had been interrupted a few times, their pet beast remained incredibly powerful, though not yet at Yuanbao's level of absolute dominance. Moreover, while Su Jingyan focused on securing the top spot to acquire abyssal power, others had already advanced their pet beasts to the exceptional level. At the first opportunity, Su Jingyan defeated his opponent's Crimson Flame Blood Dragon, finally avenging his previous loss. With no other options, he focused on leveling up his pet beast, spending a great deal of time to elevate its quality to exceptional. Only then did he resume unknown battles. However, his interrupted win streak reset his reward score to 0, forcing him to start accumulating points all over again. In contrast, Su Jingyan's winning streak remained unbroken, and even the formidable exceptional grade Cloud Dream Hawk was unable to challenge him. With a determination to win, Su Jingyan embarked on a new campaign, armed only with his Bone Soul battle flag and Yuan Bao. On his 17th consecutive victory, he happened to face the Beastmaster of the Crimson Flame Blood Dragon once more. The opponent, with merely exceptional level 1 strength, was no match for Yuan Bao and was instantly defeated, followed by a dramatic fiery demise. The opponent's face was filled with despair, clearly having anticipated the outcome the moment they were matched against Su Jingyan. It's the final die. Am I going to lose the top spot again? The opponent was on the verge of tears, silently cursing this villain. Since that was the case, Su Jingyan decided to fully embrace the role of the bad guy, battling alongside Yuan Bao in the Abyss Arena until late into the night. He achieved a 25-win streak and secured the top rank. Back at his home base, Su Jingyan enjoyed a professional massage from Yezi, whose revival aura added a soothing touch, while checking the Abyss Arena leaderboard. On the solo duel leaderboard, he had amassed 32,500 points under the alias, or merchant, far ahead of the second-place Russian prince, who had 22,200 points. After a series of intense battles, Su Jingyan had defeated all the high-level Beastmasters, securing first-place rewards on both leaderboards. With most of the 7th day gone, less than 10 hours remained until the leaderboard's final tally. Yuan Bao continued with mining duties, but this time stayed nearby, extracting the dwindling reserves of fire crystal or instead of traveling to the Black Crystal Monarch mine. For pet beasts, life alternated between labor and combat. In comparison, Yezi's routine was much more relaxed. Farming, eating, and giving massages to her master were her only tasks. Su Jingyan lay comfortably on his bed, browsing the trading panel and occasionally teasing Yezi, who was massaging him. The two enjoyed a harmonious moment together, while Yuan Bao quietly continued mining. Soon, the 30-minute countdown to the leaderboard's finalization appeared right on schedule. Before Su Jingyan could take a closer look, a rumbling noise suddenly came from the mist above. Startled, he and Yezi looked up simultaneously. Emerging from the fog was a black cylindrical machine, which descended slowly onto the clearing by the bonfire, shaking the ground upon impact. The pitch-black metal cylinder, adorned with blue patterns, began to transform. Two mechanical legs abruptly extended and landed heavily, followed by the emergence of two mechanical arms. Its surface lit up with a blue glow. Su Jingyan stared in astonishment as the supposedly imposing abyss battle armor unfolded, only to resemble an upright walking stick insect. Su Jingyan carefully examined the control panel. The appearance of this abyssal battle armor was strikingly similar to the dreadnought cannon, both embodying the signature design style of the Black Empire. He couldn't help but ponder. A faction capable of mass-producing abyssal battle armors at the Lord level, just how terrifying must their power be? As he was lost in thought, the abyssal battle armor suddenly activated, projecting a holographic map on its surface. On the map, all areas illuminated by the campfire were marked in green. The colossal machine then began to move, setting off on an autonomous patrol. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed through the sanctuary, yet they gave Su Jingyan a strange sense of reassurance. This automated guardian seemed programmed to immediately engage any hostile beasts that entered the area lit by the campfire. Ing. A soft cry came from Yezi. All right, let's get back to farming, Su Jingyan said as he gently pinched its fluffy ears. He approached the abyssal battle armor, intending to assess its capabilities, but the mechanical guardian ignored him entirely, simply sidestepping him and continuing its patrol. It seemed its intelligence was limited, unable to interact, let alone be controlled, but perhaps this only highlighted its unwavering dedication to its duties. Although its appearance resembled a stick insect, its craftsmanship, originating from the same source as the dreadnought cannon, filled Su Jingyan with confidence. 3 weeks had already passed, and the final week of relative peace was coming to an end. When the mist surged and the beasts rioted, the true strength of this abyssal battle armor would undoubtedly be put to the test. If he could secure the top spot again and obtain a second abyssal battle armor, it would greatly increase his chances of survival. With Yuan Bao, who was on the verge of advancing to the Lord level, the combined power of 3 Lord-level forces would be sufficient to handle most threats. With the added protection of the campfire's burning light, his sanctuary should remain safe unless faced with a massive horde of Lord-level beasts. As he thought about the dwindling number of survivors and the looming wave of eliminations, the deathly mist around him suddenly began to churn. Su Jingyan immediately used his mental connection to summon Yuan Bao back, but to his surprise, the mist above his sanctuary swirled into a vortex, from which a floating token descended. Abyssal token. Designate a pet to receive the abyss's recognition. The deathly mist will become friendly to it, allowing manipulation of mist within a 10-meter radius. Remaining time: 7 days. So, this was the reward for being ranked first in the solo leaderboard. Realization dawned on Su Jingyan, and the tension in his heart instantly eased. With this token, your beast can control the mist. Su Jingyan was pleasantly surprised to discover that the reward for this unknown duel was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Although it wasn't as exciting as the abyssal battle armor at first, now it seemed like the perfect tool for exploration. At that moment, Yuan Bao quickly emerged from the burrow, looking nervous as it rushed to Su Jingyan's side. Armor? It asked anxiously, concerned about what had happened. Yuan Bao, you came back so quickly, well done. But sorry, it was my mistake. Su Jingyan shook his head apologetically. While Yuan Bao's quick response was commendable, he felt it was necessary to clarify the situation to ensure it wouldn't hesitate in case of a real emergency in the future. Yuan Bao didn't seem to mind. It rubbed its paws together, looking quite content as long as there was no fighting involved. Just as it was about to turn and head back to mining, Su Jingyan quickly stopped it. Wait, I need to transfer this abyssal power to you first. Su Jingyan approached the mist token and, after some adjustments, designated Yuan Bao as its recipient. The mist token immediately flew toward Yuan Bao, colliding with its iron-armored body and dissolving into black mist that seeped into the iron scales on its forehead. That particular scale instantly turned pitch black. Yuan Bao looked at its master in shock, but in an instant, it had already grasped how to use the abyssal power. Don't look at me quick. Try controlling the mist, Su Jingyan urged. Excited, Yuan Bao ran to the edge of the mist and raised a paw. With its movements, the mist in front of it began to shift as if alive, parting and merging at will. Yuan Bao was having a great time, as if the deadly mist had become an extension of its own body. Su Jingyan observed the corrosive energy contained within the mist carefully. For ordinary creatures, even a slight touch would cause their flesh to decay painfully, yet Yuan Bao could manipulate it with ease. Watching Yuan Bao's bronze teeth, an idea suddenly struck him. Yuan Bao, try gathering the mist into a small ball. Yuan Bao tilted its head in thought before raising both paws and mimicking the motion of rolling dice. The pitch-black death mist began to swirl and condense, eventually forming a dark energy ball between its claws. Yuan Bao's eyes lit up. Before Su Jingyan could say a word, it opened its bronze jaws and swallowed the energy ball whole. Yuan Bao swallowed the pitch-black energy sphere formed by the fusion of the death mist, quickly digesting and absorbing it. The energy absorbed this time was roughly equivalent to 1/10 of a fire crystal or rock crystal, a discovery that left Su Jingyan utterly astonished. Although it took Yuan Bao 5 to 6 minutes to merge the death mist, and the energy gain seemed minimal, the unique advantage of this resource lay in its inexhaustibility. Unlike finite mineral veins, the death mist was spread across the entire world. As long as Yuan Bao retained its abyssal power, it would never run out of an energy source. This gave Su Jingyan immense confidence. At least he wouldn't have to worry about Yuan Bao starving due to a lack of minerals. The moment the energy sphere was fully digested, Yuan Bao suddenly shivered. Through synchronized perception, Su Jingyan vividly sensed the flavor of this energy, a sour tang with an intoxicating undertone. He carefully analyzed its properties and discovered that, aside from the dominant dark attribute, it contained some complex, hard-to-identify properties. These were the extreme malicious energies that gave the death mist its corrosive nature. Little one, this energy sphere isn't just edible, it's a weapon, Su Jingyan said excitedly to Yuan Bao. The pitch-black energy sphere, compressed from a large amount of death mist, had a corrosiveness far exceeding regular mist by 100-fold. If used for attack, it could rival the destructive power of a miniature black hole, instantly corroding and dissolving any flesh it touched. This abyssal power, which Su Jingyan hadn't initially valued highly, now displayed such astonishing might. He could no longer determine whether the abyssal warlord armor at the lord level was superior, or if the abyssal power was more formidable. Both rewards had their merits. The abyssal armor could cultivate a lord-level combat force weakly, while the abyssal power rendered Yuan Bao nearly invincible within the mist. Spending significant time in the abyssal arena, though somewhat monotonous, had clearly been worthwhile. Now, it was time to open the treasure chests. Su Jingyan called Yuan Bao and walked toward the bonfire, where 2 dazzling rewards were ready. The Shining Diamond treasure chest and the Bone Beast combat power chest, both first-place prizes from the leaderboard. Yezi, stop focusing on farming and come test your luck, Su Jingyan called out to Erzai. As a newly hatched cub, it was about time for it to open a few treasure chests and see whether it was born lucky or unlucky. Yezi slowly walked over, appearing a bit nervous next to Yuan Bao, carefully controlling its movements. Yuan Bao usually kept its stealth hood hanging around its neck, only wearing it during adventures or in dangerous situations. It enjoyed being seen by its master at first glance, and relished those occasional approving looks. When it needed to hide, a simple tug of its paw would instantly pull the hood into place. At this moment, Yuan Bao noticed Yezi approaching. It immediately extended its paw, climbing onto the furry shoulder of its little companion, and solemnly nodded, as if to say, "Don't worry, I'll always protect you." Despite being a bit timid, Yezi nodded in response. Su Jingyan smiled warmly at the heartwarming scene. He understood the thoughts of the two pet beasts while Yezi was timid. Yuan Bao genuinely wanted to get closer. He figured it was better to let them interact more rather than intervening. Over time, their bond would naturally grow. After all, if pet beasts only bonded with their owner but remained distant from each other, something would always feel incomplete. He then opened the or house chat interface. Terminator and SuperCloud immediately sent treasure chest trade requests. These were the tickets they had reserved earlier, and Su Jingyan effortlessly completed the exchange with a flick of his hand. Soon, 2 treasure chests appeared by the campfire. Terminator's pet ranking had climbed to 8th place, earning a pet support chest, while SuperCloud, with Su Jingyan's help using fire crystals, had finally broken into the top 1,000, earning a golden chest. But the treasure chest haul wasn't over yet. The generous big shot, Licking King Ahu, sent over a platinum chest trade request, priced at 30 rock crystals. This trade nearly depleted the home's rock crystal reserves, leaving fewer than 10. Even if all were fed to Yuan Bao, it would only increase its growth progress by about 10. Fortunately, with the abyssal power now in play, Yuan Bao could transform into the Lord of Mist to create energy orbs. However, this was far from sufficient. The energy from condensed mist was too limited. Rapid growth still relied on crystals. At this moment, Su Jingyan stood by the campfire alongside his 2 pet beasts, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. In front of them lay 5 neatly arranged treasure chests of various designs: golden, platinum, shining diamond, pet support, and pet battle power. After some thought, Su Jingyan decided to open one chest first. He planned to open the simplest golden chest himself, saving the best pet support and pet battle power chest for the newbie Yezi, while the rest would go to the lucky Yuan Bao. "Pay attention. Let your master test the waters first," Su Jingyan said. He initially wanted to pat the 2 pet beasts on their heads but refrained, worried it might drain their luck. Instead, he walked directly to the chest and lightly tapped its lid. Bang! Opening the golden chest, he obtained Rune Stone Blueprint 1. Su Jingyan sighed and carefully took out a blueprint glowing with a faint blue light from the luxurious golden treasure chest. It was a blueprint for a runestone base, rumored to be a closely guarded secret of the Magic Academy and crafted by a genius archmage skilled in runes. He quickly scanned the materials list: Runestone 1, Rune 1. Su Jingyan recalled seeing these materials mentioned in the description of the Beast Companion assistive gloves, suggesting they could be used to enhance auxiliary magic arrays. This brought him a slight sense of relief at least the blueprint was somewhat related to the items he already possessed. However, these materials were still unfamiliar to him. While he could guess that a runestone was likely a type of stone, he had no idea where to find a rune. "Not having a clear goal is really frustrating," Su Jingyan muttered, shaking his head. "It seems the only way to solve these mysteries is to keep getting stronger." For now, the items from the treasure chests weren't immediately useful, but at least he had his companion beasts by his side. "Yuan Bao, it's your turn," Su Jingyan called out to his companion beast. "Next up is the platinum treasure chest." Yuan Bao confidently approached the platinum chest, which was about the same height as itself. Treasure chests of this level usually contained tangible items and rarely yielded blueprints. With practiced ease, Yuan Bao raised its paw, skillfully turned the mechanism, and opened the lock. "Hey, signal antenna 1? Su Jingyan murmured in confusion, pulling out a retractable iron rod from the vertically open chest. The antenna's base was a black iron disc that allowed it to stand firmly on the ground, with an extendable rod that could reach several meters in height. He checked the item's description. It was a signal receiver with a coverage range spanning 2 to 3 kingdoms, capable of capturing all voice transmissions and broadcasting them in real time. Su Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. In the misty world where a chat channel already existed, this item seemed utterly useless unless, of course, it could pick up signals from aliens. "Don't lose heart, Yuan Bao," Su Jingyan encouraged, turning towards the final chest, the diamond treasure chest. "Let's restore your confidence." Yuan Bao solemnly rubbed its paws together, then carefully inserted one into the narrow gap of the last treasure chest. With a loud bang, a beam of azure light shot straight from the chest into the sky, piercing through the mist above. As the light dissipated, Su Jingyan, Yuan Bao, and Yezi all leaned in to peer inside the chest. There, lying quietly, was a smooth, fist-sized stone. It looked utterly ordinary, completely unremarkable. A fist-sized stone egg appeared in Su Jingyan's handsome magical stone that could grow. With proper care, it had the potential to nurture his 3rd pet beast. Just then, an announcement echoed in everyone's minds, informing them that Su Jingyan had not only obtained a pet beast egg, but also became the first person to unlock the qualification for 3 pet beasts. "Sorry, Yuan Bao, I misspoke earlier. Your luck is still amazing," Su Jingyan exclaimed, jumping up in excitement as he apologized to his pet beast. Hearing its master's praise, Yuanbao happily clasped its paws together and let out a cheerful jia sound. Meanwhile, Yezi curiously observed the stone egg. Remembering how it had emerged from a green wooden egg, it couldn't help but feel puzzled about this peculiar stone egg. Su Jingyan carefully examined the stone egg's information panel. Hatching progress, 0. Species potential, mortal beast. Special note: before hatching begins, any life energy can enhance its potential. Status: unhatched. Usage: place it on a stone to begin hatching. This stone egg was entirely different from Yezi's wood element pet beast egg. Yezi's species potential was fixed at the exceptional level, whereas this stone egg started at the lowest, mortal beast level. However, its species potential could be increased using life energy, perfectly complementing Yezi's specialty in life energy. A thought suddenly flashed through Su Jingyan's mind. If he delayed the hatching process and had Yezi continuously infuse life energy into the egg, could he raise its potential to the monarch leveler even higher? Little one, you're incredible. Su Jingyan gave Yuanbao a big thumbs up. This dazzling diamond treasure chest had yielded 2 pet beast eggs in Yuanbao's hands, making it feel like a magical birthing claw. He silently decided that all future diamond treasure chests would be entrusted to Yuanbao. Next, Su Jingyan had Yezi open the last 2 advanced treasure chests. Yezi walked up to the rainbow-tinted beast taming support chest and, imitating Yuanbao, inserted its paw into the gap. With a bang, the chest opened, revealing a black iron mechanical sphere with glowing blue patterns, the beast space orb. A relic of the Black Emperor dynasty, this item could store pet beasts up to 100 meters in size, making them easy to carry. As soon as Su Jingyan saw the orb, a clever idea struck him. He could first store Yuanbao inside the orb, then use the time-space red string to swap positions. This way, Yuanbao could run around carrying the orb with him inside. This is indeed a brilliant solution to address the weakness of beast masters needing protection from their beasts. Su Jingyan looked at the red string on his wrist, growing increasingly impressed by this conceptual-level equipment that seemed to ignore the constraints of space and time. Even with its limitations, the ability to switch positions with a bound beast was special enough. He then picked up the beast space orb from the treasure chest. Yuanbao, come here, he said, tossing the black iron orb with blue patterns toward Yuanbao's head. Thud. The beast orb struck Yuanbao square on the head, but there was no reaction. Su Jingyan was stunned. While Yezi looked on in shock, it hadn't expected its master to have such a violent moment. Fortunately, Yuanbao's head was tough enough, and the impact caused no harm. Sorry, Su Jingyan muttered awkwardly, scratching his head. The orb, now lying on the ground, suddenly emitted a blue beam of light. After scanning Yuanbao, it began to transform. With a series of clicks and clatters, the orb extended a long tube, resembling a vacuum cleaner. Note: this beast orb requires the cooperation of the beast and cannot forcibly absorb it. A prompt sounded. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow, his face full of confusion. This design felt extremely counterintuitive. Shouldn't it just capture the beast with a beam? Another prompt appeared. Do not use this device on humans or other beasts. The consequences are at your own risk. Not recommended for use by children. Well, at least that's a considerate warning, Su Jingyan said helplessly. He raised the tube and aimed it at Yuanbao. All right, little one, line up your head and paws in a straight line. Yuanbao obediently complied. Su Jingyan activated the device, and a strong suction immediately pulled Yuanbao into the tube. Through their synchronized perception, Su Jingyan could see Yuanbao traveling through the tube. Though it appeared short from the outside, Yuanbao had been sliding inside for over 10 seconds before finally reaching the end of the passage. Yuanbao launched itself out of the pipe with a push of its claws, soaring briefly through the air like an armored superhero, only to crash heavily into the iron wall opposite with a loud bang. It quickly scrambled to its feet, warily scanning its surroundings. The space was a massive square chamber constructed entirely of iron walls. According to the description of the beast space orb, it could accommodate beasts as large as 100 meters. To Yuanbao, barely over half a meter tall, this was practically a miniature world. This space is enormous, Su Jingyan exclaimed in awe. He had only read about it in descriptions before, but seeing it in person truly brought its grandeur to life. If used as a storage space, it could easily hold tens of thousands of fire crystals. However, he quickly dismissed the thought storing all supplies in a single orb was far too risky. Losing it would mean losing everything. Su Jingyan decided to test his earlier idea and activated the time swap red cord with Yuanbao. With a soft sound, the scenery before him shifted, and in the next moment, he found himself inside the iron-walled chamber. Strangely enough, this enclosed space allowed normal breathing and was consistently illuminated by a warm glow. When Yuanbao placed the beast space orb into its backpack, the space plunged into darkness. Upon taking it out again, the light returned. Clearly, the light and air were being drawn in from the outside. This could make for a good shelter, Su Jingyan mused. If attacked by mist beasts, hiding inside the orb would be a safe option. However, the question of what to do with Yezi remained. It could assist Yuanbao in battle by healing, but facing Lord-level opponents would be too dangerous. He resolved to open the treasure chests first, and then figure out how to help Yuanbao advance to the Lord level. Truly understanding the strength of a Lord was essential for crafting a thorough plan. After another swap of positions, Yuanbao was ejected from the beast space orb, tumbling clumsily across the ground. It angrily waved its claws in protest, clearly displeased with the rough transportation method. Su Jingyan temporarily stored the beast space orb and the stone egg in the radiant diamond chest before turning his focus to the final treasure chest. Alright, Yezi, I trust your luck, let's see what we get. The beast battle power chest had a menacing exterior, its grim design of white bones exuding a violent aura that hinted at the precious combat-related treasures hidden within. Even if it yielded the most basic battle tools, it would still be far more practical than some random antenna. Leaf stood timidly before the bone chest, its hesitant demeanor a stark contrast to the chest's ferocious appearance. This was hardly surprising, being a life attribute pet beast. It instinctively rejected the deathly aura emanating from the chest. It's okay, Leaf. Just stretch your paw into the bone chest's teeth and give it a light touch, Su Jingyan said gently, offering reassurance. Nearby, Yuanbao shook its head, clearly baffled by Leaf's timidity. Su Jingyan noticed Yuanbao's reaction and stifled a chuckle with a light cough. He suddenly realized that, surrounded only by the flickering light of the campfire, Yuanbao had likely never seen his true form. Under the watchful eyes of its master and Yuanbao, Leaf finally mustered the courage to reach its paw into the chest's bone-like teeth. Bang! The chest opened with a sharp sound, revealing a stopwatch lying quietly inside, its second hand frozen at the 50-second mark. Su Jingyan's excitement surged the moment he saw the word time. And when he read the full name time-stopping stopwatch, he could hardly contain his joy. 3 heads leaned toward the chest, studying the mysterious treasure intently. The stopwatch's function was astonishing. Imbued with the laws of time manipulation, it could freeze a 10-meter radius of space 10 seconds after activation. Even more incredible, it allowed users to extend the freeze duration by sacrificing their lifespan. Each year of life sacrificed added 1 extra minute of time freeze. Su Jingyan picked up the stopwatch and noticed a protective cover over the activation button, clearly designed to prevent accidental activation. A small smile tugged at the corners of his lips, though he quickly restrained it. The scene brought back memories of a passage from his childhood foreign language textbooks. While the association was natural, he chose to suppress the thought. Battle. Focus on the battle, Su Jingyan reminded himself. In combat, this treasure could be thrown at an enemy to freeze them in place. Its power truly formidable. Though it demanded a price and lifespan, this wasn't a flaw of the stopwatch, it was a limitation of the user. However, he did note a minor issue. The stopwatch froze all space within a 10-meter radius. This meant that if Yuanbao unleashed its blazing strike within that range, the attack would also be frozen. Yet this drawback wasn't fatal after all. If Yuanbao's blazing strike could reach 10 meters, the enemy would have nowhere to escape anyway. Such a powerful treasure was undoubtedly worthy of being the top reward from the Beast Battle Power chest. Su Jingyan gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Yi. What a stroke of luck this was. He carefully locked the time-stopping stopwatch into the newly opened platinum chest, feeling secretly delighted to have gained another top-tier trump card. Opening 5 treasure chests in a row put him in an excellent mood. Although the materials required for those blueprints were currently unattainable, the facilities they could create would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. As for the device that claimed to receive all signals, it seemed to have little practical value on the surface, yet it made Su Jingyan ponder deeply. In this misty world, besides the survival beast masters from Earth, could there be other intelligent life forms? Considering the traces of the Black Empire and the magic academies, this hypothesis didn't seem entirely implausible. Unfortunately, being trapped in the abyss of beasts and shrouded by the deadly mist severely limited the scope of exploration. The third reserve pet beast, though it had an unusual incubation method, possessed unlimited growth potential. Su Jingyan decided to accept it for now. Among the 5 treasures, however, the one he valued most was the item that could serve as both a storage space and a shelter. Paired with the time-space swapping red string, it was nothing short of a divine artifact. The power of the time-stopping stopwatch was undeniable, but the cost was sacrificing lifespan. Su Jingyan calculated that instead of risking his own uncertain lifespan, it might be better to consider using the lifespan of his pet beasts to activate it. After all, they were all newly born creatures, not even a month old yet, and as extraordinary beings, they were bound to have long lifespans. The higher their level, the longer they would live. Of course, this treasure was best kept as a last resort trump card, to be used only in critical moments. With all 5 treasure chests opened, time had progressed to the 4th week of the global descent. In just 1 month, the mist surge and the wild beast onslaught were imminent. Fortunately, Yuan Bao had already reached the peak of the excellent level, just a tiny step away from breaking through. By today, it was poised to advance to the Lord level. At present, Yuan Bao's promotion was a certainty, but the key was how to achieve this breakthrough perfectly. As a blazing ironclad beast, Yuan Bao's racial limit was the Lord level, so it didn't need to transcend the abyss of evil. However, it still contained 100 rule energy within its body, a force most prone to transformation during an advancement. Su Jingyan reflected. Since rule energy could unlock any shackles binding a pet beast, what other restraints might there be to shatter, given that Yuan Bao had no level cap? Su Jingyan fell into deep thought, recalling the process Yuan Bao went through to transcend physical limits when advancing to extraordinary levels. Suddenly, his eyes lit up since there was energy governed by rules. Perhaps the massive energy consumption required for advancing to the Lord rank could be bypassed. Yuan Bao, keep mining, but this time, don't eat up all the rock crystals. Save some progress, Su Jingyan instructed. Come back up later. I have other things to consider. Yuan Bao, with its small backpack, waved to its master before diving back into the underground tunnel to resume its main job. To Yuan Bao, opening treasure chests was just entertainment, mining was the real deal. Nearby, Yezi lounged leisurely, munching on a long sugarcane with visible relish. Su Jingyan opened the leaderboard to check the rankings. Unsurprisingly, he still held the top spot in both the home and pet leaderboards. His lead had become insurmountable, leaving no chance for others to catch up. The reason was simple. Most players either focused on raising their pets at the expense of home development or vice versa. After all, improving home comfort required substantial resources, and weak pets made it difficult to acquire rare materials. But Su Jingyan was different. He could freely purchase sleeping bags, mattresses, build doghouses, and even set up home shields. As for pet levels, Yuan Bao's strength was unmatched. What comforted him was that on the 4th week's leaderboard, both Terminators and Ahu's pets had entered the top 10. This meant that the House of Ore had claimed a third of the top 10 spots, and the treasure chest monopoly plan was progressing steadily. Unfortunately, when it came to home building, there was no way to assist clients. Otherwise, the dream of dominating all 20 treasure chest spots across both leaderboards might have been achievable. Su Jingyan moved all the treasure chests to the back of the pet home, stacking them together with the others. The colorful chests emitted a dazzling glow, making the area particularly vibrant. He mused to himself that at this rate, there might not even be enough space to store all the chests. Perhaps Yuan Bao could use them as snacks someday. After organizing the treasures and items, Su Jingyan extended the iron rod of the endless antenna to its maximum length and placed it beside the pet home, ensuring it could receive any potential signals promptly. However, he was well aware that the so-called Black Dynasty might already be a thing of the past. Finally, he took the stone egg to Yezi's planting area and planted it in the soil beside the Chui Chun divine tree. Yezi, from now on, the evolution task for Sanzai is in your hands. You need to provide it with life energy, Su Jingyan said earnestly. Yezi, who was chewing on its second sugarcane, let out a soft in response and nodded obediently. While the Chui Chun divine tree could produce growth energy and life essence, the latter's output was admittedly quite low. The tree is still quite small, and most of its output is used for self-sustenance. Although it retains its life essence, the quantity hasn't reached the level it once provided to Su Jingyan. This is mainly because the last time, Yezi was forced to produce for Yuan Bao, which nearly drained the power of the Tsuechuan divine tree. Su Jingyan nodded in satisfaction, then walked over to a spot where 10 wooden barrels filled with water were placed. One of the barrels was covered with a stone slab, on which rested the golden chalice of the sacred spring. The amount of sacred spring water produced so far hadn't even filled 1/10 of the barrel. He planned to let Yuan Bao drink this holy energy-infused water only after it advanced to the Lord level, fearing that consuming it now might disrupt its accumulation of rock energy due to the overwhelming holy energy. This time, Yuan Bao's mining trip was relatively short. In just 10 hours, it effortlessly transferred 100 rock crystals back to the sanctuary using the space-time red rope. By the time it crawled out of the tunnel, its level had reached an impressive 92 of the 9th tier of the exceptional rank. At this point, it was about half full in terms of energy, easily capable of maxing out its growth progress and stepping into the Lord realm. To prepare for the evolution ritual, Su Jingyan led Yuan Bao to an area farther from the bonfire. Beside Yuan Bao's leg sat a stone bowl with 2 small chips on its edge, now piled high with rock crystals. Go ahead and eat, Su Jingyan ordered. Chirp. Yuan Bao responded with a nod. Ever since it learned to sneak snacks, it hadn't used this feeding bowl in a long time, often eating directly at its workstation. Picking up a rock crystal, it devoured each piece in just 2 bites. Its eating speed noticeably improved. With a whirlwind-like feast, Yuan Bao's growth progress quickly surged to 99. The system then notified that it had reached the peak of the exceptional rank and required additional energy to break through its physical limits. Su Jingyan activated sensory synchronization and guided Yuan Bao. Little one, try using the rule energy within you to break past these physical limits. Closing its eyes, Yuan Bao soon sensed the concentrated rule energy curled up in a corner of its body and successfully took control of it. At the same time, it felt the constraints imposed by its physical form, which ignited a strong desire to break free. It immediately directed the rule energy to strike at this invisible shackle. Though there was no audible sound, Yuan Bao felt the shattering of the lock deep within its soul. Instantly, the energy storing capacity within its body began to expand wildly. The remaining rule energy further enhanced this expansion, pushing its capacity beyond the standard for ordinary lords. At this moment, the fire energy and metal energy within Yuan Bao formed a tense opposition, while a faint yellow glow of rock energy also emerged. The convergence of these three types of energy brought Yuan Bao's ascension to its peak. Moments later, Su Jingyan heard the system's notification in his mind. Yuan Bao has advanced to Lord. Golden scales are not meant for shallow ponds. With the right winds and clouds, they ascend as dragons. As this resounding announcement echoed in everyone's mind, Su Jingyan once again made history, became the first beast tamer to have a contracted pet ascend to the Lord rank. The chat channel instantly erupted with excitement. What exactly is the Lord rank? My pet just reached the extraordinary level. It must be higher than exceptional, right? This growth rate is insane. Huh. Knowing Su Jingyan's personality, the next announcement won't take long. Why do you say that? Think about it. Know that his pet has reached the Lord rank. How can wild lords of the same level continue to act arrogantly? Hearing the announcement, Su Jingyan fell into thought. It made sense that Yuan Bao's evolution to the Lord rank in his sanctuary triggered a global broadcast, but it reminded him of something last time. When Yuan Bao ascended to the exceptional rank in the abyss of transcendence, there had been no such announcement, even though it was the first time. Well, that place must have had no signal and just swallowed my reward. He chuckled at the realization. This discovery made him aware that when his pets were reaching the upper limits of their species' potential, he should avoid letting them ascend within the abyss of transcendence. Fortunately, he possessed the beast token, allowing him to return directly to his sanctuary after absorbing the energy of the rules, without needing to pass through the gate of transcendence. Meanwhile, Yuan Bao was undergoing a magnificent transformation. Three-colored light burst from its body, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. When the radiance finally subsided, an even more powerful ironclad beast stood before Su Jingyan. Its size had slightly increased, now standing at approximately 80 centimeters tall. While its species remained unchanged, its body was now covered in shimmering silver-scaled armor, exuding a subdued and restrained aura that perfectly matched its cautious nature. Well done, Yuan Bao. You're truly the cornerstone of our family, Su Jingyan praised. At that moment, Yuan Bao closed its eyes, sensing the changes within itself, while Su Jingyan opened its pet status panel. Pet, blazing rock ironclad beast. True name, Yuan Bao. Attributes, metal, fire, rock. Level, Lord rank level 1-1. Skills, rock perception, flame torrent, blazing strike, iron ball defense, copper fong iron stomach, energy storage. Domain, supreme stronghold. Specialty, digging. Su Jingyan noticed a small but intriguing detail. Blazing flame has turned into blazing rock? It was supposed to be a simple promotion, but the change in the species name left Su Jingyan utterly surprised. He quickly flipped through the encyclopedia of beasts to verify, only to find no new entries. This indicated that it was merely a minor evolution within the same species, with no fundamental change in essence. From Yuan Bao's attribute panel, it was clear that it had gained a new rock attribute, officially becoming a trielemental pet beast. Su Jingyan felt a sense of relief, thinking that the day Yuan Bao would evolve into the supreme master of all laws was not far off. As he continued to review the panel, a newly added skill in the abilities section caught his eye. Rock perception? The skill's description was straightforward yet full of potential. By being in close contact with rocks, it could receive feedback from all surrounding stones. Su Jingyan's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean Yuan Bao could easily locate or veins? He could already picture Yuan Bao pressing against the walls of a cavern, listening to the voices of the stones coming from all directions. Over there was a fire crystal vein, and below was a rock crystal vein. Not only that, but zerg nests, underground treasure chests, and all secrets hidden within the rocks would be laid bare. This skill alone made this promotion extraordinarily valuable. Even more significant was the domain ability unique to the Lord level. Every Lord could transform their long-term residence into their own domain, providing an unparalleled home field advantage. Though Yuan Bao's domain description was brief, just extremely powerful amplification, it was well understood that the simpler the description, the more terrifying the ability. At that moment, Yuan Bao opened its eyes and let out a low, resonant squeak. The overwhelming aura of a lord instantly spread out. In the distance, leaves in the planting area trembled in fear, hiding behind the verdant spring divine tree, while a fluffy tail quivered and drooped to the ground. Impressive, so domineering. Su Jingyan couldn't help but clap and cheer in admiration. In that instant, he truly felt the commanding presence of Yuan Bao as an unparalleled overlord. However, Yuan Bao seemed to realize it shouldn't display its aura towards its master. It quickly retracted its presence and returned to its unassuming demeanor. Tilting its head, it showcased its familiar, endearing gesture of obedience. Su Jingyan activated sensory synchronization and was immediately stunned by the astonishing energy within Yuan Bao. 3 distinct energy types intertwined inside it. Although the newly awakened yellow rock attribute energy was relatively weaker, even this weakest energy was like the brilliance of a full moon compared to a faint stare. It was incomparable to before. With the expansion of the rule-based energy, the crystal core's capacity had reached an extraordinary level, far surpassing that of an ordinary lower-tier beast. After reigning in its aura, Yuan Bao reported its current state to Su Jingyan. It explained that although it had ascended to the Lord Ear, it spent most of its time underground, making it impossible to directly convert the surface bonfire homestead into its domain. Its true habitat should reside within fire crystal or rock crystal veins. I see, Su Jingyan pondered briefly. With your current strength, do you think you can handle that exceptional earth dragon? Yuan Bao first shook its head, then nodded, clearly uncertain about its chances. In that case, let's have an exhilarating unknown match to test your true power. Su Jingyan decisively opened the Abyss Arena interface. At this moment, everyone's individual and team battle rankings had been reset to 0. The system began matchmaking, currently on a 25-win streak. Searching for a stronger opponent for you. This time, Su Jingyan didn't bring any additional equipment. Although he wore the beast-taming assistant gloves, he didn't replenish any fire crystals. As for the Bone Soul Formation banner, it had lost its effectiveness for now, unless it could absorb new beast souls. He planned to collect the Earth Dragon soul after defeating it and use it to guard the homestead during the next beast uprising, eventually gathering more exceptional tier beast souls. Soon, the system found a Matcha Ghost Rogue, ranked 4th on the leaderboard. After the energy barrier teleported both parties into the arena, the opposing beast tamer saw Yuan Bao's stats and immediately turned pale. Damn it! Who said Su Jingyan went to hunt Lord Ear beasts? This guy just ascended to Lord Ear and is already here to crush us? He grumbled and gave instructions to his beast. Little ghost, don't attack proactively. Focus on dodging and hold out as long as you can. He thought to himself, if he could last a decent amount of time, at least he could brag later. My exceptional beast fought Su Jingyan's Lord Ear beast for 100 rounds before narrowly losing. However, 5 minutes later, the countdown is over. Let the battle begin. As the announcement echoed through the arena, the barrier at the center instantly dissipated. Yuan Bao immediately adopted an aggressive strategy, charging forward to initiate close combat. Su Jingyan stood to the side, issuing commands. He decided to hold off on using the overly powerful blazing strike, for it would be overkill against a ghost rogue at the exceptional realm. However, he considered testing the flame barrage later to gauge its power after reaching the Lord realm. With a significant advantage of being one major realm higher than its opponent, Yuan Bao launched a relentless pursuit. However, the ghost rogue, following its master's instructions, kept dodging skillfully, maintaining a safe distance. A cunning glint flickered in its eyes as it carefully observed Yuan Bao, searching for any openings. In truth, the ghost rogue had already noticed that Yuan Bao's close combat skills were far from flawless, riddled with vulnerabilities. In fact, while evading, it kept its focus locked on Yuan Bao's most glaring weakness, ready to exploit it for a devastating counterattack that would amplify its damage output. The chase continued, with Yuan Bao's impressive stamina and lightning-fast short legs propelling it forward. Despite being a Lord Realm beast, it still couldn't close the gap with the Ghost Rogue, a creature specialized in assassination, always trailing by just a step. Yuan Bao, pretend to trip. That guy won't be able to resist taking the bait, Su Jingyan suggested, drawing from his prior experience. He had observed that the opponent's pet was overly arrogant. Any sufficiently large opening would tempt it into attacking, even against its master's orders. Though naturally cautious, Yuan Bao chose to trust its master's judgment. It suddenly made a deliberate misstep, tangling its left foot with its right, and dramatically tumbled to the ground, rolling over in exaggerated fashion. Sure enough, the ghost rogue's eyes flashed red. Time to hunt. Ignoring its master's panicked shout of, "Don't go in," the rogue couldn't hold back any longer. Its body shrouded in black smoke, it charged forward recklessly. But this was exactly what Yuan Bao had been waiting for. It quickly curled into a ball, its iron-scaled armor hardening to full defense mode, reinforced by its metal attribute. With a sharp clang, the ghost rogue's attack was blocked. Yuan Bao immediately uncurled, grabbed the rogue's arm, and delivered a resounding slap. The ghost rogue was left stunned, letting out a confused "he?" Still laughing? Yuan Bao, hit it again, Su Jingyan commanded. Without hesitation, Yuan Bao delivered another crisp slap. This time, the ghost rogue's smug laughter ceased, But it was clear the experiment was far from over. Its torment had only just begun. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.